At the beginning of September, the scorching heat lingered over Donghai No. 1 High School, casting a lazy atmosphere throughout the classrooms. In Class 32's history lesson, the young and beautiful teacher Lu Yakin struck the textbook forcefully with her teaching pointer, startling Fang Yuan, who had been sound asleep. When questioned by the teacher, Fang Yuan calmly responded that he hadn't been dreaming about any female classmates, sparking a wave of laughter among the students. Though Lu Yakin was strict, she was at a loss with this top-performing student. Helplessly, she instructed him to stand and read the preface of the textbook aloud. On this seemingly ordinary school day, the class began to delve into the history of the Starforce era. It all started in the mid-20th century when spatial rifts appeared, much like Pandora's box being opened. These rifts released dark matter and introduced a mysterious energy source known as Starforce. Oregon humanity entered the Starforce era, but this advancement came with the terrifying invasion of rift beasts. After 30 years of arduous warfare, humanity managed to secure most of the land, but the wilderness beyond the cities had become perilous. Amid this catastrophe, some individuals awakened Starforce within themselves, gaining extraordinary abilities. These individuals, known as Starforce Awakeners, became a crucial force in resisting the rift beasts. Nations began to heavily invest in nurturing Awakeners and advancing Starforce technology. As the bell signaled the end of class, the homeroom teacher, Guosong Tao, announced an important update. Students needed to select their college entrance examination preferences by the end of the semester, and the afternoon would feature a superpower aptitude test. This announcement caused an uproar in the classroom. Some were excited, others anxious, but everyone harbored their own hopes for the future. After lunch, the senior students of Donghai No. 1 High School gathered in the grand auditorium to undergo the superpower aptitude test. Just as the event was about to begin, a stunning girl walked in, clutching her textbooks. This was Han Yu, with fair, slender legs, eyes as clear as a mountain stream, and a waterfall-like ponytail adorned with a delicate butterfly hairpin. However, every boy in school knew that this campus goddess was untouchable. Not only did she come from an influential family and excel academically, but her martial arts talent was also off the charts. She could easily take down 10 average boys in a fight. Who could possibly handle that? Han Yue held her textbooks and walked to the front of the class lineup. As soon as she approached, the classmates nearby instinctively stepped back, making space for her. Waving her hands quickly and with an apologetic smile, Han Yue said, "I'm not trying to cut in line. I'll just stand here for a moment. You can go ahead with the test. I'll wait at the back." Fang Yuan turned around upon hearing this, a playful smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Honestly, cutting in line wouldn't be a big deal. I doubt anyone would mind. The surrounding classmates stifled their laughter, all glancing at Han Yue with amused expressions. Feeling her ears burning, Han Yue tried to maintain her composure, deliberately ignoring Fang Yuan's teasing. Instead, she asked, "How was your summer vacation?" "Not bad," Fang Yuan replied casually. Han Yue continued, "We'll soon have to decide between the literature and martial arts tracks for the college entrance exams. Have you made up your mind?" Fang Yuan thought for a moment before answering, "We'll see how the tests go. If my awakened ability isn't particularly outstanding, he'll probably choose the literature track." In truth, he had been contemplating this decision for quite some time. "That makes sense," Han Yue agreed. "Your academic scores are excellent. You'd definitely get into a top university with the literature track." Though her tone was affirming, there was a subtle trace of disappointment in her voice, almost imperceptible. Fang Yuan's decision to choose the literature track wasn't because he lacked interest in martial arts, but because martial arts required an immense amount of resources. The current literature track encompassed both traditional humanities and sciences. Fang Yuan was leaning toward the sciences, driven by his urgent financial needs. At present, the most sought-after university programs were those related to Starforce technology. Being admitted to a prestigious Starforce technology program promised a stable and substantial income. On the first day of enrollment, major corporations and conglomerates would offer sponsorships covering tuition and living expenses. Exceptional research projects during school could even secure additional funding from Starforce tech companies. The global demand for research talent in this field was immense. For Fang Yuan, this path offered the perfect balance of securing financial stability while continuing his education. In contrast, the martial arts track, though appealing, demanded significant resources and offered little short-term financial return. More importantly, Fang Yuan's martial arts performance was mediocre at best. His Starforce test results each semester consistently showed below-average potential in martial arts, making it difficult for him to gain entry into a top university through this track. Deep down, Fang Yuan yearned for the martial arts path, but the harsh realities of life forced him to make a pragmatic decision. He consoled himself. By choosing the sciences and gaining admission to a top university's Starforce technology program, he could eventually join a Fortune 500 company. Once he had a solid financial foundation, he could still pursue martial arts. This was far better than forcing himself into the martial arts path, potentially burdening his family without achieving anything significant. Lost in thought, Fang Yuan was brought back to reality by the ringing of the 2:30 p.m. class bell. Their homeroom teacher, Guosongtao, strode into the auditorium and beckoned to the lineup of Class 2, Year 3. Let's begin the test. Han Yue, you go first. Han Yue quickly explained, Teacher, I arrived late. Let me go last. Guosongtao insisted, It's fine. You go first and set a good example for our class. As the homeroom teacher, he naturally hoped for an impressive start from his students. Han Yue, coming from a family with a strong martial arts lineage, had remarkable Starforce talent. Her Starforce level was likely to be high. Go on, let us bask in your good luck. Some of the boys in the class cheered, teasing her. At that moment, a commotion erupted from Class 1 next door. Wow, that superpower is incredible. Unbelievable, that's amazing. Curious, the students in Class 2 turned their heads. Someone asked, What's going on over there? Why are they so loud? A classmate who had just gone to check out the commotion returned to explain. What else could it be? It's the young master from the Starforce aristocratic family in Class 1. He just tested his superpower, and it shocked everyone. Li Weilian? What ability did he awaken? Someone asked eagerly. Elemental type, fire. Starforce level, LV.2, the classmate elaborated. The brightness of his flames practically blinded everyone in Class 1. Their homeroom teacher even said his fire ability has a grade potential. Is a grade potential that impressive? East Sea High only produces 1 or 2 grades each year. What do you think? Yeah, that's pretty amazing. Hearing that Class 1 already had an grade potential awakening, Guosongtao, as the homeroom teacher of Class 2, felt a surge of competitiveness. He waved at Han Yue, urging her, Come on, we can't let Class 1 outshine us. It's all up to you. Seeing her teacher's insistence, Han Yue reluctantly stepped up to the testing machine and positioned herself against the testing pillar. Guosongtao activated the Starforce testing device and instructed, Place your hands on the detection screen and try to release as much Starforce as you can. Han Yue followed his instructions, pressing her hands onto the detection screen and channeling her Starforce. Moments later, the results appeared on the computer screen beside the machine. A group of students eagerly crowded around to see the detailed attributes displayed on the screen. Name, Han Yue. Star power level, LV.2. Attributes, Strength 13, Agility 18, Constitution 13, Spirit 17. Superpower ability, Star power shaping. Star slot trait, Static control. Skills, Soft force LV.1, Whip kick LV.2, Grappling combat LV.2. Guosongtao's eyes scanned Han Yue's test results, and a joyful smile immediately spread across his face. A male student couldn't contain his curiosity and eagerly leaned in, asking, Teacher, what level of potential does Han Yue have? A grade, and it's A. Guosongtao's voice brimmed with excitement as he raised both hands in celebration. Let's get hyped, everyone. As if on cue, the classroom of Class 2 erupted in cheers. The students' enthusiastic shouts were even louder than the commotion from Class 1 earlier. The ruckus drew the attention of a few curious students from Class 1, who peeked in to see what was going on. As the cheers gradually subsided, a male student pointed to the star slot trait on the character attribute panel and asked curiously, Teacher, what is this star slot trait? Guosongtao patiently explained, It's an additional superpower ability, not something you're born with, but rather acquired later. Usually, it's absorbed from the star cores of high-level star beasts. Are high-level star beast star cores expensive? The same student asked inquisitively. Guosongtao responded casually, Not too bad. One high-level star beast star core is worth about as much as rebuilding half of Donghai No. 1 High School. The entire class was stunned into silence, their eyes wide with disbelief. In unison, they thought to themselves, This isn't just superpower, it's super wealth power. The star power testing continued. The students took their turns in order. Apart from Han Yue, whose star power level reached an impressive LV.2, most students were at LV.1. Of course, this didn't reflect the average level of the entire school. Only classes 1 and 2, being the elite classes for awakened students, had an average star power level of LV.1. Among the 16 senior year classes at Donghai No. 1 High School, most students in the other classes had a star power level of LV.0, with some unable to detect any star power at all. For those whose test results showed LV.0 and low potential, the school advised them to focus on traditional academic subjects like science or humanities. The testing lasted for a full hour before it was finally Fang Yuan's turn. Having closely observed the entire process, he approached the testing device with confidence. He stood against the testing pillar, placing his hands firmly on the testing screen. Turning his head slightly, he glanced at the computer monitor nearby and calmly awaited his results. About 10 seconds later, the test results for Fang Yuan appeared on the computer screen. He focused intently, reading the display. Name, Fang Yuan. Star Force level, LV.1. Attributes, Strength 14, Agility 15, Constitution 13, Spirit 15, Superpower Trait. Unknown Trait A20392. Skills, Military Combat LV.2, Slide Step LV.1. Seeing the words Unknown Trait, Fang Yuan couldn't help but frown. That string of numbers must be some kind of code, he thought. After waiting a moment and noticing the results hadn't changed, Fang Yuan pointed at the screen and asked, "Teacher, what does this mean?" Guosongtao glanced at the screen and showed a hint of surprise. "It's an unknown trait. Teacher, how can there be an unknown trait?" The nearby students asked curiously. Guosongtao explained, "This is normal, though it has become rare in recent years. However, every few years, one or two cases like this still appear." Fang Yuan, "There's no need to worry." He reassured Fang Yuan briefly, then continued, "The testing machine is connected to the National Awaken database. After detecting the Superpower Traits Index, it searches the database for a corresponding match. If unknown trait is displayed, it means the database lacks information on this particular ability. What happens now?" Fang Yuan asked, his tone tinged with unease. Guosongtao reassured him again, "Don't worry. It'll take you for a more detailed test later to see what ability you've awakened. Once we've collected enough data, we'll report it to the National Awaken database. After analysis and confirmation, it might even get officially recorded in the database." Fang Yuan caught the key phrase, "might get recorded?" Guosongtao explained patiently, "Not every superpower trait can be fully identified. As of the latest database update last year, there are still over 3,000 unknown traits awaiting confirmation. Why is that? Isn't there someone responsible for this work?" Fang Yuan wasn't the only one puzzled. His classmates were equally curious. Guosongtao pulled a newspaper from his desk and handed it to Fang Yuan. "This is yesterday's paper. Take a look at the headline in the martial artists section." Fang Yuan flipped to the relevant page, where the bold headline read, "Unknown Trait A13565 finally deciphered, causes platinum prices to skyrocket tenfold overnight." His classmates crowded around, eager to see for themselves. Fang Yuan began reading the article aloud. "The mystery of unknown trait A13565, which has puzzled the world for 10 years, was finally solved today, thanks to an unexpected incident involving an awakened individual's suicide attempt. Recently, an awakened individual in Donghai City, devastated by career setbacks, swallowed a 5-gram platinum ring. Not only did they survive, but the ring also disappeared without a trace. Medical tests revealed that the platinum ring had been digested and had formed a layer of platinum protection on the individual's palm. Who would have thought that the unique ability of A13565 was the digestion of platinum? Even the trait's possessor could never have imagined conducting such an experiment. And so, this secret remained hidden for a decade. With this discovery, the mystery of A13565 has finally been unraveled. The National Awaken database has officially named it Platinum Digester. Following the announcement, over 1,000 platinum digesters across the country rushed to purchase platinum, causing its price to increase tenfold overnight. Fang Yuan finished reading the article and couldn't help but marvel at the bizarre nature of the situation. Below the headline were smaller reports detailing related incidents involving platinum digesters. For instance, some awakened individuals with this trait had attempted to consume other metals, only to end up in the hospital. Ultimately, the National Awaken database concluded that platinum digesters could only digest platinum and no other metals. At that moment, a well-dressed male student from the neighboring class approached. He was impeccably groomed, with a stylish coat and neatly combed side-parted hair. His name was Li William, the son of the prominently familiar renowned Star Force elite family in Donghai City. It was common knowledge that half of Donghai High School's buildings were funded by his family. He was also known as the sole pursuer of Han Yue, having driven away all her other admirers. Li William walked up to Class 2's group and stopped in front of Han Yue. "Finished with your test?" he asked. "It's done," Han Yue replied curtly. "Great. Since we're free this afternoon, how about we go to the Yuet restaurant? They just air freight in some fresh beef ribs this morning. It'd be perfect for lunch," he suggested, his tone carrying a hint of anticipation. Han Yue smiled politely in thanks but declined. "No, I have other things to do. You go ahead." Li William didn't press the issue, as doing so would be ungentlemanly. He gave a small nod and turned to leave. Fang Yuan didn't leave. Instead, he stood quietly beside Han Yue, observing the other classmates undergoing their Star Force tests. Li Weilian glanced at Fang Yuan's test results, a teasing smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He turned to Han Yue and said, "This guy is the one you usually spar with, right? Looks like his Star Force aptitude is pretty mediocre." Han Yue didn't respond and kept her focus on the computer screen. However, the surrounding students grew curious, gathering around and whispering among themselves. Seeing this, Li Weilian continued, "An unknown trait showing up usually isn't a good sign." A boy with a buzz cut pushed his way to the front and eagerly asked, "Li Xiao, why is it bad to have an unknown trait?" Li Weilian's face lit up with a refined smile as he explained slowly. A superpower trait that even the National Awakener database can't identify often means the ability is weak or, worse, completely useless. Noticing the confusion on the students' faces, Li Weilian raised his hand, and a flickering flame appeared in his palm. He continued, take this flame for example. It's obvious at a glance that it's an elemental ability. Simple and straightforward abilities like this are easily categorized in the database. However, abilities like Platinum Digester, which are hard to utilize, usually remain in the unknown category for a long time. The students, captivated by the flame in his hand, listened even more attentively. Li Weilian went on, in fact, Platinum Digester is actually one of the better ones. At least, by consuming more platinum, it can form a protective layer on the body. But in the Awakener database, the vast majority of unknown traits are utterly worthless. He paused briefly, a hint of mockery flashing across his face. I remember the most ridiculous trait I've ever heard of was called light sensitivity. Not only is it useless, but it's also a negative ability. After awakening, the person had to wrap their entire body up because their skin would break out in an allergic reaction at the slightest exposure to light. The surrounding students exchanged bewildered glances, shocked that an awakener's ability could be so absurdly disadvantageous. Seeing their reactions, Li Weilian added, it's truly unfortunate. Honestly, 99 of the unknown traits in the Awakener database have no development value whatsoever. He then turned to Han Yue, a glimmer of pity in his eyes. So, it's safe to say our classmate Fang's Star Force aptitude isn't looking too promising. Unable to hold back, Han Yue defended Fang Yuan. He does well in academic subjects. Li Weilian raised an eyebrow. Then I suppose he'll aim for the liberal arts in the college entrance exams? That's not a bad choice. If he gets into one of the top 10 universities in China, even if his major isn't great, my family's company could sponsor his tuition. Han Yue caught the underlying tone in his words, her brows furrowing slightly. Her voice carried a hint of displeasure as she replied, you should say that to him directly. Why are you telling me? Besides, he's aiming for a Star Force technology-related major. If he gets in, your sponsorship might not even stand a chance against the offers from other Star Force tech groups. The Star Force testing continued. Guo Songtao handed over the task of recording the subsequent tests to the class monitor, then gestured toward Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan, come with me, Guo Songtao said. Your unknown trait needs more detailed testing. Fang Yuan followed his homeroom teacher to the school's Star Force laboratory. The lab was brightly lit, with a variety of complex instruments and equipment neatly arranged. Guo Songtao called in two other lab teachers, one male and one female, to assist in testing Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan, try guiding the Star Force, letting it flow through every part of your body, Guo Songtao instructed. Attempt to activate your psychic trait and see if it manifests. Fang Yuan closed his eyes, focusing intently on the flow of Star Force within him. He carefully directed the mysterious energy, ensuring it reached every corner of his body. 10 minutes later, he opened his eyes, slightly disappointed to find that there were no changes in his body. The two lab teachers remained expressionless, seemingly unsurprised by the result. One of them walked over to a peculiar-looking machine and powered it up. Next, we'll use a star source ray to scan your body and stimulate the expression of your psychic trait, the teacher explained. Don't worry, the star source ray is made using star source minerals and is completely harmless to the body. Please stand in front of the ray emitter. Fang Yuan took a deep breath and stepped into the designated position. Once the machine was activated, an invisible ray began scanning upward from his feet. The three teachers leaned in closer, carefully observing for any abnormalities. As the ray moved upward and swept past his neck, Fang Yuan's body remained unresponsive. One of the lab teachers picked up a record sheet, preparing to jot down notes, and casually remarked, looks like this might be another trait that requires a stimulus source. Just then, the star source ray reached Fang Yuan's eyes. Suddenly, strange light patterns flickered within his pupils. Instinctively, Fang Yuan raised his hand to shield his eyes, a subtle movement that immediately caught the attention of the three teachers. Did you notice anything unusual? One of the teachers asked sharply. Frowning, Fang Yuan tried to make sense of the light patterns appearing before him. It feels like I'm seeing something in my eyes, he replied hesitantly. As he focused, Fang Yuan was startled to realize that the light patterns had formed into what resembled a character attribute panel, displaying information about his homeroom teacher, Guo Songtao. Name, Guo Songtao. Star Force level, LV.1. Attributes, Strength 14, Agility 12, Physique 16, Spirit 16. Psychic trait, none. Skills, Basic body strengthening fist. What exactly are you seeing? The lab teacher pressed further. Fang Yuan hesitated, giving a somewhat vague answer. It looks like some kind of data. Data, you say? That sounds like an iris data type trait, the teacher said while taking notes. Are there similar psychic traits documented in the Awakener's database? Fang Yuan asked curiously. There are, the teacher explained. It said that a consultant working for the Divine Sword Bureau possesses an iris data type trait. They can instantly identify enemy spies just by looking at them. She handed Fang Yuan a pin. Can you sketch out what you're seeing? Fang Yuan took the pin, though a trace of doubt lingered in his mind. If this was truly an iris data ability, why was it categorized as an unknown trait in the Awakeners database? He quickly sketched the light patterns he had seen and annotated Guosongtao's attribute values. Noticing Fang Yuan's unease, the lab teacher offered reassurance. Don't worry. Using the star source ray to stimulate psychic traits can indeed feel a bit disorienting at first, but you'll gradually adapt over time. Thank you, teacher. Fang Yuan expressed his gratitude sincerely, though his heart was still filled with questions and curiosity about his unique ability. After leaving the Star Force lab, Fang Yuan headed straight to the library. With practiced ease, he logged into a computer using his student ID and began searching for information on the superpowered characteristics of iris data types. Academic articles flickered across the screen, but relevant information was scarce. Only a few papers published in provincial scientific journals briefly mentioned this rare ability. Fang Yuan frowned in thought, recalling the lab teacher's mention of a special advisor from the Divine Sword Bureau. He attempted to search for information about this individual, but found no trace of them in the library's database or on the internet. This lack of results didn't surprise him. Instead, it confirmed his suspicions. The Divine Sword Bureau, one of China's top-secret agencies, Fang Yuan muttered under his breath. If that advisor really has the ability to see through enemy spies with a glance, their very existence would undoubtedly be classified information. Though his search yielded little, it did confirm one thing. Iris data is indeed a real superpower characteristic, albeit extremely rare. This realization reassured Fang Yuan. Slight Lie was not entirely alone in possessing such an ability. Next, he decided to test his newfound power. Closing his eyes, he focused on the flow of star force slowly channeling into his pupils. When he opened his eyes again, the world seemed to be draped in a translucent veil of data. Fang Yuan scanned his surroundings. Whether they were ordinary students or awakened individuals, their detailed attribute panels appeared clearly in his field of vision. He recognized a few classmates and compared the data to what he had seen earlier in the auditorium, confirming the accuracy of the panels. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Fang Yuan looked down at himself, and sure enough, a familiar yet unfamiliar panel materialized before him. Name, Fang Yuan. Star Force level, LV.1. Attributes, Strength 14, Agility 15, Constitution 13, Spirit 15. Superpower characteristic, Unknown characteristic A20392. Rage points, 0. Skills, Military combat techniques, LV.2. Slide step, LV.1. Fang Yuan carefully examined each piece of data, his attention drawn to one unique feature: rage points. Upon observing others' panels, he realized this attribute was exclusive to him. Could this be my true superpower characteristic? He wondered silently. As Fang Yuan was immersed in self-discovery, a graceful figure suddenly entered his line of sight. Han Yue stood before him, clutching a stack of textbooks. His ability automatically activated, revealing her attribute panel. However, her panel displayed some peculiarities. Name, Han Yue. Star Force level. Attributes, Strength 13, Agility, Constitution 13, Spirit. Superpower characteristic, Star Slot characteristic. Skills, Soft Force, Whip Kick, Grappling Combat. Huh. Fang Yuan murmured in surprise, his gaze lingering on the panel. Sensing his stare, Han Yue's cheeks flushed faintly. She lowered her head slightly and shifted her textbooks downward, as if trying to shield her legs. Don't move, Fang Yuan said, focusing intently on her attribute panel. He quickly identified the cause of the question marks. The key lay in her spirit attribute. While strength, agility, and constitution displayed numerical values, her spirit attribute was concealed. Fang Yuan recalled the data from Han Yue's earlier test. Her spirit attribute was 17, whereas his was only 15. This realization hit him. Because her spirit attribute exceeded his, she was able to resist the iris data analysis, resulting in the question marks on her panel. Han Yue felt a wave of irritation as she noticed Fang Yuan blatantly staring at her legs. She raised the textbook in her hand and lightly tapped him on the forehead, questioning, "What are you looking at?" Fang Yuan snapped out of his daze and quickly tried to cover up his slip of the tongue. "Your legs, I mean, no. I was just studying my superpower traits." As the school beauty of EC High, Han Yue's every move always attracted attention. The surrounding classmates turned their gaze toward them, and some even started murmuring about cliched sayings like, "Fighting is a sign of affection." At that moment, Fang Yuan noticed a change on his attribute panel. A fiery one appeared above the rage points indicator, followed by another one a few seconds later. The rage points quickly climbed from 0 to 2, then continued rising, 1, 1, 1 until it finally stopped at 12. Fang Yuan stared at the panel, pondering the source of the rage points. Judging by the name, it seemed to be generated by absorbing anger. He recalled that wrath was one of the 7 deadly sins, and some legends mentioned demons feeding on human emotions like anger and hatred to grow stronger. Could he have turned into a demon that thrives on rage? Noticing Fang Yuan's distracted expression, Han Yue asked, "After school, do you want to spar in the martial arts room? I absorbed a new star slot ability over the summer called static control, and I could use your help developing it." Fang Yuan politely declined her invitation. "Not today. I need to visit Xiaozhu at the hospital." "All right, of course, your sister is more important," Han Yue said understandingly. She pulled a box of chocolates from her bag and handed it to him. "Here, take this to Xiaozhu. It's panda-shaped chocolate. I'm sure she'll love it." Fang Yuan glanced at the English label on the box and hesitated. "This looks expensive." Han Yue smiled warmly. "My aunt brought it back from abroad. I can't finish it all, and it would just expire if left uneaten. Giving it to Xiaozhu to enjoy is much better, don't you think? You're not going to insist on some misplaced sense of pride, are you?" Fang Yuan chuckled and accepted the chocolates. "In that case, thank you on Xiaozhu's behalf. But these panda-shaped chocolates are so cute. She might not even want to eat them. Xiaozhu is adorable. I'll visit her myself when I have time," Han Yue said with a kind smile that naturally put people at ease. "I'll head out now. I'll help you test static control another day," Fang Yuan said as he waved goodbye, hopped on his bike, and left the school to visit his sister. After Fang Yuan left, Han Yue also prepared to head home. Just then, Li Weilian approached her with a polite demeanor. "Yue, how about I spar with you instead?" Han Yue declined politely. "No need, I'm heading home." A flicker of annoyance crossed Li Weilian's face as he questioned her. "You just invited Fang Yuan to spar with you, but now you're saying you need to go home?" His accusatory tone irked Han Yue. She responded coldly. "What does me inviting Fang Yuan to spar have to do with you?" Li Weilian pressed on. "That guy, Fang, is weak in both skill and talent. What's the point of sparring with him? I'm one of the only 2 rankers at EC High, and I also gained a new star slot ability over the summer. Wouldn't I be a much better training partner?" As he spoke, he grabbed Han Yue's wrist. She immediately shook him off and turned to glare at him. "Can you calculate the exact speed of my kick the moment I strike?" Li Weilian was taken aback. "Why would I need to calculate that? Fang Yuan can, and he can do it with precision down to 2 decimal points," Han Yue said firmly. "And what use is that?" Li Weilian asked dismissively. "It's incredibly useful," Han Yue explained. "By analyzing the data, I can determine whether my kicks are faster or slower, whether I've improved or regressed. Combining this information with my superpower traits and martial techniques helps me find the fighting style that suits me best." Li Weilian retorted angrily. "That kind of calculation can easily be done by a machine. If you need one, I can have it delivered to the school right away." Han Yue shook her head with a faint smile. "If I wanted to use a machine, doesn't my family already have one? Why would I need yours?" "In certain aspects, machines can never replace humans. Machines can calculate far more accurately than humans," Li Weilian argued stubbornly. "Clearly, you've never heard of it. In the past, master craftsmen could achieve things that even advanced CNC machines couldn't replicate. What humans are capable of far exceeds your imagination," Han Yue said, flipping her ponytail as she strode away, leaving a fuming Li Weilian behind. Meanwhile, in room 201 of the EC Hospital's inpatient department, a group of medical interns followed the attending physician on their rounds. A newly graduated female intern approached bed 1 and saw a lively 9-year-old girl lying there. Using a gentle, child-friendly tone, she asked, "Hi there, little one. I'm here to check on you. Can I ask you a few questions? What's your name?" The girl cheerfully made a peace sign over her eyes and replied, "I'm Fang Xiaozhu, like the little bamboo shoots that pandas love to eat." "Do you like pandas?" the intern asked gently, her eyes sparkling with curiosity as she noticed the cute panda paintings hanging in the hospital room. Fang Xiaozhu's eyes lit up instantly, and she nodded enthusiastically. The intern smiled and said, "I have a panda fridge magnet at home. How about I bring it for you tomorrow?" The little girl clapped her hands in delight and politely replied, "Thank you, big sister." The intern picked up her pen and quickly jotted something down in her notebook. Suddenly, the intern looked around the room and asked curiously, "Where's your family? Don't your parents stay with you while you're hospitalized?" Surprisingly, Fang Xiaozhu didn't seem upset at all. Instead, she cheerfully explained, "Mom and Dad have to work, so they can't stay with me every day. But my brother will come by later." Sitting up straight like a little grown-up, she added, "Don't worry, big sister. I've been in the hospital for a long time, so I know it well. If you have any questions, you can ask me." The intern raised her eyebrows in surprise and flipped through the little girl's medical records. She was shocked to discover that Fang Xiaozhu had been hospitalized since last year. Just then, Fang Xiaozhu suddenly leapt out of bed like a little rabbit, barefoot, and dashed to the door. She ran while shouting excitedly, "Brother, She jumped up like a koala and clung to Fang Yuan, who had just walked in. Fang Yuan caught his sister steadily, spun her around once, and then gently placed her back on the bed. He scolded her softly, "Don't run so fast. What if you faint?" Fang Xiaozhu dismissed his concern with a carefree smile. "It's fine. I haven't fainted in days. Maybe you'll even be better by tomorrow." Her face beamed with a radiant smile, completely belying the fact that she had been hospitalized for over a year. Fang Yuan reached into his backpack and pulled out a beautifully wrapped box, shaking it playfully. "Guess what this is?" "It's a panda." Fang Xiaozhu's eyes sparkled as she reached eagerly for the box. Fang Yuan opened it and took out a foil-wrapped chocolate shaped like a panda. He placed it in his sister's hands and reminded her, "Only one per day. Okay?" Fang Xiaozhu held the chocolate with both hands and giggled. "Pandas can eat bamboo, but bamboo can't eat pandas." She carefully examined the chocolate, admiring the adorable panda design on the foil. Fang Yuan helped her unwrap it and flattened the foil gently. "Look, the panda is on the foil. Well, eat the chocolate but keep the foil." "Okay." Fang Xiaozhu agreed obediently. She broke the chocolate in half, popped one piece into her mouth, and offered the other half to her brother, her face glowing with happiness. After finishing the chocolate, Fang Yuan went to the hospital cafeteria to get 2 meals. When he returned to the room, he set the food on the table and said, "Mom's got a lot of work today, so she can't come. They'll have dinner with you. Is that okay?" Fang Xiaozhu nodded understandingly. "It's not the first time. I'm used to it." She sat up properly, ready to eat. As the siblings were eating, a faint meowing sound came from outside the window. An orange cat and a gray cat had jumped onto the windowsill of the hospital room. The intern, who had just returned from checking on room 201, heard the meowing and hurried over to shoo them away. "How did stray cats get in here?" "Shoo, shoo." Fang Xiaozhu quickly picked a fish from her meal, placed it on the lid of her container, and ran to the window. "Please, big sister, don't chase them away. They're just hungry. They'll leave after they eat," she pleaded as she carefully placed the fish on the windowsill. The 2 cats immediately began devouring the food. Standing by the window, Fang Xiaozhu watched the cats eat with a big smile on her face. Fang Yuan recognized the 2 cats. They were strays from their neighborhood. Somehow, they had followed them to the hospital. The intern walked over to Fang Yuan and said softly, "Your sister is really sweet." "She is," Fang Yuan replied, watching his sister feed the cats. A warm feeling filled his heart as he silently vowed to do everything he could to help her get better. With that thought, he discreetly activated his ability to analyze Fang Xiaozhu's attributes, hoping to find a clue about her illness. Name, Fang Xiaozhu. Starlight level, none. Attributes, Strength 3, Agility 5, Constitution 3, Spirit 10. Supernatural traits, none. Skills, none. Fang Yuan quietly analyzed the data. These were very ordinary attributes. Apart from her slightly higher spirit stat, everything else was typical for her age. A spirit stat of 10 wasn't particularly unusual. Sometimes children did have higher mental attributes than adults, but the attribute panel didn't reveal anything about her illness. Fang Yuan began to suspect that his investigative ability wasn't advanced enough to uncover more detailed information. After having dinner with his younger sister, Fang Yuan finally left the hospital and headed home. As soon as he stepped through the door and changed into his slippers, he heard the rhythmic clattering of a sewing machine coming from his parents' room. Fang Yuan's mother, Li Shuhua, was a skilled seamstress who ran a small clothing shop near their neighborhood. Her business focused on custom-made suits and wool coats, with some ready-to-wear clothing on the side. Although the market for ready-made clothes had been declining, her tailoring skills brought in a decent income, just enough to cover her daughter's hospital bills and her son's tuition for the Awakener specialized class. However, after more than a year of hospital expenses for their youngest daughter, the family's savings had been completely depleted. This was why Fang Yuan had decided to pursue a degree in Starforce technology, hoping to secure a corporate scholarship and ease the financial burden on his family. He walked over to his mother's room and peeked inside, only to find her altering the hem of a pair of pants. The sight puzzled him. "Mom, why are you taking on jobs like hemming pants?" Li Shuhua had a great reputation in the neighborhood. The clothes she tailored always received high praise from her customers. She was usually so busy that she never bothered with such small jobs, which only earned a meager 5 yuan. After all, a seamstress capable of crafting custom suits wouldn't typically lower herself to such tasks. Without looking up, Li Shuhua continued working and casually replied, "Business is business. The more I do, the more I can earn." After a pause, as if remembering something, she added, "Oh, there's food left for you in the pot. If it's cold, just heat it up yourself." "I already ate with Xiaozhu at the hospital," Fang Yuan responded. "How's Xiaozhu doing?" Li Shuhua immediately asked, her voice full of concern. Fang Yuan smiled faintly. "She's doing fine, but she's getting clingier. She wouldn't let go of my neck earlier." His smile gradually faded, and silence filled the room. It had been over a year, yet his sister's illness remained undiagnosed, a heavy weight on the entire family. After a moment of quiet, Fang Yuan broke the silence. Mom, I've been thinking. Maybe I should apply to Imperial Capital University. That way, I can take Xiaozhu to the capital for treatment. Sure, it's up to you. Li Shuhua agreed without hesitation. You've always known what's best. If you think it's the right choice, then go for it. Fang Yuan picked up the remote and turned on the TV. A military news segment was airing. The Huaxia Navy's fleet, led by a Nua-class Star Force-powered aircraft carrier battle group, had conducted operations in the Pacific's first island chain, reclaiming control from the Star Beasts. Watching the nation's growing strength filled Fang Yuan with pride, and he couldn't help but clench his fists in determination. Just then, the sound of a key turning in the lock came from the door. Fang Zhenghua stepped in, bending down to change his shoes. Fang Yuan turned and, noticing something unusual, asked in surprise, Dad, what happened to your hand? Fang Zhenghua's left hand was in a cast, supported by a sling, clearly a fracture. He brushed it off lightly. It's nothing. Just twisted my arm a bit at the martial arts gym. No big deal. Hearing this, Li Shuhua came out of her room, her face full of worry. What happened? Is your hand broken? And what's with the bruises on your face? Trying to ease the tension, Fang Zhenghua forced a smile. It's normal to get hurt while working at the gym. Don't overthink it. It's just a minor injury, it'll heal in a few days. As a retired soldier, Fang Zhenghua worked as a combat instructor at a martial arts gym owned by an old comrade. Fang Yuan had learned the basics of military combat from his father. While minor injuries were common in this line of work, a fracture was a first. Li Shuhua wasn't so easily reassured. How can you say it's nothing? A fracture takes months to heal. What did the doctor say about your hand? Clearly wanting to change the subject, Fang Zhenghua asked. Anyway, I haven't eaten yet. Is there any food left? There's food in the pot. They'll heat it up for you. Li Shuhua replied as she headed toward the kitchen, still muttering under her breath. I'll make you some bone broth tomorrow. What were you doing to end up with a broken hand? What kind of clients does that gym even have? After some thought, Fang Yuan suggested, Dad, maybe you should take a break from work tomorrow. Fang Zhenghua immediately shot down the idea. Take a break? And what? Live on air. I can manage, but Xiaozhu can't. This was typical of their father-son dynamic. They got along fine when apart, but once together, they couldn't stop bickering. Fang Yuan offered another suggestion. How about I take over for you? I can rearrange my schedule to work at the gym in the evenings after school. His father scoffed. You think you can just waltz in and do my job? You'd get knocked out in 3 punches, and the medical bills would cost more than the job pays. Fang Yuan rolled his eyes and pointed at his father's cast. Look at yourself. Who's paying for your medical bills now? Don't forget, your so-called skills are all thanks to me. I know exactly how capable you are, Fang Zhenghua retorted, clearly irritated. He looked like he wanted to get up and teach his son a lesson, but his injured arm held him back. The angrier his father got, the faster Fang Yuan's rage points seemed to increase, climbing by increments of 5. Eventually, they shot up by 50 points in one go, reaching a total of 62. Fang Yuan rubbed his chin, weighing in his mind whether he should continue provoking his father. Old Fang could still hurl insults, so he seemed fine, but if he got too worked up and fell ill, that would be trouble. Just then, Li Shuhua came out carrying steaming hot dishes, interrupting the father and son's argument. You two, always bickering the moment you see each other, she sighed, shaking her head. What's there to argue about? Your hand's broken, what's the point of acting tough? Just let your son take over for a few days while you recover. Facing the combined persuasion of his wife and son, Fang Zhenghua had no choice but to relent. Fine, fine, he grumbled reluctantly. I'll call tomorrow and let this brat take over for me. Happy now? Let's eat, Li Shuhua said, her tone softening as she turned to her husband. Can you manage on your own? Or do you need me to feed you? Fang Zhenghua's temper flared again. It's my left hand that's broken, not my right, he snapped irritably. Fang Yuan, unfazed, was long accustomed to his parents' bickering, a mix of love and rivalry. Quietly, he slipped back into his room, planning to read in peace for a while. The next afternoon, after school, Han Yue once again asked Fang Yuan to spar with her. Fang Yuan apologized politely. I'm really sorry, but I've been quite busy lately and pressed for time. I have to go now. Seeing how rushed he looked, Han Yue didn't insist. All right, if you're busy, go ahead. Fang Yuan hopped onto his bike and headed straight for Thunder Martial Arts Hall, where his father worked. As a child, he often played there, and since the hall was owned by one of his father's old comrades, he was familiar with everyone there. Filling in for his father wouldn't be a problem. He recalled his conversation with Han Yue at school earlier and noticed his rage points had increased again. Each time it was a steady 3, adding up to 5 or 6 times. The total had now exceeded 100, reaching 102 points. Could all these rage points be coming from Han Yue? Fang Yuan joked to himself. Is she the type to smile sweetly on the outside while cursing me on the inside? Of course, he didn't actually believe that, it was just a playful thought. The first day of filling in at Thunder Martial Arts Hall went smoothly. Fang Yuan got along well with the uncles and older brothers at the hall and even ran into a classmate. The whole afternoon turned out to be an enjoyable work experience. While helping guests practice combat techniques, he also managed to train his own military combat skills and footwork. His shift lasted from 6 p.m. to 10 p.m. After finishing, Fang Yuan checked his attribute panel and noticed new changes under the skills section. Skills: Military Combat LV 268100, Sliding Step LV 1910. The numbers in parentheses seem to represent proficiency. During his time at the hall, Fang Yuan frequently used sliding steps to dodge while sparring with members, which explained the faster progress in that skill. Judging by the pace, one more day of practice might be enough to level it up. Early the next morning, as Fang Yuan pushed open the classroom door, he immediately sensed an unusual atmosphere. Several classmates' gazes seemed glued to him, and whispers began to ripple through the room. Instinctively, Fang Yuan touched his face to make sure there was nothing unusual, feeling puzzled. As soon as he sat down, the chubby boy in front of him, nicknamed Meatball but whose real name was Nyo Daji, couldn't wait to turn around. With a mischievous grin, he said, "Fang Yuan, I heard you're working as a sparring partner at a martial arts gym? Got beaten up pretty bad, didn't you?" Nyo Daji had earned his nickname due to his round, plump figure. It suddenly dawned on Fang Yuan clearly. The classmate he encountered at the martial arts gym yesterday had spread the news. Unbothered, he calmly replied, "Yeah, I'm filling in at the gym, but I'm not a sparring partner. I'm a combat coach." As soon as these words left his mouth, his classmates swarmed around him like cats drawn to fish, bombarding him with questions. "Are you so broke that you've resorted to being a human punching bag? How much do you make per hour?" Fang Yuan couldn't help but chuckle and clarified, "I'm just subbing in. So there's no pay. Even if there were, I wouldn't get it." As soon as he said this, he realized how strange the situation sounded, but he only mulled it over briefly in his mind. Feeling a bit bored with all the chatter, Fang Yuan turned to Nyo Daji and teased, "With your sturdy build, you'd make a great punching bag. Want me to recommend you? You might even make some decent pocket money." Nyo Daji's face instantly fell, while Fang Yuan felt a slight surge of satisfaction. That afternoon, when school ended, Fang Yuan noticed that Han Yue didn't show up as she usually did. He felt a small sense of relief, even though consistently turning down invitations from a beautiful girl left him feeling a bit guilty. After school, Fang Yuan headed straight to Thunder Martial Arts Gym for his shift. Once he changed into his martial arts uniform, he began moving weights and tidying up equipment. Although he only worked 4 hours a day, far less than a full-time job, didn't mind since the gym was owned by one of his father's old comrades. Still, he tried to do as much as he could, treating it as a form of training. While Fang Yuan was carrying a barbell, Manager Lu of the gym approached him briskly, waving a clipboard as though it were a stack of cash. "Fang Yuan, put on your gear, it's your turn to get in the ring." Fang Yuan looked around, confused. "Uncle Zhou and the others haven't gone up yet. Why is it my turn?" Manager Lu explained, "A guest specifically requested you." Fang Yuan nodded and went to put on his protective gear, wondering to himself if he had already gained a repeat customer. When he stepped onto the martial arts platform, the reason became clear. Standing there was Han Yue, dressed in a sleek martial arts uniform, her ponytail tied high and a playful smile on her face. "I had no choice," she said. "You keep turning down my sparring invitations, so I had to come find you at the gym." Fang Yuan quickly explained, "Sorry, it's not that I don't want to spar with you, I've just been too busy." Han Yue nodded understandingly. "It's fine. You've already helped me improve my martial skills so much. I'd feel bad constantly troubling you. But since this is gym work, I don't feel guilty anymore." In truth, when Han Yue heard earlier that Fang Yuan was working as a sparring partner at the gym, she didn't think less of him. Instead, she was quietly pleased. Fang Yuan's extraordinary perception was a significant asset to her training. Fang Yuan grinned. "All right then, let's get started. Just so you know, the gym charges by the hour." Han Yue looked a little self-conscious. "It's my first time at a martial arts gym, so I'm not familiar with the rules. Can you explain them to me?" Fang Yuan pointed to his protective gear and said, "In general, you're free to attack any area covered by my gear. If I get injured, it's on me. But you can't hit areas without hair. If you injure me there, you'll have to cover the medical bills." He paused, then added, "But since we've sparred at school before, you can loosen up a bit. Don't worry too much about the rules." Han Yue nodded in understanding, then assumed an offensive stance. In a swift motion, she launched a spinning kick aimed at Fang Yuan's chest. Fang Yuan easily sidestepped and advised, "That kick was 15 centimeters too low. Forget the gym rules, just aim straight for my head." Taking his advice, Han Yue adjusted her stance and sent her next kick precisely toward Fang Yuan's head. Fang Yuan once again executed a sidestep to dodge, leaning backward as a pale, delicate foot swept past just above his face, the force of the kick ruffling his bangs. Han Yue's attacks came like a relentless storm, primarily relying on her leg techniques. Her long, graceful legs moved like serpents, sweeping and striking with a fluid elegance that resembled a dance. As Fang Yuan practiced his sidestepping, he carefully observed Han Yue's martial techniques, analyzing them in his mind. After exchanging moves for over a dozen rounds, Han Yue asked curiously, "Why aren't you fighting back?" "Oh, I forgot to mention," Fang Yuan explained. "The martial arts gym's instructors are instructed not to fight back unless the customer specifically requests it. Is that so?" Han Yue nodded. "Well, I'm requesting it now. Fight back." "All right, the customer is always right," Fang Yuan replied with a grin before fully engaging in the sparring session. The two began exchanging blows. Fang Yuan focused on defense, occasionally launching counterattacks, forcing Han Yue to hold back some of her strength for defense. After half an hour, Fang Yuan noticed a glowing ring appear on his attribute panel. His sidestep skill had leveled up to LV.20100. He quickly tested it and found that both his reaction speed and dodging ability had improved by about 20. At that moment, Fang Yuan was surprised to see his rage points start increasing again, ticking up by 3. Curious, he leaned closer to Han Yue, wondering if she was upset. However, Han Yue was simply catching her breath from the intense exercise, showing no signs of anger. Strangely, as soon as he got closer, his rage points began jumping at a faster rate, now increasing by 5, and quickly climbing to 182 points. Fang Yuan glanced around, trying to identify the source of the rage points. He soon noticed Li Weilian standing below the sparring platform, staring intently at him and Han Yue. Fang Yuan keenly sensed a faint energy emanating from Li Weilian, flowing into his own body. The energy was subtle, like a flickering flame barely perceptible unless closely observed. "Do you want to take a break?" Fang Yuan asked, noticing Han Yue catching her breath. Han Yue shook her head. "I can't stay out too late, so I need to make the most of this time. I want to test the new star slot ability I just acquired. Can you help me with that?" "Tonight, you're the boss," Fang Yuan said with a smile. Han Yue launched into another offensive, this time switching to grappling techniques. She grabbed Fang Yuan's arm, leaped into the air, locked her legs around his neck, and spun her body to execute a triangle choke. If performed with full force, this move could easily break an opponent's neck. As Fang Yuan prepared to counter, Han Yue whispered, "Static control." Zzzzzt. Crackling sound of electricity filled his ears as a jolt of current coursed through him, leaving his body paralyzed. He was thrown to the ground in an ambiguous position. Just as he was about to break free, he noticed his rage point skyrocketing, now ticking up by 10. Deciding to play along, Fang Yuan pretended to remain paralyzed, allowing the rage points to continue climbing. Within seconds, the rage points had surged to 412 before finally stopping. Seeing Fang Yuan lying motionless, Han Yue became worried she had overdone it. She quickly helped him up. "Are you okay?" she asked. "I'm fine," Fang Yuan replied, sitting up. Han Yue let out a sigh of relief and then asked how her new ability had performed. Fang Yuan grabbed his work notebook and began analyzing the data. He explained, "Static control requires physical contact to activate. It causes paralysis for approximately 2.1 seconds. Only 2.1 seconds? Han Yue frowned. "It felt like you were down for much longer." Fang Yuan coughed lightly and changed the subject. "That's not important. You should trust my assessment. However, we don't yet know if the paralysis duration varies based on the target's attributes. If you can demonstrate static control on your skin surface, I might be able to provide more accurate data." Without hesitation, Han Yue concentrated and gathered a small cluster of static electricity in her palm. Fang Yuan observed it with his star energy vision and quickly identified the ability's attributes. Static control, derived from the Rift Electric Eel's superpower. By making physical contact, it transmits an electric current into the target's body, causing paralysis. The effectiveness depends on the mental attributes and star energy levels of both the user and the target. After discussing the findings, Han Yue glanced at the clock and was startled to see it was already 8:30 p.m. She hurriedly stood up and said, "I need to head home. Thank you for your help today. See you tomorrow." Fang Yuan waved goodbye, watching her leave the martial arts gym. Outside the Thunder Martial Arts Hall, night had fallen, and the streetlights stretched shadows long across the pavement. Li Weilian hurried to catch up with Han Yue, his breath slightly uneven. "Yue, let me walk you home," he offered. Han Yue smiled faintly and gestured toward a black sedan parked not far away. "No need. I called for my driver," she replied. As soon as she finished speaking, a uniformed chauffeur stepped out of the car, respectfully opening the rear door for her. With grace, Han Yue stepped into the car and waved goodbye to Li Weilian. As the car door shut, the smile on Li Weilian's face vanished, replaced by a shadow of gloom. The image of Han Yue and Fang Yuan's earlier intimate interaction replayed in his mind, fueling his anger. The sight of their closeness made his blood boil. He wanted nothing more than to storm in and teach that guy a lesson. Narrowing his eyes, Li Weilian suppressed his fury and summoned one of his subordinates, whispering an order. Find someone and teach that guy inside a lesson. The subordinate hesitated and cautiously asked, do you want us to block him on the street? No, that would be too uncivilized, Li Weilian sneered. He works as a sparring partner at the martial arts hall, right? Get someone to spar with him. Understood, the subordinate replied, immediately turning to carry out the orders. Meanwhile, inside the martial arts hall, Fang Yuan jumped down from the training platform and grabbed a towel to wipe the sweat off his forehead. Glancing at the clock on the wall, he noted it was nearly 9 o'clock. This was usually the time when sparring sessions wound down. Planning to rest for a bit before showering and heading home, he was surprised when Manager Lu hurried over with a work log in hand. Fang Yuan, someone's requested you again, Manager Lu said. Fang Yuan raised an eyebrow in surprise. Requested me? Am I that popular now? He joked, his eyes casually drifting toward the training platform. When he saw the person standing there, he froze for a moment. It was a hulking black man with a neck as thick as Fang Yuan's waist. Turning to Manager Lu, Fang Yuan asked with some puzzlement, a black guy? Manager Lu shrugged. Yep, that's Mr. Daniel. He just signed up for a VIP membership at the martial arts hall, so you know how it goes. Daniel stood on the platform, looking down at Fang Yuan with a confident smirk. He gestured with a classic rap hand sign and spoke in slightly broken Chinese. Hey man, you got a problem with black people? Fang Yuan ignored the comment and made his way toward the platform. Manager Lu grabbed his arm, lowering his voice in warning. Fang Yuan, be careful with this one. I've seen him before. He fights underground at the bar district. Hits hard and doesn't hold back. Fang Yuan nodded and stepped onto the platform. What kind of training do you have in mind? He asked. Daniel grinned broadly, his white teeth gleaming. I want to beat you up. Before Fang Yuan could react, Daniel swung a massive fist straight toward his face. Frowning, Fang Yuan quickly executed a level 2 sidestep, shifting 20 centimeters to the left and narrowly avoiding the punch. Watch your moves, he warned sternly. The head is off limits for strikes. Daniel scoffed and threw another punch, again aiming for Fang Yuan's head. So what? They'll pay double for the medical bills if I mess you up, he sneered. It was then that Fang Yuan realized Daniel wasn't here for a friendly spar. This was deliberate. Daniel's punches came like a relentless storm, forcing Fang Yuan to retreat again and again. Even with protective gear, each blocked blow sent painful vibrations up his arms. Fang Yuan was astonished. Where does this guy get such raw power? As Daniel continued his attack, he spat insults. Come on, hit me back. What's the matter? You yellow-skinned monkey. Just gonna run like a coward? While dodging the onslaught, Fang Yuan activated his ability to channel star energy into his eyes, analyzing Daniel's attributes. Name, Daniel. Star power level, LV.1. Attributes, Strength 18-15, Agility 12, Constitution 17, Spirit 11. Superpower, Strength enhancement. Skills, Boxing LV.3, Mixed martial arts LV.2. The numbers quickly explained Daniel's overwhelming power. Strength enhancement, a common physical augmentation ability, boosted his base strength by 20. This meant Daniel's natural strength of 15 was increased to a staggering 18 when using his superpower. Fang Yuan glanced at his own stats for comparison. Strength 14, Agility 15, Constitution 13, Spirit 15. While his agility and spirit were higher, the 4-point gap in strength was significant. No wonder even blocking Daniel's punches left his arms numb. This fight couldn't continue like this. The power disparity was too great, and Daniel's constitution was far superior as well. One solid hit from him could end the match instantly. Worse still, counterattacking was no easy feat. Boxing relied on explosive force and the ability to absorb hits, and Daniel's 18 strength, paired with 17 constitution, made him an ideal boxer. Fang Yuan's 14 strength, by comparison, might not even break through Daniel's defenses. As Fang Yuan pondered his next move, he noticed something unusual on his attribute panel. Each of his 4 main stat strength, agility, constitution, and spirit now had a small sign next to them. Surprised, he realized this was a new development, though he wasn't sure when it had appeared or what it meant. Fang Yuan hesitantly clicked the plus sign next to the strength attribute. In an instant, a strange surge of energy coursed through his body like an electric current. He could distinctly feel his muscles becoming firmer and stronger in that fleeting moment. On the attribute panel, his strength jumped from 14 to 15, while his rage points decreased by 100, leaving him with 312. Fang Yuan was ecstatic. This was like turning anger into tangible power. Daniel, however, remained oblivious to Fang Yuan's transformation and continued relentlessly throwing punches with his LV.3 boxing skill, aiming for Fang Yuan's forehead. Each punch was accompanied by taunts and insults. Hit me, you yellow-skinned monkey. Come on, hit your foreign master. Oh, you're too scared. Huh? Fine. Bring me 3 girls to have some fun with, and I might let you go. These words completely enraged Fang Yuan. Without hesitation, he tapped the strength attribute 3 more times. A surge of even greater power flooded his body. His strength attribute skyrocketed to 18, far surpassing Daniel's. No longer dodging, Fang Yuan reached out and caught Daniel's incoming fist with precision. This sudden turn of events left Daniel frozen in disbelief. His superhumanly enhanced strength had been effortlessly neutralized. With his LV.3 boxing rendered ineffective, Daniel had no choice but to fall back on his LV.2 mixed martial arts skills. He lunged forward, attempting to grab Fang Yuan and throw him to the ground. But Fang Yuan's reflexes were sharper. Just as Daniel made his move, Fang Yuan's knee shot up in a swift and powerful strike, landing squarely in Daniel's abdomen. Ugh! Daniel grunted, stumbling back 3 steps. Though his physique was formidable and the blow didn't bring him down, it clearly disrupted his rhythm. Seizing the fleeting opportunity, Fang Yuan stepped forward with a spinning kick that whistled through the air. A resounding thud echoed as the kick connected with Daniel's cheek, sending him spinning like a top before crashing to the ground. Without hesitation, Fang Yuan pounced on Daniel, pinning him down and unleashing a torrent of punches. Each blow landed squarely on Daniel's face, quickly leaving him bloodied and bruised. As Fang Yuan continued raining down punches, he coldly demanded, "How does it feel? Is that satisfying enough for you?" Sensing the situation spiraling out of control, the other instructors at the martial arts gym rushed over to separate the two. Daniel, his face swollen and covered in blood, struggled to stand but refused to back down. Waving his fists weakly, he continued shouting, "You low-class scum! How dare you hit me? You're dead! You're dead!" Fang Yuan, still seething with rage, broke free from the instructors holding him back and delivered another brutal punch to Daniel's face. With a loud crack, Daniel let out a scream, spitting out a mouthful of blood and broken teeth. Fang Yuan's rage points surged by 10, quickly climbing to 132. Daniel's eyes widened as he desperately tried to fight back, but 2 instructors firmly restrained him. Fang Yuan, seeing the opportunity, landed one final spinning kick, knocking Daniel completely unconscious. The 2 instructors dragged Daniel's limp body out of the gym. Along the way, they could hear him muttering curses under his breath. Taking advantage of his dazed state, the instructors discreetly jabbed their elbows into his lower back a few times. Daniel let out a guttural scream, sounding like a wounded animal, before nearly passing out again. The sudden commotion in the martial arts school caught the attention of the owner, Wang Hongjun. After dealing with Daniel's incident, he pulled Fang Yuan over to sit on the steps of the martial arts platform. The familiarity between the two stemmed from the bond of camaraderie between Fang Jinghua and Wang Hongjun during their military days, as well as Fang Yuan's frequent visits to the martial arts school during his childhood. Wang Hongjun scrutinized Fang Yuan closely, a glimmer of interest in his eyes. "Kid, you're not bad. I know that Guille's a tough fighter in the underground boxing scene on Bar Street. The fact that you managed to take him down? Impressive." Fang Yuan scratched his head awkwardly and explained, "Actually, his strength isn't anything extraordinary. It's his special ability that makes him dangerous. His superpower is strength enhancement, and when activated, his power surpasses that of an average boxer. If you take a direct hit from him, you'd probably get knocked out instantly." Wang Hongjun raised his eyebrows in surprise. "You even know what his ability is?" "Yeah, I've awakened an iris data type ability, so I can see it." Fang Yuan replied simply, though he knew his ability went far beyond just that. "Interesting. Iris data abilities are quite rare. I heard there's a top expert in the Divine Sword Bureau with the same kind of power, very formidable," Wang Hongjun remarked with admiration. Thinking of his father's injury, Fang Yuan couldn't help but ask, "Uncle Wang, do you know who broke my dad's bones? Could it have been that guy?" Wang Hongjun looked puzzled. "Old Fang got injured? I didn't know about that." He immediately called over Manager Lu to inquire. Manager Lu was equally confused. "Not at all. Old Fang wasn't injured when he was at the martial arts school. A few days ago, he suddenly called and asked Fang Yuan to take over for him, but he didn't mention why. I had no idea Old Fang was hurt. They'll have to visit him another day," Wang Hongjun said thoughtfully. Fang Yuan thanked him before chatting a bit more and then heading home. On the way, he kept replaying his father's injury in his mind. With his father's exceptional military combat skills, it was nearly impossible for an ordinary person to get close enough to harm him. What exactly had happened? As Fang Yuan was lost in thought, a sudden feeling of being watched crept over him. Alert, he turned to look behind him, but the street was empty in the quiet of the 10 p.m. night. Despite this, the sensation of being followed lingered. Fang Yuan continued walking, stopping when he passed a 24-hour convenience store. Pretending to enter the store, he subtly directed his star power into his eyes and used his peripheral vision to scan behind him. Though he still couldn't see anyone, an attribute panel suddenly appeared in the shadows of the street corner, making his heart race. In just half a second, Fang Yuan decided on his next move. He casually walked into the store, heading straight for the drink cooler. Grabbing a bottle of soda, he focused his gaze through the glass door, once again examining the location of the attribute panel. This time, he finally saw the stalker's attributes. Name? Star power level, LV.1. Attributes: Strength 12, Agility 14, Physique 15, Spirit 14, Superpower, Chameleon Concealment. Skills? After seeing the data, Fang Yuan relaxed slightly. This stalker might have invisibility, but their combat ability seemed unimpressive. He marveled at the power of his ability. It could even display the attributes of someone he couldn't see. Judging from the data, Fang Yuan guessed the stalker might be a surprisingly agile yet bulky individual. He came up with a plan, deciding to use this opportunity to earn some rage points. After paying for the soda, Fang Yuan casually sipped it as he walked toward the street corner. As he passed by the invisible figure, he pretended to stumble, spraying the soda all over the stalker's head. Rage points 10. Suppressing a laugh, Fang Yuan muttered something about a rock on the ground and kicked it. The rock flew straight into the forehead of the chameleon-powered stalker. Rage points 20. The chameleon-powered individual cursed under their breath, trying to slip away unnoticed. However, Fang Yuan was prepared. He stepped down firmly on their foot, applying just enough pressure to make it hurt. The chameleon awakener under Fang Yuan's foot was so frustrated, he almost cursed out loud, but didn't dare to forcibly pull his foot away. His anger meter quietly ticked up by 20 points. Fang Yuan stifled a laugh and glanced around. They were in a dark, deserted corner of the street. An idea struck him, and he pretended he needed to relieve himself, deliberately reaching his right hand toward his zipper. The chameleon awakener's face turned a ghastly shade of green at the sight. Unable to hold it in any longer, he pleaded in a low voice, "Bro, this is too much." Fang Yuan looked down and finally got a clear view of the chameleon awakener, who had reverted to his original form. He was a round-faced young man, slightly chubby but surprisingly agile. Dressed in an oversized trench coat, he looked like a ridiculously dressed detective straight out of a comic book. "Huh, why are you under my foot?" Fang Yuan asked in mock surprise, his tone laced with amusement. The nimble chubby man cursed inwardly. "You did that on purpose." But he didn't dare say it out loud. Instead, he forced a smile and said, "It was an accident. I'll leave now, I'll leave." As he spoke, he tried to free his foot from under Fang Yuan's. But Fang Yuan didn't budge. His 18-point strength made his stance as solid as a rock. The chubby man's bones creaked under the pressure. "Bro, can you move your foot a little?" The chubby man pleaded helplessly. "No," Fang Yuan replied curtly and firmly. The chubby man's anger shot up another 20 points. Even if he were slow to catch on, it was clear Fang Yuan was messing with him on purpose. Left with no choice, he surrendered. "I give up. Okay? What do you want from me?" Fang Yuan, seeing how quickly the man caved, felt a bit disappointed. Still, he decided to press on with an interrogation. "All right, who are you?" "I'm Xiao Feilong, the most famous detective on Bar Street. I make a living using my abilities," Xiao Feilong answered honestly. "Why were you following me?" "A job from Bar Street. Someone hired me to investigate you. The pay's decent." "Just me? You and your parents? Who hired you?" "I really don't know. The job was posted by old Xiao at Bar Street. He's just a middleman. So he probably doesn't know who the client is either. And it's just an investigation? Nothing else? I heard other groups got different tasks, but I'm only in charge of tracking you. I don't know much about the rest. What have you found out so far?" Xiao Feilong pulled out a notebook from his coat and handed it to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan flipped through it quickly. It contained records of his daily routines: home, school, martial arts, JIMA, very mundane 3-point cycle. "How much did the client pay for my info?" Fang Yuan demanded. Xiao Feilong held up 2 fingers. 20,000. "I'm only worth 20,000? Fang Yuan muttered, slightly annoyed. But after thinking it over, he realized that for a simple investigation, the price wasn't bad. After all, the middleman would take a cut, and 20,000 was 3 to 4 months' income for an average person. If someone was willing to pay for this information, why not make the money himself? Fang Yuan decided on the spot to sell himself. "You don't have to investigate anymore. I'll give you the information directly, and we split the payment 80-20, Fang Yuan said as he swiftly jotted down some details in Xiao Feilong's notebook. He tossed the notebook back to him and added, "I get 80. Now, pay up. Scan the code. Add me on WeChat and send the money." Xiao Feilong grudgingly transferred the money, his stubby fingers jabbing at the phone screen as if trying to stab someone through it. This scene earned Fang Yuan another wave of anger points. After receiving the money, Fang Yuan carefully counted the digits on his phone. 16,000 yuan. The ease of earning this sum made him reflect. Selling out and ditching my pride really is the fastest way to make money. Although Xiao Feilong was reluctant, his eyes lit up when he saw the detailed information in the notebook. Even the serial numbers for superpower traits were clearly listed. This report was definitely worth the price. While he did have to split the money, Obtaining such comprehensive data without much effort was something he could grudgingly accept. After counting the money, Fang Yuan patted Xiao Feilong on the shoulder and wore a look that said, "Let's make money together," as he said. "If you come across good deals like this in the future, remember to find me." "Find you? Over my dead body." Xiao Feilong cursed inwardly, but he forced a smile on his face and asked, "Can I leave now?" Fang Yuan waved him off, signaling him to go, and then headed home himself. Although he had toyed with Xiao Feilong a bit, this situation clearly wasn't simple. The information Fang Yuan provided to Xiao Feilong was indeed detailed, even including attribute stats. However, it was all publicly accessible information that could be found with a little effort at school. The true secrets? Fang Yuan hadn't even figured those out himself, let alone shared them. When he got home, he found Fang Zhenghua lounging lazily on the living room sofa, watching TV. "Where's Mom?" Fang Yuan asked casually, glancing around and not seeing his mother. "She went to the hospital to stay with Xiaozhu. She won't be back tonight," Fang Zhenghua replied, shaking his leg. Then he added, "I'm hungry. Make me some late-night noodles. Can't you cook for yourself?" Fang Yuan retorted. Fang Zhenghua lifted his left arm, which was in a cast. "Can't you see my hand's broken? You still have your right hand, don't you?" Fang Yuan shot back. This time, Fang Zhenghua was genuinely annoyed. He stood up abruptly. "Fine. I'll cook for myself. Raising you for over a decade was clearly a waste." Fang Yuan saw his anger points increase by 20 and knew it was time to ease off. He quickly pushed his father back onto the sofa. "All right, I'll cook. Just sit here and call the hospital to check on Mom and Xiaozhu. It's just a hospital visit. What's there to check?" Fang Zhenghua grumbled, but he still reached for the landline and dialed the family number. While Fang Yuan was in the kitchen cooking noodles, he listened to his father chatting on the phone and felt reassured when he confirmed that everything at the hospital was fine. Once the noodles were ready, he divided them into 2 bowls and brought them out. Fang Zhenghua rubbed his thighs with a smug look. "Didn't expect I'd get to eat noodles cooked by you. What a rare treat. Just eat. I have something to ask you after," Fang Yuan said, picking up his bowl and slurping the noodles. When Fang Yuan finished his meal, he leaned back on the sofa with his arms crossed, staring intently at Fang Zhenghua, who was still eating. Because of the cast on his left hand, Fang Zhenghua had to hunch over and lower his head to eat. Fang Yuan helpfully brought over a speaker to prop up the bowl, so his father wouldn't have to bend so far. Once Fang Zhenghua finished eating, Fang Yuan's expression turned serious as he asked, "How did you hurt your hand?" Fang Zhenghua's relaxed demeanor froze instantly. He wasn't stupid, knew Fang Yuan wouldn't ask this unless he had already spoken to someone at the martial arts gym. "I just had a little accident outside." "Cut it out. Stop hiding," Fang Yuan interrupted. "I was tracked today by an awakened individual with invisibility powers. Someone is investigating me, and not just me but our entire family. You can take a beating, but if something happens to Mom or Xiaozhu, you won't even have a chance to regret it." Fang Zhenghua's face turned pale, and he quickly asked, "They really followed you?" "Yes. A task from the bar district. Some big shot paid to track our family's movements," Fang Yuan replied with an unusually serious tone. Fang Zhenghua's expression shifted between dark and light as he forced himself to stay calm. "Don't worry just yet. Those people won't dare to enter Donghai City directly. That's why they're using local forces." "Who are they? And what did you do to provoke them?" Fang Yuan pressed further. Fang Zhenghua didn't answer immediately. Instead, he scrutinized Fang Yuan from head to toe. "Stop staring and start talking. Do you want me to prove I'm stronger than you by sparring right now?" Fang Yuan rolled his eyes. After weighing his options, Fang Zhenghua finally made up his mind. "All right. Since they've already come after us, it's time you knew the truth." With that, he stood up, went to his room, and retrieved a secure safe from a hidden compartment in the wall, placing it on the coffee table. "Remember this safe?" Fang Zhenghua asked. Fang Yuan did remember. 5 years ago, during his summer vacation in middle school, he and Xiaozhu had discovered this safe while playing hide and seek at home. Fang Yuan, eager to show off, had tried cracking the safe's code. After trying all the family members' birthdays to no avail, he noticed an old newspaper Fang Zhenghua kept in a drawer. Using the date on the newspaper, he managed to open the safe. Inside was a triangular prism with strange markings on it. Back then, Xiaozhu, who was only 4 or 5, didn't understand anything. She had tried biting the object but couldn't leave a mark on it. Frustrated, she had cried and then fainted. Fang Yuan had rushed her to the hospital, where she was finally revived. For that incident, Fang Yuan had been beaten severely. He didn't resist, as he felt guilty about Xiaozhu fainting. Over the next couple of years, nothing else happened, and Fang Yuan gradually forgot about it. That is, until last year, when Xiaozhu started fainting again, and the episodes became more frequent and life-threatening, eventually requiring her to be hospitalized. Now, seeing the safe again, Fang Yuan suddenly had a thought. Could Xiaozhu's illness be related to what's inside this safe? "Open it now," he urged. "No. You can't touch what's inside," Fang Yuan said firmly. Open it. Back in middle school, Xiaozhu and I both touched it. I'm starting to think her fainting spells are connected to it, Fang Yuan insisted. After a moment of hesitation, Fang Zhenghua finally relented. He entered the code and opened the safe, revealing a metallic box inside. He unlocked it to expose the sea blue triangular prism. Fang Yuan reached out to grab it, but Fang Zhenghua stopped him. Don't touch it. This thing is extremely dangerous. He then asked, you think Xiaozu's illness is related to this? Thinking back, it's possible. Xiaozhu bit this thing back then and fainted. Her current symptoms are very similar, Fang Yuan replied. As he spoke, Fang Yuan channeled star force into his eyes, activating his ability to analyze objects. Soon, an information panel appeared over the sea blue prism. Unknown star core. Energy level, 33.33. Fang Yuan stared at the triangular object in his hand, his brows furrowed. Is this a star core? He murmured to himself. Without hesitation, he strode to his desk, opened his laptop, and started searching for information. Images flashed rapidly across the screen, all of them showing round or oval-shaped star cores. Fang Yuan's gaze shifted back and forth between the screen and the object in his hand, his confusion deepening. Why is it triangular? He questioned aloud. And this remaining 33.33 energy, it's too much of a coincidence. He turned to his father, Fang Zhenghua, his eyes filled with both curiosity and caution. What's going on? How did you get this? Fang Zhenghua took a deep breath, as if steeling himself. Son, you're old enough now. It's time I told you the truth. His voice was low and solemn. What followed was a story buried for 20 years. It was about a perilous mission deep into the first island chain of the Pacific, an unexpected ambush, and the grim reality of only 3 survivors. Before he died, our team leader told us there was a traitor in the mission, Fang Zhenghua said, his expression growing heavy. He instructed us to hide the alloy box and only reveal the truth to a high-ranking officer. Fang Yuan listened intently, vivid images forming in his mind of his father and his comrades struggling against the raging ocean waves. He could almost feel the despair and the crushing weight of responsibility. In the end, it was just me and Lao Xiao, Fang Zhenghua continued. Lao Xiao hid the box in a trench, and after we were rescued, we never spoke a word about it. Fang Yuan thought back to a mysterious trip his father had taken 10 years ago. The pieces started to fall into place. So that trip to Wu County back then, it was for this? Fang Zhenghua nodded in confirmation, then shifted the conversation. I suspect the ones investigating us now might be the foreign awakened organization known as Spear of God. Fang Yuan drew a sharp breath, realizing the situation was far more complex than he had imagined. Gripping the triangular star core tightly, he felt an overwhelming sense of duty and an impending sense of danger like never before. The only silver lining was that Spear of God, as an overseas awakened organization, had its members barred from entering the country and certainly wouldn't dare step into a major metropolis like Donghai so easily. They could only achieve their goals by bribing local forces. Fang Zhenghua furrowed his brow tightly, gripping the alloy case in his hand with a hint of tension in his voice. No, we have to hand this over to the military. It can't stay in our house any longer. As he spoke, he moved to close the case. Fang Yuan acted quickly, pressing his father's hand down. Wait, he said urgently. We absolutely cannot hand this over. Fang Zhenghua's expression grew even sterner. Only by giving it up can our family stay safe. We can apply for the military's protection. Fang Yuan shook his head firmly. It's the opposite. Handing it over will bring trouble. If we want to stay out of this, we can't let anyone know we've even seen this thing. Why? Fang Zhenghua asked, frowning. Fang Yuan pointed to the triangular star core inside the case and explained, because this thing has already lost 2/3 of its energy. Fang Zhenghua remained unconvinced. What difference does that make? Once we hand it over, it's no longer our concern. It makes a huge difference, Fang Yuan said, his eyes gleaming with intelligence. The remaining energy level of this star core is too coincidental, exactly 33.33. There's only one explanation for this. The star core originally contained 3 superpower traits, and 2 of them have already been absorbed by someone, leaving only the last third of the energy. He paused before continuing his analysis. Statistically, the probability of randomly landing on exactly 33.33 is 1 in 10,000. So, I'm confident this percentage represents precisely 1/3. Fang Zhenghua calmed down, carefully considering his son's reasoning. He had to admit, the deduction made sense. Fang Yuan pressed on. I don't know who absorbed the first 2 superpower traits. It could have been your comrade Lao Xiao, or maybe Xiaozhu. But no matter who it was, if we hand this over, we'll be the ones under suspicion. He took a deep breath, his tone growing heavier. Think about it. It's been 20 years, and Spear of God is still searching for this thing. That means it's incredibly important. If they suspect that I or Xiaozhu absorbed some of its superpower traits, what do you think they'll do to us? Fang Zhenghua's face turned pale. He knew all too well the methods those people would use. Whoever had absorbed the star core's superpower traits would undoubtedly be taken away for experimentation. The thought sent a chill down his spine. If it can't be handed over, it has to be hidden. Fang Yuan stared at the triangular star core in the box, his brows furrowed. This thing was like a hot potato, leaving him feeling utterly helpless. That overseas awakened organization would never let it go. He would undoubtedly pursue it relentlessly. Fang Yuan reached out and picked up the star core, carefully examining the faintly glowing object. His fingers gently brushed the surface, feeling the energy contained within. Suddenly, he pressed his palm firmly against the star core, closed his eyes, and attempted to channel his internal star power to absorb the energy inside. Seeing this, Fang Yuan's face immediately showed concern. "What are you doing?" he asked urgently, his voice tinged with nervousness. Fang Yuan opened his eyes and replied calmly, "I'm trying to figure out what the last remaining superpower trait is. Didn't you say Xiaozhu got sick because of this thing? This is too dangerous." Fang Zhenghua tried to stop his son, his tone filled with anxiety. "If both you and Xiaozhu fall ill, how do you expect your mom and me to live?" Fang Yuan's gaze was resolute, and his tone firm. "If Xiaozhu really fainted because of this, I need to understand the energy inside. Only by trying it myself can I find a way to cure her." In truth, Fang Yuan had deeper intentions. He understood that only by becoming stronger could he better protect his family. The triangular star core before him was undoubtedly a rare opportunity. This was the core of a high-tier star beast, worth a fortune enough to build half of Donghai No. 1 High School. Such a treasure was beyond the reach of ordinary people. Rather than letting it go to waste, he figured he might as well put it to good use. Of course, those noble-sounding reasons were just excuses. Deep down, Fang Yuan knew he simply craved power and wanted to absorb the core's abilities. With such an artifact right in front of him, giving it away instead of using it himself would be sheer foolishness. However, Fang Yuan also realized that the star core had passed through many hands yet still retained its energy, which meant not everyone could absorb it. Taking a deep breath, he pressed his palm against the star core again and began channeling his star power into it. Suddenly, a strange energy flowed backward along the star power, entering his palm. In an instant, an intense pain, like being electrocuted, surged through his entire body. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth, enduring the pain. After about 10 minutes, the sharp sensation finally subsided. Throughout the process, Fang Yuan kept a close eye on his attribute panel. As the star core's energy merged with his body, the panel began to change. New data gradually appeared. Name, Fang Yuan. Star power level, LV.1. Attributes, Strength 18, Agility 15, Endurance 13, Spirit 15. Superpower trait, Unknown trait A20392. Star slot trait, Superpower mimicry. Rage points, 202. Skills, Military combat techniques, LV.272100. Sliding step, LV.29100. Fang Yuan was overjoyed it turned out as he had hoped. He successfully absorbed a star core trait. However, the ability superpower mimicry was ambiguous at first glance, and its specific use remained unclear. Fang Zhenghua, who had been anxiously waiting nearby, couldn't hold back any longer. "How is it?" he asked. "I absorbed an ability, and there's no sign of fainting," Fang Yuan replied. He raised his palm and summoned a cluster of star power infused with the superpower mimicry trait. Examining it carefully, he could only see a series of question marks. There was no additional information beyond the name. Fang Yuan was no stranger to seeing question marks. He knew that when observing an awakened individual, if his spirit attribute exceeded the targets, he could see detailed data. The higher his spirit, the more information he could perceive. Conversely, if his spirit was lower than the targets, he would see very little, or even just question marks. Now, seeing question marks on the superpower mimicry ability suggested that its level was likely quite high. "What kind of ability is it?" Fang Zhenghua asked, unable to hide his curiosity. Fang Yuan pondered for a moment before replying, "It's called superpower mimicry, but I don't know its exact function yet. From the name, it seems to be related to mimicking forms or traits. In nature, chameleons are an example of mimicry, can replicate the colors of their surroundings to conceal themselves." As he spoke, Fang Yuan attempted to activate the superpower mimicry ability by guiding his star power. However, the star power swirled around his palm a few times before dissipating like a bubble, producing no effect. He speculated that the ability might require a specific target to work. Fang Yuan instinctively glanced at his father, considering testing it on him, but quickly dismissed the idea. His father's hand was already injured. Risking further harm with an unknown ability would be too much. His attention returned to the triangular star core. As expected, after absorbing the superpower mimicry trait, the star core's energy was completely depleted. The father and son stared silently at the now empty star core, contemplating how to deal with this troublesome item. It was imperative that the God Spear organization never found it, and it couldn't be kept at home either. With the entire family under surveillance, there was no telling when someone might break in to search the house. If it were discovered, the consequences would be dire. Breaking the silence, Fang Yuan said, "We have to hide this thing. I'll take it to the old family home in the countryside tomorrow." Fang Yuan immediately objected. "Your hand is injured, and you're planning to travel? Even an idiot would find that suspicious. Leave this to me." As he spoke, he carefully placed the triangular star core back into the box. "Are you sure you can handle it?" Fang Yuan still looked worried. Fang Yuan didn't answer directly. Instead, he suggested, "Find something valuable, gold bars, diamonds, whatever, and lock it in the safe." An empty safe with nothing valuable inside looks too suspicious. Fang Yuan chuckled wryly. "I wish I had gold bars and diamonds." "Then put the most valuable thing in the house in there," Fang Yuan advised. Pointing to the safe, Fang Yuan said earnestly, "The most valuable thing in this house is you. Get in there." The words sounded pleasant, but for some reason, they left an uncomfortable feeling. Fang Yuan frowned in thought as he absent-mindedly stuffed the triangular star core into his backpack. The two exchanged a few more playful jabs before retreating to their respective rooms to sleep, bringing their seemingly light-hearted conversation to an end. Fang Yuan stepped into his room and gently closed the door, as if shutting out the clamor of the outside world. He switched on the desk lamp, letting its soft, yellowish light fill the room. After a moment of hesitation, he bent down and retrieved a Glock pistol from under the desk. With practiced ease, he loaded the bullets, secured the magazine, and twirled the gun skillfully in his hand before silently tucking it under his pillow. The cold touch of the metal stirred long-buried memories. Though it had been years since he last held a gun, the sensation felt strangely familiar, as if it had never left him. Fang Yuan thought back to the playful banter he had shared with his son in the living room earlier. On the surface, he had seemed relaxed and carefree, but inwardly, he had remained vigilant, never letting his guard down. Ever since he learned that a foreign organization had set its sights on his son, the sense of danger had followed him relentlessly, impossible to shake off. The next morning, Fang Yuan, uncharacteristically, slung his backpack over his shoulder and headed off to school. Inside his bag was the hot potato he had hidden. Before the first class of the day began, he went straight to the school library. While walking, he accidentally bumped into a geometric sculpture, causing its parts to scatter across the floor. To avoid any trouble, Fang Yuan hurriedly bought a tube of strong adhesive and began repairing the conical sculpture. As he focused on his task, Han Yue walked into the library hall with a book in hand. She noticed Fang Yuan engrossed in his work and asked curiously, "What are you doing?" Without looking up, Fang Yuan pointed at the geometric sculpture on the table and replied, "I accidentally knocked it apart. Gotta fix it before the teacher notices." Han Yue stifled a laugh. "That thing's been gathering dust on the shelf for who knows how long, and you managed to knock it apart? Just bad luck," Fang Yuan muttered, keeping his attention on the sculpture. Han Yue leaned in for a closer look and commented, "It's not a big deal. Looks like the base just came unglued. Once you stick it back, no one will notice." Inwardly, Fang Yuan thought to himself, "That's because I pried it open on purpose." Carefully, he applied the final dab of glue, pressed the pieces firmly together, and placed the repaired sculpture back in its original spot. "Done." Fang Yuan let out a sigh of relief. "This stays between us. Don't tell the teacher." Han Yue chuckled and shook her head. "I'm not that bored. I've got a book to return, so we'll leave you to it." "All right, I should get back to class too." Fang Yuan swung his backpack over his shoulder and waved goodbye to Han Yue. As he left the library, Fang Yuan couldn't help but glance back at the conical sculpture, a hint of unease lingering in his mind. The triangular star core was now cleverly hidden inside the sculpture. He couldn't help but wonder if anyone might one day uncover this secret. The bell for the afternoon martial arts class had just rung, and students from Class 1 and Class 2 of Donghai First High School gathered in the spacious lecture hall. These two elite classes were known for having access to the school's best resources, but at this moment, the room was filled with chatter and laughter due to the martial arts instructor's tardiness. The students were buzzing with speculation. Some claimed the school had hired a new martial arts teacher who might be preparing for their debut. Others shared rumors that the new instructor was a recently retired Special Forces soldier from the Navy's Amphibious Operations Unit and Awaken Combat Specialist. The school really went all out for this one. Someone exclaimed in awe. Fang Yuan was listening intently to the chatter around him when he suddenly heard a crunching sound nearby. He turned his head to see Neuro Wan munching on a bag of potato chips with great enthusiasm. Neuro Wan's nickname, which literally meant beef ball, came from his real name, No Daji. He was infamous for always snacking during class. Fang Yuan casually reached over, grabbed a chip, and popped it into his mouth. Neuro Wan immediately shot him a furious glare, and Fang Yuan's rage points increased by 1. Seeing his reaction, Fang Yuan couldn't help but chuckle and grabbed another chip. This time, Neuro Wan's glare grew even more intense, and his rage points shot up by 2. As Fang Yuan reached for another chip, Yuan reacted swiftly, grabbing his wrist with surprising strength. Fang Yuan, I hate it when people eat my snacks. He fumed. Feeling the unexpected power in Yuan's grip, Fang Yuan had a sudden idea. He decided to test the super mimicry ability he had acquired from the triangular star core last night. Focusing his mind, he channeled his star energy to activate the mimicry ability and directed it into Yuan's palm. Ow! Yuan yelped, jerking his hand back as if he'd been shocked. He glared at Fang Yuan, even more irritated. What did you just do to me? Fang Yuan didn't answer, too preoccupied with sensing the effects of his mimicry ability. The unique energy he had sent into Yuan's body returned to him after about a second. Checking his attribute panel, he noticed a new entry in the star slot traits, thick skin defense mimicry. I remember your superpower is thick skin defense, right? Fang Yuan asked with a sly grin. What's it to you? Yuan snapped, his annoyance growing. I'm sure I'm right. Short hair, and the others always joke about how your thick skin is tougher than a city wall. That's basically your superpower. Fang Yuan's grin widened, not out of mockery, but from the excitement of discovering his ability to copy others' powers. Super mimicrythis was a game changer. Seeing Fang Yuan's smug expression, Yuan's anger escalated to full-blown fury. Fang Yuan, we're done. I'm cutting ties with you. He roared, his rage points skyrocketing by 20. We were never tied to begin with, so how can you cut ties? Fang Yuan quipped, earning another 10 rage points. Yuan was so angry that he crushed the bag of potato chips in his hand, looking like he might lunge at Fang Yuan at any moment. Realizing he might have gone too far, Fang Yuan raised his phone and said, how about I buy you some extra spicy chicken wings as a peace offering? Deal. Place the order now. Yuan replied instantly, his expression flipping to a cheerful one as he eagerly leaned in. Fang Yuan ordered 2 portions of chicken wings. Yuan then happily slipped out of the classroom and climbed onto the wall behind the school sports field to wait for the delivery. His chubby figure perched on the wall resembled an oversized, unpoetic version of a flower over the wall. Since the restaurant was nearby, the chicken wings arrived quickly. Yuan brought them back, and the 2 of them crouched in the back of the classroom, devouring the wings with gusto. Meanwhile, a group of students hauled a square table into the classroom and proposed a game. Since the teacher isn't here yet, let's play arm wrestling. Loser buys drinks. A muscular boy named Wu Kue slammed a crate of soda onto the table and taunted, who's brave enough to take me on? Win, and you get a soda for every victory. His bulging muscles stretched his school uniform to its limits, exuding raw power. No one dared to step up. Seeing the silence, Wu Kue turned his attention to the students in Class 2 and sneered. What's the matter? Is everyone in Class 2 a coward? The boys from Class 2 bristled at the insult, but none had the courage to challenge him after eyeing his intimidating physique. At that moment, Yuan finished a spicy chicken wing, his tongue sticking out as he panted from the heat. His gaze drifted to the crate of sodas, and a glimmer of desire flickered in his eyes. He nudged Fang Yuan lightly with his elbow and whispered, aren't you really good at guessing people's stats? How much strength does that guy have? Fang Yuan glanced over casually and replied calmly, 15 points. Are you sure? Beefball's eyes lit up with excitement. Sure. Absolutely, and positively, Fang Yuan said with unwavering confidence. Beefball immediately sprang into action, placing the remaining chicken wings on the table and challenging, let's arm wrestle, using chicken wings as the bet. Are you in? Wu Kue gave Beefball a once-over, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. Nyo Daji, with all that fat on you, even if I win, it wouldn't feel like a real victory. Look down on me, huh? Beefball shot back, unwilling to back down. I just ate. My strength is at its peak. Don't cry when you lose. With that, he rolled up his sleeves, planted his right elbow on the table, and set up for an arm wrestling match. Wu Kue smirked dismissively and placed his hand against Beefball's. The match began. At first, Wu Kue didn't take it seriously, but as he felt the force from the other side, his eyebrows knit together. How is your strength so high? Beefball grinned smugly. Heh, who told you fat can't hide muscle? Underneath this fat is pure muscle. The soda is mine, huh? He increased his effort, starting to push Wu Kue's hand down. In your dreams. Wu Kue suddenly shouted, secretly activating his ability. With a surge of power, he slammed Beefball's hand onto the table with a resounding smack. Hand it over. You big oaf. You thought you could beat me? Wu Kue snatched the chicken wings, a triumphant gleam in his eyes. Beefball froze for a moment before stomping back to Fang Yuan, his face full of frustration. Didn't you say his strength was 15 points? That's totally wrong. It's 15 points, no doubt about it, Fang Yuan replied, as calm as ever. That's nonsense. Beefball protested angrily. My strength is 15 points too, and I just ate. My strength is at its peak right now. If his strength is 15 points, There's no way I'd lose to him. Only then did Fang Yuan leisurely add, his ability is strength enhancement. Beefball was momentarily stunned before his indignation flared even higher. He has strength enhancement, and you didn't tell me? You didn't ask, Fang Yuan said, spreading his hands with an innocent expression. Beefball was left speechless, glaring at Fang Yuan with a mix of anger and disbelief. Fang Yuan quietly observed, noticing the rage points steadily ticking up. One, though each increment was small, the accumulation was significant. The rage points had already reached 225. With 225 rage points, he could add 2 attribute points. Internally, Fang Yuan was thrilled. This ability to absorb rage was almost devilishly sinister. He began seriously contemplating how to allocate these rare points. After careful consideration, Fang Yuan made a seemingly absurd yet highly strategic decision not to use them. That's right, saving attribute points was the ultimate strategy of seasoned players. After winning the match, Wu Kue proudly flexed his muscular arms, scanning the crowd with a provocative gaze. "They'll ask again, anyone else?" His voice dripped with arrogance and unshakable confidence. The students of Class 1 immediately erupted into jeers, their tone laced with mockery. "Hey, Class 2, you're supposed to be an elite class, right? Don't tell me there's no one who can take him on." The taunt, sharp as a blade, instantly ignited the fury of Class 2. Angry glares darted around the classroom, but no one dared to step forward. The girls of Class 2 couldn't help but glance back at the boys, their eyes filled with expectation and urgency. "Come on, aren't you going to step up? You're not seriously expecting us girls to handle this, are you?" The words carried both encouragement and a hint of ridicule. It was common knowledge that female awakeners typically excelled in agility and mental attributes, while male awakeners were known for their strength and physical prowess. Shinlina, a strikingly beautiful girl, chimed in with a teasing tone. "What's wrong with you guys? If no one steps up, we'll have no choice but to send out our martial arts queen, Han Yue." As soon as she finished speaking, Han Yue, who had been standing at the back with her headphones on, listening to music, frowned slightly. It was clear she had no interest in the ongoing commotion. Before Han Yue could react, Shunlina and the other girls eagerly pushed her to the front. Their faces lit up with excitement. "Our best martial arts student is Han Yue. Wu Kue, do you dare to challenge her?" Han Yue, now at the center of attention, looked slightly uncomfortable. "My strength is pretty low," she muttered with a hint of helplessness. Wu Kue, feigning humility, waved his hands dismissively. "No way, I wouldn't dare. I surrender. Okay, I surrender." Yet his expression was full of smugness, paired with a disdainful look toward the boys of Class 2. In truth, when it came to pure strength, he wouldn't lose to Han Yue. Her edge lay in agility and mental attributes. Wu Kuei's concession was more about saving face for Li Weilian. The students of Class 1 immediately burst into laughter. "You guys don't get it, do you? Han Yue and young Master Li are the only 2 rank awakeners in Donghai High. They're the golden couple. If there's going to be a match, it should be between them." Shinlina turned to the boys behind her, her tone dripping with challenge. "Hey, what's the deal with you guys? Are you seriously giving up before their rankers even make a move?" The boys of Class 2 looked visibly embarrassed. Although they felt indignant, they all knew Wu Kuei's strength-enhancing ability gave him a clear advantage. Challenging him would only end in defeat. Amid the chaos, Fang Yuan and Beefball were an odd pair, sitting quietly in the corner of the classroom. Fang Yuan was focused on devouring a chicken wing, while Beefball stared longingly at it. Unable to resist, Beefball reached out for Fang Yuan's half-eaten wing, only to have his hand slapped away. "What are you doing? I've already taken a bite, and you still want it?" Fang Yuan asked, his tone tinged with annoyance. "I don't mind," Beefball replied shamelessly. "Well, I do." Fang Yuan shot back without hesitation. Beefball's face was full of grievance. "If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have lost my chicken wings in the first place." Fang Yuan rolled his eyes. "How is that my fault?" "Of course it's your fault. You didn't tell me his ability was strength enhancement." Beefball grumbled indignantly. "I don't care. Either you give me the rest of your chicken wing, or you help me win my chicken wings back." He pointed toward Wu Kue, his face full of determination. Their conversation finally caught the attention of the others. Li Weilian, recalling the time he had sent people to teach Fang Yuan a lesson at the martial arts gym only for them to be beaten instead, saw this as the perfect opportunity. He shot Wu Kue a meaningful glance. Wu Kue immediately understood and strode over to Fang Yuan, his tone full of provocation. "Fang Yuan, do you dare to challenge me?" Fang Yuan calmly finished the last bite of his chicken wing and held up the bone. "I'm all out of food to bet with." Wu Kuei's forehead veins bulged, his anger palpable. Fang Yuan, ever observant, noticed the rising fury and became intrigued. This guy must have an anger-prone constitution. Just a casual joke, and his anger level's already at 5, he thought to himself. Wu Kuei scoffed. "You don't need to bet anything. If you can beat me, I'll give you a whole crate of soda. Fang Yuan stood up, about to respond, but Sean Lina cut in first. Fang Yuan, don't overestimate yourself. Your martial arts grades are the worst in the class. Don't embarrass us. It's bad enough that Beefball lost. If you lose too, Class 2 will never live it down. Exactly. Why don't you just focus on academics? What's the point of taking martial arts? Another girl chimed in. Fang Yuan, often overlooked due to his poor martial arts performance, didn't seem to care about their opinions. Wu Kuei raised a finger, his tone dripping with mockery. Fang Yuan, do you dare? If not, just go back to studying for your exams and stop wasting time in martial arts class. A whole crate of soda, right? Fang Yuan confirmed calmly. That's right. What, are you actually going to take me on? Wu Kuei asked, slightly surprised. Fang Yuan strode toward the desk in the center of the room, gesturing for the others to step back. He announced loudly, everyone, clear the way. I'm about to put on a show. His words were met with a wave of disdainful looks. Fang Yuan felt a sudden surge in his anger points, with a few tin bonuses mixed in. All I did was make a flashy entrance, and I've already ticked everyone off. This is fantastic, he thought, secretly delighted. Finally, Fang Yuan placed his elbow on the desk, his expression calm. Let's do this. Musclehead. The word hit like a sledgehammer, reigniting Wu Kuei's fury. His face darkened instantly, and a glint of menace flickered in his eyes. Without giving Fang Yuan a chance to back down, Wu Kuei swiftly reached out and clamped Fang Yuan's hand tightly in his grip. Watch how I crush you. Wu Kuei snarled through gritted teeth, exerting his full strength in an attempt to claim victory in one decisive move. However, the anticipated triumph did not come. Fang Yuan's hand remained completely still, as if it were rooted to the table. Wu Kuei's brows knitted together in disbelief. Refusing to accept the result, he tried again, only to meet the same outcome. A trace of surprise crossed his face. As one of the top students in martial arts class, Wu Kuei had long regarded Fang Yuan as an easy target. In his mind, Fang Yuan's strength was no more than 13 or 14 points, someone he could defeat with ease. Yet now, he found himself stuck. Still, Wu Kuei did not panic. He had a trump card up his sleeve. Let's see if you can withstand this, he growled, activating his strength-enhancing ability. In an instant, he felt power coursing through his body, his muscles swelling as veins bulged prominently. His strength surged by 20, reaching a formidable 18 points. With a roar, Wu Kuei unleashed every ounce of his strength, straining to force Fang Yuan's hand down. But to the astonishment of everyone watching, Fang Yuan's hand remained utterly unmoved, steady as a mountain. Impossible. Wu Kuei's eyes widened in disbelief. My strength is already at 18 points. There's no way you can hold out against this. You must be cheating. His gaze bore into Fang Yuan, as if trying to uncover some hidden trick. The surrounding classmates gasped audibly when they heard the 18 points figure. Whispers broke out among the crowd. 18 points? That's insanely high, someone murmured. Yeah, for a star power level 1 awakened individual, the attribute cap is 20 points, another added. He's practically at the limit. Wait, level 1 awakened individuals only have a cap of 20 points. A less attentive student asked curiously. Can't they go beyond that? One of the students explained. It's in the Martial Arts Fundamentals textbook. Haven't you read it? It's not totally impossible to break the limit, but for level 1 awakened individuals, hitting 20 points is already the peak of physical potential. Pushing beyond that is extremely difficult. So it is possible to go beyond, the curious student remarked casually. You're overthinking it. A top-performing student interjected, shaking their head. Forget about surpassing the limit, most people can't even reach it. Do you know the average attribute score for level 1 awakened individuals in the national database? What's the average? Only 14.3. And that's including older awakened individuals who are stuck at level 1, which skews the numbers higher. Without them, the average would be even lower, the knowledgeable student said with a hint of exasperation. Most people can't even get close to the limit, let alone surpass it. You're dreaming if you think otherwise. The average stats for a level 1 awakened individual are only 14.3 points, which makes Wu Kuei's 18 points in strength particularly impressive. However, what surprised everyone even more was Fang Yuan's hand remained completely still, yet he won effortlessly. This anomaly left the classmates bewildered. That doesn't make sense, a student from Class 2 frowned. Fang Yuan's martial arts grades have always been at the bottom. How could his strength possibly be this high? Another classmate chimed in. During the last Star Force test, Fang Yuan's results showed an unknown trait. I remember his strength was only 14 points. Doubts began to spread. How could 14 points of strength possibly beat 18 points? Could he actually be cheating? Wu Kuei, unwilling to accept defeat, glared at Fang Yuan and accused him. You cheated, didn't you? Fang Yuan chuckled lightly and countered. How does one cheat in arm wrestling? Care to teach me? Li Weilian stepped forward to explain. There's an ability called limb stiffening. It makes the body as rigid as cement, completely immobile. Your unknown trait might be something similar. Yeah, someone agreed. I know someone with that ability. You can't even dent them with a hammer. Fang Yuan smirked, then suddenly activated his super mimicry ability, copying Wu Kuei's strength-enhancing trait. With a sudden press, he slammed Wu Kuei's hand onto the table. Wu Kuei's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at his own hand. Fang Yuan glanced sideways at Li Weilian and mocked. So, what kind of cheating ability did I use this time? Li Weilian was speechless, his face darkening. Fang Yuan gained 20 points of rage value. Around them, classmates murmured among themselves, what's going on with Fang Yuan? How did he suddenly get so strong? Ignoring their confusion, Fang Yuan pulled over the box of cola and smiled. Well then, I'll happily accept this box of happiness in a can. He earned another 20 points of rage value from Wu Kuei's furious glare. Tossing a can of cola to Neuro 1, Fang Yuan announced, drinks for everyone. 1 can per person for all of Class 2. Really? Class 2 students exclaimed in surprise and delight. Of course, Fang Yuan grinned. It's on Class 1. Just remember to thank them as you drink. Wu Kuei gritted his teeth, contributing another 10 points of rage value. Class 2 students swarmed forward eagerly, while Neuro 1 busied himself distributing the sodas. No pushing. 1 can each, no extras. Fang Yuan kept an eye on his attribute panel, watching his rage value climb to 305 points before pausing. He figured Class 1 still had untapped potential, so he knocked on the table with a cola can and taunted, hey, anyone else in Class 1 brave enough to challenge me? Come on, who's next? Class 1 erupted in an uproar, with shouts like, what did you just say? Don't get cocky. You're the worst in martial arts class, and just wait till finals. Fang Yuan watched his rage value soar and couldn't help but feel pleased. Neuro 1 fanned the flames, saying, weren't you all so arrogant just a moment ago when you were provoking us? What happened now? Class 2 boys joined in. Where's all that attitude now? Can't win. So you're resorting to trash talk? Class 1 boys refused to back down, turning to Li Weilian for support. Li Xiao, the honor of Class 1 depends on you. You're the only A-grade potential in our class. Li Weilian remained calm and scanned the crowd until his gaze landed on Han Yuwei. She had taken off her headphones but stayed out of the argument, merely observing the scene quietly. A faint, defiant smile appeared on Li Weilian's face as he stepped forward to face Fang Yuan. I never thought I'd lower myself to compete with you. Remember this day, it will be the closest you'll ever get to me, and the last time. Only something as trivial as arm wrestling could bridge the gap between us. Fang Yuan focused his attention and examined Li Weilian's attribute panel. Name, Li Weilian. Star Force level, LV2. Attributes, Strength, Agility, Endurance 17 Spirit, Superpower trait, Star Slot traits, Skills. Aside from his Star Force level and Endurance, all other data were question marks, resembling a boss-level character's stats. Fang Yuan analyzed, Endurance is 17, which means his other attributes must be higher than that. The key point is that Li Weilian has already reached level 2, and recently at that. The strength cap for a level 1 awakened individual is 20 points, and most people don't reach that limit. Even if Li Weilian has hit 20 points in strength, it shouldn't be much higher than that. Your strength's over 20 points now? Fang Yuan asked with a smile. Scared? Li Weilian smirked arrogantly. Scared you'll lose, Fang Yuan replied with an innocent smile, rolling up his sleeves and placing his arm on the table. Li Weilian, unhurried, pulled a pair of white gloves from his suit pocket, put one on his right hand, and then clasped hands with Fang Yuan. The two locked eyes, tension building. The surrounding students began cheering for Li Weilian. Go, Li Weilian. So classy, he even wears gloves for arm wrestling. Most of the crowd rooted for Li Weilian. As the heir of a wealthy family in Donghai, and one of the 2 A-grade potentials at Donghai High, he was practically a prince. If this weren't a school setting, some girls might even have shouted, husband, you can do it. To some of the girls, Li Weilian's talent and status made him the perfect national husband. Fang Yuan and Li Weilian both exerted their strength simultaneously, their arm muscles taut with veins faintly visible. Their powers steadily climbed, each inching closer to their respective limits. Fang Yuan was the first to reach his maximum strength of 18 points, his growth slowing noticeably. Sensing his opponent's stagnation, Li Weilian smirked with a hint of disdain. 18 points of strength, not bad for you. Unfortunately, you're still far behind me, Li Weilian remarked as he continued to push. His strength surged past 18 points, then 19, and edged closer to 20. Fang Yuan kept his gaze locked on his opponent, carefully observing his reactions and the changes in his strength. Without access to iris data to see exact numbers, Fang Yuan could only estimate Li Weilian's power based on intuition. As Li Weilian's strength neared 20 points, Fang Yuan's arm began to tilt slightly. Li Weilian relished the moment, deliberately slowing his movements to savor the thrill of dominating his opponent. Though he didn't consider Fang Yuan a worthy rival, he hoped that Han Yue was watching closely and taking it all in. Fang Yuan's arm gradually tilted to the right. Based on the intensity of their struggle, he deduced that Li Weilian's strength likely peaked at 20 points, confirming his earlier prediction. Students from both classes gathered around, some cheering while others sighed. The second-class students fell silent as they saw Fang Yuan on the verge of defeat. Meanwhile, the first-class students grew increasingly arrogant, shouting, "Weren't you second-class guys acting all tough earlier? What's the matter now? Still think you can compete with us? Do you even realize who our rank is?" Shenlina and a few other second-class girls covered their faces and whispered, "We told him not to embarrass us. His martial arts grades are at the bottom. How can he possibly compete with a genius from first class?" Not to be outdone, a few second-class girls standing near Han Yue retorted, "You first-class people shouldn't get too cocky. Our rank is a girl. It's not surprising she can't win in a strength contest. But if it were another challenge, let's see if your so-called genius can beat our goddess Yue." Listening to the flattery from the crowd, Li Weilian's face lit up with a faint smile. Locking eyes with Fang Yuan, he said, "Let's end this farce. Beating you doesn't bring me even the slightest satisfaction." With that, he pushed his strength to the limit, reaching the maximum of 20 points, and prepared to slam Fang Yuan's hand onto the table. "How about now? Is this fun enough for you?" Fang Yuan's lips curled into a subtle smile as he suddenly activated his star power, employing strength enhancement mimicry. His strength instantly soared by 20, skyrocketing from 18 points to 21.6 points, surpassing Li Weilian's 20-point limit. The tide turned abruptly. With an unassuming smile, Fang Yuan's arm slowly pushed back to a neutral position. Li Weilian's eyes widened as he summoned all his strength to overpower Fang Yuan, only to find it futile. It felt as if Fang Yuan's strength had suddenly exploded out of nowhere, leaving him unable to suppress it. The surrounding students were stunned, unsure of what they had just witnessed. Moments earlier, Fang Yuan's hand had been mere centimeters from the table, yet now he had regained the upper hand. Curious murmurs broke out among the crowd. A first-class student nudged Wu Kuei with his elbow and whispered, "Didn't you say earlier that Li Xiao's strength is 20 points? What's going on now?" Wu Kuei, equally perplexed, frowned and replied, "That's right. I arm wrestled him this morning, and he said himself that his strength was 20 points. Could it be that Fang Yuan's strength also reached 20 points? More than 20 points, I'd say. Look how easily he pushed his hand back. It must be higher than 20 to make it look that effortless. Impossible. The strength limit for a level 1 awakened is 20 points. Even reaching 20 is difficult, let alone surpassing it." Han Yue had initially shared the same belief that Fang Yuan couldn't possibly win. After all, she had sparred with him just days ago and was well aware of his stats. So when she saw Fang Yuan challenging Li Weilian to a contest of strength, she couldn't help but feel worried. Unable to intervene, she silently sighed to herself. However, the unexpected turn of events caught her completely off guard. The match reached a stalemate, with Li Weilian unable to overpower Fang Yuan no matter how hard he tried. His strength had reached its peak, and no amount of effort could change the outcome. Fang Yuan, having returned his arm to an even position, smiled and asked, "Having fun now?" Li Weilian narrowed his eyes, a fiery anger brewing in his gaze. Fang Yuan noticed his opponent's rage level spike by 50 points, the highest increase he'd observed since his awakening, and his grin widened. "I don't know what you're so smug about. Do you really think you've won?" Li Weilian sneered, rolling up his right sleeve to reveal a fiery eagle tattoo on his forearm. "Over the summer, I absorbed a star slot ability that I've yet to use. Let me show you just how vast the gap between us truly is." As he activated his star power, he muttered the name of his star slot ability under his breath, Flame Eagle's Might. With a burst, the eagle tattoo on his arm seemed to come alive, igniting in blazing flames. The moment the fiery eagle emblem ignited, Li Williams' power began to surge. Fang Yuan keenly observed that his opponent's strength climbed from 20 to 22 points, a roughly 10 increase. This made Fang Yuan frown slightly. It didn't seem reasonable. After all, even the most basic strength-enhancing abilities could provide a 20 boost. With Li Williams' family background, it was unlikely he would choose a star slot trait weaker than ordinary strength enhancement. At that moment, Li Williams' lackeys couldn't resist the urge to flaunt their knowledge. Wu Kuei smirked arrogantly and said, "You amateurs have no idea about the true value of the Flame Eagle's power. This is a special ability that Li Xiao's family spent a fortune to acquire, tailor-made for his flame abilities. Its core function is to increase flame temperature by 20. As for the 10 boost to strength, agility, and spirit, those are just icing on the cake." Another lackey immediately chimed in, "The Flame Eagle's power is a great ability on its own, and when paired with flame abilities, it can be elevated to a grade. Right now, Li Xiao is double a grade. Impressive, right?" Hearing this explanation, Fang Yuan couldn't help but nod inwardly. Indeed, for a flame ability user, the Flame Eagle's power was a top-tier trait. A 20 increase in temperature could bring a qualitative leap in power. By this point, Li William's strength had already reached 22 points, slightly surpassing Fang Yuan's 21.6 points after his strength enhancement mimicry. With this slight advantage, Li William was gradually pressing Fang Yuan's hand toward the table. A gap is a gap, you can never bridge it, Li William sneered. Just admit defeat. This time, he clearly didn't want to toy around anymore and intended to end it quickly. As Fang Yuan's hand was about to touch the table, he suddenly revealed a mysterious smile. If that's the case, he'll just go Alan on the path of strength. Before he finished speaking, he decisively consumed 100 rage points. This energy surged into his body instantly. His base strength skyrocketed to 19 points, and with the boost from his strength enhancement mimicry, it reached a total of 22.8 points, overtaking Li William. Huh. Fang Yuan let out a deep shout. With a resounding bang, Li William's hand slammed heavily onto the table, marking the end of the match. The moment Li William's hand hit the table, the martial arts classroom fell into an eerie silence. His eyes widened, and his expression quickly shifted from shock to a dark scowl. Fang Yuan, on the other hand, maintained a harmless smile, quietly waiting for the anger points to roll in. Sure enough, under Li Weilian's furious glare, Fang Yuan felt the anger points increase by 50. The surrounding classmates were utterly stunned. No one had expected Li Weilian, the top performer in martial arts class, to lose to a student ranked at the bottom. Li Weilian stood frozen, his face twisted in disbelief. He couldn't accept losing in a contest of pure strength, especially to someone he considered weak. The humiliation burned within him, filling him with the urge to crush Fang Yuan. He reached for the white glove on his right hand, a gesture he had planned to end with a triumphant toss into the trash can. But now, the act felt unbearably awkward. Fang Yuan, always observant, caught the detail and asked with a smile, "Were you planning to take off your glove and throw it in the trash?" Li Weilian's expression darkened even further, his eyes narrowing as he remained silent. Fang Yuan continued, "If you had one, that move would have looked quite gentlemanly. But in the world of awakened, weakness is the ultimate sin. Doing it now? Well, it just makes you look like a sore loser." "You." Li Weilian pointed at Fang Yuan, his eyes practically blazing with fury. Fang Yuan noticed another 50 anger points added to the tally and smiled even brighter. Pulling out a tissue, Fang Yuan meticulously wiped his right hand before tossing the tissue lightly into the trash can, perfectly mimicking Li Weilian's original plan. This act pushed Li Weilian over the edge. His right hand clenched tightly, flames engulfing the white glove, reducing it to ash as he roared, "Fang Yuan, I challenge you to a duel." Just as Li Weilian seemed ready to lose control, a deep and commanding voice rang out from the doorway. "Who wants a duel? Come try me." Everyone turned toward the voice and saw a man in tactical camouflage, with a buzz-cut stride into the room. His build was solid, his face sharp and chiseled, and his gaze was as piercing as a blade. A chilling, battle-hardened aura filled the air, and Fang Yuan instantly recognized that this new martial arts instructor was no ordinary manha, was a seasoned warrior. Guosong Tao, one of the class teachers, immediately barked. "The bell rang a long time ago. What are you doing? Get in formation." The students of both classes quickly lined up in neat rows. As Fang Yuan moved to join the second class's formation, Li Weilian suddenly lashed out, his flaming hand reaching toward Fang Yuan. But before he could make contact, the new instructor firmly grabbed his wrist. "Don't pull stunts like this during class," the instructor warned coldly. "This is your first and only warning. Do it again, and you'll regret it." Li Weilian sneered. "Who do you think you are to interfere in my business?" The homeroom teacher of the first class quickly interjected. "Li Weilian, this is the new martial arts instructor. Watch your tone, you wouldn't want your father hearing any unpleasant reports, would you?" Li Weilian grudgingly calmed down, yanking his hand free from the instructor's grip. After adjusting his clothes, he returned to the center of the first class's formation. His simmering anger was palpable, and those around him instinctively kept their distance. After the two homeroom teachers briefly introduced the new instructor, they left the classroom. The instructor stood before the rows of students, his sharp gaze sweeping over each of them. Finally, he spoke. "My name is Wei Hailong. Before coming to Donghai No. 1 High School, I served in the amphibious assault unit of the Huaxia Navy. From today onward, I will be in charge of your martial arts training. I'm a soldier, and all I know is the way of the military. So from today onward, your martial arts class will be military training." The clear and commanding voice of the new instructor, Wei Hailong, echoed across the training field. Fang Yuan stood in the lineup, carefully observing this new instructor, who appeared to be in his early 30s. Wei Hailong sported a buzz cut and wore Special Forces camouflage. Though his muscles weren't overly developed, his entire presence exuded a sense of readiness, as if he could strike with lightning speed at any moment. Fang Yuan couldn't help but think of his father, Fang Jinghua, who had also served in the naval landing forces 20 years ago. Although they came from the same unit, the significant gap in time meant the two were unlikely to have known each other. For the first lesson, I'll be teaching the basics of body conditioning. Wei Hailong paced to the front of the lineup, his sharp gaze sweeping across the students. Before we begin, let's establish a clear understanding of the 4 key attributes of the human body. Who can tell me what they are? A student immediately raised their hand and answered. The 4 attributes are strength, agility, physique, and spirit. Wei Hailong nodded in approval. Correct. These 4 attributes define a person's physical capabilities and form the foundation of combat power. If they're too low, no matter how strong your abilities are, you won't be able to fully utilize them. His eyes landed on Wu Kuei, the most physically imposing student in the lineup. State your 4 attributes. Wu Kuei straightened his back and confidently responded. Strength. 15. Agility. 11. Physique. 12. Spirit. 12. And what is your goal? Wei Hailong pressed further. I aim to become the most perfect super soldier of the Star Force era. Wu Kuei's voice was filled with determination. Wei Hailong, however, wasted no time dousing his enthusiasm. You won't become a super soldier. Stick to the path of a strength type awakened. Wu Kuei's expression turned defiant. Why not? Wei Hailong explained bluntly. A so-called super soldier is the core of a combat team in the military. The super soldiers trained by the military all possess dual strong attributes. A single strong attribute awakened cannot serve as a core. Their role is limited to secondary offense or support. What makes a single strong attribute awakened unfit to be a core? Wu Kuei challenged. Wei Hailong's reply was straightforward. Because single strong attribute awakened individuals have glaring weaknesses. If a combat team relies on such a person as its core, they'll be at a severe disadvantage against formidable opponents and are more likely to face total annihilation. A dual strong attribute super soldier is the cornerstone of any combat team. After a brief pause, he elaborated further. Let me give you an example. Take someone like you, a strength type awakened. If a combat team is formed with you as the core, your strength might be sufficient as the primary attacker, but your lack of speed would be a critical flaw. If you face a highly mobile sniper type opponent, your team wouldn't be able to catch or escape them, leading to your entire team being wiped out by a single enemy. Wu Kuei frowned deeply after listening to Wei Hailong's explanation. The strength he had always prided himself on seemed insignificant in Wei Hailong's eyes. Unconvinced, Wu Kuei retorted. My strength can crush the core of an enemy team. How is that not enough? Wei Hailong wagged a finger, his tone serious. You're oversimplifying things. A true dual attribute super soldier won't be weaker in any single attribute than a mono attribute awakener. This is because attribute training experiences diminishing marginal returns. Diminishing marginal returns? What's that? One student asked, confused. Wei Hailong sighed, scanning the room. Doesn't anyone here pass their cultural studies classes? Just as Han Yue was about to answer, Fang Yuan cut her off. Diminishing marginal returns means that under constant conditions, as you continuously increase one input in equal increments, the additional output it produces eventually decreases. Seeing the blank expressions of his classmates, Fang Yuan added, to put it simply, the higher an attribute, the slower it improves through training. When strength approaches 20 points, the amount of effort required to increase it further grows exponentially, approaching infinity. Fang Yuan glanced around the room, a hint of mockery in his voice. How can you all be seniors and not understand something this basic? His words immediately sparked outrage. Students from both classes glared at him, their eyes practically boring holes into him. But Fang Yuan secretly relished the moment, watching as the anger points on his attribute panel steadily increased. Niu Ruwan patted Fang Yuan on the shoulder, kindly advising him, Fang Yuan, if you keep provoking everyone, your reputation in the class will only get worse. Fang Yuan glanced at Niu Ruwan's hand and replied coldly, take your pig hoof off me. Niu Ruwan's face darkened as he snapped. My favorability rating for you just dropped to 0. Fang Yuan chuckled inwardly. A single chicken wing can earn me 100 favorability points. Who cares if it drops to 0? With the concept of diminishing marginal returns explained, Wei Hailong continued, because of diminishing marginal returns, once one attribute approaches its limit, training a second attribute will yield greater improvements in combat power. A dual attribute super soldier excels in 2 attributes nearing their maximum, leaving no room for a single attribute to be easily overwhelmed. Li Weilian asked confidently, what if 3 or even 4 attributes break their limits? Wei Hailong gave him a sidelong glance and replied, if all 4 attributes, along with superpower traits and tactical skills, reach their maximum, that would be the so-called hexagonal warrior from Legends. But that's just a myth. Such an existence doesn't exist on Earth. Stop daydreaming. Having understood the explanation, Wu Kuei quickly asked, then what should I do? Besides strength, which attribute should I train? Wei Hailong answered bluntly, your strength hasn't even reached its limit yet. Why are you thinking so far ahead? Still unwilling to concede, Wu Kuei protested. But if I only excel in one attribute, I can't become a super soldier. Wei Hailong's tone turned cold. Out of the billions of awakeners in the world, most won't become super soldiers. You won't be the exception. Wu Kuei's face fell. Instructor, that's way too discouraging. Is that how you're supposed to teach? Wei Hailong's voice grew even harsher. If you feel discouraged here, you only lose face. Out there, you'll lose your life. I'm not some gardener nurturing the flowers of the nation. I'm someone who crawled out of the blood-soaked battlefields. I'm only here to teach you how to survive the claws of star beasts. Wei Hailong held up a document, his tone grave. According to the latest intel from the Divine Sword Bureau, the number of star beasts in China's inland and coastal areas has been increasing at a geometric rate over the past 2 years. At this pace, within the next 2 or 3 years, we may face star beasts attacking cities. He scanned the room, his gaze sharp and penetrating. Do you think I'm here because your school invited me? No. I was sent by the nation. Our survival is under immense threat, and the next 2 to 3 years will be the most critical period. The nation needs powerful super soldiers. The new instructor, Wei Hailong, instantly ignited the passion of the students from both classes. Their eyes gleamed with a longing for national honor, and their postures unconsciously straightened. Now, let's move on to today's lesson, Wei Hailong said, scanning the room. Who can tell me the 3 most commonly used Star Force training models? This question clearly went beyond the scope of the high school curriculum, requiring extensive extracurricular reading to answer. Han Yue was about to raise her hand, having recently read about this topic in the library. However, Fang Yuan beat her to it and blurted out. The EVA Star Force model, the Davis model, and the Yang Yuping Star Force model. After answering, he deliberately glanced at Han Yue, secretly hoping, get mad, get mad. Ever since awakening his peculiar superpower, he had yet to gain any anger points from Han Yue. Wei Hailong looked at Fang Yuan with interest and remarked, not bad. Seems like we've got a bookworm sneaking into martial arts class. Hearing this, Fang Yuan's face immediately darkened. Unexpectedly, Han Yue didn't get angry but instead covered her mouth and chuckled. Around the classroom, most of the other students looked completely puzzled. Training models? What are those? Are they like car models or something? Wei Hailong pointed at Fang Yuan and said, all right, bookworm, go ahead and explain. What is a model? Fang Yuan rolled his eyes and pretended not to know. I'm not a bookworm. I have no idea. Why don't you ask that girl bookworm over there? She basically lives in the library. He gestured toward Han Yue at the other end of the line. Han Yue raised her hand and answered. A model is a conceptual framework that replicates the essential features such as structure, function, attributes, relationships, or process of a research subject under specific assumptions. Simply put, it's a method or system to assist awakened individuals in their training. Seeing that the students still looked confused, she elaborated, currently, the EVA Star Force model is the most widely used in the world. It accelerates training progress by guiding Star Force to form specific circulation pathways within the body. Wei Hailong nodded in approval and seized the moment. What about the other 2 models? Seeing that there were students capable of answering such advanced questions, he decided to let the pair continue explaining. The Davis model, proposed by American scientist Albert Davis at the end of the last century, is a revolutionary Star Force model. Han Yue carefully reviewed the data to ensure its accuracy before continuing her explanation. This model improves the cultivation efficiency of awakeners by 21.61, which is higher than the 19.80 improvement offered by the EVA Star Force model. She paused, her expression turning serious. However, according to reliable intelligence, the Davis model widely used around the world is not the complete version. The US military seems to hold a more complete version of the model, which provides even greater cultivation benefits for awakeners. Her words were like a bombshell, causing an uproar in the classroom. Most students were hearing this for the first time and showed expressions of outrage. A few, however, seemed unsurprised. One of them spoke up, I've heard about this before. Apparently, the US wants all awakeners worldwide to use the Davis model, and then lure the strongest awakeners to their side with the complete version. That's so devious. Another student exclaimed angrily, slamming their desk. This is practically holding all awakeners in the world hostage. Wei Hailong observed the well-informed students with a rare smile. There's one more model to discuss. Let's hear about it. Han Yue was about to continue when Fang Yuan jumped in. Professor Yang Yuping is my idol. Let me explain this one. Straightening his back, he spoke with pride in his voice. The Yang Yuping model was developed in the early 21st century by our country to counter the Davis model's global influence. After significant investment of resources, Professor Yang Yuping's research team successfully introduced this model. It boosts the cultivation efficiency of awakeners by 22.73, surpassing the Davis model. Fang Yuan's words filled the students from both classes with excitement, their eyes gleaming with pride. However, a discordant voice interrupted the moment. Li Weilian sneered and said, surpass the Davis model? If I recall correctly, the Yang Yuping model doesn't perform as well in strength cultivation. The surrounding students were confused. Isn't 22.73 higher than 21.61? Clearly, it's better. Li Weilian continued. The Yang Yuping Starforce model only offers a 20.57 improvement in strength cultivation, which is far behind the Davis model. Most of the students looked perplexed, clearly unfamiliar with these technical details. Seeing this, Han Yue quickly stepped in to explain. Each cultivation model has varying effects on different attributes. The figures we mention are averages. The Davis model excels in strength cultivation, while the Yang Yuping model is superior in the other three attributes. So overall, it's fair to say the Yang Yuping model outperforms the Davis model. A student raised their hand and asked, so, wouldn't it be better to use the Davis model for strength cultivation and the Yang Yuping model for the other attributes? Han Yue patiently replied, that approach wouldn't work well. Starforce cultivation models are incredibly complex, and mastering even one requires a significant amount of effort. Familiarity with a model also affects cultivation speed. Instead of spreading yourself thin, it's better to focus on mastering one model. The students nodded thoughtfully, whispering among themselves, then the Yang Yuping model is the better choice. Li Weilian sneered again. That's because you have no choice but to use the Yang Yuping model. Not everyone can afford the advanced version of the Davis model. The advanced Davis model? What's that? The students were once again puzzled. It's a premium service offered by the Davis Starforce Corporation customized advanced cultivation models, Li Weilian explained. Typical of the Americans. Capital rules everything. Seeing the discussion veer off track, Wei Hailong coughed lightly. Free discussion time is over. If you want to speak next, request permission first. Once the students quieted down, Wei Hailong continued, starting today, I will teach you the Yang Yuping Primary Starforce Model Type 2, which is used by the Huaxia Navy. A student blurted out, why the primary model? Wei Hailong immediately pointed at the student and barked, speaking without permission? Step forward. 300 push-ups. The student's mouth fell open, their face full of grievance. Wei Hailong pressed on. That's an order. I'll count to 3. If you don't comply, the punishment will double. The student quickly stepped forward and began doing push-ups on the floor. Despite this, Wei Hailong still answered the question. The Yang Yuping Primary Starforce model is designed for low-level awakeners. With your current abilities, you can't handle the advanced models yet. As for those so-called advanced models sold by Starforce corporations, they're nothing but a waste of money tax on the gullible. Wei Hailong's remarks were sharp and unrelenting, leaving no room for Li Weilian's retort. The students from both classes quickly nodded in agreement. Someone muttered under their breath, makes sense? The models used by the military must be the best and most practical. Wei Hailong immediately pointed at the speaker. Step forward. 300 push-ups. The student hurriedly covered their mouth and stepped forward to start their punishment. Wei Hailong walked to the front of the room, retrieved a rugged laptop from a camouflage travel bag, and placed it on the podium. He scanned the room and asked loudly, who are the martial arts class representatives? Connect this laptop to the projector. The class representatives acted swiftly, setting up the projector and connecting it to the laptop. Wei Hailong launched a program, and the projector displayed a complex Starforce cultivation model, the Yang Yuping Primary Cultivation Model. The most critical part of a Starforce cultivation model is the intricate structure and circulation of Starforce within the body, Wei Hailong explained. It's difficult to explain clearly with just words, so we'll use a computer simulation. This is the Starforce cultivation model. Each cultivation step is detailed, and each step should be repeated 10 times. You can start practicing now. He pointed at the 2 students doing push-ups. Remember how many you've done. Follow the model demonstration for now, and finish the rest of your push-ups after class. The 2 penalized students immediately stood up, fixed their eyes on the Starforce circulation model on the projection, and began guiding their Starforce according to the demonstrated sequence. The Starforce cultivation model is composed of 5 parts: the strength group, agility group, physique group, spirit group, and energy level group. The projector was currently displaying the strength group model, and Fang Yuan was intently focused on the screen, committing every detail to memory. To him, Yang Yuping's basic Starforce model wasn't particularly complex. After reviewing it a few times, he had it thoroughly memorized. Fang Yuan followed the Starforce circulation displayed by the projector 3 times, his movements becoming increasingly fluid. However, with only one projector available, once he mastered this group, he couldn't continue watching the other models. After repeating the strength group circulation twice more, Fang Yuan shifted his attention to Wei Hailong. He channeled Starforce into his eyes, carefully observing Wei Hailong's attributes. As expected, aside from the name, his attribute panel was filled with question marks, a typical boss template with no useful information. While Fang Yuan was observing, Wei Hailong seemed to sense it and suddenly raised his head, locking eyes with him. Their gazes clashed for a brief moment before Fang Yuan nonchalantly redirected his attention back to the projection screen. continuing to review the strength group circulation. The afternoon consisted of 3 consecutive martial arts classes, all focused on practicing the Star Force cultivation model, with only a brief 10-minute break in between. During the break, Han Yue was handed a can of cola by a classmate. She walked over to Fang Yuan, raised the can, and said, "Thanks. Class 1 is treating us, so you don't need to thank me." Fang Yuan looked at her curiously and asked, "A wealthy young lady like you drinks cola too? Unless someone has stomach issues, there's nothing wrong with drinking cola. Why wouldn't I?" Han Yue countered. "Fair enough," Fang Yuan replied, before asking, "During class, I interrupted you several times to answer questions. Why didn't you get mad?" Han Yue calmly responded, "I don't see any reason to get upset about that." She then shifted the topic. "Earlier, you mentioned that Professor Yang Yuping is your idol. Is that true?" Fang Yuan explained, "Sort of. If I weren't aiming for martial arts school, my dream would have been to apply for Professor Yang's integrated bachelor's, master's, and doctoral program, and eventually join his Star Force lab." He added that although he had read many of Yang Yuping's papers, much of the content was too technical for him to fully understand. Han Yue chuckled. "That's quite an ambitious goal. Yang Yuping's integrated program doesn't recruit every year, and applicants are personally interviewed by him. It's incredibly competitive." Fang Yuan shrugged. "That's why I said it was something I wanted in the past, just a thought." Han Yue keenly picked up on his phrasing. "Wanted in the past? So you don't want it anymore?" Fang Yuan admitted. "I think I'm more interested in the path of becoming a super soldier now." He explained that he had previously considered the Star Force technology field because he was worried about his martial arts grades being too poor. Han Yue asked curiously, "If you pursue martial arts, won't you regret missing out on working with Professor Yang?" Fang Yuan grinned. "Professor Yang has been recruiting powerful strength-type awakeners in recent years to further refine the strength group circulation of the Star Force model. Who knows? Maybe becoming a super soldier will allow me to contribute even more to his research." Han Yue clenched her fist in a cheering gesture. "A super soldier with a scientific mind? That's definitely a rare breed. Go for it." Fang Yuan briefly explained the pros and cons of Yang Yuping's Star Force model and emphasized the importance of strength in the world of super soldiers. He mentioned legendary figures like the war god Red Dragon of Huaxia, the night god Kyle of Europe, and Argus the thunder god of America, all renowned for their strength. As the class bell rang, Han Yue seemed to remember something. "Oh, by the way, I've booked a training session with the martial arts coach tonight. You'll be covering for me again, right?" "I need to have dinner with Xiaozhu first," Fang Yuan replied. "No problem. I need to eat too, so take your time with your sister. No rush." Then he asked curiously, "What if I just skip out on work and leave you hanging? Would you get mad?" Han Yue covered her mouth and laughed. "In that case, you'd lose your pay. You'd probably be angrier than I would." Fang Yuan pondered aloud. "I'm really curious, what would it take to actually make you angry?" He thought to himself that he had managed to provoke every classmate to collect anger points, except for Han Yue. It felt like missing the last piece of a collection, leaving him oddly dissatisfied. After martial arts class, Fang Yuan headed to the food street near the school and packed 2 large portions of wontons and dumplings to take to the hospital. The food in the hospital cafeteria wasn't exactly appetizing, and Fang Xiaozhu complained about it every day. Today, Fang Yuan went out of his way to bring back her favorite wontons and steamed dumplings. When the fragrant dishes were laid out on the small table in the hospital room, Fang Xiaozhu's eyes lit up instantly. As she was savoring the wontons, the 2 familiar stray cats showed up on the windowsill right on time, staring longingly inside. Feeling a surge of compassion, Fang Xiaozhu set aside a few wontons and dumplings, carefully placing them on the windowsill. Although the cats were clearly starving, they hesitated at the unfamiliar food. After cautiously sniffing it, they reluctantly began eating, though their table manners left much to be desired. Watching their reaction, Fang Xiaozhu turned back to her brother with a hint of disappointment. "Brother, I don't think they like wontons." Fang Yuan, engrossed in his phone, didn't even look up. They should be grateful to have food at all. Stray cats manage to survive out there. They're not that picky. Still, Fang Xiaozhu couldn't bear to see the cats eating so reluctantly. Quietly, she walked over to her bed, pulled out a packet of dried fish from under her pillow, and began to open it to feed the cats. "Where'd you get that?" Fang Yuan finally lifted his head, curious. "The new doctor gave it to me," Fang Xiaozhu explained, referring to the group of medical students doing their internship. "She gave it to you for the cats?" "Yeah." Fang Yuan's expression turned disapproving. She must have never owned a cat. Cats don't have sweat glands, so they can't excrete excess salt that way. Eating too much salty food puts a huge strain on their kidneys. "These dried fish are so salty, you trying to kill these cats, so they won't bother you anymore?" he teased. "Of course not." Fang Xiaozhu huffed, pouting as she threw herself onto the bed and began pounding her pillow in frustration, her cheeks puffing up with indignation. Fang Yuan couldn't help but chuckle inwardly at his sister's childish tantrum, secretly amused by her antics. After venting her frustration on the pillow for a while, Fang Xiaozhu sat up again and looked at her brother with pleading eyes. Then what should I feed them? They really don't like the wontons. Fang Yuan glanced at the windowsill. The two cats had already licked the wonton wrappers clean and were now meowing at Fang Xiaozhu, seemingly asking for more food. Looks to me like they enjoyed it just fine. Unconvinced, Fang Xiaozhu tugged on Fang Yuan's arm, shaking it insistently. Come on, brother, think of something. They really don't like wontons. Faced with her imploring gaze, Fang Yuan sighed in resignation. All right, fine. They'll bring you a couple of bags of cat food tomorrow. Happy now? He thought back to the money he had earned from a side gig recently. While he was trying to save as much as possible since his sister's hospital stay could lead to unexpected expenses, buying some cat food was a manageable expense. Fang Xiaozhu's face lit up with a rare smile upon hearing there would be cat food tomorrow. She walked over to the windowsill with a spring in her step and softly spoke to the two stray cats that had been waiting there for a while. Fang Yuan noticed and immediately reminded her, don't touch them. Too many germs. That's the rule. If you get sick because of them, there won't be any cat food. Got it? Xiaozhu replied obediently before lowering her voice to whisper to the cats. There's no cat food today, only tomorrow. You have to be good. The two stray cats seemed to understand her, meowing a few times in farewell before gracefully leaping off the windowsill and vanishing into the night. Fang Yuan's thoughts suddenly drifted to the matter of the triangular star core. He discreetly used his ability to check his sister's stats, hoping to determine if her condition was related to the mysterious core. The attribute panel displayed. Name, Fang Xiaozhu. Star Force level, none. Attributes, Strength 3, Agility 5, Constitution 3, Spirit 10. Superpower traits, none. Skills, none. The data was as ordinary as ever, aside from her slightly higher spirit score, which wasn't particularly unusual. Fang Yuan frowned in thought. This could be either good news or bad news. If it had nothing to do with the triangular star core, then the cause of her fainting was even more perplexing. After dinner, Fang Yuan carried Xiaozhu onto his lap and pulled over a portable desk to supervise her homework. Despite being in the hospital and unable to attend school, her self-study couldn't fall behind. While Xiaozhu focused on her assignments, the TV in the hospital room played the evening news from Donghai Television. This just in, at 6:20 a.m. on the 26th, an animal escape incident occurred at Donghai Wildlife Park. Among the escaped animals were gray wolves and golden monkeys. After a night-long pursuit, most of the animals have been captured, but some remain at large. Residents who spot any of the following wild animals in the city are urged to contact Donghai Wildlife Park or call the police. The news included images of the escaped animals. Xiaozhu's attention was suddenly drawn to one of the pictures. She pointed at the TV with her pencil and exclaimed, "It's Xiongba!" Fang Yuan looked up at the screen and saw a photo of a massive giant panda. Its body so large that even lying down, it was half the height of a person. Xiongba was a name Fang Yuan had casually come up with last year, and only the siblings knew about it. It was during last summer vacation, after Xiaozhu had recovered enough to leave the hospital for the first time. The family visited Donghai Wildlife Park and adopted a giant panda there. At the time, Xiaozhu insisted on giving the panda a new name. Fang Yuan jokingly suggested Xiongba Tianxia, Panda Overlord, and to his surprise, she took it seriously. From then on, the panda was called Xiongba. Fang Yuan, however, couldn't really tell pandas apart. They all looked the same to him with their black and white fur and signature black eye patches. He wasn't even sure if the large panda on TV was the same one they had adopted. Brother, our panda has run away from home, Xiaozhu said anxiously. Don't worry, the zoo staff will bring him back. Fang Yuan reassured her casually. But what if Xiongba doesn't have food to eat out there? What if he gets hungry? Xiaozhu looked genuinely concerned, as if their family pet had gone missing. That won't happen. Xiongba is so adorable he'll find food wherever he goes, Fang Yuan replied. Inwardly, though, he couldn't help but think. With a creature as charming as a giant panda, it would be a miracle if it went hungry in a city. If anything, people should be more worried about it hurting someone. It may look cute, but it's still a bear. One swipe of its paw could split a person in two. As night fell, Fang Yuan returned from filling in at the martial arts gym and stopped by the hospital to check on his sister. When he pushed open the door to her room, he saw both their parents sitting by the bed. Why are you both here? Fang Yuan asked, puzzled. Li Shuhua sighed and said, your dad insisted on coming. I told him I could handle it alone, but he wouldn't listen. He shouldn't even be out with that cast on his arm. Since you're here now, take him back home. Neither Fang Yuan nor his father had told Li Shuhua about the Foreign Awaken organization, not wanting to worry her. But Fang Yuan had a good idea why his father insisted on Kamingi was likely concerned about being followed. After Xiaozhu fell asleep, Li Shuhua stayed behind to watch over her, while Fang Yuan escorted his father home. When they reached the front door, Fang Yuan was about to pull out his keys when Fang Xinghua suddenly stopped him and swiftly drew a Glock handgun from his waistband. Fang Yuan immediately became alert, channeling star force into his eyes to carefully scan the surroundings. Fang Xinghua crouched down, running his fingers lightly over the door frame. In a low voice, he said, "Someone's been here and tampered with the lock." Fang Yuan had placed a special mark on the door before leaving, ensuring that any tampering would be immediately noticeable. At this moment, the entire family was at the hospital. Who could have opened the door during this time? It was clear that someone had broken into their home. Fang Yuan took out his key and cautiously unlocked the door. He scanned the living room first, ensuring nothing was out of the ordinary before turning on the lights. The two exchanged a knowing glance and began to check the rooms separately. Fang Yuan carefully searched the kitchen and bathroom, confirming they were safe before looking toward his father. Fang Zhenghua gestured for silence and quickly walked to the master bedroom. He retrieved a signal detector and thoroughly scanned the room before whispering, "No listening devices." The two then moved to the hidden compartment in the master bedroom wall, where a safe was concealed. Fang Zhenghua removed the panel covering the compartment and warned, "Don't touch the safe. Wait for me." He took a specially designed flashlight from a drawer and switched it on, emitting a beam of blue light. As the blue light illuminated the surface of the safe, a series of messy palm prints appeared. "The safe has been tampered with," Fang Yuan observed as he leaned in closer. "No fingerprints, whoever it was wore gloves. They're very skilled. If we hadn't prepared in advance, we wouldn't have noticed a thing." Fang Zhenghua pulled up a chair and sat down. Fang Yuan continued examining the palm prints. "Judging by these marks, the fingers are slim. The intruder is likely a thin person or a woman. Skilled thieves are often on the lean side. They make their living with precision work like this," Fang Zhenghua remarked as he turned off the flashlight. The blue light disappeared, and the palm prints vanished along with it. Clearly, the surface of the safe had been treated with a special substance that revealed touch marks only under blue light, even if gloves were worn. "Let's open it and take a look." "I don't think anything's missing," Fang Zhenghua said, standing up and turning on the room's main light. Fang Yuan entered the password and opened the safe. Inside, the cash, watches, and a few inexpensive pieces of jewelry were all untouched. Nothing's missing. This means the intruder wasn't just an ordinary thief. It's highly likely they were sent by the Spear of God. Good thing we prepared in advance. If they'd found the star core, we'd be in serious trouble, Fang Zhenghua said with a sigh of relief. Seeing his father's tense expression, Fang Yuan tried to lighten the mood. "Relax, old man. Don't worry too much. The fact that the Spear of God is sneaking around means they don't want to draw attention either. We've already successfully moved the triangular star core. The fact that they couldn't find it only proves it's no longer here with us." Despite his reassuring words, Fang Yuan was fully aware of the gravity of the situation. This foreign awakener organization remained a significant threat. To protect his family, he knew he needed to quickly strengthen his own abilities. The next day, news about the animals escaping from the Donghai Wildlife Park spread like wildfire throughout the school. The classroom was abuzz with chatter, and everyone was eager to share the latest updates they had heard. "Did you hear? A bunch of animals escaped from the Donghai Wildlife Park," a boy exclaimed excitedly. "A bunch? More like the entire area around the monkey enclosure is empty," another student quickly added. "Seriously? What happened?" "Word is, a golden monkey stole the zookeeper's keys and freed all the animals from the nearby enclosures in the middle of the night." "Are you kidding me? That monkey must be a genius or something." The discussions grew louder as everyone tried to outdo one another with their stories. Suddenly, a boy spoke in a hushed, conspiratorial tone. "Listen, my uncle works at the Donghai Wildlife Park. He told me the animals that escaped weren't normal." "What do you mean, not normal?" The students around him leaned in, intrigued. "Have you ever seen a wolf bigger than a tiger?" "Bigger than a tiger? That would make it 2 or 3 times the size of a regular wolf." "Not 2 or 3 times, 6 times. That wolf reportedly weighs 600 pounds. "No way. There's no such thing as a wolf that big," someone said skeptically. "Why not? Haven't you heard of mutations? Just like humans have awakened abilities, animals can awaken too." "So, you're saying that the wolf that escaped was mutated?" "Absolutely. And here's the kicker, I heard the Supernatural Affairs Bureau is already involved." "The what?" "The moderators from streaming platforms? Have you been watching too many live streams?" The Supernatural Affairs Bureau, or SAB for short, is a government department that handles cases involving awakened individuals. They even have a special unit dedicated to dealing with mutated creatures. At that moment, Fang Yuan walked into the classroom. As he headed to his seat, he couldn't help but overhear his classmates' animated discussions. "One of the escaped animals was a panda. If I run into it, I'm definitely taking it home to raise," a girl said dreamily. "Wake up. That's a bear, not a cat. Just because pandas eat bamboo doesn't mean they're vegetarians," another student chimed in, dousing her enthusiasm. Suddenly, a student scrolling through their phone announced loudly, "Breaking news. That 600-pound mutated wolf has been caught." "Really? I'm definitely going to the wildlife park this weekend to check out that gigantic wolf," someone said, clearly excited. "You won't get the chance," the student reading the news added. The wolf wasn't sent back to the park, it's been caged and transported away. Transported where? The article doesn't say, but it's obvious. A rare mutated beast like that? Of course, it's going straight to a lab for research. What a shame. I really wanted to see that wolf. I bet you could ride it. Imagine having a frost wolf mount, a boy lamented. The morning classes flew by. The first two periods, Chinese, were mandatory subjects, but the next two were electives. Fang Yuan, eager to improve his abilities, decided to skip the latter two and head to the library to find books on star power cultivation models. After learning the cultivation model yesterday, he still had unresolved questions that needed answers. However, as Fang Yuan entered the library's main hall, his heart skipped a beat. The new martial arts instructor, Wei Hailong, was standing by a bookshelf, staring intently at a geometric sculpture. Fang Yuan's gaze instinctively fell on the cone-shaped sculpturite contained the triangular star core. Fang Yuan's mind raced, considering the possibilities. Did Wei Hailong discover the star core hidden inside the sculpture? Who was he really? Could he be a member of the Spear of God? What troubled Fang Yuan the most was his inability to discern Wei Hailong's specific attribute data through his iris ability. If he could at least see some data, he might be able to analyze and glean useful information. Fang Yuan quickly recalled details from yesterday's martial arts class and began speculating about Wei Hailong's strength. The instructor wore special forces camouflage, and the insignia on his shoulder indicated his star power level shouldn't exceed LV.3. Based on his physical condition, his highest attribute was likely agility, which meant his mental attributes were probably average for an LV.3 awakened individual. The key to Fang Yuan's iris ability was mental strength. The higher the mental attribute, the more data he could perceive. If he could enhance his own mental attribute, he might stand a chance of seeing Wei Hailong's data. Just then, Fang Yuan's eyes landed on the librarian at the borrowing desk. A brilliant idea struck him. The librarian, a kind woman in her 50s, was known for her leniency in allowing students to return overdue books without penalty. But more importantly, Fang Yuan knew her supernatural ability was advanced mental fortification. Fang Yuan walked up to the borrowing desk, handing over the book he was returning while subtly activating his mimicry ability to replicate the librarian's advanced mental fortification. Instantly, his star slot ability changed to advanced mental fortification mimicry. Although pure attribute enhancement abilities weren't particularly flashy, advanced mental fortification could boost mental attributes by 40, a significant advantage. After Fang Yuan replicated this ability and activated it, he felt a surge of powerful mental energy flooding into his brain. His mental attribute instantly skyrocketed from 15 to 21, leaving him feeling invigorated, sharper, and more focused. He turned his gaze back to Wei Hailong and, this time, finally saw the opponent's attribute panel, no longer shrouded in mystery. Name, Wei Hailong. Star Force level, LV.3. Attributes, strength, agility, physique, spirit, superpower trait, star slot trait, skills. Although most of the information was still obscured, he at least confirmed that Wei Hailong's star force level was indeed LV.3, validating Fang Yuan's earlier speculation. This discovery delighted him, proving that increasing his mental attribute was effective. He recalled how, without the advanced mental enhancement mimicry yesterday, he couldn't even see the star force level. He couldn't help but ponder, if I continue to improve my mental attribute, will I be able to unlock more information? Fang Yuan realized that this iris data ability, while lacking direct offensive power, could be an incredible skill if used wisely. Since this ability was closely tied to his mental attribute, he decided to allocate his rage points toward enhancing it. Moreover, in the Star Force era, super soldiers typically excelled in two primary attributes. His strength had already reached 19, nearing the current limit for his Star Force level. It was time to start improving his secondary attribute. Checking his rage points balance, Fang Yuan found he had 595 points available. He first consumed 100 points to raise his base mental attribute to 16. With the bonus from the advanced mental enhancement mimicry, his mental attribute reached 22.4. However, when he revisited Wei Hailong's attribute panel, the number of question marks remained unchanged. Undeterred, Fang Yuan continued to allocate points. Waves of fiery energy surged from within, pouring continuously into his brain. He could clearly feel his mental power climbing, and his thoughts becoming increasingly lucid. Ultimately, Fang Yuan used up all 500 of the remaining rage points, raising his base mental attribute to 20. After the enhancement, his mental attribute reached an impressive 28. This time, Wei Hailong's attribute information finally became clear. Name, Wei Hailong. Star Force level, LV.3. Attributes, strength, 30. Agility, physique, 30. Spirit, 28. Superpower trait, Star Force Flash. Skills. Fang Yuan carefully analyzed the data, noticing that the agility attribute was still hidden. Based on the primary attribute range for a LV.3 awakened individual, He estimated Wei Hailong's agility to be over 35. This suggested that his burst speed could reach 35 meters per second, more than 3 times that of an ordinary person. Fang Yuan silently assessed. This guy is incredibly strong. All his attributes align with the standards of an awakened soldier. So far, there's nothing suspicious about him. Wei Hailong continued to fix his intense gaze on the geometric sculptures. Fang Yuan's heart tightened, unsure if he had discovered the star core hidden inside the cone. Regardless, he couldn't allow him to keep observing. Fang Yuan decided to take action and step toward Wei Hailong. Instructor Wei, Fang Yuan greeted cheerfully, breaking the silence. Wei Hailong turned around, his sharp eyes like a blade, his voice cold and unyielding. What is it? Fang Yuan's eyes flickered with an idea. Feigning curiosity, he asked, I have a question. Instructor Wei, what exactly does your Star Force Flash ability do? Wei Hailong's brow furrowed slightly as he countered. How do you know about my ability? He was certain he hadn't disclosed this information during yesterday's martial arts class. Fang Yuan pointed to his eyes and responded honestly. Iris data. This ability was documented in the school records, so there was no point in hiding it. Admitting it directly made him seem more trustworthy. I see, Wei Hailong said, his expression softening slightly. He explained, Starforce Flash is like having an infinitely reusable flashbang. That's incredible. It must be extremely useful in the military, Fang Yuan said sincerely. It was the truth compared to ordinary flashbangs. An ability-based version was undoubtedly more flexible, precise, and potentially powerful. Anything else? Wei Hailong asked, his tone still distant. Sensing the moment was right, Fang Yuan followed up. I've finished my required courses and want to practice the Starforce training model. Do you have time now, instructor? All right, let's head to the main classroom. Wei Hailong agreed without hesitation and turned to lead the way. As they walked, the two engaged in casual conversation. Suddenly, Wei Hailong asked, I reviewed your file. Your academic performance is strong, but your martial arts grades are at the bottom. Why are you still sticking with martial arts classes? Fang Yuan chuckled. Because exploring the stars has always been every boy's first dream, hasn't it? Wei Hailong offered a suggestion. The Imperial Capital Military Academy has humanities programs that train military strategists. Your Iris data ability would be well suited for that. Modern warships always need skilled strategists. You don't necessarily have to be on the front lines to contribute. Thank you for the advice, instructor. I'll think about it, Fang Yuan replied politely, though he had other plans in mind. When they reached the main classroom, Wei Hailong activated the Starforce training model program. Fang Yuan diligently reviewed the material from the previous day, while considering which attribute to focus on next. Given his unique ability to absorb anger energy, he had already maxed out his strength and spirit attributes to level 1. It was time to train a third attribute. The remaining options were agility at 15 and physique at 13. Although physique was the lowest, its improvement was less noticeable and primarily relied on diet. Agility, on the other hand, played a critical role in combat. Fang Yuan decided to prioritize agility and asked Wei Hailong about training methods. Wei Hailong explained, the main focus is on improving your reflexes and maximum sprinting speed. Use the Starforce model to construct a circuit in your legs, then start running. At your current level, you'll need to run about 1,000 kilometers to see any improvement. 1,000 kilometers? That sounds like torture. Isn't there a faster way? Fang Yuan pressed. They're ice-weighted running, Wei Hailong replied, removing the 10-kilogram weights from his own ankles and tossing them to Fang Yuan. As Fang Yuan began strapping on the weights, he casually asked, Instructor, have you heard of the Spear of God? Wei Hailong's expression turned cautious as he countered. Why are you asking about that? No particular reason, just curious, Fang Yuan said nonchalantly. Wei Hailong issued a stern warning. It's a dangerous organization of awakened individuals from abroad. You'd better steer clear of any involvement with them. Observing Wei Hailong's reaction, Fang Yuan noted that there seemed to be no unusual behavior. After securing the weights, he asked another question. I read in a book that enhancement-type abilities can boost training effectiveness. Is that true? It is. Even if your attribute surpasses the level cap, enhancement abilities won't trigger diminishing returns, Wei Hailong explained. But since you don't have an enhancement ability, it's not relevant to you. Fang Yuan smirked subtly but said nothing more. Waving goodbye, he said, I'll head to the field now. Out on the field, Fang Yuan scanned the crowd, searching for a student with an agility enhancement ability. Before long, he spotted a boy playing basketball who possessed a basic agility enhancement, capable of increasing agility by 20. Not entirely satisfied, Fang Yuan continued his search. Soon, he found another student with an intermediate agility enhancement, which could boost agility by 30. While it wasn't an advanced enhancement, it was still quite impressive. Fang Yuan approached the student, preparing to copy his intermediate agility enhancement ability. Just as Fang Yuan was preparing to replicate the intermediate agility enhancement ability, the school's track and field team marched onto the field in an imposing manner. They filed in one after another, occupying the track and beginning their warm-up exercises. Fang Yuan's gaze swept over the group of athletes, their sweat glistening in the sunlight, until one particular figure caught his attention, a person radiating the aura of advanced agility enhancement. In an instant, Fang Yuan understood the significance of this advanced agility enhancer. In this era of Star Force, even competitive sports could not escape the influence of awakened abilities. Just as weightlifting and boxing are divided into weight classes, track and field competitions had also begun categorizing athletes by Star Force levels. Although official events strictly prohibited the use of star abilities, in daily training, enhancement-type abilities were undoubtedly a great advantage for athletes. As Fang Yuan observed the track team, he noticed several students possessing enhancement-type abilities. The new member with advanced agility enhancement piqued his interest, even though his agility stat of 15 points was only average at best within the team. By comparison, the team captain, Lei Mingho, despite only having intermediate agility enhancement, had already won multiple runner-up titles in last year's Donghai City High School Athletics Championship. Since he had encountered an advanced agility enhancement ability, Fang Yuan wasn't about to let the opportunity slip by. He strode over to the boy, casually tapping his arm with the back of his hand to replicate the ability, and said, "Hey, can you guys make some room?" As soon as he spoke, over a dozen track team members turned their heads in unison, their expressions unfriendly. "Who are you?" someone demanded. Fang Yuan explained, "Could you not block the track while warming up? I just want to use it for a bit." Lei Mingho gave Fang Yuan a once-over and said coldly, "Don't you know the track belongs to our team in the mornings?" Fang Yuan shrugged. "There's over a dozen of you, but it's not like you're using the entire track. Can't you step aside for a bit while warming up?" "Who is this guy? Anyone know him?" Lei Mingho asked his teammates, his tone laced with mockery. A boy named Zhou Xiaoming from Class 1 chimed in. "He's from Class 2, Fang Yuan. The guy who's always at the bottom in martial arts class." At that, the track team burst into laughter. "Bottom of the martial arts class? Shouldn't you be studying for exams instead of coming here?" Fang Yuan sighed. "All I want is to use the track for a little while. Does that really warrant this much ridicule? Get lost and stop interfering with our training," one of the team members said dismissively. Looking at the arrogant group, Fang Yuan felt as if waves of hostility were crashing toward him. He deliberately muttered loud enough for everyone to hear. Not a single championship title to their name, yet they act so high and mighty. All the swagger of champions, none of the results. What did you just say? The entire track team bristled, closing in on him with an air of aggression. Fang Yuan watched as the hostility points in his mind surged from 3 to 5, and in no time reaching 72 points. Adding that to the 95 points he already had, the total now soared to 167. He was secretly delighted, though his face remained composed. Zhou Xiaoming leaned toward Lei Mingho and whispered, "Captain, this is the guy who pissed off Li Xiao last time. Should we teach him a lesson?" Lei Mingho jabbed a finger at Fang Yuan's chest and threatened, "Kid, I suggest you wise up and get lost before I make sure you can't survive at this school." Unfazed, Fang Yuan replied, "I've seen people hogging basketball courts and tennis courts, but this is the first time I've seen someone monopolize a track. Since that's the case, how about we settle it with a race? Winner gets the track." "A race?" Lei Mingho raised an eyebrow. "Yeah." Fang Yuan nodded. The track team burst into laughter again. "Are you serious? You're challenging us, the track team, to a race? Are you out of your mind? Are we racing or not?" "Stop wasting time," Fang Yuan said impatiently. "Captain, this guy's too cocky. Let's race him and teach him a lesson." The team was riled up. Lei Mingho didn't even consider Fang Yuan a worthy opponent. He casually asked his teammates, "Who wants to take him on?" Zhou Xiaoming immediately stepped forward. "Captain, let me handle him." He had already decided to crush Fang Yuan in the race, and then use it to curry favor with Li Weilian later. Lei Mingho glanced at Zhou Xiaoming and whispered in his ear, "This isn't an official competition, so there are no rules. Use your ability and crush him." A sly grin spread across Zhou Xiaoming's face. He turned to Fang Yuan and asked, "All right, they'll race you. 1,000 meters. Dare to try?" "Sure," Fang Yuan replied without hesitation. Fang Yuan began his warm-up exercises, his muscles trembling slightly as star energy coursed through his body, as if an electric current was surging beneath his skin. Meanwhile, Lei Mingho stood on the sidelines, holding a small flag aloft and shouting in a booming voice, "Ready? Go!" As the signal echoed, Zhou Xiaoming shot forward like an arrow leaving the bowstring, his professional training on full display. Fang Yuan followed closely behind, but his lack of experience quickly became apparent as he fell behind by 5 body lengths almost instantly. The track team burst into laughter at the sight. "Is that it? And he dares to challenge our track team? What's he even thinking?" Fang Yuan remained composed. As he ran, he quietly channeled star energy into his eyes. Through this enhanced vision, he could clearly see Zhou Xiaoming's attribute data. Base agility of 16 points, with a beginner-level agility enhancement ability. Fang Yuan calculated silently. His own agility was only 15 points, but the gap wasn't insurmountable. Lei Mingho's voice boomed from the trackside. Speed up. Leave him in the dust. Hearing this, Zhou Xiangming turned back to glance at Fang Yuan with a smirk. Guess how many laps I'll leave you behind? Before the words had fully left his mouth, he activated his ability. His speed surged by 20, and he dashed forward like a bolt of lightning. Once Fang Yuan found his rhythm, he wasted no time in activating his advanced agility mimicry. His speed instantly skyrocketed by 40, and he quickly began closing the gap with the figure ahead. Just as Zhou Xiangming was feeling smug, Fang Yuan's voice suddenly rang in his ear. Hey, your speed's not that impressive, is it? Zhou Xiangming whipped his head around, his eyes wide with disbelief. How did you catch up? You're as slow as a snail. Anyone with legs could catch up, Fang Yuan replied with a grin, flashing a dazzling smile. That smile, however, felt like a sharp thorn stabbing into Zhou Xiangming's heart. Furious, he pushed himself to the limit, sprinting with all his might in an attempt to shake off Fang Yuan. Yet the angrier he became, the more delighted Fang Yuan seemed, as the anger within his opponent only fueled his own energy. Fang Yuan decided to put on a performance. First, he accelerated from the right to overtake Zhou Xiangming, only to deliberately slow down and fall back behind him. Then, he sped up again to overtake from the left. Each time he overtook Zhou Xiangming, Fang Yuan couldn't resist taunting him. Passing through your world once and now a second time, oh, here comes the third. Zhou Xiangming could only watch in frustration as Fang Yuan darted past him again and again, sometimes from the left, sometimes from the right. This playful toying completely shattered Zhou Xiangming's mental state, leaving him utterly flustered and defeated. On the 1000-meter track, Zhou Xiangming froze in the middle, dazed, clearly crushed by Fang Yuan's speed. Fang Yuan jogged effortlessly back to the starting line, a friendly smile on his face as he glanced at the remaining track team members. They were seething with anger, their eyes burning with rage, like a pack of beasts ready to pounce. To Fang Yuan, however, they were nothing more than walking anger points. He was secretly pleased, having just gained another haul, bringing the total to 265 points. How about best 2 out of 3? Fang Yuan suggested casually, his relaxed tone enough to rile them up. Lei Mingho and the others were momentarily stunned, not expecting Fang Yuan to propose continuing the challenge. Afraid he might change his mind, someone quickly chimed in. You said it yourself? Fang Yuan nodded affirmatively. That's right, I did. So, are we doing this or not? The team members immediately surrounded Lei Mingho, chattering all at once. Captain, this guy is way too arrogant. We have to teach him a lesson. Lei Mingho initially didn't want to participate. After all, as an award-winning athlete, competing against an ordinary student felt beneath him. But now that Fang Yuan had defeated Zhou Xiangming, he had no choice but to step up. He walked up to Fang Yuan and declared proudly, last year, I won 3 medals at the Donghai City High School sports meet. Normally, I wouldn't bother competing with someone like you, but you're way too cocky. Since you insist, let's do this. Fang Yuan glanced at Lei Mingho's stats and noticed his agility was at 19 points, along with intermediate agility enhancement. His abilities were indeed impressive. Yet instead of backing down, Fang Yuan grew even more excited. All right then, let's get started. The surrounding team members shouted, Fang Yuan, after the captain beats you, you better avoid us track team members from now on. Otherwise, we'll make sure you regret it every time. Fang Yuan shrugged and asked, what if you guys lose? Are you stupid? Our captain's a medalist. You think you can win? The team members sneered in unison. Lei Mingho stepped up to the starting line, preparing himself. With a smug expression, he said, they'll give you a 3-second head start. Run fast, or it'll be too boring when I catch up in just a few strides. Ready, set, go. At the sound of the command, Lei Mingho didn't move, honoring his promise to wait 3 seconds. To his surprise, Fang Yuan also stood still. Why aren't you running? Lei Mingho asked coldly. Fang Yuan spread his hands. If I start running now and you lose, I'll be a hassle if you refuse to admit it. Lei Mingho frowned, clearly irritated. You don't seriously think you can beat me, do you? Of course I do, Fang Yuan replied with a confident grin, which only made Lei Mingho more annoyed. Fine. This time, no more games. Lei Mingho glared at the teammate calling the start, signaling him to go again. Call it. Ready, set, go. This time, Lei Mingho shot forward like a cannonball, instantly leaving Fang Yuan 10 strides behind. But Fang Yuan wasn't in a hurry. He activated his advanced agility enhancement mimicry, boosting his agility from 15 points to 21, surpassing Lei Mingho's 19 points. Lei Mingho sprinted at full speed, determined to leave Fang Yuan in the dust. Yet before completing half a lap, he heard a familiar voice right beside him. Hi. Startled, Lei Mingho whipped his head around to see Fang Yuan running effortlessly on his right, clearly holding back. You used an ability. Lei Mingho shouted angrily. Fang Yuan blinked innocently. Didn't you have Zhou Xiangming use his ability to try and crush me earlier? Why is it suddenly not allowed when it's my turn? Are you a hypocrite? You. Lei Mingho was so furious his eyes seemed ready to shoot flames. Fang Yuan watched as a surge of anger erupted from Lei Mingho, adding 20 more points to his total, now reaching 285. Seeing that he was just 15 points away from the 300 mark, Fang Yuan decided to milk the enraged track captain for a bit more. It seems there's a reason you can only get second place. Your speed is really lacking. Fang Yuan waved at Lei Mingho as he accelerated past him. The taunting words and gesture instantly ignited Lei Mingho's fury, his eyes practically blazing with rage. Rage points 30. Total rage points, 315. Fang Yuan keenly observed that the increase in rage points wasn't just tied to his opponent's anger, but also closely related to their strength. The captain was on a whole different level. Just one move added 30 points. The feeling was simply exhilarating. You think you can beat me? You're not even close. Lei Mingho sneered coldly and immediately activated his intermediate agility enhancement. His agility skyrocketed by 30, reaching an impressive 24.7. With that, his speed exploded, and he quickly left Fang Yuan behind. Fang Yuan's base agility was only 15 points. Even with advanced agility enhancement and mimicry enhancement, it only reached 21 points. This gap caused Lei Mingho to pull further and further ahead. On the sidelines, members of the track team cheered excitedly. Go, Captain! Show this kid what our track team is made of. Despite the situation, Fang Yuan remained calm and composed. He raised his hand and tapped his agility attribute 3 times. Instantly, 300 rage points transformed into a surge of mysterious energy coursing through his body. His base agility shot up to 18 points, and after enhancements, it reached an astonishing 25.2. The tide started to turn once again. However, Fang Yuan still couldn't catch up to Lei Mingho. The reason? He was still wearing a 10-kilogram weight on his feet. When Lei Mingho glanced back and saw Fang Yuan falling farther behind, he felt a wave of satisfaction and proudly declared, I told you, you can't beat me. Realizing he couldn't catch up, Fang Yuan suddenly stopped and crouched down. The track team members, seeing this, began jeering loudly. What's the matter? Giving up already? Next time you see our track team, you'd better steer clear, or you'll regret it. But they soon realized just how wrong they were. Fang Yuan had crouched down to remove the weights from his feet. Once he stood back up, he unleashed his full power. At his maximum agility of 25.2, he sprinted forward with explosive speed. The star force circulating through his body also began to approach a state of perfection. Feel the wind, Fang Yuan shouted as he took off like an arrow, streaking past the stunned onlookers. The gust of wind he created even sent fallen leaves spiraling into the air. The track team members, witnessing this unbelievable scene, widened their eyes in shock and shouted in panic, Captain, run, run. Lei Mingho, who had been confident of his victory and was about to ease up, suddenly heard the panicked cries behind him. Turning his head, he saw Fang Yuan charging toward him like an unstoppable force of nature. Lei Mingho's eyes widened in disbelief as he pushed himself to his absolute limit, sprinting with all his might. Yet Fang Yuan's speed was utterly overwhelming. He caught up from Lei Mingho's right side and overtook him in just 3 breaths, leaving him far behind. Lei Mingho felt utterly drained. He had competed in countless track meets but had never encountered such a terrifying opponent. There was no hope of catching up. Defeated, he stopped in the middle of the track, hands on his knees, gasping for air. Watching Fang Yuan's figure disappear into the distance, he muttered to himself, what kind of monster is this? Fang Yuan spent the entire morning maintaining his star force circulation while running laps, though he lost count of how many. Exhausted, he finally collapsed onto the track, gasping for air. His workout clothes were drenched in sweat, glistening under the sunlight. Raising his hand, he brought up his attribute panel, only to see that his agility stat remained stuck at 18. Despite this, Fang Yuan had a natural knack for perceiving speed and calculating attributes. He could clearly feel that today's training had yielded noticeable progress. If converted into numerical terms, it likely amounted to a 0.5-point increase in agility. Unfortunately, the attribute panel didn't display decimals, making this minor improvement impossible to quantify directly. Sitting up, Fang Yuan pondered the difference between training and using rage points to enhance attributes. On the surface, hard work through training seemed to yield minimal results, but he knew that wasn't the full story. Rage points might offer a quick boost to attributes, but the body needed time to adapt to such changes. Only through consistent training could muscle memory keep pace with the growth in attributes. More importantly, rage points couldn't increase his star force level. Progress in that regard could only be achieved through star force cultivation. The process of maintaining star force circulation was, in essence, a form of cultivation. The high-intensity training session had drained not only Fang Yuan's physical stamina, but also all of his star force reserves, as maintaining advanced agility enhancement was particularly taxing. Under normal circumstances, both energy sources could only recover naturally through rest. Of course, taking Star Force potions could accelerate the recovery process, but frequent use of such potions placed a strain on the body. A gentler alternative was energy drinks. While less effective than Star Force potions, they had no side effects. However, energy drinks were hard to come by and quite expensive. Fang Yuan had never tried one before, but at this moment, he suddenly felt a strong urge to experience their taste. After school, Fang Yuan headed to the Star Force Mall near campus. The mall specialized in products tailored to awakeners, including energy drinks, auxiliary training devices, and Star Force technology products. Star Force potions, however, were classified as controlled substances and unavailable to the general public. Fang Yuan strolled along the energy drink section, scanning the shelves lined with dozens of options at varying prices. The cheapest bottle cost 800 yuan, while the most expensive ones reached 7 or 8,000. Advertisements frequently claimed that high-priced energy drinks were as effective as Star Force potions, but anyone with a basic understanding of high school chemistry would know such claims were exaggerated. He recalled watching an experimental video that tested all the energy drinks available on the market. The conclusion: the 800 yuan dimethyl blue energy drink offered the best value for money. Fang Yuan purchased a bottle of dimethyl blue, carefully unscrewed the cap, and took a sip. The taste was subtle, like mineral water mixed with a hint of alcohol. As the liquid traveled down his throat, he did feel a slight improvement in his stamina and Star Force recovery speed, roughly a 10 increase. Holding the drink, Fang Yuan sipped as he walked back to school for his afternoon martial arts class. To save time, he decided to cut through the old district. Most of the buildings here were dilapidated structures from the last century, and the area was home to a mixed population, including some undocumented immigrants. The neighborhood's poor security was well known. Despite its flaws, the old district had its charms, such as the Dishenglong Snack Street. The street offered delicious and affordable street food, with some stalls rumored to sell skewers made from the organs of star beasts. Of course, the origin of the ingredients was questionable, which explained the significantly lower prices compared to high-end restaurants. Whether one dared to eat them was another matter entirely. Additionally, the old district featured a well-maintained street basketball court, one of the few quality public facilities in the area. Munching on 2 freshly bought beef skewers, Fang Yuan walked through the snack street, turned a corner, and approached the basketball court. He heard the rhythmic sounds of a basketball bouncing, followed by a woman's sharp cry, "What are you doing?" Emerging from the alley, Fang Yuan saw 3 street thugs cornering a girl. The leader was a man with an earring, flanked by a hooded guy and a black man. The hooded thug, clutching a basketball under his arm, leered and said, "Yo, donkey bro, this chick's wearing a first high uniform. She's pretty hot, could she be the school beauty?" The earring-wearing thug, apparently donkey bro, propped one hand against the wall and licked his lips. "Do you know why they call me donkey bro?" he asked. The girl, terrified, shook her head. "And no idea." Expressionless, Fang Yuan walked past them at a steady pace, neither hurried nor slow, taking another sip of his energy drink. The 3 thugs silently watched him go, the scene bizarrely frozen in time. Suddenly, the girl shoved Donkey Brother's arm aside and darted behind Fang Yuan, urgently yelling, "Fang Yuan, help me!" Only then did Fang Yuan recognize her. It was his classmate, Shenlina. The 3 thugs quickly surrounded them. Donkey Bro scowled and demanded, "Kid, what's your relationship with this girl?" Fang Yuan glanced at Shenlina and calmly replied, "Not close." Shenlina's eyes widened in disbelief as she snapped, "Fang Yuan, we're classmates. How can you be so heartless?" Her anger pleased Fang Yuan, as it earned him 10 rage points. He added, "We've never really talked at school, so yeah, not close. No problem with that." You. Shenlina fumed, her eyebrows furrowing in rage, which rewarded Fang Yuan with another 10 rage points. Internally, Fang Yuan calculated his gains. Shenlina was indeed very pretty. If not for Han Yue, she'd likely be the class beauty. However, he didn't think highly of her, especially after her overly enthusiastic cheers for Li William during a martial arts class, which had led Fang Yuan to mistakenly believe she'd transferred to Class 1. More importantly, gaining rage points was a rare opportunity, and he saw no reason not to capitalize on it. Choosing not to intervene was clearly the right move. Donkey Bro, confused by Fang Yuan's indifference, threatened, "Kid, if you know what's good for you, get lost, or I'll make sure you don't leave this street in one piece." Fang Yuan stared at him calmly and countered, "I'm not leaving. Care to show me how to get lost?" "Oh, you're asking for it, huh?" Donkey Bro sneered, pulling back his denim jacket to reveal a machete tucked at his waist. "Scared now? Huh? If you're scared, why don't you scram already?" sneered the hooded man menacingly, a smug grin spreading across his face. Fang Yuan remained unfazed, his expression calm as he replied nonchalantly, "Scared? Not really. I just need to leave now, or I'll be late." With that, he continued walking forward, as as if the threat before him was nothing more than a minor inconvenience. Fang Yuan, you bastard! Lina suddenly erupted in a furious shout, her voice trembling with a mix of resentment and fear. Her outburst seemed to inject Fang Yuan with an extra 20 points of anger. The three street thugs watched as Fang Yuan kept walking, preparing to hurl insults at him. But the black guy's eyes suddenly lit up, and he exclaimed, "Boss, that guy's drinking an energy drink. I saw that kind of bottle yesterday at the Starforce Mall." Hearing it was an energy drink, the earring-wearing thug, known as Donkey, immediately perked up. The three of them quickly caught up to Fang Yuan, surrounding him. Donkey rubbed his fingers together greedily and said, "Drinking energy drinks? Huh? You must be loaded. Lend us some cash, will ya?" Fang Yuan remained composed, taking another sip from his drink before asking, "So, is this a robbery?" The black guy suddenly swiped at Fang Yuan's hand, knocking the bottle of energy drink to the ground. He barked arrogantly, "Hand over your wallet if you don't want to die." Fang Yuan's hand froze midair, still in the position he had been drinking from. He glanced at the spilled remnants of his drink on the ground and groaned, "What the hell? That last sip was worth half a month's breakfast money. Are you insane?" Donkey brandished his knife menacingly and threatened, "Cut the crap. Hand over the wallet, or you'll be leaving this alley in pieces." Fang Yuan rolled his eyes and said, "Robbing me for my wallet is one thing, but robbing someone for their dignity on top of that is just too much." Donkey sneered, raising his knife higher. "We'll take both your money and your dignity. Now hand it over, or I'll carve you up." Fang Yuan suddenly pointed toward the entrance of the alley and said, "Looks like your dignity is running away." The three thugs turned to see Lina bolting in the opposite direction. She stumbled slightly as she heard Fang Yuan's remark, almost tripping over herself. "Get her!" Donkey yelled. The hooded man shot forward like an arrow, performing a series of parkour moves to scale the walls. In no time, he caught up to Lina and dragged her back. Lina, utterly defeated, broke down and screamed at Fang Yuan, "Fang Yuan, are you out of your mind?" Her shriek seemed to add another 30 points to Fang Yuan's anger. Fang Yuan raised his hands innocently and said, "Hey, hey, hey, I'm not the one robbing your dignity here. Yell at them, not me." "Fang Yuan, you jerk," Lina cried, tears streaming down her face. Donkey, growing impatient, barked, "Enough with the nonsense. Hand over your wallet, or I can't guarantee what'll be left of you when I'm done." Fang Yuan flatly refused. "No way. My dinner money's in there, and it's for 2 people." The black guy, losing patience, suggested, "Boss, this idiot's clearly got a screw loose. Let's just pin him down and take it." Donkey drew his knife and signaled for his 2 lackeys to surround Fang Yuan. They were ready to make their move. Fang Yuan glanced at his status panel and noted that his stamina and star power had only recovered to 50. "Annoyed," he muttered. "I just wanted to recharge a bit before martial arts class this afternoon, but you guys insist on making me waste my energy." Before anyone could react, Fang Yuan struck. With 19 points of strength, he unleashed a slap carrying 300 kilograms of force straight into Donkey's face. A loud smack echoed as Donkey was sent flying to the ground. Donkey writhed on the floor, clutching his face, spitting out a row of bloodied teeth. "My teeth!" Donkey screamed incoherently. "Blackie, kill him. Take him out." His rage seemed to fuel Fang Yuan with another 20 anger points. The black guy roared in fury, swinging a fist toward the back of Fang Yuan's head. Without even turning around, Fang Yuan delivered a spinning kick that connected squarely with the black guy's left cheek, sending him sprawling to the ground. The black guy hit the dirt hard, spitting out a row of teeth as well. He struggled to get up, cursing through his swollen mouth, "F, chink, you piece of s chink." Each insult seemed to add another 10 points to Fang Yuan's anger. Hearing the slurs, Fang Yuan's expression darkened. He stepped forward and delivered a powerful kick to the black guy's forehead, saying coldly, "Go on, keep insulting me." The black guy glared at Fang Yuan with burning hatred, raising his hand as if to hurl another insult. Fang Yuan didn't hesitate. Another kick silenced him. This time, the black guy stayed down. The hooded man, seeing the situation turn dire, immediately bolted. Once again, he demonstrated his impressive parkour skills, scaling walls and leaping across rooftops in the old district. "Not bad. Level 3 parkour skills," Fang Yuan muttered to himself before activating his advanced agility boost. In an instant, he leaped onto the wall, grabbing a loose brick as he went. Catching up to the hooded man, he hurled the brick with pinpoint accuracy, knocking the thug off the rooftop. Finally, back near the basketball court, Fang Yuan dragged all 3 thugs into a pile. He cracked his knuckles and said with a smirk, "Now, let's talk about the price of disturbing my day. Are you angry now?" Fang Yuan pressed down hard on Donkey's hand with his foot, his eyes sharp and menacing. The pain drained the color from Donkey's face as he quickly begged for mercy. "Big bro, I was wrong. I wouldn't dare to be angry. I swear." am not angry. Hearing this only made Fang Yuan more displeased. He increased the pressure with his foot, causing Donkey's bones to creak painfully. Not angry? That won't do. You have to get angry. Not just angry, furious. Donkey was in so much pain he was nearly in tears. His voice trembled as he promised, Big bro, I know I was wrong. I swear I won't seek revenge. I promise. Promise my ass. Fang Yuan roared, grabbing a basketball nearby and slamming it hard against Donkey's forehead. That blow was the last straw for Donkey, who broke down completely, tears and snot streaming down his face. Big bro, I swear I'll never mess with you again. I won't even dare to look at your girl, I'll stay far away from her. Fang Yuan glanced at his anger meter and saw no further increase. Only 50 anger points from this guy, he noted to himself before turning his attention to the hooded man nearby. Using the same tactics, Fang Yuan glared at the hooded man and yelled, Get angry. Come on, get angry already. Why can't you act as cocky and arrogant as you were earlier? The hooded man, still dazed from being knocked off the roof with a brick earlier, looked completely bewildered. On the verge of tears, he muttered, Big bro, are you seriously insane? Had a physical checkup last month and everything was fine. Fang Yuan replied without hesitation. Then, without missing a beat, he smashed the basketball onto the hooded man's head again. Now give me an angry expression. Hurry up. After finishing with the hooded man, Fang Yuan glanced at his anger meter again, clearly dissatisfied. Only 40 points? You're worse than that, Donkey. Finally, Fang Yuan turned his gaze to the last guy, a black gang member. This one didn't even try to resist, fell to the ground, crying and begging for mercy. Showing no pity, Fang Yuan repeatedly slammed the basketball onto his head, delivering more than 10 brutal strikes until the anger meter stopped increasing. This extracurricular activity had drained a good bit of Fang Yuan's energy, but he had racked up a total of 215 anger points, which left him somewhat satisfied. Just then, the loud sound of the school bell echoed from Donghai High School, 2 streets away. You 3 wimps, so little anger, and now I'm late because of you. What a pain, Fang Yuan muttered as he rummaged through their pockets, only to find 3 measly coins. $3? And they're coins? You don't even carry real cash, and you dare come out here to rob people? Where's your sense of professionalism? He tossed the coins onto their heads, turned, and glanced at Shinlina. I never said I wouldn't save you, so why are you yelling? You act like I did something bad to you, Fang Yuan said with a smirk before dashing toward the school, already several minutes late. Shinlina stood frozen, having witnessed Fang Yuan's entire violent performance. She was utterly dumbfounded, struggling to figure out who the real bad guy was in all of this. The next day, when Fang Yuan walked into the classroom, his classmates were deep in discussion about the recent zoo incident where wild animals had escaped. The air was thick with a mix of tension and excitement. The news that several dangerous animals were still missing left everyone on edge. Local TV stations were interrupting their regular programming with updates, urging citizens to call the authorities immediately if they encountered any of the escaped animals. Fang Yuan took his seat and opened a book he had borrowed from the library, An Introduction to Stellar Energy Dynamics and Industrial Applications. He recalled a popular joke circulating online. Master this book, and you'll be able to build stellar energy weapons. While it was clearly a joke, it hinted at the depth and complexity of the book's content. Just as Fang Yuan was engrossed in reading, Niu Wan suddenly turned around with a conspiratorial look on his face. Fang Yuan, I've got something to show you, he said mysteriously. Without much interest, Fang Yuan replied, Didn't our friendship meter drop to 0? Niu Wan shrugged it off. That was 2 days ago. ITLL naturally recover over time. Trust me, this will blow your mind. Fang Yuan eyed him skeptically. It's not another one of those bizarre snacks, is it? He couldn't help but recall Niu Wan's previous offering stinky tofu and grilled durian, which, while unusual, were at least edible. Niu Wan waved dismissively. If it were snacks, I'd just eat them myself. Why would I bother showing you? With that, he unzipped his backpack and carefully pulled out an object, placing it on the desk with a flourish. Tada! Check this out. His dramatic reveal immediately drew the attention of the entire class. A girl let out a sharp scream. Niu Daji, have you lost your mind? Why did you bring a rat to school? Fang Yuan looked closer and realized it wasn't a rat, but a hamster, albeit an unusually large one. The creature was the size of a basketball and weighed at least 10 pounds, 100 times the size of a typical hamster. It was leisurely munching on a corn cob, its teeth making audible crunching sounds. Niu Wan beamed with pride as he observed the horrified reactions of the girls nearby. One of them threatened, If you don't get rid of that thing, I'm telling the teacher. Wu Tingting, all you ever do is snitch. Niu Wan retorted without backing down. If you dare tell the teacher, they'll report you for cheating during last semester's finals. As the classroom erupted into a noisy debate, Fang Yuan quietly activated his stellar energy ability to analyze the unusual hamster. His irises glowed faintly as data appeared before his eyes. Species: hamster. Stellar energy level: LV.1. Attributes: Strength 3, Agility 12, Constitution 6, Spirit 3. Special ability: Rapid digestion. Fang Yuan chuckled. This hamster has the superpower you've always dreamed of. Wan tilted his head, confused. What superpower? Rapid digestion, Fang Yuan explained. Your hamster has mutated. The mention of a mutated hamster immediately piqued the interest of the other students. Even those who had been ready to report Wan to the teacher now stayed quiet, curiosity taking over as they crowded around to get a closer look at the rare specimen. For most of them, mutated creatures were something they'd only seen on the news. Seeing one in person was a first. Are you sure this is a mutated creature? Fang Yuan, you're not making this up, are you? Someone doubted. Wan quickly defended him. Fang Yuan's ability is iris data analysis. If he says it's true, it must be. You guys just don't get if this hamster is incredible. How incredible could rapid digestion really be? Another student challenged. Wan couldn't fully explain the significance of the ability but stubbornly insisted. It's amazing, okay? Just trust me. Where did you even get this mutated hamster? Someone asked curiously. Get it? I raised it myself, feeding it leftover potato chip crumbs. Wan said proudly. When did it start growing this big? Probably since summer break. It took just 2 months to reach this size, he recalled. The students buzzed with chatter. One of them remarked, why are there so many news stories about mutated creatures lately? First, the zoo animals, and now this hamster at school. Others nodded in agreement, discussing the recent surge of posts and articles about mutated creatures on forums and social media. Suddenly, someone remembered something. Hey, Xiao Ziyu, doesn't your family have a relative working in the Supernatural Management Bureau? Do you know anything about this? All eyes turned to a fair-skinned boy. Xiao Ziyu glanced around and spoke calmly. I do know a few things, but I can only share what I'm allowed to. Once I'm done, don't press me for more. Spill it already, the students urged impatiently. Xiao Ziyu explained. It's not that there are suddenly more stories about mutated creatures online. It's just that East Sea City has seen a real spike in mutated creature incidents. Since most of you browse local forums and platforms, it feels like the phenomenon is everywhere. But the truth is, it's mostly happening here in East Sea City. Why? What's causing the sudden increase in mutated creatures here? The students asked, eager for answers. Xiao Ziyu smirked slightly. If you've read any extracurricular material about star beasts, you might be able to guess. It's even mentioned briefly in our history textbooks. Fang Yuan thought for a moment before asking, are you talking about spatial rifts? Exactly, spatial rifts, Xiao Ziyu confirmed with a nod. The rest of the class looked puzzled. What do spatial rifts have to do with mutated creatures? Someone asked. Since Fang Yuan had already guessed correctly, Xiao Ziyu decided to elaborate. According to historical records, strong stellar energy fluctuations often precede the appearance of spatial rifts. Scientists believe this is due to dark matter leaking through from the other side of the rift, which intensifies stellar energy fluctuations. These intensified fluctuations increase the likelihood of biological awakening and mutation. The surrounding classmates finally understood what Xiao Ziyu was saying. Their eyes widened in shock, and their faces were filled with disbelief and panic. The classroom was instantly filled with exclamations and murmurs. Are you saying that a spatial rift is about to appear in Donghai City? One classmate asked, their voice trembling. Xiao Ziyu nodded, his expression serious. That's right. Based on the current observations, it seems highly likely that a spatial rift will appear in Donghai City. Does that mean we're doomed? A long-haired girl exclaimed in alarm. I heard my dad say that 10 years ago, a spatial rift appeared near a third-tier city, and swarms of star beasts came out. That city was completely wiped out. A boy scratched his head, looking both confused and frightened. Now it all makes sense. I was wondering why so many heirs from prominent families in my social circle suddenly transferred to schools in the capital. Turns out, it's because Donghai is in trouble. Does that mean we're all going to die? Another classmate said, their face pale and voice shaking. I heard that spatial rifts are terrifying. Once one appears, everything within thousands of kilometers becomes a death zone. Seeing the fear on everyone's faces, Xiao Ziyu quickly tried to reassure them. Don't panic. Donghai City has a strong defense force. As long as the spatial rift doesn't appear in the city center, the threat won't be too severe. Plus, Yang Yuping's research team started working on spatial rift containment 5 years ago. I heard they've recently developed a feasible solution. While it's still in the experimental phase, Donghai City has already decided to implement it. If successful, it might prevent the rift from forming. Why isn't there any news about this online? Someone asked, puzzled. Xiao Ziyu explained. That's because any online content about the spatial rift in Donghai City is immediately taken down. To avoid causing mass panic, any posts about it disappear within 3 seconds of being published. The poster might even get a visit from the authorities. He paused, then added, I probably shouldn't even be telling you all this. But honestly, it's not much of a secret among the higher-ups, it's just that no one talks about it openly. Now that you know, let me warn you, don't spread this online. If you do, and the authorities come knocking, don't say I didn't warn you. Fang Yuan listened quietly. This was the first time he'd heard about any of this. He quickly began analyzing the information he'd just learned. Strong star energy fluctuations had been detected around Donghai City, indicating the potential emergence of a spatial rift nearby. These fluctuations had caused many animals to mutate. According to what Nairuan had said earlier, his hamster started mutating during the summer break, which meant the star energy fluctuations had likely begun 2 or 3 months ago. Throughout the morning, Fang Yuan found it hard to focus on his classes, his mind preoccupied with thoughts of spatial rifts and star energy fluctuations. As soon as the bell rang, he got up quickly and headed straight to the library, determined to find books related to spatial rifts and mutated creatures. Upon entering the library, Fang Yuan immediately spotted Han Yue browsing through the bookshelves. She was a diligent student who often spent time here, so it wasn't surprising to see her. Ignoring her, Fang Yuan walked straight to the section where he thought the relevant books might be and began searching. Just as he reached for a book titled The Devil's Awakening, The Evolution of Spatial Rifts, another slender hand reached for it at the same time. Fang Yuan turned and found Han Yue standing beside him, a faint smile on her face. You want this book? Han Yue withdrew her hand and asked with a smile. Fang Yuan didn't bother with pleasantries. Yes, I need to read it first. Go ahead, Han Yue said generously, stepping aside to let him take the book. However, she didn't leave. Instead, she stayed put, watching him with interest. Fang Yuan took the book and quickly flipped through it to confirm it contained the information he needed. Han Yue stood nearby and asked curiously, So, you're starting to research spatial rifts now? Fang Yuan glanced at her and asked directly, You already knew about the spatial rift potentially appearing in Donghai City, didn't you? Han Yue shrugged and admitted frankly, It's not as scary as it sounds. At least my family didn't ask me to transfer to another city. But every time you encounter something tricky, your first reaction is to run to the library for research. If even you're this tense, imagine the chaos if this news got out. Fang Yuan held up the book. Have you read this one? Not yet. Han Yue shook her head. But I found out about this during the summer break. Since the school was closed, I couldn't access the library. I did read another book about spatial rifts at home, though. I got through part of it during the summer. Fang Yuan knew that when she said part of it, she likely meant she'd read the entire thing. Can you give me a quick summary of how spatial rifts form? He asked. Han Yue thought for a moment before explaining. To put it simply, about 30 years ago, Star Energy Labs developed instruments capable of detecting star energy fluctuations. Over the next 3 decades, scientists noticed that spatial rifts were always preceded by star energy fluctuations. How far in advance can they predict a rift? Fang Yuan pressed. It depends on the size of the rift, Han Yue replied. Larger rifts release stronger and more widespread star energy fluctuations, allowing for earlier detection. Can you give an example? Fang Yuan asked. Han Yue recalled. The book mentioned that the spatial rift under the Southpaw Strait is the largest known rift to date. China detected its star energy fluctuations 3 years in advance. Since it's underwater and difficult to monitor, the fluctuations might have appeared even earlier. Fang Yuan raised an eyebrow, deep in thought. So it's possible that Donghai City has been experiencing star energy fluctuations for quite some time? That's likely, Han Yue nodded. I found out about it during the summer, but the labs probably detected it much earlier. A sudden thought struck Fang Yuan. Do you think it's possible that the fluctuations began a year or 2 ago? Han Yue considered this for a moment before replying uncertainly. I can't say for sure, but it's definitely possible. Realizing she couldn't provide a definitive answer, Fang Yuan held up the book and said, They'll take this back to read first. All right. Let me know when you return it. I'd like to read it too, Han Yue said. Fang Yuan took out his student ID to check out the book. As he did, he casually asked, Are you going to the martial arts gym tonight? Han Yue sighed lightly. You're in high demand. I was planning to go, but when I called the gym, the manager said someone had already booked your training session. Got it. Let's reschedule then, Fang Yuan said, waving goodbye as he headed off to check out the book. After school, as usual, Fang Yuan went to the hospital to have dinner with Xiao Zhu before heading to the martial arts gym to cover a shift. Earlier in the library, he had learned from Han Yue that someone had already booked a training session with him for the evening. When Fang Yuan arrived at the gym, the person who had made the reservation had yet to show up. With nothing else to do, he hopped on a treadmill, set it to the highest speed, and began an intense workout while channeling star power through his legs. However, the mysterious client never appeared throughout the night. Sweating profusely, Fang Yuan stepped off the treadmill and walked into the manager's office, puzzled. Manager Liu, the person who booked me tonight never showed up. Are you sure there wasn't a mistake? Manager Lu flipped through the records and confirmed. No mistake. The booking was definitely for today, and the session fee has already been paid in advance. Fang Yuan shrugged. As long as he got paid, he didn't care too much. But over the next 3 days, things got stranger. Someone booked his sessions every day but never showed up. Feeling that something was off, Fang Yuan approached Manager Lu again. I honestly have no idea what's going on, Manager Lu said, equally puzzled. But your training sessions for the next week are fully booked. Is it the same person making all the bookings? Fang Yuan asked. Yes, it's the same person, Manager Lu confirmed. Fang Yuan took the record book and saw an unfamiliar name, but he already had a guess in mind. After confirming that all payments had been made in full, Fang Yuan suddenly proposed. From now on, raise my session fee by 10 times. Manager Lu hesitated. Isn't that a bit too much? Just do it, Fang Yuan insisted. Let's see if they'll still book. After considering for a moment, Manager Lu decided to give it a try. To their surprise, even with the price hike, the mysterious person continued to book every session without hesitation, paying the tenfold fee in full. Yet, the client still never showed up. And so, Fang Yuan suddenly became the highest paid instructor at Thunder Martial Arts Gym. His schedule was packed, but he had little to do. Most of his time at the gym was spent running on the treadmill, punching sandbags, or lifting weights. With such an easy and lucrative routine, Fang Yuan couldn't help but feel smug. Earning money while training? Life was perfect. The only downside was that his salary went straight into Fang Zhengguo's bank account. Thanks to the combination of the star power training model and advanced agility enhancement techniques, Fang Yuan's agility quickly reached 19 points, and his rage points accumulated to 320. Wanting to earn more rage points, he even went out of his way to visit the basketball court in the old district. But those 3 cowards never showed up again, much to his disappointment. Since the mysterious client never appeared, Fang Yuan sometimes only needed to check in at the gym before leaving. He instructed Manager Lu to call him if the client ever showed up. Overall, both Fang Yuan and the gym were quite satisfied with the arrangement. The only one unhappy was Han Yuwei. After finishing The Devil's Opened Eyes, The Evolution of Spatial Rifts, Fang Yuan had directly lent the book to her. You're a top-tier coach now. I can't even book a session with you. Han Yuwei pouted playfully while holding the book. Fang Yuan grinned. What can I say? I'm a professional martial arts coach. Once someone books me, I can't take on other clients. Fine, Han Yuwei said, unconvinced. Next week, I'll send a driver to camp out at the gym. Let's see if I can't secure a session. After school the next day, Fang Yuan stopped by a nearby snack shop to grab some wontons and dumplings to go. Then, he swung by the supermarket to pick up 2 more bags of cat food before heading to the hospital. He couldn't believe the cat food had run out in just a week. Annoyed, he decided to give Xiao Zhu a proper lecture about overfeeding the 2 stray cats. On second thought, if the cats ate themselves to death, he wouldn't have to feed them anymore. A tempting idea. But then he remembered one of them was an orange tabby. If anything, it might just grow into a pig-like monster, which was a terrifying thought. When he entered the hospital room, medical intern Zhou Weiya was chatting happily with Xiao Zhu. Fang Yuan placed the takeout on the table and asked, Dr. Zhou, want some wontons? Zhou Weiya politely declined. No thanks. If the attending doctor finds out I'm stealing food from a patient, they'll be in big trouble. I'll head out now. Enjoy your meal. Goodbye, Sister Zhou. Xiao Zhu waved sweetly, then eagerly asked, Where's the cat food? Fang Yuan set the cat food on the bedside table and sighed. I bought it. You remind me every day. How could I possibly forget? Xiao Zhu ignored the wontons and immediately reached for the cat food. Fang Yuan quickly snatched it away, giving her a stern look. Eat first. Pouting, Xiao Zhu reluctantly pulled the tray closer and started eating her wontons. Just then, the 2 stray cats appeared on the windowsill, right on schedule. Fang Yuan held Xiao Zhu back, opened the bag of cat food himself, and poured a small amount onto the windowsill. The cats sniffed the food but didn't eat it. Instead, they meowed at Xiao Zhu. Fang Yuan frowned. What's this? Are they picky about the food I bought? Or do they just not like me feeding them? The cats continued meowing without touching the food. Fang Yuan sighed and said to Xiao Zhu, Look at how spoiled these 2 are. They've completely forgotten what it means to be stray cats. Give them more. They can eat a lot, Xiao Zhu said as she slid off the bed and grabbed a handful of cat food from the back. She placed it on the windowsill, and the cats immediately meowed affectionately before happily devouring the food, acting as obedient as ever. Fang Yuan rolled his eyes, feeling annoyed at the sight of the 2 cats. He reached out to poke the orange tabby, only for it to puff up in indignation. Fang Yuan watched the 2 cats sniffing and inspecting the cat food with an air of disdain. Unable to resist, he reached out to tease the orange tabby. To his surprise, the cat immediately fluffed up, hissing sharply with a loud meow, and bared its teeth in a warning. You're baring your teeth at me after I bought you food? Fang Yuan muttered, recalling some online videos about taming cats. In those clips, owners would simply place a kitchen knife nearby, and even the fiercest cats would settle down instantly. However, this orange tabby was undeterred. It hissed even louder and swiped a paw at him. Oh, so you want to use claws now? Fang Yuan said, pulling the cat food away. The two cats instantly became anxious, meowing incessantly and posturing as if ready to battle him for 300 rounds. Originally, Fang Yuan's intention was just to tame these two stray cats so they wouldn't be too wild and accidentally harm Fang Xiaozhu. But as the cats hissed and bristled, a notification suddenly popped up in his system. Anger level 1, 3. Realizing he could absorb anger from animals, Fang Yuan's lips curled into a mischievous grin. He began repeatedly offering and then retracting the food bowl, teasing the cats. The two felines were driven into a frenzy, jumping and yowling, continuously contributing to his anger level. After several rounds, the cats wised up and switched tactics, pitifully meowing at Fang Xiaozhu instead. Big brother, stop bullying them, Fang Xiaozhu protested, rushing to snatch the food bowl. Fang Yuan shifted his attention to teasing his sister instead, hiding the cat food behind his back. After a few rounds of back and forth, even Fang Xiaozhu was provoked, her anger level spiking as well. Suddenly, in the middle of their playful tussle, Fang Xiaozhu froze and began gasping for air. Fang Yuan panicked and immediately scooped her up, placing her on the bed. Take deep breaths, don't rush. I was just messing around. Are you feeling better? I'm fine, I was just tricking you, Fang Xiaozhu said, catching her breath and flashing a cheeky smile. Stay lying down, Fang Yuan instructed, adjusting her pillow. Her condition could cause fainting or even a sudden collapse at any time. Last time, they were almost too late in getting her to the hospital. Carefully, he checked her forehead and pulse. Only after confirming she was okay did he let out a sigh of relief. When Fang Xiaozhu tried to sit up again, he gently pressed her back down. Stay still. This position helps blood flow to your head and prevents oxygen deprivation. But Xiaozhu and Xiaohui haven't eaten yet. Fang Xiaozhu murmured softly, referring to the two cats. I'll feed them. Fang Yuan placed the cat food back on the windowsill. Eat it or don't, it's your choice. If you don't eat, there won't be any next time. Fang Xiaozhu gave the cats an encouraging look and whispered, hurry up and eat. Only then did the cats lower their heads and begin crunching on the food. The sound of their chewing filled the room. Fang Yuan also set a bowl of water on the windowsill for them. Are you going to work? Fang Xiaozhu suddenly asked. Not today. After seeing her earlier episode, Fang Yuan decided to skip his shift at the martial arts gym. Besides, the client who had booked the session never showed up anyway. But won't Dad lose money if you don't go? He won't. This month, his salary will be at least 3 times higher. Once he gets paid, we'll go out for a big meal, Fang Yuan replied with a grin. As a martial arts coach, his father earned commissions from booked sessions, and this month, they had sold out at 10 times the usual price. Why did it go up so much? Because your brother is amazing. I'm the gym star coach now, Fang Yuan said proudly, giving a thumbs up. After the cats finished eating, they meowed a farewell and climbed along the courtyard wall to leave. Fang Xiaozhu waved them off before turning back to see Fang Yuan pulling something out of his bag. He fastened a small watch-like device around her wrist. What's this? She asked curiously. It's a smartwatch with a phone. I've saved Mom, Dad, and my numbers in it. If anything happens, just call me. What Fang Yuan didn't tell her was that the watch also had GPS tracking and a heart rate monitor. With the lingering threat of the Spear of God, this waterproof device was a necessary precaution. These are so expensive. Some of my classmates have them, and they cost thousands. Did you strike it rich, big brother? Fang Xiaozhu asked, fiddling with the watch in delight. It's not that bad, just the price of 2 energy drinks, Fang Yuan said with a chuckle. He could now afford 800 yuan bottles of energy drinks, so buying a smartwatch wasn't a big deal. No way. 2 drinks shouldn't cost more than 10 yuan. Did you get scammed? Fang Xiaozhu frowned at the watch, sensing something wasn't right. Fang Yuan nearly choked on his wonton soup. What are you talking about? I meant high-end energy drinks. At that moment, the TV suddenly interrupted the drama and switched to an advertisement. On the screen, a golden dragon soared through clouds and storms before finally diving into a bottle of energy drink. The low-budget special effects were unmistakably part of the commercial for the Golden Dragon energy drink, which sold for a staggering 7,999 yuan. Fang Xiaozhu pointed at the TV, her eyes filled with confusion. Brother, isn't that the so-called IQ tax drink you mentioned? Fang Yuan was sipping his soup and nearly choked on hearing her. He set down his bowl and cleared his throat. This one's different. It's 800 yuan per bottle, much better value for the price. That's a whole extra zero, Xiaozhu retorted while fiddling with her watch. Fang Yuan noticed how much she adored that timepiece, which had cost 1,600 yuan, the equivalent of 2 bottles of the energy drink. Seeing that he was losing the argument, Fang Yuan decisively changed tactics. He reached out and pinched his sister's cheek. The two were playfully bickering when in turn Dr. Zhou Weiya walked in. The attending doctor wants to see you in the office, Zhou Weiya said succinctly. Fang Yuan got up and followed Zhou Weiya to the attending doctor's office. The three of them sat down to discuss Fang Zioza's condition. The attending doctor frowned and said, "Your sister has been hospitalized for quite a while now. We've conducted every possible test, but we still can't determine the cause of her illness. While chatting with Dr. Zhou earlier, we thought of some rare cases, which is why I called you here." "What kind of cases?" Fang Yuan asked curiously. "We're wondering if your sister's condition could be caused by some sort of external factor," the attending doctor explained slowly. Fang Yuan's heart tightened as he cautiously asked, "What exactly do you mean by external factor, doctor?" Zhou Weiya chimed in. "For example, taking unknown medications or coming into contact with something unusual. You know, in this Star Force era, we've seen a lot of strange and unexplainable phenomena." Fang Yuan's mind immediately jumped to the triangular star core, undoubtedly a strange object. In truth, he had already suspected a connection. However, this theory was something he would never share with anyone. Feigning contemplation, he shook his head and said, "I don't think so. We have strict rules at home. My sister wouldn't even eat candy from a neighbor without permission." The three of them continued discussing for another half hour until the end of the workday. After exchanging goodbyes, they each went their separate ways. On Saturday, the campus of Donghai No. 1 High School was still bustling with activity. Even though it was the weekend, the school had scheduled classes, determined to make the most of every minute of the students' time. As the afternoon dismissal bell rang, Fang Yuan, as usual, slung his backpack over his shoulder and headed toward the library. He knew full well that he wasn't going there to borrow books, but rather to check on the mysterious cone-shaped sculpture. Every time he entered the library, his gaze would instinctively sweep toward the sculpture, hoping to catch any unusual signs. Just as he pushed open the library's glass door, Fang Yuan spotted Han Yue. She waved at him and greeted him with a smile. "I've returned that book, The Devil's Open Eyes." Fang Yuan nodded and casually asked, "Finished it already?" His eyes, almost unconsciously, darted again toward the geometric sculpture. Han Yue tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear and replied, "I just skimmed through it. By the way, is there something wrong with your martial arts gym's website? All your sessions for the next month are fully booked. I couldn't even book a single one." Noticing this was the second time Shed brought up the topic, Fang Yuan asked, "Do you really need a sparring partner that badly?" "Not exactly," Han Yue explained. "I just wanted to test something. After learning the Star Force cultivation model, my mental attribute improved a bit. I want to see if this enhancement can boost my static electricity control." Fang Yuan thought for a moment before responding, "I see. In that case, why don't you come to the gym tomorrow afternoon?" Han Yue looked slightly puzzled. "Are you covering someone's shift tomorrow?" "No." Fang Yuan shook his head. "Even if we push ourselves hard, weekends are still for catching our breath." Han Yue asked curiously, "What about the session fees then?" Fang Yuan put on a mock serious expression and teased, "What? Just because you're used to being like a deity, you think classmates can't spar for free on a weekend?" Han Yue chuckled and said, "All right then, see you at the gym tomorrow afternoon." They'll head out now. The two waved goodbye. The next afternoon, at Thunder Martial Arts Gym. At 2:30 p.m., Fang Yuan strolled into the gym, only to find Han Yue already on the platform, practicing with a punching bag. As he began putting on protective gear, he asked, "When did you get here?" "Right after lunch," Han Yue replied. Fang Yuan tilted his head in thought and then said incredulously, "Doesn't that mean you've been waiting for 2 hours?" Han Yue paused her movements and asked one of the gym staff to take the punching bag down. She explained, "Not quite 2 hours. My family has a lot of dining etiquette, so lunch took a while." Fang Yuan, now fully geared up, stepped onto the martial arts platform and said, "I came based on the school's class schedule. If you arrived so early, you could have just called me." Han Yue put on a mock downtrodden expression and said, "It's fine. I was just practicing at home anyway. Besides, today doesn't count as a session. I'm no longer a deity, remember?" Fang Yuan gave her a playful wink and asked, "So, how do you want to test? Are you planning to zap me?" Han Yue playfully retorted, "Yes, zap you." Then she assumed a ready stance. Once Fang Yuan was prepared, he gestured for her to come at him. Han Yue immediately stepped forward and delivered a spinning roundhouse kick. Fang Yuan smoothly sidestepped, effortlessly dodging the attack. Han Yue was slightly surprised by his evasive move. She had only used 60 of her strength, concerned that going all out might injure Fang Yuan. Her caution wasn't unfounded. Her Star Force level had already reached LV.2 during the summer break, with attributes far exceeding those of an average LV.1 awakener. Seeing Fang Yuan dodge so easily, Han Yue didn't voice her surprise. Instead, she launched another attack, this time using 70 of her strength. Yet Fang Yuan still managed to counter her effortlessly. She continued to increase her power, eventually going all out. But Fang Yuan remained steady, blocking her moves with ease. Curious, Han Yue asked, "Don't tell me you've reached LV.22? Fang Yuan shook his head. "Nope, still LV.1. But your strength must be at least 19 points, right?" Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to handle my spinning kick, Han Yue speculated. That's right. Isn't that close to the upper limit for LV.1?
Yep.
Han Yue still felt something was off. Wait a second, your agility must be pretty high too. Her own agility was already at 22 points. Yet Fang Yuan had managed to dodge her full-strength spinning kick with a simple sidestep. Fang Yuan replied, "It's decent. I just got my agility up to 19 points a few days ago." Han Yue widened her eyes and blinked a few times before exclaiming in surprise, "Both strength and agility are at 19 points? That means you have dual strong attributes." Her tone was filled with astonishment. Although Han Yue's own agility had reached 22 points, higher than Fang Yuan's 19, the comparison wasn't exactly fair. As someone who had advanced to LV.2 as an awakened, her average attribute was expected to reach 22.7. So, having 22 points in agility wasn't particularly remarkable for her. However, Fang Yuan's situation was entirely different. As an LV.1 awakened, his attribute cap should have been 20 points. Reaching this limit was already a daunting challenge, yet Fang Yuan had managed to hit 19 points in both strength and agility. This was precisely the hallmark of a super warrior dual strong attributes. Fang Yuan grinned and said modestly, "Not bad, not bad. Still a bit short of the limit." But inside, he thought to himself, "If I told you my mental attribute has already hit 20 points, would your jaw drop?" A look of excitement appeared on Han Yue's face as she continued. "No wonder you changed your mind about applying to the martial arts academy. With talent like this, it totally makes sense." Fang Yuan responded humbly again, "It's nothing, really. I couldn't have done it without your help." This time, he was being honest. Although he hadn't directly gained any rage points from Han Yue, thanks to her, he'd managed to harvest quite a lot from Li Weilon. Glancing at his rage points, Fang Yuan saw that they had accumulated to 330. With both his strength and agility at 19 points, increasing them further would mean breaking through the LV.1 awaken cap. Normally, this cap was considered insurmountable. Fang Yuan couldn't help but wonder if he could use rage points to push his strength and agility to 21 points. If it turned out to be possible to surpass the level cap, this ability would be ridiculously overpowered. For now, though, he still needed more rage points to test it out. "Let's start testing your static electricity control," Fang Yuan said, extending his hand. "I think we should just try direct contact." "All right," Han Yue agreed and reached out her hand. Fang Yuan gently held her palm, feeling a soft warmth. This was the first time he'd held Han Yue's hand, and he hadn't expected it to happen under these circumstances. Just then, he noticed his rage points skyrocketing like a volcanic eruption. What's with this girl's rage points being so weird? Fang Yuan wondered to himself. It's just holding hands she's so mad about it? Turning his head, he spotted Li Weilon in the distance. The guy was like an unshakable ghost, showing up just to contribute rage points. Fang Yuan thought to himself, this level of selfless dedication almost moved him to tears. Han Yue's fingers lightly brushed against Fang Yuan's arm, and a small static shock passed between them. Fang Yuan flinched slightly and joked, "You shocked me." His words carried a subtle hint of flirtation, as if implying he was electrified by her gaze. Han Yue couldn't hold back her laughter, her voice as soft and sweet as the blooming scent of jasmine. Fang Yuan noticed his anger points skyrocketing, with several 30s popping up in rapid succession. He did some quick mental math, just the touch of her hand, and the static shock had added 240 anger points, bringing the total to 470. "So, how's your static control coming along?" Han Yue withdrew her hand and pinched her earlobe, trying to appear composed. Fang Yuan subtly gestured in the direction of Li Weilian and whispered, "Your knight in shining armor is here again." Han Yue sighed, explaining, "Our families are close. On weekends, the elders often have meals together." He tagged along, "And there's nothing I can do about it. If he causes you trouble, let me know. My martial arts training is a normal part of my life, and no one has the right to interfere." Returning to the topic at hand, Fang Yuan quickly analyzed. The static control just now had a reaction time of 0.3 seconds and a paralysis duration of 1.6 seconds. Han Yue frowned upon hearing this. Why is the paralysis duration so much shorter this time? Her mental attribute had increased to 22 points, 5 points higher than during their last test. By all logic, the effect should have been stronger. Fang Yuan grabbed a pen and paper, starting to work through a formula. He explained, "Based on what we've seen so far, the formula might be T difference in mental attributes targets resistance coefficient. Your mental attribute has improved, but my resistance coefficient might have increased too, which could explain the reduced effect." Han Yue did a quick calculation and was astonished to find that Fang Yuan's mental attribute could already be at 19 or even 20 points. Combined with his previously observed strength and agility, Fang Yuan had somehow reached a triple high attribute level. Fang Yuan remained calm and said, "Sure, it's just LV.1 stats. They're not really that impressive. It's not like there are any LV.1 super soldiers in the world." As they continued their discussion, Li Weilian barged into the manager's office, demanding to know why Fang Yuan was still instructing other members. The manager calmly explained that it was Fang Yuan's personal time, and the martial arts gym had no authority to interfere. Unwilling to let it go, Li Weilian approached Han Yue directly, boasting, "I've ordered a complete set of Davis Awaken data analysis equipment. It can provide a much more accurate analysis of your abilities. Why don't you come over to my place and give it a try?" Han Yue politely declined. "No need. I've already figured out most of it." Li Weilian persisted, criticizing the gym's training environment. Han Yue retorted, "What, do you think you can choose the terrain when you're on the battlefield?" Li Weilian scoffed arrogantly, "With our status, we'd never have to risk our lives on a dangerous battlefield." Han Yue's voice grew firm as she countered passionately, "Then why even practice martial arts? For me, if danger ever comes and am needed to fight, I won't hesitate to step up." William Li suppressed the anger boiling within him, maintaining a facade of gentlemanly composure. Han Yue, unwilling to prolong the pointless argument any further, turned to Fang Yuan and said, "Fang Yuan, I'm sorry. Let's call it a day for training. I'll head back now." "All right, let's wrap it up here." Fang Yuan agreed with a nod. Without even changing out of her martial arts uniform, Han Yue hurriedly left the dojo. William's expression darkened ominously. The tension had stemmed from earlier that day when, after a family dinner at a restaurant, he had invited Han Yue to his home to try out the Davis Awakener data analysis device. She had declined. What stung even more was that she had gone straight to the dojo to meet Fang Yuan instead, essentially turning the evening into what felt like a casual weekend date. His cold gaze lingered on Fang Yuan's retreating figure for a moment before he let out a disdainful snort and exited the dojo. A young man with a wolf head tattoo on his arm quietly followed him. Out on the street, William suddenly spun around, grabbing the tattooed man by the throat and slamming him against a wall. "You're following me?" "No." The man replied calmly, unfazed. "But you seem to really dislike that substitute instructor back in the dojo." William narrowed his eyes and released his grip. "What are you trying to say?" The man adjusted his neck, introducing himself with a smirk. "Name's Qing Lang. I've got some recognition in the old district." He sized up William's tailored attire. "Judging by your outfit, you come from money. How much does this get-up cost?" "Custom made." "I don't know the price," William answered coldly. "Would you pay to make your problems disappear?" Qing Lang cut straight to the point. Intrigued, William listened as Qing Lang revealed he was a shape-shifting ability user who could transform his right hand into a wolf claw. With a star power level of LV.2, he had enough strength to pique William's interest. Eventually, William offered him 200,000 yuan to ensure Fang Yuan would be left permanently crippled. As William stepped into a sleek black sedan parked by the curb, Qing Lang held up the check with a sly grin. "Aren't you worried I might add a few extra zeros?" William's lips curled into a haughty smirk. "You're welcome to try." With that, the car roared to life and disappeared down the street. Meanwhile, back in the dojo, Fang Yuan was preparing to change and head home when Wang Hongjun descended from the second floor. He asked Fang Yuan to perform a 3-meter sprint and strike a heavy bag. With his 19-point strength, Fang Yuan unleashed a blow that generated nearly 300 kilograms of force, causing the chains on the bag to rattle violently. Wang Hongjun nodded in approval, satisfied with Fang Yuan's impressive display of speed and power. He then shared a critical piece of information. His family possessed a star power martial arts technique. These rare combat skills, exclusive to Awakeners, were highly sought after and served as the foundation for any successful dojo. For a dojo focused on catering to Awakeners, lacking a signature star power technique meant having no foothold in a competitive city like Donghai. Awakeners come to martial arts schools primarily to learn their prized Starforce techniques. These signature skills, the treasures of the schools, aren't something just any Awakener can easily gain access to. For example, the Thunder Martial Arts School boasts a Starforce punching technique called Thunder Fist, a signature move they proudly use for promotion. Fang Yuan frowned slightly, asking hesitantly, "Uncle Wang, you're not thinking of teaching me Thunder Fist, are you?" Wang Hongjun chuckled and countered, "Why not? You don't want to learn it?" Fang Yuan quickly clarified, "No, that's not it. It's just that Thunder Fist is the Thunder Martial Arts School's prized technique. I've heard some Awakeners spend hundreds of thousands and still don't master it. Are you really planning to teach it to me?" In reality, for most Awakeners to learn a Starforce technique, they must first become advanced students at a martial arts school. Starting from the basics, they gradually gain access to the fundamentals of something like Thunder Fist. To maximize profit, schools usually divide the technique into beginner, intermediate, and advanced levels, teaching them step by step. But Wang Hongjuan's offer clearly wasn't for some watered-down beginner version of Thunder Fist. Feeling a little embarrassed, Fang Yuan asked, "Uncle Wang, isn't this how the school makes money? Are you sure about teaching it to me?" Wang Hongjun patted Fang Yuan on the shoulder, a weathered smile appearing on his face. He pulled out a cigarette, lit it, took 2 deep drags, and then extinguished it slowly before speaking. "I'm 5 years older than your dad. After retiring from the military, I opened this martial arts school. Now, I'm almost 60. How much longer do you think I can keep this up on my own? He paused for a moment, then continued, I only have one daughter. She got married a few years back and now has a child. My grandson's in kindergarten. If this martial arts school is going to survive, someone has to carry on the legacy of martial arts. Without someone to take over, it's only a matter of time before it shuts down. Wang Hongjun locked eyes with Fang Yuan, his tone turning serious. So, I was thinking, if you can master Thunder Fist, we'll pass the school on to you. Your dad and I were comrades in arms, and I trust you with it. Fang Yuan pondered Wang Hongjuan's words deeply, his brows slightly furrowed. Looking up at Wang Hongjun, he spoke with firm determination, Uncle Wang, I might not stay at the martial arts school forever. Talking about ambitions now might seem like aiming too high, but I truly want to venture out into the wider world. Wang Hongjun let out a hearty laugh and patted Fang Yuan on the shoulder. Having ambition is a good thing for a young man. But you didn't quite get what I meant. I'm not asking you to be a coach here, clocking in and out every day. To put it plainly, I just want you to hold the fort. As long as your name is associated with the school, no one will dare to challenge us. That's all I need. Fang Yuan's brows relaxed slightly, though he still had doubts. But my star power level is only LV.1 right now. That doesn't carry much weight, does it? Not enough now doesn't mean it won't be enough in the future. I see great potential in you, kid. Besides, your Uncle Wang isn't exactly too old to wield a blade just yet, Wang Hongjun said, his voice rising with vigor. Now, as a man, let me ask you straight, do you want to learn Thunder Fist or not? Yes. Fang Yuan answered without hesitation. Wang Hongjun turned and started toward the stairs, motioning for Fang Yuan to follow. Come with me. The two made their way to a room on the third floor. Wang Hongjun powered on a computer and a wall-mounted display. After entering a password, he brought up the demonstration program for Thunder Fist. The large screen on the wall began playing a video, showing the full star power flow of the technique. The video displayed a transparent view of an arm, with blue lines clearly illustrating the pathways of star power. Hundreds of streams of energy converged toward the fist, forming a high-speed spinning vortex before erupting with explosive force. Pointing at the screen, Wang Hongjun explained, this is the star power flow diagram for Thunder Fist. The entire process takes just 0.8 seconds. Memorize this first, I'll go over the training details and insights with you afterward. Fang Yuan nodded in acknowledgement, his eyes fixed on the screen as he began committing the intricate star power routes to memory. As he observed Fang Yuan's focus, Wang Hongjun continued, the moves of Thunder Fist are easy to learn, but the key lies in the star power flow. This is essentially the internal foundation of the technique. Thunder Fist consists of 108 fixed star power pathways, each following a specific sequence. He added, if it's a simplified version, the beginner level has 18 pathways, the intermediate level has 36, and the advanced level has 72. But the complete 108 pathway Thunder Fist? The martial arts school doesn't teach that. To demonstrate, Wang Hongjun channeled his star power and delivered a powerful punch. A sharp boom echoed as the force of his strike rippled through the air. When you first start, you can practice the pathways individually, one at a time. Once you're proficient with all 108, you combine them to form the star power vortex in your fist, he explained. Fang Yuan concentrated on memorizing the flow diagram and, by the second loop of the video, began attempting to move star power through his arm. The initial progress was smooth, successfully completed the first 18 pathways almost immediately. As the difficulty increased, Fang Yuan had to make multiple attempts to succeed. By the time he reached the 72nd pathway, he was replaying the video repeatedly, working hard to grasp every detail. Noticing Fang Yuan's frequent rewinds, Wang Hongjun asked in surprise, Fang Yuan, you can set the later pathways aside for now. Focus on mastering the earlier ones first. Without looking up, Fang Yuan replied, I've already got the earlier ones down. The later ones are tougher. I'm not sure if I can finish learning them all today. Wang Hongjun couldn't believe his ears. You've mastered the earlier ones? All of them? Yeah, Fang Yuan explained. By mastered, I mean I can actually move star power through them, not just memorize them. I've successfully completed each pathway once before moving on to the next. One successful attempt should count as mastery, right? Wang Hongjun was completely stunned. He had initially planned for Fang Yuan to memorize the routes first, and then practice gradually. Based on the usual pace of martial arts students, mastering the first 18 pathways would take about a month, 36 pathways 3 to 5 months, and 72 pathways at least a year. As for all 108 pathways, that would typically require a minimum of 3 years. But now, Fang Yuan claimed he was already working on the hardest part. Determined to see it for himself, Wang Hongjun placed a hand on Fang Yuan's shoulder and turned him around. You say you've mastered it? Then show me an 18-pathway Thunder Fist. Fang Yuan nodded, raising his hand as he slowly channeled star power through his arm. Rather than completing the sequence in 0.8 seconds, He deliberately moved at a slower pace, activating each pathway one at a time. The energy streams flowed along his arm, ultimately converging in his fist. Once the 18 pathways were aligned, he rotated the star power into a vortex and threw a punch. Boom! A faint but crisp sound of energy release resonated in the air. Though it was just a basic 18-pathway thunder fist and Fang Yuan's first attempt, the power behind it was undeniable. Wang Hongjun was left speechless. Did you really succeed on your first try? Fang Yuan hesitated. Does this count as success? I activated the pathways one by one. Wang Hongjun clarified. Judging by the sound, yes, it's a success. When starting out, it's normal to activate the pathways individually. Once you're skilled, you'll be able to execute them simultaneously. Fang Yuan grinned. Not bad. Then success on the first go. Wang Hongjun was utterly floored. Fang Yuan's learning speed far exceeded his expectations. If he hadn't witnessed it firsthand, he might have suspected that Fang Yuan had secretly practiced Thunder Fist before. At that moment, Wang Hongjun became more convinced than ever that teaching Fang Yuan Thunder Fist had been the right decision. Initially, he had done it as a favor to an old comrade, uncertain of Fang Yuan's potential. But now, he saw boundless possibilities in the young man. A sudden thought crossed Wang Hongjun's mind. If only he had a daughter, Fang Yuan would make the perfect son-in-law to inherit the martial arts school. What a brilliant match that would be. After testing the Thunder Fist powered by 18 streams of Star Force, Fang Yuan immediately attempted the version with 36 streams. However, this attempt was far from successful. His punches lacked the explosive force he had expected. Uncle Wang, why can't I generate the explosive force with the 36 streams of Star Force Thunder Fist? Fang Yuan asked after 2 consecutive failures, turning to Wang Hongjun for guidance. Remaining calm, Wang Hongjun explained, that's completely normal. Thunder Fist has strict strength requirements. Typically, a level 1 awakener can only execute the 18-stream version. To perform the 36-stream Thunder Fist, you need to increase your strength. How much strength exactly? Fang Yuan pressed. There's no precise measurement, but most people in the dojo with a Star Force level of 2 can execute the 36-stream version. A strength attribute of around 23 or 24 should be sufficient, Wang Hongjun replied. He then asked, have you memorized the Star Force flowchart for Thunder Fist? Yes, I've memorized it. Alright, that's enough for today, Wang Hongjun advised. Take your time practicing and don't rush it. Thunder Fist relies heavily on explosive power and exerts significant recoil on the body. In combat, after using one Thunder Fist strike, it's best to avoid using it again in a short period. Otherwise, you risk breaking your own arm. That's serious? So it's basically a one-punch move? Not exactly, but you do need to control its usage frequency. It's best saved for moments when you're certain it will finish the fight in one blow. Got it. I'll go practice more and come back if I have questions. Alright, thank you, Uncle Wang. I'm heading downstairs now. Go ahead. After Fang Yuan left, Wang Hongjun glanced at the door to the adjacent room and remarked, Old Fang, your son is something else. His talent is so good. I can't help but feel a bit envious. The door opened, and Fang Zhenghua stepped out, his left arm in a cast. Old squad leader, thanks. The family's been dealing with some trouble lately, and now you've even taught my brat the Thunder Fist? Say no more. We've known each other for how many years? Half a lifetime. You've never asked for anything before. Since you did this time, there's nothing I wouldn't do for you, Wang Hongjun said as he retrieved a guitar case from the corner of the room. I got you what you need, a customized SVD. The stock is brand new, and it's accurate within 800 meters. But try to avoid using it unless absolutely necessary. If you get caught with it, it could be a big problem. I understand. Fang Zhenghua inspected the contents of the case before closing it. I'll give you a ride back. No need. It's been a long time since I handled something like this. I need to test it out. Fang Zhenghua slung the guitar case over his shoulder with his good arm and left. Meanwhile, instead of heading home, Fang Yuan found an empty training room in the dojo and began practicing the 18-stream Thunder Fist on a punching bag. Boom, boom, boom. The Thunder Fist was immensely powerful. Each punch sent tremors through the steel beams of the dojo, the sound echoing throughout the building and leaving onlookers anxious. As he continued practicing, Fang Yuan's Star Force circulation became faster and more refined. Eventually, he achieved simultaneous bursts of 18 streams of Star Force, forming a vortex of energy. Once he had mastered the 18-stream version, Fang Yuan turned his attention to the 36-stream Thunder Fist. He opened his status panel to check his attributes. Name, Fang Yuan. Star Force level, LV.1. Attributes, Strength 19, Agility 19, Physique 14, Spirit 20. Superpower trait, Unknown trait A20392. Star slot trait, Advanced Agility Enhancement Mimicry. Rage points, 470. Star Force Martial Arts, Thunder Fist. Skills, Military Combat Techniques, LV.292100. Sliding Step, LV.219100. Parkour LV.0110. He noticed two new entries, the Thunder Fist under Star Force martial arts and the parkour skill, likely gained from the wall climbing move he had performed while chasing the hooded man with a brick. Though the skill was still at a beginner level, it was a start. Determined to push his limits, Fang Yuan decided to break through the strength attribute cap. He spent 100 rage points to increase his strength to 20 and found that the button was still active. Encouraged, he continued pouring rage points into strength. His strength surpassed the level cap, reaching 21 points, with each point still costing 100 rage points. This is insane, Fang Yuan exclaimed, exhilarated. He used the remaining rage points to boost his strength to 23. Now his attributes stood at Strength 23, Agility 19, Physique 14, Spirit 20. Having reached the strength threshold Wang Hongjun had mentioned, Fang Yuan eagerly attempted the 36-stream Thunder Fist. Channeling 36 streams of star force into his fist, he struck the punching bag with full force. Boom! A thunderous explosion echoed through the dojo as his punch tore through the bag. Rubber fragments and fabric scraps flew everywhere. The chains holding the bag snapped, and the entire bag slammed into the wall, shaking the building. Hearing the commotion, Manager Lu rushed over. What happened? Fang Yuan awkwardly pointed at the destroyed punching bag. I went a little overboard. Don't worry about it. Just deduct the cost from my dad's paycheck. I gotta go see you. Knowing that the high-end leather punching bags at Thunder Dojo cost several thousand yuan, Fang Yuan realized his father would lose it if so much money got docked from his salary. Without wasting another second, Fang Yuan made a swift exit. At 7:30 p.m., Fang Yuan left the martial arts gym. Since Li Shuhua had brought some stew to the hospital today, he didn't need to worry about Fang Zioza's dinner. The street market was already bustling with activity. Fang Yuan sat down at a small food stall, ordered a plate of braised stew, and started eating while scrolling through his phone. Suddenly, two thuggish-looking men appeared silently, each draping an arm over his shoulders. Fang Yuan glanced at them coldly and asked indifferently, "What do you want?" "Our boss wants to see you. Come with us," one of them said, making a move to drag him away. Fang Yuan activated his iris scanner and realized that neither of them had any star power. They were just ordinary people. With a casual flick of his arm, both men were sent tumbling to the ground, groaning in pain. "You dare fight back? Are you looking for trouble?" one of them snarled. "Aren't you supposed to take me to your boss?" "Lead the way," Fang Yuan replied calmly. The two thugs scrambled to their feet and led Fang Yuan toward the old district. As they went deeper, the streetlights became fewer and fewer until they disappeared entirely. After passing through a dark alley, they arrived at a familiar street basketball court. Under the dim yellow lights, a group of people was playing basketball. When they noticed Fang Yuan, they immediately stopped and gathered around a young man with a wolf head tattoo on his arm. Over a dozen pairs of eyes locked onto Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan instantly recognized the three thugs he had taught a lesson to the other day and understood the situation. He turned to the tattooed youth and asked, "You wanted to see me? Do you know who I am?" The man asked, his tone unhurried. "No idea. Our boss is Qing Lang, the leader of Qingtang Street. If you don't want to die, get on your knees and apologize," one of the lackeys threatened. "My knees are too stiff to bend," Fang Yuan replied, meeting Qing Lang's gaze heated. Their eyes clashed in the dim light. Qing Lang smirked and said, "You beat up my guys. How do you plan to pay for that?" With a subtle gesture, his men surrounded Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan began counting. 1, 2, 3, 4. "What are you counting?" one of them asked. "Counting how many of you there are," Fang Yuan said flatly. Qing Lang sneered, "Don't bother counting. They won't need to lift a finger. I alone am enough to crush you. Surrender now, and he'll just cripple your limbs and let you live." As he spoke, his right hand began to transform, exuding the aura of a level 2 awakened. His hand morphed into a wolf claw, its razor-sharp talons gleaming menacingly. Fang Yuan immediately recognized this as a shape-shifting ability, a result of latent human genes being activated and merging with star power. He silently used his star power to scan Qing Lang's attribute panel. Name: Qing Lang. Star power level: LV.2. Attributes: Strength 22, Agility 24, Physique 20, Spirit 19. Superpower trait: Wolf's Claw. With these attributes, Qing Lang could indeed tear through a typical level 1 awaken with ease. But Fang Yuan simply smiled faintly and slowly raised his right fist. "Care to guess if you can block this punch?" Qing Lang scoffed. "Stop pretending. I looked into you. You're just a level 1 with terrible martial arts skills. Guys like you could sweat down a dozen with one hand." Before he finished speaking, he lunged at Fang Yuan with ghostly speed, his 24 agility making him nearly impossible to track. However, Fang Yuan was ready. Activating advanced agility enhancement mimicry, he sidestepped gracefully, avoiding the wolf claw with ease. After several failed attempts to land a hit, Qing Lang grew frustrated. At that moment, Fang Yuan's right fist began to gather power. 36 streams of star power converged as he unleashed a devastating punch. Boom! King Lang's body bent like a shrimp as he was sent flying, crashing through a wall before collapsing on the ground. He felt as though every bone in his body had shattered, his hands broken and completely powerless. He stared wide-eyed at Fang Yuan, completely baffled. How can you possibly be this fast? Qing Lang muttered to himself, staring at the young man in disbelief. His proud 24 points in agility should have been unmatched in this world, at least for a level 1 awakened. Fang Yuan casually explained, because I have advanced agility enhancement. My base agility is 19 points, boosted by 40, which makes it 26.6. Your 24 points? Not impressive. Qing Lang glanced down at his hands, which he could no longer lift, his confusion deepening. No, that punch, there's no way it came from a level 1 awakened. You can't possibly be level 1. I am, though. Just a rookie level 1. Fang Yuan replied calmly. Make no mistake, you just lost to a rookie level 1, Fang Yuan added, his words hitting Qing Lang's pride like a sledgehammer. Rage points 30. Impossible. A rookie level 1 can't be this strong. Qing Lang still refused to believe it. Fang Yuan chuckled lightly. It's not that I'm strong. You're just too weak. That remark completely ignited Qing Lang's fury. He was so angry his chest felt like it would burst. Yet he was utterly powerless. Fang Yuan could sense his opponent's growing rage, and the rage points began to skyrocket, increasing by 150 points in an instant. The dozen or so thugs standing around were frozen in terror as they witnessed the scene. To them, Qing Lang had always been an invincible figure, but now he had been sent flying with a single punch. Gritting his teeth, Qing Lang roared, "Get him! All of you!" At his command, the group of thugs charged forward, fists swinging as they surrounded Fang Yuan. Among them was even an elemental type awakened, who unleashed bursts of icy air from his palms. However, the ice user was too low level to pose any real threat. Fang Yuan's figure flickered as he moved, his fists a blur. With a series of heavy thuds, the dozen thugs were swiftly knocked to the ground, groaning in pain with bruised faces. These guys, who had once ruled over Qingtang Street with arrogance, had come looking for trouble with Fang Yuan, led by their level 2 awakened boss. Yet, they ended up getting thoroughly beaten by a high schooler, their humiliation beyond words. Fang Yuan coldly surveyed the thugs writhing on the ground, silently tallying up the ever-increasing rage points. 12 people had contributed a total of 380 rage points. Adding that to what he had before, his total now stood at 450 points. Collecting rage points like this is just too satisfying, Fang Yuan thought to himself with a hint of smugness, a satisfied smile playing on his lips as he looked at his defeated opponents sprawled across the ground. Fang Yuan once again showcased his incredible dunking skills, leaving the gang of troublemakers utterly subdued. Fueled by rage, he turned and walked away, leaving a group of bruised and battered individuals huddled in the corner, helplessly drawing circles on the ground. On his way home, Fang Yuan shook his right hand, wincing as pain radiated from his knuckles. Earlier, he had used Thunder Fist to defeat Qing Lang in one blow, but the recoil from the technique was significant, leaving his hand slightly numb. He pondered to himself, realizing that Thunder Fist couldn't be used repeatedly in quick succession. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind. If he increased his physique attribute, could he better withstand the recoil of Thunder Fist? The physique attribute primarily influenced an awakened individual's stamina and defense. In theory, enhancing physique should help endure greater recoil. However, no one had tested this theory before. After all, mastering Thunder Fist already required significant strength and agility attributes, so most people would prioritize those over physique. The next afternoon, during a self-study period, Fang Yuan's phone suddenly vibrated. He picked it up and saw it was a call from Fang Zio's smartwatch. The moment he answered, his sister's anxious voice came through. "Brother, come quickly, come quickly." Fang Yuan immediately dashed out of school, hailed a cab, and headed straight to the hospital. When he arrived, he saw Fang Xiaoju standing under a sycamore tree, shouting, "Don't hurt it! Don't hurt it!" Beneath the tree stood two young men in black trench coats and military boots, holding nets as they tried to catch something. Fang Yuan recognized them as agents from the Supernatural Awakening Management Bureau, responsible for overseeing awakened individuals. All cases involving awakened beings fell under their jurisdiction. "Don't hurt it!" Fang Xiaoju yelled as she tried to pull the agents away. Fang Yuan quickly ran over, pulled her back, and held her close. "Don't go near them," he warned. Fang Xiaoju pointed to the top of the tree and exclaimed, "They're trying to catch our cat." Fang Yuan looked up and saw an orange tabby clinging to a branch, baring its teeth and hissing down at the agents. The agents were holding nets, attempting to capture it. Fang Yuan stepped forward, grabbed one of the agents by the shoulder, and demanded, "Who are you? And what are you doing?" The agent showed his badge. "We're from the Bureau's Mutant Management Unit." "Step back. This doesn't concern you. What exactly are you doing?" Fang Yuan pressed, refusing to let go of the agent's shoulder. Sensing Fang Yuan's strength, the agent refrained from escalating the situation and explained, "We're capturing a mutated creature." "A mutated creature?" Fang Yuan repeated, his expression hardening. "That's right. The cat in the tree has mutated and must be captured to prevent any harm." Fang Yuan immediately activated his star power to observe the orange tabby. A status panel appeared, revealing its attributes. Species: orange tabby. Star power level: LV.1. Attributes: Strength 5, Agility 15, Physique 5, Spirit 7. Supernatural trait: Flame Claw. After confirming that the cat had indeed mutated, Fang Yuan examined its claws closely. He noticed that every step it took left behind a scorched paw print. Suddenly, he remembered that Fang Xiaozhu usually fed two cats. Scanning the area, he quickly spotted the second one hiding in the bushes near the hospital wall. Species: Gray cat. Star power level: LV.1. Attributes: Strength 5, Agility 16, Physique 5, Spirit 6. Supernatural trait: Advanced Agility Enhancement. Fang Yuan was taken aback. He hadn't expected the gray cat to have mutated as well, possessing Advanced Agility Enhancement. With 16 agility points, it would be difficult even for most awakened individuals to catch it. "Stay away. Don't touch my little orange." Fang Xiaozhu darted forward again, trying to shove the agents aside. Worried that her sudden movements might make her dizzy, Fang Yuan quickly pulled her back and whispered in her ear, "Little Gray is hiding by the wall over there. Go and hide it. I'll handle Little Orange." Reluctant to leave Little Orange, but also concerned about Little Gray, Fang Xiaozhu hesitated before running in the direction Fang Yuan had indicated. Fang Yuan rolled up his sleeves and climbed up the tree in a few swift moves. However, as he approached the orange tabby, it bristled, hissed, and retreated, leaving a trail of scorched paw prints in its wake. "Stop that," Fang Yuan said softly. "If you can understand me, calm down. They'll take you to Fang Xiaozhu. If you keep acting up, they'll capture you." He hadn't expected the orange tabby to understand him, but to his surprise, it suddenly quieted down and crouched in place. Fang Yuan reached out, grabbed it by the scruff of its neck, and leapt down from the tree. The agents immediately surrounded him. "Thanks for your cooperation. Please hand over the cat." "This is my cat. Why should I give it to you?" Fang Yuan asked, stepping back cautiously. "It's a mutated creature," one agent said sternly. "I was just reading the news yesterday. Your bureau's captain, Black Hawk, has a mutated black dog. Why don't you go catch that?" Fang Yuan retorted, recalling a trending forum post from the day before. One of the agents explained, "That was originally the captain's pet." Fang Yuan pulled out his phone and began recording. "Oh, so when your bureau's agents have mutated pets, it's fine to keep them. But when my pet mutates, you come to take it away. Is this the bureau's double standard in action?" The agents' faces darkened, their irritation visibly rising. "How can you prove this is your pet?" one of them asked, trying to keep his composure. Fang Yuan replied, "My sister and I feed these two cats every day. All the doctors in the hospital can vouch for us." The agents exchanged a glance and then asked, "Are you an awakened individual?" "Yes, my ability is iris data," Fang Yuan said, revealing their abilities and leaving them surprised. One of the agents handed him a form. "Mutated pets must be registered. Fill this out and bring both cats to the Donghai City Mutated Creatures Research Institute for a checkup by next week. Once registered, you'll receive pet collars for them. This is standard procedure. Please cooperate." Fang Yuan understood that mutated animals in the city needed to be documented, as they could sometimes be more dangerous than awakened individuals. He filled out the form, provided his phone number, and returned it to the agents. After verifying the information, the agents warned him, "Make sure to keep an eye on your mutated pets. If they harm anyone, they'll be taken away for processing." With that, they took photos of the two cats and left. Finally managing to protect the two cats, Fang Xiaozhu was about to carry them back to the hospital room when a nurse stopped her. The hospital had a strict no-pets policy. The two cats had been lingering on the balcony, and it was only thanks to Fang Xiaozhu's persuasive arguments that she convinced the doctor not to drive them away. "Let them down. Tomorrow, go and register them so no one will try to catch them," Fang Yuan said as he gently placed the two cats on the ground. He turned to look at his sister, noticing she was covered in dirt, her clothes a complete mess. "Go take a shower," Fang Yuan said, giving her shoulder a light push. "You're filthy, and your clothes are full of germs. You'll get sick like this." As they walked into the inpatient department, they happened to run into Wei Hailong, the martial arts instructor. Fang Yuan greeted him politely. "Instructor Wei, what brings you here?" Wei Hailong pointed to his arm and replied briefly, "Got a cut. Came to get it treated. Is it all taken care of?" Fang Yuan asked. "Yeah, it's done," Wei Hailong said, glancing at his watch. "It's still class time. What are you doing here?" Fang Yuan quickly explained, "Oh, my sister's hospitalized. Something urgent came up, so I rushed over." I'll head back to school and file a leave request afterward. After a brief exchange, they went their separate ways. As Fang Yuan reached the staircase, he turned back and frowned at Wei Hailong's departing figure, a sense of unease creeping into his mind. This was the inpatient department. Why would someone come here just to treat a wound? After her shower, Fang Xiaozhu sat on the bed and let out a sneeze. Fang Yuan immediately borrowed a hairdryer to help dry her hair. Brother, do you think Little Orange and Little Gray have really mutated? Fang Xiaozhu asked, squinting her eyes against the warm air from the dryer, still focused on the two cats. They have, Fang Yuan replied, gently combing her hair as he added, try not to touch the orange one from now on. Why not? The orange cat's mutation involves explosive heat. Its claws can burn you. No way. Little Orange wouldn't hurt me. I'm talking about accidents. Plus, there are so many germs. Just don't pick it up. I can just give them a bath, can't I? You can't even take care of yourself. How are you going to take care of those two? I can. Fang Xiaozhu mumbled, her eyelids growing heavier until she drifted off to sleep. Once her hair was dry, Fang Xiaozhu lay face down on the bed and soon fell into a deep slumber. Suddenly, Fang Yuan's phone buzzed. He glanced at the screen and saw a message from Chubby Lizard, the nimble yet plump guy who had previously used his chameleon-like ability to track Fang Yuan. After Fang Yuan had tricked him into transferring some money last time, the conversation had been left there, neither deleted nor revisited. Fang Yuan opened the message, which read, got a new job. Someone wants all the information about your sister Fang Xiaozhu, from birth to now. You in? Fang Yuan's expression darkened as he read it. That overseas awakening organization had finally set their sights on Fang Xiaozhu. He quickly typed back, how much? Chubby Lizard replied, you seriously planning to sell out your own sister? Fang Yuan responded, if I have to, I'd sell myself first. When Fang Yuan had sold his own information before, he had already thought it through. If he didn't sell it, someone else would investigate anyway. By selling it himself, he could not only stay ahead of the game but also selectively control what was disclosed. Compared to the money he might earn, the ability to anticipate danger was far more valuable. Now, for instance, he had early warning that the Spear of God was investigating Fang Xiaozhu, giving him time to prepare. After a moment's thought, Fang Yuan replied, name your price. Chubby Lizard's response came quickly, not sharing the money with you this time. Fang Yuan retorted, then why are you messaging me? Do you have a death wish? Chubby Lizard replied, I want to trade you the info for something else. What info? Fang Yuan asked, pondering his options. Chubby Lizard wrote back, from what I gathered from Old Chow on Bar Street, the big boss funding the investigation into your family might already be in Donghai City. Might? Be more specific, Fang Yuan demanded. Chubby Lizard explained, it's just my guess based on what Old Chow said. Believe it or not, it's up to you. When did this person arrive in Donghai? Fang Yuan pressed. Not sure on the exact time, but judging by Old Chow's tone, the first time he asked me to tell you, it was after meeting this boss in person, Chubby Lizard replied. Fang Yuan frowned deeply. If Chubby Lizard's intel was reliable, then the Spear of God's people had entered Donghai City a month ago, right when the school term started. Things were getting complicated. After a pause, Chubby Lizard sent another message. So, how about it? That info's worth something, right? Business is all about trust. If you're fair, it'll be fair, and we can keep this going. Fang Yuan typed back, fine. I'll send you the data you want shortly. After sending the message, Fang Yuan compiled some basic information about Fang Zia's huge tales that anyone could find by sneaking into the hospital and sent it over. There was no point in hiding it. Then he sat in thought, his brows furrowed. The situation was becoming more dire. The Spear of God had their eyes on Xiaozhu, and according to Chubby Lizard's intel, their people had been in Donghai City for over a month. It was likely that the person who had broken into their house to search the safe was one of them. But who could it be? A face popped into Fang Yuan's mind. Wei Hailong. Wei Hailong had been sent by the military to serve as an instructor, which seemed legitimate on the surface. However, the possibility of an imposter couldn't be ruled out. The timing was too coincidental. The Spear of God arrived in Donghai City just as the school year began, and that was exactly when Wei Hailong started his position at the school. Moreover, his unexpected appearance at the hospital, claiming to treat a wound but showing up in the inpatient department, was suspicious. And then there was the time in the library when Wei Hailong had been fixated on the conical sculpture. Could he have discovered the three-pronged star core hidden inside? The more Fang Yuan thought about it, the more suspicious Wei Hailong seemed. After careful consideration, he picked up his phone and called Fang Xinghua. When the call connected, Fang Xinghua's hearty laughter came through. Well, you're actually calling me? What is it? Need money? Want to buy something? Be serious. Listen to me, Fang Yuan said sternly. I just got word that the Spear of God's people entered Donghai a month ago. I need you to investigate someone. Fang Xinghua immediately grew serious. Who? A new instructor at my school, named Wei Hailong. Claims to be from the Navy Marine Corps. You still have connections in the military, right? Ask someone to check him out. Got it. They'll look into it. But it might take some time to dig into someone in the military, Fang Yuan replied without hesitation. Be thorough. Photos, background, the works, Fang Yuan urged. Wait, are you saying? Fang Yuan trailed off. Yeah, I think there's a chance he's an imposter. After hanging up, Fang Yuan returned to the hospital room and gently adjusted the blanket over his sleeping sister. The next day, Fang Yuan carefully placed the two cats into a pet carrier and began his journey to the Mutated Creature Research Institute designated by the Supervision Bureau. Recently, mutated creatures had been appearing frequently in Donghai City, and a long line had already formed outside the institute. Fang Yuan patiently waited for half an hour until it was finally his turn to bring the cats into the examination room. As soon as they entered, the two cats puffed up their fur and bared their teeth at the researchers. The researchers, unfazed by the display, skillfully donned thick gloves and restrained the orange cat to begin the examination. This cat isn't a house pet, is it? One of the researchers asked casually as he operated the equipment. Fang Yuan countered. Does that matter? Not really, the researcher replied, adjusting his glasses. People often bring in wild animals for registration here. As long as you can tame them, it's fine. He then began scanning the orange cat with the star source ray. Do you know what kind of ability it has? Flame burst, Fang Yuan answered succinctly. The researcher looked up at Fang Yuan with a hint of surprise. Most people who brought pets for registration would only describe strange abilities, rarely naming a specific power outright. After the scan was complete, the computer quickly confirmed the ability, Flame Burst. Next, the researcher examined the gray cat and commented, advanced agility enhancement quite rare. Usually, mid-level is the best you see. Suddenly, the researcher frowned and stared at Fang Yuan. Are you a mutated creature trafficker? Me. Fang Yuan pointed to himself, baffled. The researcher explained, you look like a high school student, so you don't really fit the profile. But these two cats seem to have undergone induced mutation. What's induced mutation? Fang Yuan asked, puzzled. Awakening induced Circe. Oh, never heard of them? The researcher looked skeptical. Fang Yuan firmly denied it. No, I've never even heard of such a thing. The researcher sighed. Well, it's not the first time someone's used awakening inducers on animals. Just make sure to keep these cats under control so they don't hurt anyone. And the Supervision Bureau won't pursue it further. Fang Yuan pressed for more details about the awakening inducers. Seeing that Fang Yuan genuinely seemed unaware, the researcher explained. It's an illegal drug that can trigger superpowers in humans, but the risk of brain death is extremely high. Current data shows only a 3 success rate, with a 90 fatality rate. It's been strictly banned by the government. With a death rate that high, people still dare to use it? Fang Yuan was incredulous. The researcher replied, there are always those willing to gamble with their lives. But most people are too afraid, so they use it on animals instead. Fang Yuan suddenly understood. The risks of using awakening inducers on humans were too great, but on animals, there were no such concerns. Mutated creature traffickers would capture large numbers of stray cats and dogs, feed them the inducers, and discard the ones that died. Even if only 1 out of 100 survived, they'd end up with a superpowered pet. Superpowered pets had become a lucrative business, making it nearly impossible to eradicate the use of awakening inducers. Fang Yuan repeatedly emphasized that he had never used awakening inducers and asked the researcher how he could be so certain. The researcher explained, I can't say with absolute certainty, but I'm 90 sure these two cats are induced mutations. Fang Yuan asked if it was possible that someone else had fed them the drug. The researcher responded with a question of his own. Do you know how much a single dose of awakening inducer costs on the black market? 200,000 yuan. Do you think someone would use something that expensive and then let the cat roam freely? Fang Yuan was stunned by the exorbitant price, his face filled with disbelief. The examination concluded, and the researcher fitted the two cats with mutated creature collars before returning them to the carrier and handing them back to Fang Yuan. On the way home, sitting on the subway, Fang Yuan couldn't stop replaying the researcher's words in his mind. Something about the situation felt off. As night fell, in a dimly lit bar on Qingtang Street in the old district, bang! A man known as Qing Lang was slammed onto a glass table by 2 bodyguards in black suits. A young man with slicked back hair and an air of refinement eased into the sofa. Twirling a ring on his finger, he spoke coldly. Do you think my money is so easy to take? Mr. Li, please, just give me one more chance, just one more. Qing Lang pleaded desperately. Li Weilian grabbed Qing Lang's face, forcing him to look up. Staring at the scar on his forehead, he sneered, TSK. TSK, you said you'd deal with the people who annoy me, yet here you are, beaten to a pulp, and you still took every cent of my money. Do I look like I'm running a charity? Before Qing Lang could respond, Li Weilian slammed his fist down, shattering the glass table into countless shards that scattered across the floor. 2 men in black suits pinned Qing Lang down onto the floor covered in shattered glass. The sharp fragments left bloody scratches across his face. Young Master Li, I'll pay you back. I'll return the money to you. Qinglang stammered, his voice trembling as he begged for mercy. Li Weilian looked down at him from above, a dangerous smirk curving his lips. Do you think I care about that small amount of money? Young Master Li, please give me another chance. I promise I won't let you down this time. Qinglang pleaded repeatedly. 3 days, Li Weilian said coldly. If you fail to deliver what you promised within 3 days, I'll take your wolf claws and make a specimen out of them. Consider it a $20,000 deal. With that, he turned and left the bar. On Friday afternoon, Fang Yuan followed his usual routine of visiting the hospital to have lunch with his younger sister. Afterward, he headed to the martial arts school to cover a shift. Ever since that overly enthusiastic client disappeared, his teaching fees had returned to normal. Because of his shift, he could only stay with Fang Xiaozhu until 6 o'clock, after which their mother, Li Shuhua, would take over at 8. At 8:30 p.m., Fang Yuan was practicing punches at the martial arts school when he suddenly received a panicked call from his mother. Xiao Yuan, did you take Xiaozhu out to play? Fang Yuan's heart tightened. No, I'm still at the martial arts school. Why? But Xiaozhu isn't at the hospital. Could she be with the doctors for some tests? No, I've already asked her attending doctor. Mom, don't worry for now. I'm coming over right away. Fang Yuan quickly informed manager Lu and dashed out of the martial arts school to hail a cab to the hospital. When he arrived, Li Shuhua was frantically searching everywhere for her daughter. The moment she saw her son, she grabbed his hand. Xiaozhu is gone. What are we going to do? Have you asked all the doctors? I've asked everyone, even the nurses. No one knows anything. Li Shuhua was at a complete loss, her anxiety palpable. Hearing that his father had gone to the surveillance room, Fang Yuan immediately followed. Together, the three of them reviewed the security footage at 8 times the normal speed. Before long, they spotted a crucial scene on one of the screens. At 7:10 p.m., a person dressed in a nurse's uniform was carrying a girl with her head drooping, as if she were asleep, out of the inpatient ward. Xiaozhu. That's Xiaozhu. Fang Yuan and Li Shuhua recognized the girl at the same time. Fang Yuan's mind raced. If this was an ordinary kidnapping, it might not be the worst-case scenario. But if it was the work of the Spear of God, things could get far more complicated. Just as the family was brainstorming solutions, Fang Yuan suddenly remembered Zioza's smartwatch. He quickly pulled out his phone to track its location and discovered the signal was still within the hospital grounds. Following the signal, he soon found the lonely watch lying in a flower bed. While Fang Yuan was frowning and inspecting the watch, a familiar meow came from the hospital's perimeter wall. He looked up sharply and saw the gray cat perched on the wall, meowing anxiously. You stay here and wait for news. I'll go look. Fang Yuan told his parents briefly before dashing in the direction of the cat's cries. The gray cat seemed to be waiting for him. When it saw him approach, it leapt down from the wall. Without wasting time going to the front gate, Fang Yuan vaulted over the wall in one swift motion. From then on, the gray cat led him on an unconventional path scaling walls and leaping across rooftops. Its speed, enhanced by what seemed like extraordinary agility, was astonishing, and it frequently disappeared and reappeared in the distance. Fang Yuan had no choice but to push himself to keep up, darting through alleys and rooftops with all his might. As they traversed narrow streets and a park, eventually reaching a deserted area, Fang Yuan's phone suddenly rang. It was an unknown number. When he answered, a familiar voice came through, cold and menacing. I have your sister. If you want to save her, come alone to Warehouse 63, on Dingshikyo Road. Qinglang, lay a finger on my sister. An ill Fang Yuan roared, but the call had already ended. Quickly pulling up his map, he realized that his current location was in the opposite direction of both the hospital and the warehouse. This discovery made him pause. If Xiaozhu was really being held at the warehouse, why was the gray cat leading him in the opposite direction? Noticing him stop, the gray cat ran back, rubbing against his ankles anxiously. Fang Yuan made his decision quickly. The cat, which had always been close to Xiaozhu, wouldn't deceive him. Qinglang's call, on the other hand, was likely a trap. Take me there, Fang Yuan said firmly, following the gray cat once more. 3 minutes later, they entered a dimly lit alley. Suddenly, a feral growl echoed ahead. Fang Yuan's heart tightened, and he quickened his pace. The gray cat had already slipped through a window into a nearby building. Fang Yuan kicked the door open, and the scene before him almost stopped his heart. Xiaozhu lay unconscious on the floor, while 2 bloodied and mangled figures were sprawled nearby. A massive, shadowy figure was retreating into the backyard. Ignoring everything else, Fang Yuan rushed to check on his sister. Zioza's pulse was weak, but she had no visible injuries. He quickly removed his jacket and wrapped it around her frail form, dressed only in a thin hospital gown. Brother, Xiaozhu murmured faintly. I'm here. You're safe now, Fang Yuan reassured her softly, holding her close until she drifted back into unconsciousness. Once he was sure Xiaozhu was stable, Fang Yuan turned his attention to the two injured individuals on the floor. Judging by their tattered clothing and boots, they were clearly King Lang's men. Their bodies were covered in deep gashes and claw marks, injuries far beyond what an ordinary orange or gray cat could inflict. With their modest strength attributes, those cats couldn't have caused such devastating damage. The injuries were unmistakably the work of a large, powerful beast. Now was not the time to investigate the cause of death. Fang Yuan gently carried his unconscious sister, Xiaozhu, on his back and quickly left the room filled with the stench of death. Out on the street, he flagged down a taxi and headed straight to the hospital. In the car, Fang Yuan called his parents to let them know they were safe. Upon arriving at the hospital, Xiaozhu was still unconscious. The attending doctor promptly arrived to examine her. Fang Xinghua pulled Fang Yuan aside to a corner of the hallway and lowered his voice. What exactly happened? Fang Yuan's eyes burned with fury. A few days ago, I crossed paths with the Qinglang gang. They kidnapped Xiaozhu and told me to go to Warehouse 63 on Dingzikio Road. Qinglang? The gang from Qingtang Street? Yes, Fang Yuan nodded firmly. Once Xiaozhu's condition stabilizes, they'll deal with this. And how do you plan to handle it? Fang Xinghua's brows furrowed deeply. Fang Yuan's voice was as cold as ice. If they want trouble with me, they'll take them on. But laying a hand on Xiaozhu? That's crossing the line. He recalled the confrontation a few days earlier. At the time, he had only intended to teach them a lesson. He never expected the Qinglang gang to escalate things to kidnapping Xiaozhu, which had provoked him beyond tolerance. 10 minutes later, the attending doctor put away his stethoscope and reassured them, nothing serious, just a fright. She'll be fine after a few days of rest. Thank you, doctor, Li Shuhua said repeatedly, expressing her gratitude. Hearing that his sister was safe, Fang Yuan immediately turned to leave, his eyes glinting with a cold determination. Fang Xinghua, now carrying a guitar case on his back, caught up with him and asked, "Are you going to the Dingzikio warehouse?" "Yes," Fang Yuan replied, his pace unbroken. "It's too dangerous. Let me go instead," Fang Xinghua urged. "They asked for me. Stay here with Xiaozhu and make sure nothing else happens," Fang Yuan said sternly. Fang Xinghua didn't argue further. He stood in place, watching Fang Yuan leave the hospital. A moment later, he quietly exited through another door, got into a taxi and said, "Take me to Dingzikio Road." 30 minutes later, Fang Xinghua got out of the car, surveyed the surroundings, and headed toward the clock tower on Dingzikio Road. There's an extra chapter coming at 8 p.m. tonight. Please vote for recommendations. In front of warehouse number 63 on Dingzikio Street, Fang Yuan kicked open the heavy iron door with a deafening crash. He strode into the dimly lit warehouse, his eyes quickly adjusting to the darkness. "Qinglang, get out here now." Fang Yuan's furious roar echoed through the empty space. No sooner had he spoken than a series of metallic, clanging sounds came from the second floor of the warehouse. Clang, clang, clank sound of iron rods striking the railing reverberated like a taunting signal. Moments later, a group of thugs wielding iron rods appeared on the second floor, surrounding a hulking man. That man was Qinglang, his hands resting on the railing as he looked down at Fang Yuan with a dangerous glint in his eyes. "You actually dared to come. You're either fearless or just plain stupid," Qinglang sneered, his voice dripping with contempt. Fang Yuan clenched his fists, glaring at Qinglang with barely contained rage. "Qinglang, if you have a grudge, take it out on me. What kind of coward targets my sister?" "I did. What are you going to do about it?" Qinglang retorted mockingly, his eyes full of disdain. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth, his voice seething with anger. "Looks like you've forgotten how badly I beat you last time, huh?" At the mention of their previous encounter, Qinglang's expression darkened instantly. He snarled in response, "If we're talking about being beaten, no one had it worse than your old man. It was me who broke his hand, you know." Surprised? The unexpected revelation stunned Fang Yuan for a moment, his face showing a flash of shock before it twisted into uncontainable fury. "I should have finished you off last time," he roared. "Finish me off? This time, you're the one who's going to die." Qinglang sneered before turning to someone behind him, his tone suddenly respectful. "Brother Snake, this is the kid I told you about." At Qinglang's words, a man with a viper tattoo coiled around his shoulder and neck stepped forward to the railing. Leaning on it with both hands, he surveyed Fang Yuan with a cold, serpentine gaze. "Qinglang, you got beaten by a high schooler? I have to say, I'm impressed," the man, known as Brother Snake, remarked with a scornful smirk. Qinglang hastened to explain. "This guy's tough to deal with, got both speed and strength." Brother Snake shifted his focus to Fang Yuan, his lips curling into a mocking grin. "Hey kid, coming here all alone? Aren't you afraid of dying?" Fang Yuan quietly channeled his star power into his eyes, analyzing Brother Snake's attributes. Alias, Viper. Star power level, LV.2. Attributes, Strength 28.824, Agility 32.427, Endurance 22, Spirit 20. Superpower trait, Viper muscles. Skills, Snake Fist, Mixed Martial Arts. Fang Yuan's heart sank as he reviewed the data. He recalled statistics from the Awaken database. The limit for LV.2 Awaken individuals was 29 points per attribute. Yet Viper's agility exceeded that limit at an astounding 32.4, with strength not far behind at 28.8. His stats were far beyond ordinary, reaching the level of a super soldier. Particularly alarming was his off-the-charts agility. It didn't take long for Fang Yuan to understand why Viper was so formidable. He remembered reading about the rare Viper muscles trait in an Awaken journal. This superpower, classified as both transformation and enhancement, permanently altered the user's internal structure. While humans typically have 700,800 muscles, snakes possess between 10,000 and 15,000. Awakened individuals with the Viper muscles trait experience a muscle proliferation up to 15,000, 20 times that of a normal human. This grants them snake-like flexibility, incredible speed, and explosive power. In practical terms, this trait boosts both strength and agility by 20. Based on Viper's stats, his base strength was 24 points, and his base agility was 27 points, both already enhanced by the trait. Even more dangerous was the combination of Viper muscles and Snake Fist, which could unleash devastating combat capabilities. The snake-like muscle structure was perfect for constricting opponents, and Viper's mastery of mixed martial arts indicated expertise in grappling techniques. Once caught in his grip, escaping would be as futile as breaking free from a python. Most troubling of all, Viper's 32.4 agility meant he could achieve terrifying speed. Ordinary awakened fighters like Qinglang wouldn't stand a chance against him. As Fang Yuan rapidly assessed the situation, Viper and Qinglang leaped down from the second floor, landing steadily. Their dozen or so followers descended the side staircases, iron rods in hand, forming a circle around Fang Yuan. Qinglang grinned wickedly. "I make one phone call, and you come running to your death. I can't tell if you're brave or just dumb." As he spoke, his right hand morphed into sharp wolf claws, glinting menacingly in the dim light. Fang Yuan felt the immense pressure of the situation. He glanced at his own attribute panel. Attributes: Strength 23, Agility 19, Endurance 14, Spirit 20. Rage points, 510. He calculated quickly. With just 14 points in endurance, a single punch from Viper's 28.8 strength could be fatal. Dodging an attack at 32.4 agility seemed nearly impossible. If he allocated all his rage points to strength, he could reach 28 points, barely matching Viper but not gaining any advantage. Boosting endurance would yield minimal benefit, and increasing spirit was pointless since he lacked spirit-based abilities. Finally, Fang Yuan made his decision. He would invest all his rage points into agility. He calculated again. With 19 base agility and 510 rage points, he could raise his base agility to 24. Combined with his advanced agility enhancement mimicry trait, which boosted agility by 40, he could reach an impressive 33.6 agility, just enough to surpass Viper. Without hesitation, Fang Yuan funneled all his rage points into agility. At the same time, Viper cracked his knuckles ominously, stepping closer to Fang Yuan. Qinglang followed, ready to attack in tandem. Fang Yuan knew he had to end this quickly. He took a deep breath as star power surged through his body. Activating advanced agility enhancement mimicry, his agility skyrocketed to 33.6, granting him speed beyond Viper's and leaving Qinglang far behind. A sharp glint flashed in Fang Yuan's eyes as he shot forward like an arrow. 36 streams of star power erupted in an instant, coalescing into a powerful thunder fist that struck Qinglang's abdomen with devastating force. Boom! The impact sent Qinglang flying like a cannonball, his body curling into a shrimp-like shape before crashing to the ground. He didn't even have time to react. Fang Yuan's fist landed with a thunderous impact, sending Qinglang hurtling through the air as a sharp gust trailed his punch. Before he could steady himself, Viper's venomous serpent strike shot toward his left eye like a bolt of lightning. In a split-second decision, Fang Yuan leaned back sharply, his body nearly parallel to the ground. Viper's foot came crashing down in pursuit, but Fang Yuan planted his left hand on the floor and executed a flawless backflip, narrowly evading the lethal blow. He slid back 5 meters, regaining his footing. Bang! Viper's stomp struck the concrete floor with devastating force, spiderweb cracks spreading outward. Fang Yuan's gaze lingered on the fractured ground, cold sweat trickling down his spine. If that strike had connected, he would have been utterly pulverized. Not far away, Qinglang lay curled up on the ground, writhing in agony. His internal organs had been violently displaced by Fang Yuan's thunder fist, leaving him unable to even stand. Useless trash. Viper sneered disdainfully before turning back to Fang Yuan, assuming a serpentine stance. His movements were as swift and lethal as a striking viper, his iron finger rings gleaming ominously. Each strike carried deadly force capable of shattering bricks or puncturing metal cans. Fang Yuan knew better than to meet such attacks head-on. He relied on agile footwork, weaving and dodging with precision. But the situation quickly worsened as a dozen henchmen armed with iron rods closed in. One swung at him from behind. Fang Yuan spun around, seized the rod mid-swing, and delivered a powerful kick that sent the attacker flying. Yet before he could catch his breath, Viper was already upon him. Fang Yuan raised the iron rod to block, but with a resounding clang, the rod bent under the sheer force of Viper's strike, the impact forcing Fang Yuan back 5 or 6 steps. "Not bad, kid," Viper said, rolling his wrist as his snake-like eyes glinted coldly. "Taking this many hits from me is impressive. But make no mistake, you're out of your league. Might as well clean your neck and wait for the end." Fang Yuan quickly assessed the situation. His earlier thunder fist had incapacitated Qing Lang, but his wrist still throbbed faintly from the strain. If he were to use it again, it would have to be a decisive, finishing blow. Viper's attacks grew fiercer, his arms weaving through the air like venomous serpents, unpredictable and relentless. Fortunately, the warehouse offered enough space for Fang Yuan to maneuver, buying him time to evade and analyze. As he dodged, he studied his opponent. Strength 28.8, Agility 32.4, Constitution 22. These stats were well beyond the limits of an average human. But amidst the chaos, Fang Yuan noticed something peculiar, a subtle flaw in Viper's technique. His strikes consistently deviated from their optimal trajectory by a centimeter or two. As a substitute instructor at a martial arts dojo, Fang Yuan had trained many students in snake-style boxing. He knew that the style emphasized precision, stability, and lethal efficiency. Viper's strikes were stable and deadly, but his accuracy was lacking. This inconsistency seemed unusual. With Viper's level of skill, such errors shouldn't exist. Fang Yuan ruled out the possibility of injury, as Viper's attacks remained ferocious and unrestrained. During yet another close dodge, Fang Yuan's eyes caught a detail that sparked a realization: Viper's snake-like pupils. A thought struck him. Not all awakened abilities were purely beneficial. Some came with drawbacks. Snakes, by nature, had poor eyesight, struggling to see clearly beyond a meter. Could it be that Viper's serpent pupil ability was impairing his vision? However, if someone has snake-like pupils, that's a whole different story. Fang Yuan keenly noticed a possibility. Viper's eyes were mutating into snake pupils, likely due to the mutation of his muscles. This unusual transformation severely impacted his vision, explaining why his punches were so inaccurate. To test his theory, Fang Yuan flashed a sly grin and taunted, "I'd say your eyesight's failing, huh? I'm standing still, and you still can't land a hit?" Viper's movements froze for a moment, and a glint of cold fury flickered in his eyes. He gritted his teeth and retorted, "Nonsense. My eyesight is as sharp as a viper's. If you've got the guts, stand still and try me." Though Viper denied it verbally, Fang Yuan noticed his anger level had risen by 10 points. This reaction confirmed Fang Yuan's suspicion: only a hit to a sensitive nerve could provoke such fury. A faint smirk appeared on Fang Yuan's lips as he began to use sidesteps more frequently. He weaved left and right, dodging effortlessly, while mocking, "You probably didn't know this, huh? Snake vision is pretty much like a blind man's. They can barely see anything beyond a meter. Your eyes are just as useless as a snake's. You're dead." Viper was completely enraged. His snake-style punches grew fiercer, the wind from his strikes howling as if tearing through the air. Yet, the more aggressive his attacks became, the sloppier and more inaccurate they were. Fang Yuan moved nimbly, sidestepping and leaving afterimages in Viper's distorted vision. Not only that, but he began throwing feints, punching left, kicking right, creating layers of phantom strikes that never made contact. "Arg!" Viper roared in frustration, his cries filled with a sense of defeat. He swung his fists wildly, smashing through a dozen large iron barrels, venting his uncontrollable rage. Seeing the opportunity, Fang Yuan clenched his right fist tightly. In an instant, 36 streams of star power erupted, coalescing into an unstoppable force. Boom! The thunderous punch landed squarely on Viper's abdomen, bending him into a bow-like shape. His entire body flew backward like a kite with a broken string. Viper let out a blood-curdling scream before crashing heavily to the ground, losing consciousness on the spot. With one decisive punch, Fang Yuan ended the fight. He exhaled deeply, relieved that the battle was finally over. But just as he let his guard down, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Qing Lang, clutching his abdomen, struggled to his feet. His trembling hand pulled out a black pistol, aiming it directly at Fang Yuan. "Die!" Qing Lang snarled viciously, his voice filled with malice. Fang Yuan spun around sharply, his eyes locking onto the dark, menacing barrel of the gun pointed at him. His pupils contracted in an instant, and his heart sank. As a low-tier awakener, no matter how high his stats were, he was still flesh and blood. Against a bullet, he was utterly defenseless. "Go to hell!" Qing Lang snarled viciously, his finger tightening on the trigger. Suddenly, A thunderous gunshot shattered the silence of the night. To everyone's surprise, the bullet didn't come from Qinglang's gun. Instead, it obliterated his entire arm, sending it flying. Blood gushed out like a fountain, painting the air with a crimson bloom. Fang Yuan whipped around, his gaze locking onto the source of the sound. In the distance, the clock tower by the shaped bridge stood silently, a stark contrast to the chaos. He quickly calculated the distance, at least 500 meters. The precision left no doubt. It was the work of a sniper rifle. There was no time to dwell on it. Fang Yuan lunged toward Qinglang, snatching the pistol from the mangled remains of his arm. The cold barrel pressed firmly against Qinglang's forehead. "So, you brought backup." Qinglang growled in defiance, his eyes brimming with venom as he glared at the clock tower outside. Fang Yuan smirked coldly. "Did you think you wouldn't need backup yourself?" Sweat as large as beans dripped from Qinglang's forehead. The pain twisted his face into a grimace. Desperation crept into his voice as he begged, "Fang Yuan, we don't have any deep grudges. Let me go, and I swear I'll never trouble you again." A glint of icy determination flickered in Fang Yuan's eyes. "My biggest regret is not finishing you off in the old district last time. I won't make the same mistake twice." As Fang Yuan's finger tightened on the trigger, Qinglang frantically pulled a check from his chest pocket. "Wait, don't shoot. I'll buy my life 200,000. Take it." Fang Yuan glanced at the check. It was indeed for 200,000. "Not bad," he muttered. But before the words fully left his mouth, his finger was already on the trigger. Seeing this, Qinglang screamed in panic. "You took the money. You can't shoot." Fang Yuan's voice was as cold as ice. "Did I ever promise not to kill you? I gave you the money. 200,000. Qinglang howled in despair. "And if you hadn't, would I not take it off your corpse anyway?" Fang Yuan replied without hesitation, pulling the trigger. Bang! Another gunshot echoed. Blood erupted in a violent spray, blooming like a flower in the dawn. Until this moment, Fang Yuan had never imagined himself taking a life, let alone at such a young age. But Qinglang's kidnapping of Fang Xiaozhu had crossed a line he couldn't forgive. He'd even felt a pang of regret for not finishing Qinglang off at the basketball court in the old district last week. If he had, his sister would never have been in danger. Having made one grave mistake, Fang Yuan vowed not to repeat it. After killing Qinglang, he methodically eliminated the rest of his gang, leaving no loose ends. In this era of rift invasions, cruelty had become the norm. Awakeners, star beasts, mutated creatures all posed deadly threats. Fang Yuan had lived in the relative peace of the city, blind to the world's true face. But when his sister's life was endangered, the savagery within him was fully unleashed. As the last thug in the warehouse fell, Fang Yuan felt a surge of powerful energy coursing through him. He checked his rage points 910 in total, an unprecedented haul. Clearly, the fury of death was far more intense than ordinary anger. Leaving the warehouse, Fang Yuan's gaze drifted back to the clock tower by the shaped bridge. With a suspicion growing in his mind, he decided to investigate. Climbing to the top of the tower, he searched thoroughly but found no sign of the shooter. All that remained was a single brass shell casing, still warm to the touch. As Fang Yuan stood atop the tower, overlooking the city, a sudden burst of fire lit up the direction of the warehouse. The flames spread rapidly, consuming Warehouse 63 in moments, like a magnificent yet destructive fireworks display. From his vantage point, Fang Yuan watched the inferno below. He could sense something awakening within him, something stirred by the fire. This blaze wasn't his doing. The even spread of the flames was too deliberate to be an accident. Fang Yuan didn't dwell on it. The earlier gunshots would undoubtedly attract the police and the Supernatural Affairs Bureau. If the Bureau took an interest in him, it would spell serious trouble. Without hesitation, he left the clock tower and vanished into the night. Half an hour later, Fang Yuan returned to Donghai City Hospital. He found Fang Zhenghua in the restroom, meticulously washing his hands, even scrubbing the cast on his left hand. At his feet was a black guitar case. Fang Yuan walked over and nudged the case lightly with his foot, half-jokingly asking, "You actually know how to play the guitar?" Fang Zhenghua shook the water off his hands, grabbed the guitar case, and slung it over his shoulder as if nothing had happened. "A little. Haven't played in 20 years, though. A bit rusty." With that, he headed for the door. "Maybe you could teach me sometime?" "I've never played," Fang Yuan said, keeping up the playful banter. Without turning back, Fang Zhenghua replied, "It's not easy to learn." "Well, see. You're covered in sweat. Go clean yourself up before you stink up the room for Xiaozhu." Fang Zhenghua tossed the words over his shoulder as he briskly walked away. Fang Yuan instinctively tugged at his shirt collar and gave it a quick sniff. "Where's the smell?" he muttered under his breath, then made his way to the sink to wash up. As he scrubbed his right fist, a sharp pain made him wince. The two uses of Thunder Fist earlier had unleashed the sheer power of his 23-point strength, but his 14-point physique clearly struggled to keep up. leaving him to bear the brunt of the recoil. Still, the power was undeniably impressive. One punch was all it took to obliterate that viper-like creature with maxed-out strength and agility. While rinsing his hands, Fang Yuan's mind wandered, weighing whether to invest in boosting his physique attribute. If he did, he'd become a rare entity with all 4 attributes maxed out. But he quickly recalled the diminishing returns that came with reaching attribute caps. The optimal strategy, he decided, was to enhance his physique through training first and only allocate points once he hit a plateau. After finishing up, he splashed some water on his face and hurried off toward the hospital room to check on Fang Xiaoju. Inside, Li Shuhua sat at the bedside, keeping watch. Fang Yuan lowered his voice and asked, "Has Xiaoju woken up yet?" "Not yet. Let her rest a little longer, and don't wake her," Li Shuhua replied softly. Fang Yuan nodded, feeling a sliver of relief as he observed his sister's steady breathing. But by the next day, Fang Xiaoju still hadn't regained consciousness. The doctor's examination the day before had assured them she was uninjured, and the family assumed a good night's sleep would suffice. However, when Li Shuhua tried to wake the children for breakfast that morning, she realized Fang Xiaoju wouldn't wake no matter what she did. At first, they called the doctor again for another checkup, but when the situation remained unchanged by noon, they contacted Fang Yuan. When Fang Yuan arrived at the hospital, the doctors were conducting further examinations but still couldn't pinpoint the cause. To make matters worse, Fang Xiaoju's breathing had become increasingly labored, as if she were on the verge of respiratory failure. "Patient is experiencing respiratory distress. Bring in a ventilator and prepare for intubation," the attending doctor ordered decisively. A nurse promptly wheeled in the ventilator and began the intubation process. Sensing the gravity of the situation, Fang Yuan activated his star force and focused it into his eyes. Only then did he notice something unusual about his sister's attributes. Name, Fang Xiaoju. Star force level, none LV.1. Attributes, strength 3, agility 5, physique 3, spirit 10. Supernatural traits, none. Skills, none. Fang Yuan stared intently at Fang Xiaoju's status panel, his brows suddenly furrowing. The data on the panel flickered erratically, especially the star force level, which kept alternating between none and LV.1. This phenomenon was something he'd never seen in anyone else before. "Test the star force. Quickly, test it," Fang Yuan shouted urgently. Although the star force detection equipment was rarely used at Donghai City Hospital, the attending doctor understood immediately and signaled for a nurse to bring the device. When the results came in, the doctor turned and said, "There is indeed a star force reaction, but it's highly unstable. This is beyond my expertise. We need specialists from the Star Force Medical Institute to take a look." Soon, a professor from the Star Force Medical Institute arrived with a team of graduate students. After conducting a more thorough examination with advanced equipment, the professor's expression grew serious as he asked, "Did you administer an awakening inducer to the patient? That's a prohibited substance, and we must report this to the Supervision Bureau for investigation." "Awakening inducer?" Fang Yuan's pupils contracted sharply as he grabbed the professor's arm. "Are you talking about the awakening inducer with a 90 fatality rate?" "Exactly. Using such a banned substance on someone is equivalent to poisoning," the professor replied gravely. This response threw Fang Yuan's family into chaos. Li Shuhua quickly defended herself. "Impossible. We would never give Xiaoju something like that." "This isn't the time to assign blame," Fang Yuan said, gripping the professor's arm tightly. "Please, just save her." The professor explained, "The patient is currently in a semi-awakened state. The star force levels in her body are far beyond what she can handle, and she's at risk of brain death at any moment. The situation is extremely critical." Li Shuhua broke down instantly, falling to her knees and pleading, "I beg you, please save my daughter." "There is a way," the professor said. "A star force suppressant can block the generation of star force and stabilize her condition. But one dose costs 200,000 yuan. 200,000. Li Shua's face turned ashen. She looked to Fang Zhenghua. "We've already used up all our savings. What can we do?" Fang Zhenghua clenched his fists tightly. "We'll sell the house if we have to." "I have 200,000, Fang Yuan suddenly said, his voice resolute. "Use the star force suppressant on my sister now. He'll go get the money immediately." Fang Zhenghua frowned and grabbed his son's arm. "You have that much money?" "I do." Fang Yuan strode out of the hospital without hesitation, heading straight for Starfall Bank. The 200,000 yuan check head obtained from the Green Wolf wasn't something he had planned to use so soon. He knew that cashing it might lead the Supervision Bureau to investigate the incident at Dingxi Bridge last night. But right now, saving his sister was the only thing that mattered. Starfall Bank was a unique international institution, often used by foreign awakened organizations. As Fang Yuan entered the bank, his heart raced, worried that there might be issues with the check. However, the blonde-haired teller glanced at the check for only a few seconds before flashing a professional smile and asking if he preferred a transfer or cash. To minimize any potential complications, Fang Yuan chose cash. Moments later, 20 neat stacks of fresh bills were laid out before him. He stuffed them into a plastic bag and immediately rushed back to the hospital. After the Star Force suppressant was injected into the foredrip, Fang Zio's condition gradually stabilized. Fang Yuan brought up the iris data interface once more, carefully observing the readings. He confirmed that the Star Force reaction had completely disappeared, and the Star Force level indicator had returned to none. About 10 minutes later, Fang Zio's eyes fluttered open. Spotting the familiar needle in her arm, she pursed her pale lips and asked weakly, "Did I faint again?" "It's all right now, my sweet girl. Everything's fine," Li Shuhua said softly, gently stroking her daughter's forehead with a comforting touch. Fang Xiaozhu shifted her gaze, her eyes landing on Fang Yuan. A sweet smile appeared on her face. "I saw Gun," she said. Fang Yuan pulled open the bedside drawer and retrieved a piece of chocolate wrapped in panda-patterned foil. Unfolding it in front of her, he asked, "Was it this?" She shook her head slightly, her voice firm despite her frailty. "No, it was Xiongba. Get well soon. Once you're out of the hospital, well, go see Xiongba," Fang Yuan said, giving her a gentle pinch on the cheek, his eyes brimming with affection. Once his sister was out of danger, Fang Yuan finally had the clarity to reflect on the entire situation. He made his way to the office of a professor at the Star Force Medical Academy. Maintaining a respectful demeanor, he said, "Professor, I have a few questions I'd like to ask. Would you have a moment?" "Have a seat. What would you like to know?" the kind-hearted professor said, gesturing for him to sit. "Professor, may I know how to address you? Things were so rushed earlier that I didn't have the chance to ask. My surname is Liang. Professor Liang, are you certain my sister used an awakening inducer?" Fang Yuan asked directly. "Yes, we detected traces of the awakening inducer in her blood. There's no doubt about it," Professor Liang confirmed. "Can the timing and method of use be determined? Was it injected or ingested?" Fang Yuan pressed on. "Based on the residual concentration, it was likely ingested about 3 days ago," Professor Liang explained. "As for the method, ingestion typically involves smaller doses. Considering your sister's Star Force reaction wasn't particularly intense, I lean towards ingestion. However, small-dose injection can't be entirely ruled out." Fang Yuan's brows knitted together as he fell into deep thought. This was the second time he had encountered the term awakening inducer. The first time had been at the Mutant Creature Research Institute, when he brought in those two cats. A possibility began to take shape in his mind. The awakening inducer found in Fang Xiaozhu and the two cats might share the same source. He recalled how his sister often shared her meals with the cats. If someone had laced the food with the awakening inducer, the cats would have consumed it as well. According to Professor Liang, this occurred 3 days ago, the very day the two cats were discovered to have mutated. That was also the day a suspicious individual had appeared at the hospital. Fang Yuan's mind raced as he finally locked onto a target Wei Hailong. On the day the two mutated cats were discovered, Wei Hailong had appeared in the hospital's inpatient department. The timing of his appointment as the new martial arts instructor coincided perfectly with the arrival of the God Spear members in Donghai City. If Wei Hailong was indeed a member of God Spear, all the unexplained details would fall into place. Scenes from that day resurfaced in Fang Yuan's mind. Wei Hailong had walked into the hospital with a composed demeanor, not to treat an injury but likely to release or monitor the effects of the awakening inducer. Because Fang Xiaozhu had shared her meal with the two cats, the inducer's intake was less than expected, which delayed its activation. After leaving Professor Liang's office, Fang Yuan returned to the inpatient department. He saw Fang Zhenghua sitting on a bench in the hallway, his fingers unconsciously mimicking the motion of holding a cigarette. Since Xiaozhu joined the family, he had quit smoking for nearly a decade. Fang Yuan sat beside his father, observing his slightly stout belly and recalling the abilities his father had displayed during the Dingxi Bridge warehouse incident. Zio's awakening inducer must have been mixed into her food, Fang Yuan said softly. "Are you sure?" Fang Zhenghua asked with a frown. Fang Yuan briefly explained the reason behind the cat's mutation and Xiaozhu's habit of sharing her fish with them. After a moment of contemplation, Fang Zhenghua made up his mind. From now on, he'll stay at the hospital. Whether it's her medication or meals, he'll keep an eye on everything. "I suspect this was done by someone from God's Spear," Fang Yuan stated directly. "They wouldn't have any reason to harm Xiaozhu," Fang Zhenghua replied. His brow furrowed deeply. Fang Yuan elaborated on his theory. "They might believe Xiaozhu absorbed the energy from the Trident Star core. Using the inducer, they're likely trying to awaken her abilities to confirm if she possesses any special powers." He further analyzed the high cost and specific purpose of the awakening inducer, reinforcing his suspicion of God's Spear. "Did you manage to gather any information about our new martial arts instructor like I asked?" Fang Yuan asked, changing the subject. Fang Zhenghua replied that he was still waiting for a response from an old Navy comrade and assured Fang Yuan that he would follow up that evening. As Fang Yuan left the hospital, he stopped by a street vendor to purchase a pair of sunglasses. Upon returning to school, he headed straight to the large martial arts lecture hall. When he opened the door, he saw Wei Hailong already seated at the lectern, reviewing some materials. Fang Yuan's sharp eyes caught the words, "Awakening Inducer," on the computer screen. His heart skipped a beat, but he maintained his composure and greeted him casually. "You're here early, instructor." Wei Hailong quickly closed the webpage and replied that he had come to rest after lunch. Soon, students from both Class 1 and Class 2 began filing into the classroom, and the martial arts lesson commenced. For the next 3 periods, Fang Yuan covertly observed Wei Hailong while strategizing his next move. Fang Yuan recalled the attributes he had noted when he previously copied the advanced mental fortification ability from Wei Hailong. A level 3 awakened, with a strength stat of 30 and agility estimated between 35 and 39. Comparing these to his own stats, Fang Yuan began carefully allocating his rage points. He first spent 600 points to raise his agility to 30, then used 300 points to increase his strength to 26. In the end, his attributes became Strength 26, Agility 30, Constitution 15, and Spirit 20. During the following lessons, Fang Yuan focused on familiarizing himself with his enhanced strength and agility. To his delight, he discovered that as these stats improved, the growth rate of his Constitution attribute also accelerated. After class, Fang Yuan went to the library to research why his Constitution was improving more quickly. It didn't take long for him to find the answer. When an awakened individual trains, they don't just enhance one attribute, they develop comprehensively. Bench pressing a barbell, a seemingly simple exercise, actually delivers multiple benefits. Fang Yuan lay on the firm bench, gripping the barbell tightly with both hands, and slowly lifted the weight off his chest. With each press, he not only felt the tension in his chest muscles and arms, but also realized that his entire body was engaged in this battle of strength. It wasn't just about building strength, it was about shaping his muscles and enhancing his overall physique. Running, too, is a full-body workout. Fang Yuan's running shoes rhythmically struck the ground, coordinating the movement of his entire muscle groups. When his strength and agility were still at 10 points, an hour of running might cover just over a dozen kilometers, with limited impact on his physical fitness. But as these attributes climbed to 30 points, his speed tripled, allowing him to effortlessly cover an impressive 40 to 50 kilometers. This level of intense training undoubtedly brought about a more significant improvement in his physical condition. Now, Fang Yuan's strength and agility had long surpassed the limits of an average person. During martial arts class, he threw himself into physical training, his sweat soaking through his workout clothes, his breathing deep and powerful. This relentless effort soon paid off, as his physique attribute rose to 16 points. After class, Fang Yuan glanced at his attribute panel. Strength 26, Agility 30, Physique 16, Spirit 20. Behind these numbers lay countless moments of sweat, perseverance, and grit. As the bell signaling the end of martial arts class rang, the classroom erupted into chatter. Han Yue, clutching her textbooks, waved goodbye to her classmates and turned ahead toward the library. Fang Yuan quickly caught up to her, taking the initiative to speak. "I need your help with something. Can you?" Han Yue paused mid-step, looking at Fang Yuan in surprise. It was the first time he had ever asked her for help. "What is it?" "Just tell me, as long as I can help," she asked curiously. Fang Yuan got straight to the point. "Last semester, I heard from some classmates that your family owns a Starforce storage device that can store the abilities of awakened individuals. Is that true?" "It is," Han Yue confirmed with a nod, adding, "I even brought it to school once. But it's not very practical. It's basically like a Starforce battery, except it has an additional feature: it can store Starforce transformed by superpowers. In simpler terms, it can save an awakened person's abilities. But that technology is still immature, and it stores far less Starforce than a regular battery, so it's more like a toy. Can I borrow it?" Fang Yuan asked eagerly. "Sure, if you need it, I'll bring it to school tomorrow," Han Yue agreed readily. "I need it now," Fang Yuan said, his tone tinged with urgency. Han Yue froze for a moment, about to respond when Fang Yuan quickly interjected. "I'll treat you to a meal." "All right," Han Yue said, moved by his insistence. "I'll call my driver to bring it over." She pulled out her phone but suddenly paused, as if something had occurred to her. "Wait, about that meal, were you serious?" Her tone carried a hint of hopeful anticipation. Fang Yuan fell silent for a moment, seemingly pondering how to answer this unexpected question. In the school cafeteria, Fang Yuan handed his meal card to Han Yue with a confident smile. "Get whatever you want. It's on me." Han Yue couldn't help but chuckle, her lips curving slightly. "This is what you call treating someone to a meal? Why not? If this isn't enough, we can head upstairs to the second floor." "Same deal, anything you want," Fang Yuan said, puffing out his chest as if he were being incredibly generous. Of course, given it was still just the school cafeteria, no matter how much she ordered, it wouldn't cost much. Han Yue often ate at the school cafeteria and didn't mind the food quality here. However, being treated to a meal in such a casual setting felt a bit off. Even a fast food restaurant would have seemed more appropriate. Eventually, the two decided to sit at a table on the second floor near the railing. They each ordered clay pot rice, and Fang Yuan even added 2 cups of iced fruit juice to the order. Shortly after they sat down, Fang Yuan noticed something peculiar. His anger points began slowly ticking upward. 1. Curious, he glanced around and quickly spotted the source. Several male students nearby were glaring at him with looks of pure resentment. What are you staring at? Never seen a guy treat a beautiful girl to a meal before? Fang Yuan barked back, visibly annoyed by their intense stares. His words only fueled the fire, and his anger points immediately started climbing faster. 2. Han Yue nearly choked on her rice upon hearing this, quickly covering her mouth with her hand to stifle a laugh. Meanwhile, the school's social circles exploded with activity. Someone had snapped a photo of the two eating together and uploaded it online. It spread like wildfire across class group chats, sparking heated discussions about Fang Yuan's audacious attempt to woo the goddess of first high. Some even started betting on how long it would take for Fang Yuan to end up in the hospital after being confronted by Li Weilian. The school forum was even more chaotic. A user named Waiting for the Red Apricot questioned why Han Yue would ever dine with Fang Yuan, while another user, Scholar on a Pig, confidently declared that Han Yue must prefer his academic prowess over someone like Fang Yuan. This claim was promptly shot down by your neighbor Uncle Wang, who retorted, even the pig you're riding could score higher than you on exams. As Fang Yuan was halfway through his meal, his phone buzzed with a new message. It was from Niu Ruan. Fang Yuan, you're done for. Li Weilian already knows you took Han Yue out for a meal. I risked my life to sneak into Class 1's group chat and grab this screenshot for you. Bro, this is as much as I can do for you. Attached to the message was a screenshot of a furious Li Weilian venting in the chat. Fang Yuan glanced at his anger points, but noticed they hadn't spiked significantly. It seemed Li Weilian wasn't nearby, which meant Fang Yuan missed out on a prime opportunity to collect anger points. After all, the target needed to be within visual range for the points to accumulate effectively. Fang Yuan quickly finished his clay pot rice with the speed of a tornado, while Han Yue was still only halfway through hers. Take your time, no rush, he said, leaning back in his chair and casually picking at his teeth. Han Yue continued eating gracefully, her every movement exuding a natural elegance. Suddenly, Han Yue's phone chimed, and she glanced at the screen. After reading the message, she stood up and said, I need to step out for a moment to grab something. Without waiting for a reply, she walked briskly out of the cafeteria. The onlookers immediately erupted into another wave of speculation in their group chats. Some claimed Han Yue had been scared off by Fang Yuan's toothpicking display, while others dismissed it as a classic case of a toad lusting after a swan. A few even joked that Fang Yuan might have resorted to threats, but they were quickly ridiculed. With his martial arts grades, he'd need to clone himself a dozen times just to stand a chance against Han Yue. Before long, Han Yue returned, carrying a delicate-looking gift bag. She placed it in front of Fang Yuan without saying a word and resumed eating her meal. The onlookers, upon witnessing this, instantly launched into a new round of wild theories. One meal, and he gets a gift? This guy must be a magician. Inside the bag, Fang Yuan found a sleek, watch-like Starforce storage device. These devices were still in the experimental stage and hadn't been mass-produced yet. Even if you had the money, they weren't something you could easily buy. Then again, it wasn't like most people even needed such a thing. The Starforce storage and the Starforce battery serve similar functions, allowing Awakeners to store Starforce for emergencies. They're akin to rechargeable mana potions in games, restoring a certain amount of Starforce when used, effectively increasing an Awakener's Starforce capacity. However, there is a subtle but significant difference between the two. The Starforce battery stores Starforce in its raw, unaltered state, while the Starforce storage preserves Starforce that has been transformed by superpower attributes, essentially Starforce imbued with special abilities. For most Awakeners, this distinction is negligible as the two devices function almost identically. The technology required to produce a Starforce storage is far more advanced than that of a Starforce battery, making it dozens or even hundreds of times more expensive. This massive cost difference makes the commercial production of Starforce storage nearly impossible. For Fang Yuan, however, the Starforce storage holds unique significance. Ever since he acquired the superpower mimicry, Star Slot ability, he has been faced with a dilemma. While this ability is incredibly powerful, it can only replicate one superpower at a time, requiring him to relinquish the previously copied power to mimic a new one. This means that if Fang Yuan wishes to test Han Yue's ability, he would have to give up his current enhanced agility mimicry. Once abandoned, reacquiring it would require finding another Awakener with the same ability to copy an arduous task. Fang Yuan has been pondering how to preserve the superpowers he has copied, and the Starforce storage that Han Yue brought last semester seems to offer a potential solution to this problem. Now, with the Starforce storage in his possession, Fang Yuan can't help but wonder if it could be used to store replicated superpowers. Holding the Starforce storage in his hand, Fang Yuan's heart is filled with anticipation and doubt. Could this small device be the key to breaking the limitations of his superpower mimicry? He is eager to find out, but remains cautious. After all, in the world of superpowers, every experiment carries the risk of unforeseen consequences. Please vote for It's really important. Thanks, everyone. How does this thing work? Fang Yuan picked up the watch-like star energy storage device, furrowing his brows as he carefully examined the small gadget. His fingers glided across its surface, but he couldn't figure out how to operate it. Seeing this, Han Yue put down her utensils and patiently explained, "It works similarly to a star energy battery. Look at this control interface on the screen, slide it to the green position for storage, red for release, and if it turns yellow, it means the stored star energy is running low." Fang Yuan nodded and followed her instructions, sliding the interface to the green position. Closing his eyes, he focused intently, channeling star energy infused with advanced agility mimicry into the device. After about 10 seconds, he opened his eyes and found that the watch was fully charged, just enough for 10 minutes of ability usage. "It seems like it can only store a small amount of star energy," Fang Yuan remarked, a little disappointed. Han Yue smiled faintly and explained, "That's right. This technology is still in the experimental stage. The storage capacity is indeed small, only about 1/10 of a star energy battery. So, it's more like a toy." Fang Yuan's eyes lit up as an idea struck him. He suddenly extended his hand with a playful grin and said, "Come on, give me your hand." Han Yue froze for a moment, her expression turning slightly nervous. "What for?" she asked hesitantly. She was caught off guard by Fang Yuan's sudden request, especially in the school cafeteria, a very public setting. Fang Yuan grinned mischievously and explained, "I just want to see what it feels like to get shocked by your static control ability." "Is that even possible?" Han Yue asked, confused. "I've tried it on myself before. When I use static control, the star energy creates a kind of insulation effect, so I can't shock myself." "It'll shock you instead," Fang Yuan said, still smiling. "You can use static control?" Han Yue asked, even more puzzled. "Just try it," Fang Yuan insisted, extending his finger. "Just a fingertip touch, like E.T., you know? A light tap." After hesitating for a moment, Han Yue tentatively extended her finger and lightly touched Fang Yuan's fingertip. The moment their fingers met, Fang Yuan quickly copied her static control ability and activated it immediately. A jolt of electricity surged through his fingertip and into Han Yue. Han Yue let out a small yelp, her body involuntarily trembling. She felt a numbing sensation spread through her entire body, leaving her arm weakly resting on the table. The feeling lasted for about a second before gradually fading. Taking a deep breath, Han Yue exclaimed, "So this is what it feels like to get shocked." "My whole body went numb, and I had no strength at all." Fang Yuan nodded in agreement. "Exactly. This ability is really powerful. Just one touch, and the fight could be over. A second or two of paralysis is enough to defeat an opponent dozens of times over." "But how do you know static control?" Han Yue asked curiously, certain that what she had just experienced was indeed the energy from static control. Fang Yuan gave her a mysterious smile. "That's a secret." With that, he pressed his finger against the star energy watch, sliding the control interface to the red position. The stored star energy began to release, and Fang Yuan quickly used his mimicry ability to copy it back. He checked his attribute panel and saw that his star slot trait had reverted to advanced agility mimicry. A satisfied smile spread across his face. To him, this watch-like star energy storage device was practically a game-changing tool. "How much does this star energy watch cost?" Fang Yuan asked, already calculating how he could get one for himself. Han Yue took a sip of her juice and replied, "I'm not sure about the exact price, but I heard the current production cost is several times that of a star energy battery." Fang Yuan swallowed hard at the thought. The cheapest star energy batteries in the Star Energy Mall cost around 50,000 yuan, which meant this watch could easily cost over 1 million. Could I borrow it for a little longer? If that's okay with you?" Fang Yuan asked cautiously. "Let me know whenever you need it back, and he'll return it right away." Han Yue smiled generously. "The storage capacity is so small that it's not very practical. It's more like a toy. If you want it, you can have it." Fang Yuan felt grateful, but also a bit guilty about taking something worth over 1 million for free. An idea popped into his head, and he proposed, "How about this? I'll consider it a rental. Whenever you need someone to spar with or test your abilities and star energy techniques, just call me, free of charge." "Really?" Han Yue's eyes lit up. "Does that mean you, the gold tier coach, are available 247? Fang Yuan chuckled. "I'm available 247, sure, but the question is whether you can keep up." He knew Han Yue's family was strict, and she never stayed at the dojo past 9 p.m. "Deal," Han Yue said cheerfully as she stood up. "In that case, I'll head home now. See you tomorrow." She picked up her books and left with a spring in her step. Fang Yuan continued fiddling with the star energy watch, feeling quite pleased with himself. Renting a 1 million yuan device for a few sparring sessions? This kind of deal-making is definitely my forte. After leaving the cafeteria, Fang Yuan wandered around campus, using his iris scanner to check the abilities of passing students. As a top-tier school, Donghai First High had a relatively high percentage of awakened students, about 1 in 3. Soon, he spotted a student with the Night Stalker ability. This ability allowed the user to cloak themselves in star energy in dark or dim environments, providing an exceptional level of stealth, far surpassing a chameleon's camouflage. Fang Yuan casually brushed past the student, pretending it was accidental, and successfully copied the Night Stalker ability. Then, he headed to the library, picked up a book, and began flipping through it, patiently waiting for nightfall. At 9:30 p.m., Fang Yuan left the library and stepped into the night. Activating his Night Stalker mimicry ability, star power quickly enveloped his body, causing his figure to blend seamlessly into the darkness. In poorly lit corners, he became almost completely invisible. To test the effectiveness of his stealth, he tried running and performing vigorous movements. He discovered that while moving quickly, a faint shadow could occasionally be glimpsed. However, even if he remained unseen, his footsteps could still give him away. This wasn't a major flaw. Infiltration was meant to be carried out slowly and methodically anyway. After familiarizing himself with the effects of the Night Stalker mimicry, Fang Yuan prepared to infiltrate Wei Hailong's residence. If it hadn't been for Xiaozhu nearly losing her life after being subjected to an awakening inducer, he wouldn't have taken this risk tonight. Although Xiaozhu was now out of danger, the Spear of God member hiding in Donghai wasn't likely to stop. Earlier that afternoon, Fang Yuan had even seen Wei Hailong investigating information about the awakening inducer. This matter needed to be resolved as soon as possible. While he couldn't be absolutely certain that Wei Hailong was a member of the Spear of God, the likelihood was high. Fang Yuan decided to infiltrate and investigate. If Wei's identity was confirmed, he would have no choice but to fight to the death. He couldn't allow Xiaozhu to be endangered again. Shrouded in the night, Fang Yuan retrieved a Glock pistol he had confiscated from Qing Lang. Known for its excellent grip and trigger feedback, this handgun was a staple starting weapon for terrorists in CS video games. He swiftly checked the magazine, confirmed the bullets, chambered a round, and tucked the gun into his waistband. Looking up at the fourth-floor window, he identified Wei Hailong's one-bedroom apartment. The window was open, the living room lights were off, and only the bedroom emitted a faint glow. Fang Yuan silenced his phone, donned a black mask, activated his Night Stalker mimicry, and quietly entered the building. He ascended the stairs to the fourth floor, climbed out of the stairwell window, and scaled the exterior wall to reach the target window. After confirming that the living room was empty, he nimbly slipped inside. His 30 points in agility ensured a silent landing. Just as he was approaching the bedroom, he heard footsteps, sharp clicks of leather shoes on tile. Fang Yuan quickly hid in the shadows of the sofa. With the Night Stalker's concealment, even someone standing close by would struggle to spot him. Wei Hailong emerged from the bedroom and walked straight to the bathroom. At 9:50 p.m., the sound of brushing teeth echoed. Was preparing for bed. This precise 10 p.m. bedtime routine was unusually disciplined. Rising silently, Fang Yuan slipped into the bedroom. A work journal on the desk caught his eye. One entry read, "No abnormalities in Fang Zhengguo's family." No sign of the item lost 20 years ago. He pocketed the paper and moved quietly to the bathroom door. Leaning against the wall, Fang Yuan drew his pistol, adjusted the black sunglasses he had bought earlier that day, and held his breath. 3 minutes later, Wei Hailong turned off the bathroom light and stepped out. Fang Yuan immediately pressed the gun to the back of his head and whispered, "Don't move." Wei Hailong froze, the threat of death palpable. He hadn't anticipated anyone approaching him so silently. "Who are you? What do you want?" he asked, trying to sound composed. "Raise your hands. Don't even think about using a star power flash. I'm wearing sunglasses, and I guarantee my gun is faster than you," Fang Yuan warned, having already studied Wei Hailong's abilities at the library and prepared accordingly. "Who are you?" Wei Hailong asked again, more puzzled now. Very few people knew about his abilities, and even the school's records were incomplete. "You're not in a position to ask questions," Fang Yuan replied, disengaging the safety with an audible click to emphasize his point. Suddenly, Wei Hailong tilted his head sharply to evade the gun barrel and spun around, grabbing the weapon to twist it out of Fang Yuan's hands. Fang Yuan estimated Wei's agility to be at least 39 points far superior to his own 30 points. Clearly, Wei Hailong had undergone professional training. Controlling the gun with one hand, he aimed a strike at Fang Yuan's neck with the other. Fang Yuan had anticipated this. He immediately abandoned the Night Stalker mimicry and activated an advanced agility enhancement mimicry from his star power watch. His agility surged by 40, reaching 42 points. He blocked the strike and contested control of the handgun. The two engaged in a fierce hand-to-hand combat. Fang Yuan's superior agility gave him an edge, but Wei Hailong's greater strength and combat experience gradually tipped the balance in his favor. With 30 points in strength compared to Fang Yuan's 26, Wei Hailong attempted to overpower him and seize the gun. Making a split-second decision, Fang Yuan released the weapon and used his heightened agility to grip Wei's wrist at a pressure point, twisting it forcefully. The gun skidded across the floor to the corner of the room. In the moment of struggle, Wei Hailong yanked off Fang Yuan's mask and recognized him. Fang Yuan? It's you? Taking advantage of Wei's surprise, Fang Yuan executed a forward roll, grabbed the gun, and aimed it at him once more. Don't move. Fang Yuan, what are you doing? I'm your instructor. Wei Hailong exclaimed, astonished not only by the identity of his assailant, but also by the fact that this student had the skill to confront him heat. Fang Yuan gripped the gun tightly in his hand, the barrel aimed directly at Wei Hailong. In the dimly lit room, the two men stood off against each other. Don't move. Be honest with me. Hat's your connection to God's spear? Fang Yuan's voice was cold and sharp. What connection could I possibly have with an overseas awakened organization? Wei Hailong shot back, his tone laced with disdain. If you're not a member of God's spear, then why were you at the hospital that day? Fang Yuan pressed. I already told you, I was there to treat an injury. You're lying. Fang Yuan interrupted harshly. I saw you in the inpatient department. Since when does the inpatient department handle wound treatment? Wei Hailong frowned, clearly hiding something. I was just there for a brief visit. That doesn't prove anything. If that's not enough, let's talk about today at noon. You were using a computer to look up information on awakening inducers, weren't you? Yes, I was, Wei Hailong admitted. But that doesn't prove I have any ties to God's spear. You're careful, they'll give you that. You closed the browser when you saw me, but you forgot to clear the browsing history. Fang Yuan smirked coldly. After class, I checked the computer records in the lecture hall. Every page you visited was about the black market trade of awakening inducers. So, you're accusing me of giving your sister an awakening inducer? Wei Hailong finally realized the reason behind Fang Yuan's sudden confrontation. Fang Yuan pressed on, unrelenting. At the start of the semester, members of God's Spear showed up in Donghai City. And you conveniently arrived at First High School as an instructor around the same time. The timing matches perfectly. That could just be a coincidence, Wei Hailong countered. It's normal for schools to hire new instructors at the beginning of the term. Fang Yuan pulled a piece of paper from his pocket and read aloud. No anomalies detected in the Fang Zhanghua household. The item lost 20 years ago remains unaccounted for. You wrote this. Care to explain? That's a military work log. You have no right to read it. Wei Hailong's expression darkened as he reached out to snatch the paper. Don't move. Fang Yuan's gun glinted ominously under the faint light. Wei Hailong froze, noticing the cold determination in Fang Yuan's eyes. As a soldier who had survived countless battles, he recognized that look all too well. It was the look of someone ready to kill. Calm down. Let me explain, Wei Hailong said, softening his tone. I'm an officer in the Chinese Navy's amphibious assault unit. I'm not a member of God's Spear. My identity can be verified by the military. I'm already verifying it. You'll know the truth soon enough. Wei Hailong leaned back into the sofa and said, I'm guessing you asked your father to look into my background. You seem to know my family situation pretty well. That's right. And as it happens, my father served in the Chinese Navy's amphibious assault unit. Just as Fang Yuan was about to call his father, his phone lit up with an incoming call from Fang Zhanghua. He answered, his eyes never leaving Wei Hailong. I just got off the phone with an old comrade, Fang Zhanghua said. I found some information on your new instructor. Get to the point. His ability is called Starforce Flash. Fang Yuan's brow furrowed. An identity could be faked, but an awakened ability couldn't be altered. Although Starforce Flash matched the iris data, Fang Yuan decided to be thorough. Do you have a photo? Yes. Send it. Fang Yuan ended the call and waited. A few seconds later, the photo arrived. Fang Yuan frowned as he unlocked his phone, his expression quickly turning grim. He cast a wary glance at Wei Hailong and asked in a low, serious voice, You're really not a member of God's Spear? Wei Hailong spread his hands, his demeanor calm and composed. Of course not. Fang Yuan cautiously holstered his Glock, but kept a safe distance from Wei Hailong. His tone remained sharp as he pressed on. Then why were you looking into black market information on awakening inducers? That stuff has a mortality rate over 90. No normal person would buy it. Leaning against the wall, Wei Hailong began to explain slowly. I'm also investigating the members of God's Spear hiding in Donghai City. Awakening inducers are low-grade drugs. God's Spear wouldn't use something like that. If your sister was injected with a drug from God's Spear, it must have been sourced here in Donghai. Fang Yuan's gaze locked onto Wei Hailong's eyes as he demanded, This is my family's business. What does it have to do with you? Wei Hailong took a deep breath before deciding to come clean. All right, since you already know this much, I'll tell you the truth. I came to Donghai not just to serve as an instructor, but also for another mission. To track down members of God's Spear and investigate something the Navy lost 20 years ago. Fang Yuan's heart skipped a beat. He knew Wei Hailong was referring to the Triangular Star Corps, but feigned ignorance. What are you talking about? Wei Hailong's sharp eyes studied Fang Yuan closely before he countered. Do you really not know? Fang Yuan immediately denied it. How would I know what you're talking about? Wei Hailong lowered his voice, speaking each word deliberately. That thing is connected to your father. God's Spear suspects it's in his possession, which is why they came to Donghai. My mission is to track their movements and retrieve the missing item. He paused for emphasis and added solemnly. I've told you everything I can. The bottom line is, I'm not with God's Spear. Like you, I'm hunting them down. Once Fang Yuan confirmed Wei Hailong wasn't a member of God's Spear, he fell deep into thought. If Wei Hailong wasn't involved, then who could the God's Spear operative hiding in Donghai City be? For someone to tamper with Xiao Zhu's meals, they must have been to the hospital. To move freely there without raising suspicion, they'd either have to be medical staff or a patient. Whoever they were certainly still at the hospital until their mission was complete. Suddenly, a wave of urgency hit Fang Yuan. If the God Spear operative was still at the hospital, wouldn't that mean Xiao Zhu was in grave danger? Not good. Fang Yuan muttered under his breath before abruptly pulling the door open and rushing out. Wei Hailong's eyes narrowed, sensing the gravity of the situation, and quickly followed him. Fang Yuan bolted out of the school and flagged down a taxi. As soon as he got in, he urged the driver anxiously, drive. Quickly, Wei Hailong jumped in right after him and asked, what's going on? While urging the driver to speed up, Fang Yuan dialed his father's number. His words tumbled out in a rush as he explained, if you're not with God's Spear, then they must still be at the hospital. They're not going to stop. He wanted to warn his father to stay by Xiao Zhu's side at all times, but the phone kept ringing with no answer. A sense of dread gripped Fang Yuan, and a wave of panic surged through him like a rising tide. Inpatient department, room 201, Donghai City Hospital. As night fell, the quiet of the late hours was broken by a young intern pushing a small medical cart into the room. Li Shuhua immediately stood up, her concern evident. Doctor, are you here to change the 4 bottles so late? The intern replied calmly, yes, the medication is about to lose its efficacy. I need to administer another dose. Fang Xiaozhu pursed her lips, a flicker of fear crossing her eyes as she asked softly, Sister Zhou, does this mean I need another injection? Intern Zhou Weiya smiled reassuringly. Don't worry, it's not a shot in your arm or anywhere else. I'm just adding medicine to the 4 drip. Fang Xiaozhu let out a sigh of relief. Okay, I'm not scared. Ever since receiving the Star Force suppressant injection, she had regained consciousness and her condition had improved. Li Shuhua stepped aside to make room for Zhou Weiya, who expertly prepared the medication. Just as she was about to administer it, Fang Zhenghua emerged from the bathroom, frowning in confusion. Why are you giving an injection so late at night? Zhou Weiya responded while continuing her preparations. The medication's efficacy has run out. It needs to be replenished. Fang Zhenghua raised his voice suddenly. Hold on. The doctor didn't mention anything about a nighttime injection at noon. And isn't this the nurse's job? Zhou Weiya ignored him and continued with her task. Sensing something was off, Li Shuhua quickly grabbed Zhou Weiya's arm. Annoyed, Zhou Weiya snapped. What are you doing? If I don't administer the medication and something happens, are you going to take responsibility? Fang Zhenghua stood firm. If you need to give an injection, call the attending doctor first. I need to confirm this before you proceed. Zhou Weiya's expression turned cold. Without warning, she grabbed 2 syringes and plunged them into Fang Zhenghua and Li Shua's necks. The two struggled briefly before collapsing to the ground. Fang Xiaozhu was struck with terror. She leapt off the bed and rushed to her mother, shaking her and crying, Dad, Mom, Sister Zhou, what are you doing? A strange smile spread across Zhou Weiya's face. Don't be scared. They'll wake up after a nap. Now, let's proceed with your injection. She seized Fang Xiaozhu's wrist, preparing to inject directly into a vein. Fang Xiaozhu struggled, shouting, Let go of me. Get away from me. The fear in her heart grew stronger with each passing moment. At that critical moment, a sharp cat's cry pierced the night from outside the window. An orange tabby cat suddenly leapt at Zhou Weiya, its sharp claws raking 3 bloody gashes across her arm. Furious, Zhou Weiya swatted the cat to the ground. Immediately, a gray cat darted into the room like a flash of lightning. It deftly dodged Zhou Weiya's attempts to strike it and sprang onto the table, hissing menacingly. Zhou Weiya snorted coldly, setting the syringe down and grabbing the gray cat instead. Despite its enhanced agility, as a level 1 mutated creature, the gray cat was ultimately no match for Zhou Weiya. Its anguished cries echoed through the room as it struggled fiercely, leaving scratch marks all over her hands. Through gritted teeth, Zhou Weiya muttered, Damn creatures. The ones who should awaken don't, and the ones who shouldn't do. She tightened her grip, appearing ready to snap the gray cat's neck. Fang Xiaozhu sobbed desperately, pleading, Sister Zhou, please let Xiaohui go. I'll take the injection, I promise. Zhou Weiya ignored her and continued squeezing. Just then, the orange tabby, despite its earlier injury, clambered up and sank its teeth into Zhou Weiya's ankle. Zhou Weiya cried out in pain, flinging the gray cat aside and turning her attention to the orange one. The gray cat hit the corner of the room with a heavy thud and lay motionless. Fang Xiaozhu cradled the gray cat in her arms, retreating to the corner and weeping uncontrollably. Xiaohui, Xiaohui, the orange tabby, now in Zhou Weiya's grasp, ignited its claws with fiery energy, scorching her hands and raising blisters. Enraged, Zhou Weiya dunked the cat's head into a beaker filled with saline solution. The tabby thrashed in the water, emitting muffled, gurgling sounds. Witnessing this, Fang Xiaozhu's heart shattered. She cried out in anguish, then summoned her courage and charged at Zhou Weiya, pounding on her. Let Xiaozhu go. Let Xiaozhu go. Zhou Weiya shoved her aside roughly. Get lost. I'll deal with you later. If you can't awaken, you might as well die. Stop wasting my time. Just then, the entire room began to tremble. The glass bottles on the medical cart clinked and rattled. Zhou Weiya turned to see Fang Xiaozhu standing there, her hair billowing as if caught in an invisible wind. A powerful energy radiated from her, whipping her clothes into a frenzy. Zhou Weiya quickly activated her iris scanner to analyze Fang Xiaozhu's awakening. Her eyes widened in shock as she read the results. Divine evolution? Suddenly, the orange tabby in her grasp erupted with intense heat. Zhou Weiya screamed, pulling back her scorched hand. The cat, now engulfed in flames, floated into the air, transforming into a fiery beast that roared with the might of a mythical creature. Zhou Weiya's iris scanner registered the orange tabby's Starforce Leviathan astonishing level 10. At the same time, the gray cat stood up, its body a blur of motion as it zipped around the room like a gray streak of lightning. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Zhou Weiya turned to flee. Zhou Weiya had barely taken 2 steps when a blazing fireball suddenly roared toward her from behind. She twisted her body to dodge, but it still grazed her, and the erupting flames instantly engulfed her. The deafening explosion sent her flying out of the hospital room, landing heavily in the hallway. Her white coat was scorched in several places, and her skin was marked with burns. The pain was excruciating, but Zhou Weiya gritted her teeth and forced herself to get up. Her mission was complete. She had confirmed the Fang family's daughter's extraordinary ability. Now, the priority was to relay the intelligence back to the organization. Originally, she was supposed to take Fang Xiaozhu with her, but the LV.10 star-powered fire cat made that plan impossible. Without hesitation, Zhou Weiya chose to retreat, buying time for the organization's next move. She staggered forward, running as fast as her injured body allowed, while the gray cat's shadow pursued her relentlessly. Its sharp claws left gashes on her body, the searing pain nearly making her collapse. Just as she was about to reach the stairwell, the gray cat abruptly stopped its chase. It turned in circles for a moment before heading back toward the hospital room. Meanwhile, the anomaly inside room 201 was dissipating. Fang Xiaozhu's star energy outburst subsided as quickly as it had erupted. The roaring winds calmed, and her previously billowing hair gently settled. Her heavy eyelids closed, and her body went limp as she collapsed backward. The flames on the orange cat's body extinguished at the same moment. It and the gray cat huddled anxiously around Fang Xiaozhu, letting out distressed meows. At that moment, Fang Yuan burst into the hospital building. The explosion from the second floor had left him frantic with worry, and he charged up the stairs 2 at a time. At the stairwell, he brushed past a doctor, fleeing in disarray. The person, covered in burns, was running at an inhuman speed. Fang Yuan immediately recognized the figure as Zhou Weiya, the new intern doctor, and in that instant, many pieces of the puzzle clicked into place in his mind. However, Fang Yuan chose not to pursue Zhou Weiya. Instead, he rushed straight toward room 201. Wei Hailong, who had been following closely behind, made a different decision. Upon seeing Zhou Weiya fleeing, he turned and chased after her. Fang Yuan stormed into the hospital room, and the sight before him made his heart stop. His parents and sister were lying motionless on the ground. He immediately checked their conditions, his trembling fingers reaching for their carotid pulses. When he felt the faint beats of life, a wave of relief washed over him, and he slumped onto the floor. His mind buzzed, overwhelmed by the fear that had gripped him moments earlier. After calming himself slightly, Fang Yuan began to carefully examine his family members. Channeling star energy into his eyes, he observed that his parents' conditions were no different from before. Their breathing was steady. They had likely been sedated. However, Fang Xiaozhu's attributes had undergone a dramatic transformation. Name, Fang Xiaozhu. Star energy level, LV.1. Attributes, Strength 5, Agility 6, Constitution 4, Spirit 15. Supernatural trait, Divine evolution. Skills, none. Fang Xiaozhu's awakening was complete, and her star energy level had stabilized at LV.1. The supernatural trait, Divine evolution, alone suggested extraordinary potential. hinting at an ability far beyond the ordinary. At that moment, Fang Yuan's attention was drawn to the two cats. Their attribute panels were changing visibly before his eyes. Initially, both cat star energy levels were at LV.6, but within moments, they had dropped to LV.5, then LV.4. Puzzled, Fang Yuan reached out and placed his hand on the gray cat, observing it closely. The gray cat let out a disgruntled meow, but did not resist. Under Fang Yuan's scrutiny, its star energy level continued to decrease, dropping from LV.6 all the way to LV.1, returning to the state it had been in when he first discovered their mutations. Fang Yuan wasn't surprised by the decrease in the cat's star energy levels. What puzzled him was how they had reached LV.6 in the first place. Judging by the speed of the decline, their star energy levels might have been even higher before possibly LV.9 or LV.10. This realization left Fang Yuan stunned. Despite diligently following the star energy cultivation model for a long time, his own star energy level was still stuck at LV.1. Yet these two cats had somehow reached such astonishing levels in a short time it was almost beyond belief. Reflecting on Zhou Weiya's burn injuries and the explosion marks at the hospital room's entrance, Fang Yuan formed a bold hypothesis. The flames had likely been unleashed by the orange cat in its LV.10 state. The orange cat's innate ability was Flame Claw, but at such a high energy level, it might have evolved into a far more powerful fire-based ability. There had to be a reason for the cat's star energy levels to skyrocket so dramatically. Fang Yuan's gaze instinctively returned to the Divine Evolution trait on Fang Xiaozhu's attribute panel. In this room filled with mysteries, this trait stood out as the most enigmatic of all. Apart from the Divine Evolution ability, Fang Yuan couldn't imagine what else could cause such a sudden and significant increase in the star power levels of the two cats. This realization made him gasp in shock, his brows furrowing deeply. The power of Divine Evolution seemed almost absurdly overwhelming, nearly breaking the balance of star power levels. Fang Yuan's mind raced as he considered another possibility. His gaze sharpened, and he thought to himself, could this extraordinary ability have been derived from absorbing energy from the trilateral star core? If that's true, and Zhou Weiya manages to escape, the Spear of God will undoubtedly send more members to Donghai. It was already 10 p.m., and the hospital was quiet, with only the night shift staff on duty. 2 full minutes after the sound of an explosive burst of flames came from room 201. A nurse finally hurried over to check what had happened. What's going on? The nurse asked, panting heavily. Fang Yuan spun around abruptly and shouted sharply, call the on-duty doctor immediately. All right, they'll go get them now, the young nurse replied, quickly turning and running off to fetch the doctor. Not long after, the doctor on night duty arrived at the scene. After carefully examining the 3 individuals, he explained, the 2 adults were injected with diazepam commonly known as Valium. They'll wake up after a good sleep. As for the young girl, she fainted due to mental exhaustion, but her vital signs are stable. However, considering her previous symptoms of star power instability, I suggest consulting a professor from the Star Power Medical Academy for further examination tomorrow. Understood. Thank you, doctor, Fang Yuan replied, watching the doctor leave before finally letting out a sigh of relief. Though the others were unaware, Fang Yuan knew in his heart that his sister's condition had been completely cured this time. She would no longer collapse unexpectedly. In the past, her fainting spells occurred because her body couldn't withstand the immense star power, causing her to lose consciousness during episodes of star power instability. Now that she had completed her awakening, such incidents would no longer happen. After confirming that his family was safe, Fang Yuan gradually calmed down and began to reflect deeply on everything that had transpired that night. His gaze sharpened, and the clues in his mind started to piece together like a puzzle. Zhou Weiya, the seemingly warm-hearted intern doctor, was revealing her true identity, a member of God's Spear. Fang Yuan recalled the incident where Xiao Zhu was administered the awakening induction agent. As a hospital intern, Zhou Weiya had ample opportunity and access to carry out such an act. His thoughts continued to unravel, remembering how Zhou Weiya had previously approached him to discuss Xiao Zhu's condition. Her sisterly demeanor at the time had completely disarmed his suspicions. Looking back now, it all seemed highly suspicious. How could an intern have the authority to discuss a patient's condition? Even more concerning was her question about whether Xiao Zhu had come into contact with anything unusual now. It was clear she was probing to see if Xiao Zhu had encountered the triangular star core. Fang Yuan's memory drifted further back to an incident a month ago when their home had been ransacked. He recalled the slender fingerprints left on his father's safe, which were very likely Zhou Weiya's doing. These scattered fragments now pointed to a single conclusion. When Fang Yuan rushed into the inpatient department earlier, he activated his iris data ability. Though it was just a fleeting glance, he managed to capture crucial information about Zhou Weiya. Star power level LV.3, a strength comparable to Wei Hailong, and an ability that was also iris data. This meant she had undoubtedly seen Xiao Zhu's ability. If the God Spear organization discovered that Xiao Zhu possessed the Divine Evolution ability, they would never let it go. Taking a deep breath, Fang Yuan realized he couldn't let Zhou Wei escape. Although her strength was on par with Wei Hailong's and possibly slightly inferior in some respects, if she was determined to flee, there was still a significant chance she could succeed. Letting her escape would lead to disastrous consequences. With his mind racing, Fang Yuan pulled out his phone and called Wei Hailong. After half a minute of ringing, the call was answered, and Wei Hailong's terse and hurried voice came through. No time for chit-chat. Speak quickly. Fang Yuan immediately understood that Wei Hailong was in the middle of pursuing Zhou Wei. He responded succinctly. Send me your location. Not long after the call ended, Wei Hailong sent over a location. Fang Yuan quickly checked it and found that it wasn't far, but the direction was odd. Zhou Wei had previously fled through the hospital's west gate, but now she was showing up near the north gate, as if she was circling around the hospital. A flash of insight struck Fang Yuan. Zhou Wei might be trying to return to her residence but couldn't shake off Wei Hailong, so she was lingering nearby. He immediately stood up and headed to the nurse's station. Excuse me, do you know where Dr. Zhou Wei lives? Fang Yuan asked bluntly. The head nurse hesitated. We can't disclose personal information about the doctors. Without waiting for a response, Fang Yuan grabbed the doctor's contact directory and started flipping through it. The head nurse tried to stop him, saying, Fang Yuan, this isn't appropriate. A doctor's personal information is private. The explosion in room 201 was caused by her, and it nearly killed my sister. I won't let her get away with this, Fang Yuan said firmly as he continued searching. It didn't take long for him to find Zhou Wei's address, Ollinger Hotel. This hotel was close to the hospital, and Fang Yuan passed by it every time he visited Shaozhou. Zhou Wei circling around the hospital likely meant she was trying to return there. After waiting for the police and the Supernatural Management Bureau agents to arrive at the hospital, Fang Yuan left, crossed 2 streets, and arrived at the Ollinger Hotel. Approaching the front desk calmly, he said, Ms. Zhou in room 507 left something for me. Could you please retrieve it? While the receptionist bent down to search, Fang Yuan quickly took a spare keycard for room 507 from the cardholder. Just as he was about to leave, the receptionist placed a cardboard box on the counter. Sir, this is what Ms. Zhou left, but I'll need to verify your name. Caught slightly off guard, Fang Yuan quickly composed himself. My last name is Hu. After signing his name, Fang Yuan took the box and headed upstairs. He chose to use the surname Hu because the box had the name Hu written on it. Once inside room 507, Fang Yuan carefully searched the entire suite. He discovered several vials of medication, a high-powered satellite phone, and some English documents. In the trash bin, he found charred paper remnants, and inside a tall boot in the shoe cabinet by the door, he uncovered a PPKS silenced pistol. Fang Yuan gathered all the suspicious items onto the coffee table and sat down, meticulously examining them. He was determined to delve deeper into the secrets of this God's spear operative. The high-powered satellite phone lay silently on the table, exuding an ominous presence. Fang Yuan's gaze swept over the English documents, his brows furrowing at the sight of the technical jargon. But what truly caught his attention was the silver PPKS silenced pistol. The long suppressor added a touch of lethal elegance to its design. Fang Yuan picked up the pistol and handled it with practiced ease. He recalled reading about it in a military magazine. This gun could fire indoors without the sound carrying through a closed door, making it the perfect weapon for assassinations. Setting the pistol down, he turned his attention to an inconspicuous cardboard box. Lifting the lid, he found rows of neatly arranged glass vials, similar to those commonly seen in hospitals. He picked one up for closer inspection but found no labels or instructions on the bottle. Even scanning it with iris data technology yielded only the words unknown substance. Fang Yuan fell into deep thought. Could these vials be awakening inducers? But weren't they originally intended for Shaozhou? Why were they now being handed over to someone with the surname Hu? If they weren't awakening inducers, what other secret connections did Zhou Wei have in Donghai City? He speculated whether this person named Hu might be affiliated with the Spear of God. If he could analyze the composition of the substance, he might uncover the identity of this mysterious individual. After inspecting all the items, Fang Yuan glanced at the time, retrieved a spare keycard, and turned off all the lights in the suite. It was already 11:30 p.m. With the curtains drawn, the room was plunged into total darkness. He sat back down on the sofa, holding his breath as he waited in the shadows. About 10 minutes later, hurried footsteps echoed down the hallway. A card swipe sounded at the door, followed by the soft click of it opening. Someone stepped inside, inserted the keycard, and turned on the lights. Zhou Wei froze in her tracks. On the sofa sat a man, smiling at her. What truly sent a chill down her spine was the dark barrel of the gun in his hand. Fang Yuan, what are you doing here? She asked, trying to appear calm, though her voice trembled slightly. Waiting for you, of course. Fang Yuan's smile remained, warm yet laced with an icy undertone. Zhou Wei didn't dare make any sudden moves. She immediately activated her iris scanner to analyze Fang Yuan's attributes. Star power level LV.1, strength 26, agility 30. Although these stats exceeded the typical limits for LV.1, they weren't enough to intimidate her as a LV.3 awakened. The only thing that gave her pause was the gun in his hand. Stop pretending. You're a member of the Spear of God, Fang Yuan stated bluntly. I have no idea what you're talking about. I twisted my ankle earlier. I just need to change my shoes, Zhou Weiya said, reaching toward the shoe cabinet. Fang Yuan raised the PPKS silenced pistol. Looking for this? Seeing the gun in his hand, Zhou Weiya's expression darkened, a flash of anger crossing her eyes, which translated into an increase of 30 anger points. Let's not get hasty. Can we talk this out? Zhou Weiya quickly raised her hands in a gesture of surrender. Sure. Start by closing the door, Fang Yuan ordered, both guns now trained on her. Reluctantly, Zhou Weiya closed the suite door. I think there's been some kind of misunderstanding between us. There's no misunderstanding. You're the one who administered the awakening inducer to Xiao Zhu, right? A 90 mortality rate. How ruthless of you. Fang Yuan's eyes burned with murderous intent. It's for her own good. Her abilities are incredibly powerful. Even with the awakening inducer, she wouldn't be in any real danger, Zhou Weiya explained hastily. You're referring to the abilities she absorbed from the triangular star core, aren't you? Fang Yuan's gaze locked onto hers. A flicker of surprise crossed Zhou Weiya's face. You've seen that star core? Fang Yuan caught her reaction, confirming that Xiao Zhu's divine evolution ability was indeed connected to the triangular star core. So, your plan was to report this information back to your organization, then send people to abduct Xiao Zhu for experimentation? His voice was as cold as ice. No, you've got it wrong. The organization would do everything in its power to nurture her, to turn her into an awakened capable of conquering the world, Zhou Weiya said, desperate to clarify. Thanks, but no thanks. On Xiao Zhu's behalf, they'll have to decline and kill you to ensure your silence. Fang Yuan had gleaned all the information he needed and saw no reason to continue the conversation. Wait, Zhou Weiya tried to plead for her life. Without hesitation, Fang Yuan pulled the trigger. Two soft pops echoed, and Zhou Weiya collapsed to the floor. Lying in a pool of blood, she reached out weakly. Aren't you working with that military guy? Shouldn't you hand me over to them? Fang Yuan crouched down beside her, whispering in her ear. Some secrets are better kept to myself. With that, he fired one final shot to her head, ending her suffering. Just as he dealt with this threat, his phone rang. It was Wei Hailong. Fang Yuan, the woman got away. What's your status? Wei Hailong's tone was frustrated. Room 507, Oling Hotel. Send someone to clean up, Fang Yuan replied flatly, giving the address. There was a pause on the other end. Stay there. Don't leave, Wei Hailong instructed. 5 minutes later, Wei Hailong led a team of Bureau of Supernatural Affairs agents to the scene, only to find that Fang Yuan had already left, taking the silenced pistol and one vial of the unknown substance with him. As Fang Yuan arrived at the hospital entrance, his phone rang again. This time, Wei Hailong sounded slightly irritated. Didn't I tell you to stay at the hotel? My parents and sister are still in a coma. They need me to take care of them, Fang Yuan replied calmly. And the woman? How did she die? I killed her. Why? She had a lot of secrets we needed to uncover. She was LV.3, and am only LV.1. If I didn't kill her, she'd have killed me, Fang Yuan reasoned, his logic impeccable. Wei Hailong was speechless. There was no way to hold Fang Yuan accountable after all. The person he killed was a member of a dangerous international organization. Inside the Donghai City Hospital, Fang Yuan sat by the hospital beds of his parents and younger sister, carefully examining the newly acquired rage points. After killing Zhou Weiya, he absorbed 190 points of rage from her fear and anger before her death. Adding this to his existing 120 points, his total now stood at 310 rage points. As dawn broke, Fang Xiaozhu was the first to wake up, looking full of energy. The moment she opened her eyes, she exclaimed about being hungry. Seeing that his sister was fine, Fang Yuan got up and went to the cafeteria to buy breakfast. As the siblings were munching on buns, Fang Zhenghua and Li Shuhua also woke up one after another. The moment the couple regained consciousness, they remembered the perilous events of last night. Panic-stricken, they looked around and called out, Xiaozhu, Xiaozhu. Fang Yuan and Fang Xiaozhu sat nearby, watching their parents' flustered behavior with puzzled expressions. When Li Shuhua saw her daughter safe and sound, she immediately grabbed her hand, touching and squeezing it as if to confirm she was real. Fang Yuan pushed 2 portions of breakfast toward his parents and calmly said, everything's fine now. Eat your breakfast first. Afterward, we'll handle the discharge paperwork. Discharge paperwork? Xiaozhu's condition? Li Shuhua asked hesitantly, her worry evident. Don't worry. Trust me, Fang Yuan assured her. He had already confirmed that Fang Xiaozhu had completed her awakening and would no longer faint due to uncontrolled star force. So, Xiaozhu's illness is cured? Li Shuhua pressed further, still unaware of the situation involving the triangular star core. Fang Zhenghua interjected, stop overthinking. Just listen to this brat for once. Hurry up and eat, then we'll go handle the discharge. With that, he grabbed a portion of buns and soy milk, sat down, and began eating. Li Shuhua, however, couldn't shake off the memories of last night. Her appetite vanished as she asked, Xiao Yuan, why did that Dr. Zhou try to give Xiaozhu an injection last night? We tried to stop her, but she injected us with something, and we got so dizzy that we blacked out. Fang Yuan replied nonchalantly, she was a fake doctor. You were injected with a sedative, which is why you fell asleep. A fake doctor? Li Shuhua's eyes widened in disbelief. She couldn't fathom how an imposter could infiltrate the hospital. Fang Xiaozhu, recalling the events of the previous night, puffed up her cheeks angrily and said, that Zhou lady was so scary. She wanted to drown Xiaozhu. But Xiaozhu's Amazingit burned her with fire and made her run away. After breakfast, Li Shuhua went to handle the discharge procedures. Fang Zhengguo pulled Fang Yuan aside and asked in a low voice, was Zhou Weiyu a member of the Spear of God? Yes, Fang Yuan confirmed with a nod. What happened to her? Did she escape? Fang Zhengguo asked, still uneasy. Fang Yuan mimed a gunshot with his hand and said, she's dead. You took care of it? Biu. Will this cause any trouble later? Fang Zhengguo worried about potential retaliation from the Spear of God. Zhou Weiyu hadn't contacted her organization. This should be the end of it, Fang Yuan explained, having acted decisively to eliminate any lingering threats. That's good, Fang Zhengguo said with a sigh of relief. After completing the discharge procedures, the family returned home with their 2 cats. Fang Xiaozhu excitedly carried the cat carrier into the bathroom, pulled out her small tub, and started bathing the 2 cats. The cats yowled miserably under the showerhead but didn't dare scratch Fang Xiaozhu, instead cowering pitifully in the corner. Worried that her daughter might catch a cold so soon after leaving the hospital, Li Shuhua hurried in to help. After the bath, they used a hairdryer to dry the cats. Following a bit of grooming, the 2 cats finally took on the appearance of proper house pets. Thanks to a month of care, their heads had grown noticeably rounder. Fang Xiaozhu cuddled the orange cat on the sofa, watching TV contentedly. I've always wanted to watch TV like this. It'd be even better with some snacks, she said with a satisfied smile. While drying the gray cat with the hairdryer, Fang Yuan replied, all right, I get the hint, but you just got out of the hospital, so no snacks for now. In a few days, I'll treat you to some ice cream. The freshly cleaned gray cat revealed its true appearance, with a white belly that made it look far better than its previously grimy state. Brother, let's give them proper names, Fang Xiaozhu suggested enthusiastically. Aren't they already called Xiaohui and Xiaozhu? Fang Yuan responded absent-mindedly. Those were just temporary names. Now that they're our family, they need real names like Zhongba, Fang Xiaozhu insisted, emphasizing the need for ceremony. All right, you can name them, Fang Yuan agreed readily, happy to indulge his sister after her hospital stay. Fang Xiaozhu thought seriously for a moment before deciding. The orange one will be called Fireball because it was so fierce when it breathed fire. Sounds good. Fireball it is, Fang Yuan said approvingly. Your turn to name Xiaohui. Fang Xiaozhu decided to share the naming rights equally. As Fang Yuan gently stroked the soft fur of the gray cat, he smiled and said, let's call it Huiji. From now on, Fireball and Huiji will be the newest members of our family. Fang Xiaozhu was overjoyed. Holding the orange cat high with both hands, she jumped up and down on the sofa, her face beaming with happiness. The room was filled with a cheerful atmosphere thanks to the arrival of these 2 new pets. However, the gray cat, now named Huiji, seemed less than thrilled with its new name, letting out a low meow, as if in protest. At that moment, Fang Yuan suddenly noticed that his rage points had increased by 3. He secretly wondered if it had something to do with Huiji's dissatisfaction. Having been unable to get close to the 2 cats while at the hospital, Fang Xiaozhu was now making up for lost time with what she called her revenge cuddling mission. She spent the entire day hugging the cats, switching between the 2, and never tiring of it. Surprisingly, these 2 superpowered cats, once fierce enough to scare off a level 3 awakened, became unusually docile in her arms, their meows soft and sweet. Meow, meow, meow. The cats murmured softly. Watching this heartwarming scene, Fang Yuan suddenly thought of a practical issue. Turning to his sister, he spoke with a slightly serious tone. Xiaozhu, to avoid mom going crazy later, I think you need to set some ground rules for them. Most importantly, they can't go to the bathroom anywhere they want. We'll probably need to buy litter boxes, and I think we should get 3. He was already considering the challenges of managing the household with 2 new pets, particularly the cleaning issues, which he knew would drive their mom crazy if not handled properly. Fang Xiaozhu, however, responded confidently, they won't. Fireball and Huiji are so well behaved. They wouldn't do that. Her tone was filled with trust in the new pets. Fang Yuan's expression turned even more serious as he replied, there's something else I need to tell you, and it's very important. Put them down for a moment. Sensing the change in her brother's tone, Fang Xiaozhu obediently placed the 2 cats on the coffee table. What is it? she asked curiously. Taking a deep breath, Fang Yuan looked her in the eye and said slowly, the first thing is, you've awakened. Did you know that? Fang Xiaozhu lowered her head to look at her hands, a hint of uncertainty in her voice as she asked, awakened? What's my ability? Fang Yuan knew the next part of the conversation was crucial, so he carefully chose his words. That's the important thing I need to tell you. Your ability is special. You have to keep it a secret. Other than me, you can't let anyone else know about it. Otherwise, there could be serious trouble. To his surprise, Fang Xiaozhu displayed an unexpected level of insight for her age. She asked, is it because it might attract people like Zhou Weiya? Fang Yuan snapped his fingers, nodding in approval. Exactly. That's the reason. Your ability is very unique, and the Awaken organization that Zhou Weiya is part of would want to take you away. So, you absolutely cannot tell anyone about this. Fang Xiaozhu still seemed a little puzzled. She looked down at herself again and asked in confusion, but what exactly is my ability? I don't feel like I have any special powers. Fang Yuan pointed at Huiji and Huaqiu, then said to Fang Xiaozhu, your ability seems to be enhancing animals' energy. Give it a try. He suddenly recalled the scene last night when Huaqiu was engulfed in flames and asked with a hint of doubt, could Huaqiu's unusual behavior last night have been caused by your ability? Probably. Try again. Fang Xiaozhu raised her hands earnestly and made a power wave motion toward the two cats. Huh. Huh. She repeated the motion several times, but the cats just sat there on the coffee table, looking confused and unresponsive to their little owner's antics. Fang Yuan observed carefully, even using iris data to scan the cats. Their star force levels remained at LV.1, showing no changes. Did Huaqiu get stronger? Fang Xiaozhu asked, maintaining her power wave stance. No. What about Huiji? Still no. Fang Xiaozhu furrowed her brows in confusion. Didn't you say my ability is supposed to make animals stronger? Fang Yuan shook his head. I might have been wrong. Forget it. Stop trying. He wasn't surprised and explained. Awakening an ability doesn't mean you can use it right away. It could be due to a lack of control, insufficient star force, or some other odd reason. Besides, you're still young. According to the Star Force Science Research Institute, frequent use of abilities at a young age could cause irreversible damage to the body and even affect development. But I've already awakened it. How can I not use it? Fang Xiaozhu protested stubbornly. Teach me how to use it. Fang Yuan gently patted her head. The Star Force Institute says kids shouldn't mess around with their abilities, or it might stunt their growth. You don't want to end up short, do you? You're just trying to scare me, Fang Xiaozhu retorted, hands on her hips and pouting. I just want to learn how to use it, not use it all the time. Figure it out yourself. I've got class to attend and have to cover a shift at the martial arts gym tonight. I won't be responsible for your dinner anymore. With that, Fang Yuan headed to his room to pack for class. Fine, I'll practice on my own. Fang Xiaozhu muttered defiantly, continuing her power wave efforts at the cats, this time using both hands. Come on, give me some kind of reaction. But the two cats remained as clueless as ever. In the afternoon, Fang Yuan was called to a classroom at Donghai No. 1 High School. Waiting there, besides Wei Hailong, was a group of individuals dressed in black trench coats and military boots, the signature attire of the Superpower Awakening Management Bureau. Leading them was a man in his 40s, with sharply defined features and piercing eyes like a hawk's. Wei Hailong introduced him. Fang Yuan, this is Black Eagle, head of the Bureau's investigation unit. He's in charge of the Spear of God case. Fang Yuan glanced at Wei Hailong, puzzled. If he's handling the Spear of God case, then what are you doing? He handles the case. I'm here to retrieve what was lost, Wei Hailong replied succinctly. Fang Yuan immediately understood. The Spear of God's activities in Donghai City fell under the Bureau's jurisdiction. Wei Hailong, on the other hand, was sent by the military to recover something lost 20 years ago. Each had their own responsibilities, working together on the case. Black Eagle stepped closer to Fang Yuan, his gaze as sharp as a blade. In a heavy tone, he asked, did you kill the person? If you're referring to the incident at the Oling Hotel, yes, I killed them, Fang Yuan replied straightforwardly. Do you have any idea who you killed? Black Eagle's voice was laced with restrained anger. A member of the Spear of God. Do you even realize how critical this investigation is? And with one shot, you cut off a lead we've been pursuing for 6 months. Fang Yuan shrugged. You weren't capable of catching them, so I had to step in. Now you're blaming me. The faces of the 5 Bureau agents in the room darkened. The Bureau's name carried weight across all of China, and few dared to challenge them so brazenly. Black Eagle patted Fang Yuan's shoulder and said, Kid, you've got guts, but you clearly don't know who you're messing with. Once you've experienced what the Spear of God is capable of, you'll come crying to me. If you couldn't catch them after 6 months, and I had to act, what's the point of coming to you? Fang Yuan countered. Black Eagle, visibly furious, ran a hand through his hair, deciding to drop the argument. He pushed Fang Yuan into a chair, placed his hands on the boy's shoulders, and asked, "Tell me, what did Zhou Weiya say to you before she died?" "She asked why I didn't hand her over to the military," Fang Yuan answered honestly. "And then? Then I shot her in the head." Black Eagle looked exasperated. "You just killed her like that? Couldn't you have handed her over to us?" Fang Yuan spread his hands, feigning helplessness. "I'm a cautious person. I was worried she might turn the tables on me. After all, I'm only LV.1. Black Eagle rubbed his face in frustration and continued, "Fine. I won't press the matter. Just tell me, did you take anything from that room?" "No," Fang Yuan replied without hesitation. "No." Black Eagle pulled out a photograph from his assistant and held it up in front of Fang Yuan. This pair of long boots had traces of gunpowder residue. It indicates there was a gun stored inside. Fang Yuan shrugged. "A suppressed PPKS handgun. Consider it a trophy. Is this the important clue you're talking about?" "Hand it over," Black Eagle demanded. "It's a trophy." Without hesitation, Black Eagle pulled his own pistol from its holster and slammed it onto the table. "They'll trade you for it." Fang Yuan glanced at the weapon, slightly surprised. It was a KT-800 Starforce kinetic pistol, famous for its 100-meter precision range. While ordinary handguns had an effective range of 50 meters, the KT-800 rivaled submachine guns in performance. This model, produced by Red Dragon Technology in the last century, gained fame as the favorite sidearm of China's war god, Red Dragon. Its proven reliability made it the standard issue for most superpower departments in China. The silver KT-800 Special Edition in Black Hawk's possession gleamed with a cold metallic sheen, and Fang Yuan's gaze was instinctively drawn to it. This banned weapon could fetch a jaw-dropping price of $1 million on the black market, making it hard for him to resist. However, he suppressed his greed and calmly said, "No silencer, no deal." Black Hawk, clearly provoked, snatched a silencer out of his assistant's weapon bag and slammed it onto the table. "Deal," he growled through gritted teeth. Without hesitation, Fang Yuan tossed his backpack over, picked up the KT-800, and skillfully attached the silencer, beginning to test the weapon. Black Hawk watched in stunned silence as his beloved silver KT-800 was effectively snatched away, an overwhelming sense of being swindled washing over him. Meanwhile, agents from the Supernatural Management Bureau began gathering fingerprints and other clues from the PPKS silenced pistol. Black Hawk's eyes were fixed on the silver KT-800 in Fang Yuan's hands, his Adam's apple bobbing as he swallowed hard. Noticing Black Hawk's intense gaze, Fang Yuan smirked provocatively. "What are you staring at? This is my gun now, and Instructor Wei can vouch for it. If you want to back out of the deal, just admit it. I'll return it if you dare to say so." At that moment, Fang Yuan felt like he'd traded up significantly, brimming with smug satisfaction. Black Hawk was so furious that his nose nearly twisted out of shape, contributing another 20 anger points to Fang Yuan. Though he wouldn't stoop to reneging on the deal, he still issued a warning through clenched teeth. "Let me warn you. This gun has ballistic records in the Bureau. If you so much as think about committing a crime with it, I'll haul you in immediately." Unfazed, Fang Yuan shot back. "What are you even talking about? A model student like me committing a crime? Impossible. If there's nothing else, I'll head back to class now." He stood up and started walking away, muttering on purpose, "Tomorrow, I'll sell this gun on the black market for $1 million. Whoever uses it for a crime, that's their problem, not mine." Black Hawk staggered, nearly falling over, and unwillingly added another 20 anger points to Fang Yuan's tally. He quickly called out, "Wait a minute. I might let the gun go, but there's something else you took that you need to return." Feigning confusion, Fang Yuan asked, "Something else? What are you talking about?" Black Hawk snorted coldly, "Don't play dumb. The vial from the suite in the Oling Hotel is missing." "Don't tell me it wasn't you." Fang Yuan blinked innocently, pretending to be surprised. "I threw out the box. You guys can tell it's missing just like that?" "Of course." Black Hawk snapped impatiently. "We've confiscated this type of vial before. What's it for, anyway?" Fang Yuan asked casually. "There wasn't even a manual." Black Hawk's tone turned icy. "Let me warn you, this stuff is extremely dangerous. You'd better hand it over right now, or I won't hesitate to detain you for questioning." With a sigh, Fang Yuan retrieved the vial and placed it on the table. Then, he asked, "Do you know who that Hu guy is?" Black Hawk frowned. "How much do you know?" Fang Yuan shrugged. "Nothing, really. I just told the hotel front desk my surname was Hu, and they gave me the box." Black Hawk took a deep breath and pressed on. "And how did you know the recipient's surname was Hu?" Fang Yuan countered. "It was written on the box. Didn't you guys see it?" Black Hawk felt like he was about to explode. Just then, his assistant received a message and whispered something in his ear. Black Hawk's expression darkened further. Wei Hailong, sensing the shift, asked, "What's going on?" "Another lead's gone cold," Black Hawk said grimly. "The recipient is dead." He turned his sharp gaze back to Fang Yuan. "Tell me honestly, before you killed Zhou Weiya, did she say anything else?" Fang Yuan shook his head. No, I've told you everything she said. Apart from details about Xiaozhu's ability, Fang Yuan had indeed disclosed all the information. Though he had deliberately antagonized Black Hawk to collect anger points, he knew where to draw the line. Helping the Bureau investigate God's spear was ultimately in his own interest, as it reduced the threat they posed to him. Curious, Fang Yuan asked, who exactly is this Hu guy? Black Hawk snorted. Is that something you need to know? With a sly grin, Fang Yuan replied, maybe if I knew who he was, it might jog my memory. Black Hawk frowned, deliberating for a moment. The recipient named who wasn't a member of God's spear, nor was his identity particularly classified, and now, he was dead. Deciding to take a chance, Black Hawk said, we found this person in the Oling Hotel surveillance footage. He's an awakened individual known on the streets as Viper. But he died last week. Fang Yuan's heart skipped a beat. He hadn't expected this twist. The Hu recipient turned out to be Viper, the muscular awakened individual who had died at the Dingxi Bridge warehouse just last week. Wei Hailong pressed further. How did Viper die? Last week, at the Dingxi Bridge warehouse, Black Hawk replied. He was killed there. Could it have been God's spear silencing him? Wei Hailong speculated. No, Fang Yuan interjected this time. Both Wei Hailong and Black Hawk turned to him, puzzled. How do you know? They asked simultaneously. I just do, Fang Yuan replied confidently. The Dingxi Bridge warehouse incident wasn't God's spear's doing. Black Hawk felt like this year had been particularly unlucky, as if he'd encountered a walking disaster. He sighed in frustration and asked, how do you know? Don't tell me it was you again? Fang Yuan put on a righteous expression, his gaze unwavering, as he said firmly, I didn't say anything. I'm just being kind here, trying to steer you away from the wrong direction. I'm telling you, this wasn't done by God's spear, and it has absolutely nothing to do with me. There was a sly undertone in his voice, hinting that his words had been carefully calculated. Fang Yuan knew that if the case at the Dingxi Bridge warehouse was merely classified as a street gang conflict, the Supernatural Management Bureau wouldn't dig too deeply. However, if it were labeled as a case involving an overseas awakened organization, it would undoubtedly attract much greater attention. He was worried that if the Bureau found the sniper bullet in the warehouse, they might follow the trail back to Old Fang, which would lead to even bigger trouble. Instead of letting that happen, he decided to give Black Hawk a subtle hint to guide him away from the wrong investigative path. Black Hawk narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the seemingly ordinary high school student before him. A strange sense of unease crept over him, and his tone grew serious. How much do you really know? Fang Yuan spread his hands with an innocent look, his voice lighthearted as he replied, I don't know anything. A faint glint of menace flickered in Black Hawk's eyes as he spoke in a low, threatening voice. Do you believe I won't hesitate to take you in for questioning? Fang Yuan immediately put on a nervous act, clutching his forehead as he launched into an over-the-top performance. Oh no, when I get nervous, my memory gets fuzzy. I might have accidentally forgotten about Viper's ability malfunctioning. Black Hawk was left speechless. With a sigh of exasperation, he pulled a form out of his briefcase, his tone laced with resignation. This is the application form for auxiliary personnel with the Bureau. As long as you fill this out and become an auxiliary member, I promise not to hold you accountable for any of this so long as you assist me in solving cases. Fang Yuan's eyes lit up, but he still asked cautiously, you won't pursue anything at all? Black Hawk gritted his teeth and replied, as long as it's not treason. Fang Yuan pressed on, even burning down a warehouse is fine? Black Hawk suppressed his anger, forcing out the words one by one. It's fine. A triumphant grin spread across Fang Yuan's face. He turned to the empty air beside him and said, Instructor, you heard him. He promised. Then, after giving the form a quick scan, he signed his name without hesitation. Black Hawk was on the verge of losing his composure. Taking a deep breath to calm himself, he asked, Now will you talk? Fang Yuan straightened up and finally spoke seriously. The incident at the Dingxi Bridge warehouse was my doing. The reason? They kidnapped my sister. The hospital surveillance can confirm this. Black Hawk slapped his forehead in frustration, muttering helplessly, Why did I have to run into someone like you? Every lead, without exception, gets cut off because of you. Ignoring Black Hawk's complaints, Fang Yuan continued, However, I noticed something strange. Viper's ability seems to have malfunctioned. I suspect it might be related to those injections they were using, but I have no idea what's in them, so I can't say for sure. This realization made Fang Yuan acutely aware that God's spear's influence in Donghai was far greater than he had initially thought. For his own safety, he decided to take the initiative. Fang Yuan resolved to assist the Bureau in investigating God's spear, hoping to uncover more about this mysterious enemy. After all, understanding your enemy is the best way to protect yourself. Information about the Spear of God is classified within the Supernatural Management Bureau. Although its security level isn't particularly high, it cannot be disclosed freely. Black Hawk needed to confirm if Fang Yuan could be of assistance before deciding whether to reveal these secrets. So, what do you think about those unnamed injections? Black Hawk asked, his sharp gaze fixed on Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan glanced around, noting the school setting and Wei Hailong's presence. With his guard lowered, he decided to showcase his analytical abilities, believing it might lead to positive outcomes. At first, I didn't realize Viper's superpower had issues. I just assumed it was a typical side effect of his ability, Fang Yuan began slowly. But after learning that Viper was a recipient of those injections, some ideas came to mind. What ideas? Black Hawk leaned forward slightly, his interest piqued. Fang Yuan took a deep breath and organized his thoughts. I once fought Viper. His ability, snake muscle, gives him 15,000 muscle fibers that function like a snake's, granting him immense strength and agility. He paused. During our fight, I noticed his vision was poor, and his pupils resembled a snake's. I suspected his eyes, like his muscles, were mutating towards snake-like traits. My assumption proved correct. His vision was indeed weak, like a snake's, and I used that to defeat him. After a brief pause, Fang Yuan continued. As for those injections, I have two theories. First, the injections might be meant to treat physical mutations. Viper, whose vision deteriorated due to eye mutations, could have sought the Spear of God to purchase these injections and reverse the mutation. And the second theory? Black Hawk asked, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Noting the change in Black Hawk's expression, Fang Yuan replied, judging by your reaction, the first theory is probably incorrect. That leaves the second one. These injections might be designed to stimulate the mutation of superpowers, with a baseline effect of enhancing abilities. After Viper used them, his powers grew stronger, but the side effects caused his eyes to mutate. Anything else? Black Hawk asked, his tone measured. Fang Yuan smiled. If I'm not mistaken, the Spear of God is likely using Viper as a test subject to evaluate the stability of these injections, right? Black Hawk paced back and forth, appearing deep in thought. You deduced all this just from having encountered Viper? Fang Yuan shrugged, giving him a confident look. You really don't know what these injections are for? Black Hawk asked skeptically. This is all I know. I've shared everything I could think of, Fang Yuan replied with a nonchalant gesture. Your analytical skills are impressive. How do you manage it? Black Hawk asked, intrigued. Not bad, I guess. My academic performance is decent, Fang Yuan said modestly with a smile. Black Hawk picked up the application form for auxiliary personnel within the Supernatural Management Bureau. I'll submit this form. From now on, if you learn anything about the Spear of God, you must report it to me. Fang Yuan frowned slightly. So, if my deductions just now were wrong, this form would be void, and all your promises would be empty, right? Black Hawk wagged his finger. Not just anyone can apply to be an auxiliary member of the Bureau. If you don't have exceptional skills, why would we take you in? That said, don't get upset. Even if you're not officially part of the Bureau, the promises I made earlier still stand. He patted Fang Yuan's shoulder. Killing members of foreign awakened organizations won't get you into trouble. And those people in the Dingxi Bridge warehouse? They're the filthiest rats in Donghai City's underworld. Eliminating them saves the Bureau a lot of resources. Black Hawk signed the form and handed it to his assistant. File this when we get back. He then pulled out another document and slid it to Fang Yuan. This is the analysis report on those injections. Your analytical skills are solid. See if you can find any useful clues. Fang Yuan began carefully reading the report. Black Hawk explained, actually, most of your deductions were correct. These injections do stimulate superpowers and have a chance of enhancing them. However, they also come with side effects. Based on what we know, the injections perform well in experiments on mutated creatures, but face significant challenges when used on humans. Fang Yuan raised an eyebrow. These injections involve genetic technology? Exactly. In fact, they are a product derived from genetic science, Black Hawk clarified. The injections simultaneously affect both an individual's superpower and genetic makeup, altering them to enhance abilities. So far, the results on human test subjects have been poor, with only shapeshifting ability users showing some promise. After quickly skimming the report, Fang Yuan had a general grasp of the injection's effects. From the analysis, these injections seem to be designed for mutated creatures. Why use them on humans? You'll have to ask the Spear of God that, Black Hawk replied. Fang Yuan speculated. Judging from the report, the injections are particularly effective for shape-shifting powers. The reason is simple. Shape-shifting abilities already involve the expression of animal genes within humans, triggered by star energy. Since the injections work well on mutated creatures, it makes sense they'd also be effective for awakened individuals with animal gene traits. Exactly. That's the key point, Black Hawk agreed with a nod. Fang Yuan continued. So, the Spear of God is essentially experimenting on Viper. What you're really investigating is this illegal experimentation, isn't it? Black Hawk snapped his fingers. You're spot on, but we already knew that. Got anything new to add? Fang Yuan grinned and asked, "Have you looked into Green Wolf yet?" "Not yet. We're still focusing on the Dingxi Bridge warehouse case," Black Hawk replied. "Then you should check him out," Fang Yuan suggested. "From my observations, Viper and Green Wolf don't seem very close, likely recent acquaintances. Coincidentally, Green Wolf also has a shape-shifting ability. My guess is they met because of these injections. Investigating Green Wolf might lead to something." Black Hawk tapped his assistant's folder. "Note that down. Assign someone to look into it." As the conversation wrapped up, Black Hawk prepared to leave with his team. Fang Yuan suddenly called out, "Wait a minute. What now?" Black Hawk asked, frowning. Fang Yuan pointed at Black Hawk's holster. "Are you planning to take my gun holster with you?" Black Hawk, clearly annoyed, unstrapped the holster and slammed it onto the table. "Just you wait." Fang Yuan inwardly celebrated, earning himself 30 anger points. Cheerfully, he reholstered his KT-800, slung it over his shoulder, and concealed it with his jacket. On Tuesday morning, just before the end of class, the homeroom teacher, Guo Songtao, entered the classroom with a serious expression. He scanned the room and announced solemnly, "Students, Donghai City is about to face a serious challenge." Earlier this morning, the Donghai Military District issued a Level 1 combat readiness plan. The classroom was immediately filled with murmurs. A student raised their hand and asked, "Level 1 combat readiness plan? Does that mean the spatial rift is really about to appear?" Guo Songtao shook his head and clarified. The Level 1 combat readiness plan issued by the Donghai Military District didn't specifically mention the spatial rift. They stated that Donghai City is facing a threat from star beasts. As for the spatial rift, it's enough for you to be aware of it. There's no need to discuss it excessively. Another student followed up with a question, "But wasn't it reported before that Professor Yang Yuping's lab had developed technology to seal the spatial rift?" Someone in our class said they heard this from an inside source. Guo Songtao sighed and replied, "That technology is still in the experimental stage and has many uncertainties. The fact that the Donghai Military District issued a Level 1 combat readiness plan shows how dire the situation is. According to the plan, Donghai City has already entered a state of universal military reserve mobilization. So, what should we do?" One student finally asked the critical question. Guo Songtao continued, "Under the requirements of the Level 1 combat readiness plan, all 200 high schools in Donghai City will enter a state of combat readiness, with an emphasis on enhancing practical training in martial arts classes. Your martial arts instructors will assign specific tasks. Additionally, before the end of this semester, there will be a citywide outdoor combat assessment for high school students, and the results of this assessment will count toward bonus points for the college entrance exam. You must take this seriously." Upon hearing about the bonus points for the college entrance exam, students aiming for martial arts programs immediately perked up and began animatedly discussing the news. Fang Yuan listened quietly, piecing things together in his mind. He realized that this Level 1 combat readiness plan was not a last-minute decision but had been in the works for some time. Ever since Wei Hailong had arrived at their school as an instructor, this plan had likely been in preparation. Not just at Donghai No. 1 High School, but across all 200 high schools in Donghai City. Active-duty awakened soldiers from the military had likely been assigned as martial arts instructors to prepare for the impending spatial rift. Fang Yuan speculated that once Donghai City fully entered a state of combat readiness, news of the spatial rift would likely be officially announced to the public. The Donghai Military District's plans were meticulous, progressing step by step to maintain stability in Donghai while preparing to address the spatial rift. Before the afternoon martial arts class, students from 2 classes gathered around Xiao Ziyu, eager for more details about the Level 1 combat readiness plan. Xiao Ziyu's family had connections in the Supernatural Awakened Management Bureau, and the previous rumors about the spatial rift had also originated from him. "Xiao Ziyu, does the issuance of the Level 1 combat readiness plan mean that Professor Yang Yuping's spatial rift sealing technology has failed?" Someone asked. Xiao Ziyu shook his head. That technology was still in the experimental phase to begin with, so failure was expected. But according to my uncle, it's not entirely useless. It seems to have the potential to delay the appearance of the spatial rift. So, what's the current situation with the spatial rift? Another student pressed. Xiao Ziyu shrugged. "I don't know the exact details. I've heard that the technology involves something called an index, and when this index rises, it means the spatial rift is still forming. The speed of the index's increase determines how soon the rift will appear." A girl voiced her concern. "Is Donghai City still safe?" Xiao Ziyu reassured her. "The Donghai Military District is very strong. As long as the spatial rift doesn't appear in the city center, they should be able to handle it. But the extent of the damage is hard to predict." "What's the worst-case scenario?" someone asked. "The worst case would be if the spatial rift appeared in the heart of the city. That would lead to catastrophic losses," Xiao Ziyu explained. "In theory, a spatial rift could appear anywhere the space index can be detected. When will the spatial rift appear?" Another student asked. Xiao Ziyu spread his hands. "I don't know that either." Fang Yuan listened quietly from the side. Although the exact timing was uncertain, He was confident that the spatial rift wouldn't appear within the next 2 or 3 months. The Level 1 combat readiness plan required all high schools to conduct an outdoor combat assessment at the end of the semester, clearly as preparation for potential Starbeast threats. Since the assessment was scheduled for the end of the semester, it indicated that the Donghai Military District anticipated the spatial rift appearing after that. At 2:25 p.m., Wei Hailong entered the large classroom, cleared his throat, and asked, "You've all heard about the outdoor combat assessment at the end of the semester, right?" "Yes, we have." The students responded in unison. Wei Hailong stood on the podium, his gaze sweeping across the classroom of 128 students, and announced, "This field combat assessment will strictly follow the tactical standards of the Awakeners military. Everyone must form tactical teams of 5. The classroom immediately buzzed with murmurs as the students whispered among themselves, discussing the upcoming assessment. Raising his hand to signal for silence, Wei Hailong continued, "The field combat assessment involves certain risks. To minimize casualties, we will first conduct a simulated combat assessment in 3 days. Today, we will determine the team arrangements." A student seated in the front row raised their hand and asked, "Simulated combat? How exactly will it be conducted?" Wei Hailong explained, "Each group will consist of 5 members, competing in a 3-kilometer simulated battlefield. This simulated combat will serve as your midterm exam, and the results will count toward your final grade." Another student followed up with a question, "How will the teams be formed?" Wei Hailong replied succinctly, "First, we will elect 25 team captains. The captains will then select their team members, and the remaining students can join freely." The classroom filled with hushed conversations. Some of the weaker students looked visibly disheartened, and someone whispered in frustration, "What's there to decide? Of course, the strongest will be the captains. Those of us with low star power levels will definitely be left out." Wei Hailong seemed to catch wind of the murmurs. Clearing his throat, he clarified, "The election for team captains will not be based on individual strength. Greater weight will be given to the tactical theory grades from the martial arts class. So, if you're not strong but have decent tactical theory grades, you should give it your all to run for captain. That way, you'll be the one choosing your team, not the other way around." Hearing this, the students with high tactical theory scores suddenly lit up with hope, exchanging optimistic glances with one another. Another student raised their hand and asked, "What if we don't get elected as captain and no one picks us?" Wei Hailong patiently responded, "There are 2 classes and a total of 128 students. Inevitably, 3 students will end up without a team. Those students will join others from different classes who also don't have teams to form temporary squads." This response caused the atmosphere in the classroom to grow tense. Everyone understood that those who ended up in the temporary squads were essentially the leftovers, and their simulated combat scores would likely be poor. Wei Hailong pulled a stack of forms from the podium drawer and neatly placed them on the desk. His voice rang clearly through the now silent classroom. "All right, let's begin the election for team captains. If you want to run for captain, fill out the form and submit it to me." As soon as he finished speaking, the classroom erupted into chaos. The weaker students scrambled toward the podium, desperate not to fall behind and risk being relegated to the leftover group. They crowded together, stretching their arms to grab the precious forms as though they were lifelines. The room was filled with tension and anxiety, each student fighting for their future. A crowd of students surged forward, clamoring to run for team leader. However, a few chose to stay back and observe. Beefball nudged Fang Yuan with his elbow and asked curiously, "Fang Yuan, why aren't you running for team leader? Your tactical theory grades are decent, you might actually get chosen. If you don't become a team leader and no one picks you, you'll end up in the loser squad." Fang Yuan calmly watched the students scrambling for application forms. Without a trace of urgency, he replied, "No rush." Beefball then pointed to a few boys from Class 1 and asked, "What about them? Why aren't they running for team leader? They're all really strong." Fang Yuan glanced over and immediately recognized the infamous 4 Kings of Class 1. A faint smile appeared on his lips as he explained, "That's simple. If they don't run for team leader, they can all join the same team." Beefball was stunned by the revelation. The potato chip in his hand fell to the ground with a soft plop. He stared at Fang Yuan with wide eyes, suddenly enlightened. "So that's how it works. If those guys join the same team with their strength, who could possibly beat them?" Fang Yuan nodded. "That's probably their Plento form a galactic fleet and dominate everyone else." He elaborated further, "In fact, the competition starts as soon as the team leader elections begin. If the top 25 students in terms of strength become team leaders, then the tactical squads would be relatively balanced, and it'd be hard to predict who would win. But if the second-ranked student gives up running for team leader and joins forces with the top-ranked one, they'd easily overpower the other teams." Fang Yuan continued analyzing this intricate game of strategy. "Of course, it's not that simple. If the first and second-ranked students team up, then the third, fourth, and fifth-ranked students might ally to form a trio strong enough to challenge them. In short, This simulated combat test has already become a game of strategy the moment the team leader elections began. In the classroom, the stronger students were already forming alliances in secret, agreeing to team up verbally first, then sending the one with the highest tactical theory grades to run for team leader. This emerged as the optimal strategy for most groups. Meanwhile, students with poor martial arts grades were left ignored, forcing them to run for team leader themselves to avoid being relegated to the loser squad. Beefball elbowed Fang Yuan again, urging him, "Fang Yuan, are you really not going to run for team leader? This might be your only chance." Fang Yuan countered. "Then why aren't you running?" Beefball grinned confidently. "I don't need to run for team leader. My martial arts grades are average. I'm not in danger of being one of the last three no one wants. But you're different. Your martial arts grades are near the bottom." By this point, most students had already made informal agreements about forming teams. The groupings were becoming clear, and only about a dozen students remained unclaimed. With his martial arts grades firmly in the bottom three, Fang Yuan was naturally a prime candidate for the loser squad. Realizing that Beefball might have a point, Fang Yuan waited until the crowd around the forms dispersed. Then, unhurriedly, he walked up and grabbed a form. Without much effort, he scribbled his name on it and handed it to Wei Hailong. Wei Hailong glanced at the form, puzzled. "Just your name? What about your personal introduction or your vision as a team leader?" Fang Yuan replied nonchalantly, "You already know my situation, but your martial arts grades. If I get chosen, great. If not, oh well." He wasn't particularly interested in this kind of election process. For some reason, Wei Hailong found Fang Yuan increasingly irritating. After all the students running for team leader had submitted their forms, Wei Hailong raised them in the air and asked, "Anyone else running for team leader? If not, they'll go discuss the selections with the other instructors." With that, he turned and left the classroom. About 20 minutes later, Wei Hailong returned and began announcing the results. "When I call your name, you'll be the team leader for this simulated combat exercise. First team, team leader, Li Weilian. Come up and collect your form." As expected, the first to be selected as team leader was Li Weilian. He walked up and took the form. Wei Hailong added, "Afterward, find 4 teammates and fill in their names under the team member section." Li Weilian placed the form on a nearby table and casually waved over a few boys. 3 of the 4 kings from Class 1 immediately stepped forward and signed their names without hesitation. The students from both classes erupted into chatter at this sight. "Wow, Li Weilian's team is way too strong. How are we supposed to compete with that? Come on, it's a combat test. They're not here to play fair." With Li Weilian and the 4 kings, they're clearly going for first place in the combat test. Though frustrated, most students resigned themselves to the fact that the top spot was likely already decided. Suddenly, someone noticed something. "Wait a minute, Li Weilian's team only has 4 members, including him. There's still 1 spot left. Whoever gets in will basically ride to victory." Immediately, students began approaching him. "Li Xiao, can you let me join your team? I'm top 10 in martial arts grades, and my ability is Star Shield. I'd be great at defense." One of the 4 kings, Wu Kuei, shoved the student aside dismissively. "Get lost. This is the Galactic Fleet, got it? We only want elite warriors. What's the point of bringing in some defender or support?" Wei Hailong continued calling out names. Each team leader received their form and began recruiting top-performing students. After announcing the leaders for 24 teams, Fang Yuan's name still hadn't been called. Beefball patted Fang Yuan on the shoulder, his tone regretful. "Looks like you're out of luck. I can't help you this time." But when Wei Hailong read the name of the 25th team leader, the entire room fell silent. Team 25, team leader, Fang Yuan. For a moment, the classroom was filled with stunned silence. Then, someone protested, "Instructor, how can someone with bottom-tier martial arts grades be a team leader? That's not fair." Wei Hailong shot the student a sharp look and barked, "That's my decision. If you're unhappy, you can quit this simulated combat test or beat me in a fight and take my place as instructor." The room fell quiet again. No one dared voice further objections. The team leaders began recruiting their members. A group of girls surrounded Li Weilian, pleading coquettishly, "Li Xiao, let me join your team. They'll do whatever you say, and my ability isn't weak either." Meanwhile, Fang Yuan started looking for teammates of his own. Unfortunately, the process didn't go well. As soon as people saw his name on the form, they immediately declined. "Sorry, not interested." Fang Yuan couldn't find a single teammate. Some students even preferred being dumped into the loser squad over joining his team. Unfazed, Fang Yuan turned to Beefball and held out the form. Half-jokingly, he said, "1 order of chicken wings and you sign." Beefball shook his head firmly, refusing. "Don't tempt me. I don't want to get beaten up. I'm aiming for a mid-tier team." Fang Yuan never expected Beefball to resist the temptation of chicken wings. He stared at him in surprise, only to see Beefball analyzing with a serious expression. "This mock battle is a rehearsal for the real field combat. If we join a strong team now and work well together, we can solidify the lineup for the actual battle." If we don't make it into a team now, it'll be even harder to find one later. Fang Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief. Damn, when did you become so wise? Beef Ball immediately retorted. You're insulting me. I'm complimenting you. Fang Yuan replied helplessly, shaking his head. At that moment, an arrogant voice rang out. Move aside, everyone. I'm forming the 5 super team. It was Li Weilian. The surrounding students quickly stepped aside to make way. Someone asked curiously, what's the 5 super team? Another person immediately explained. It's a team made up of 5 super warriors. They're also called the Celestial Team, crushing everyone else like gods. Hearing this, some students who were aware of their own limitations quietly left to find other teams. However, many girls still surrounded Li Weilian, hoping to join this dream team. Li Weilian waved the crowd away and walked straight toward Han Yue, handing her a team registration form. Yue, sign it. You're the last one we need. Han Yue hesitated. Li Weilian continued to persuade her. I've already put the team together and saved a spot for you. Everyone in the team is the best. Together, we can take first place in the combat assessment. Just then, Xiao Ziyu arrived with a few top martial arts students from Class 2, stepping in front of Li Weilian. Han Yue, join our Class 2 super team. We should fight for the honor of our own class. Li Weilian narrowed his eyes slightly and sneered. You're challenging me? Xiao Ziyu stood his ground. Han Yue is in Class 2. You're the one stepping in where you don't belong. Li Weilian ignored him and turned back to Han Yue with a smile. Yue, I already spoke to your mother about the team. She's very supportive. Besides, our Class 1 super team is clearly a level above Class 2. The Class 2 students immediately protested. Han Yue is from our class. You're crossing the line by trying to take her. Li Weilian shot them a cold glance. The instructor never said teams couldn't be formed with members from different classes. The two sides argued back and forth, leaving Han Yue caught in the middle, unsure of what to do. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan, watching the commotion, suddenly had an idea. He strode over to Han Yue, pen and team registration form in hand. Sign it. Han Yue was momentarily stunned, but then responded with a quick "oh" and signed her name without hesitation. The unexpected scene left everyone frozen in shock. The previously tense standoff between the two factions fell silent as everyone stared at the form now bearing Han Yue's signature. 3 seconds of dead silence passed before someone let out an explosive roar. Whoa! Gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd. All eyes had just landed on the team registration form that Han Yue had signed, their faces filled with disbelief. What's going on here? Someone murmured. Where's the so-called super team? Goddess Yue, are you sure you didn't make a mistake? Another voice chimed in. Did you think this was just a fan asking for your autograph? Damn it! Someone couldn't help but curse. Han Yue joined the last place team. What are we going to do? Is there any hope left for Class 2? It has to be a mistake. It has to be a mistake. Someone kept repeating, as if saying it enough times would somehow change reality. While the crowd was still reeling in shock, Fang Yuan's attention was drawn to his rapidly climbing rage points. 10, 30, 50. The numbers were skyrocketing, not just from Li Weilian's team but also from Xiao Ziyu's side. In just a few seconds, his rage points had surged by 460. Combined with his original 510 points, the total had shot up to 970 and it was still climbing. Li Weilian's expression was dark and stormy. He snatched the team registration form and crumpled it into a ball with one hand, grinding his teeth as he growled, "This doesn't count." Then, with a furious flick of his wrist, he hurled the crumpled paper to the ground, as though venting all his frustration on the hapless sheet. The surrounding crowd stared at the crumpled form in stunned silence, unsure how to react. Just then, Wei Hailong bent down, picked up the form, and carefully unfolded it. Holding it up high, he looked directly at Han Yue and asked, Han Yue, are you joining Team 25? Without hesitation, Han Yue nodded firmly and replied, yes, my signature is valid. Wei Hailong immediately confirmed the result, then turned to Li Weilian with a stern tone. Li Weilian, this is your first warning. Do not interfere with other teams' recruitment. One more incident, and your qualification for the combat assessment will be revoked. Humph. Li Weilian huffed angrily, storming back to his class lineup with a heavy wave of his hand. Although Xiao Ziyu and his group looked visibly displeased, they consoled themselves with the fact that Han Yue was still part of Class 2's roster. It was a result they could begrudgingly accept. At that moment, Niu Wan once again demonstrated his quick wit. He darted over to the instructor, grabbed the team registration form, and grinned cheekily. My turn. Fang Yuan, I'm signing now. Fang Yuan rolled his eyes. Sign what? Didn't you just say you weren't joining? That was a joke. Niu Wan replied with a mischievous chuckle, his eyes gleaming with cunning. Well, my invitation to you earlier was a joke too. Fang Yuan retorted as he snatched the form back. Niu Wan's face fell instantly, and he fixed Fang Yuan with an intense, angry glare. 5, 5, 5. Fang Yuan happily collected the 30 rage points as a joining fee, finally pushing his total rage points past the 1,000 mark. At last, Fang Yuan handed the form back to Niu Wan. Fine. Sign it. Niu Wan's face lit up with joy. He grabbed the pen and scribbled his name in a flurry, as if afraid Fang Yuan might change his mind at the last second. The 25th squad quickly rose to fame with the addition of Han Yue. Despite having a member with the lowest ranking in the class, Han Yui's top 3 strength elevated the squad to a mid-tier level overall. This shift caught the attention of students with average to below average martial arts grades, who began to see Fang Yuan's squad as a viable option. Some students who had previously rejected Fang Yuan now approached him, hoping to join his team. Fang Yuan greeted them with a faint smile, his eyes carrying a hint of disdain. His demeanor perfectly embodied the phrase, "You ignored me when I was nobody. Now you're not worthy of me." This attitude once again earned him a wave of rage points. After Niu Wan joined the team, he immediately turned his attention to recruiting new members. Anxiously, he urged, "Fang Yuan, hurry up and find people. Get someone strong, or the good ones will all be taken." However, Fang Yuan remained unhurried. After a moment of contemplation, he explained, "The strength of a tactical squad doesn't solely depend on having 5 super fighters. More importantly, we don't yet know the specifics of the upcoming practical exam. Before deciding on the type of teammates we need, we should first figure out the rules of the assessment." Fang Yuan then raised a critical question. "Will weapons be allowed in this practical exam?" The moment he asked, the students from both classes fell silent. It dawned on them that they had overlooked the importance of understanding the exam rules. Everyone held their breath, waiting for Wei Hailong's response. Wei Hailong answered succinctly, "No." Fang Yuan pressed further. "Then will the school provide weapons? After all, it's a practical exam. We can't be expected to fight barehanded, right?" Wei Hailong nodded and explained, "Yes, the simulated battlefield will issue weapons. Each squad will be given a certain number of points to purchase equipment, including armor, melee weapons, and firearms." Upon hearing that firearms would be included, some students grew visibly uneasy. One of them asked nervously, "If firearms are allowed, won't there be a risk to our lives?" Wei Hailong reassured them, "The practical exam will use training rounds, which are non-lethal. Being hit twice in non-vital areas, or once in a vital area will result in elimination." This information sparked heated discussions among the students. While the martial arts curriculum included firearm training, previous practical exams had never involved firearms and were limited to hand-to-hand combat and the use of special abilities. The introduction of firearms completely changed the dynamics. Even students with a Star Force level of LV.3 couldn't guarantee invincibility against firearms. This provided weaker squads with a glimmer of hope they might be able to leverage firearms to defeat the powerhouse teams. Of course, this was only a theoretical possibility, as the stronger teams could also utilize firearms effectively. The inclusion of firearms also made students with defensive abilities highly sought after. For instance, a student with the Star Force shield ability immediately received invitations from several strong teams. Under these rules, the ability to block bullets with a Star Force shield significantly increased one's survival rate. Niu Wan, seeing Fang Yuan still observing, urged again, "Fang Yuan, have you made up your mind? We need to decide quickly, or the strong ones will all be taken. Maybe we should have Han Yue do the recruiting shed definitely succeed." Fang Yuan remained calm. He infused Star Force into his eyes and began carefully analyzing the attributes and abilities of the surrounding students. He understood that a successful tactical squad didn't necessarily require all its members to be super fighters. For example, the famous dragon team of Huaxia had only one super fighter, Red Dragon, yet every member excelled in their own area, together earning the team its legendary reputation. As Fang Yuan pondered, his gaze fell on a boy standing in the corner. This student from class 1 appeared somewhat withdrawn and didn't seem to fit in with the others. A glimmer of interest flashed in Fang Yuan's eyes as he began to carefully assess this unassuming boy. Yi Zhayu, whose performance in martial arts class was average at best, stood quietly in the corner, his gaze occasionally sweeping over the lively groups around him. Although his star power level had reached LV.2, his mediocre attributes and uncommon ability made it hard for him to catch the attention of any strong teams. Fang Yuan noticed the shy young man and decided to approach him. "Can you shoot?" Fang Yuan asked as he walked over. Yi Zhayu's eyes lit up, as if clinging to a glimmer of hope. "My dad used to be a professional shooter. I've been playing with guns since I was a kid." "Show me your ability," Fang Yuan said. Without hesitation, Yi Zhayu stretched out his hand, and a star energy-formed eyeball materialized in his palm. Fang Yuan examined the data from its iris and read the description of Ghost Eye, a special type ability capable of substituting for normal vision, categorized as reconnaissance, though its practical applications were limited. Fang Yuan silently analyzed Yi Zhayu's attribute panel. Name, Yi Zhayu. Star power level, LV.2. Attributes, strength 20, agility 22, endurance 20, spirit 21. Superpower, ghost eye. Skill, firearm mastery. Despite his decent star power level, Yizhiyu's attributes hovered around the average range, with no standout qualities. Coupled with an ability that lacked offensive capabilities, it was no surprise he failed to attract the interest of any strong teams. Fang Yuan pulled out his phone and searched Ghost Eye in the public ability database. The results confirmed that it was indeed a special type ability with no offensive power. While it had some utility as a scouting tool, similar effects could easily be achieved through a regular telescope or thermal imaging device, rendering the ability significantly less practical. Seeing the hopeful look in Yizhiyu's eyes, Fang Yuan realized that, though this boy was reserved and not skilled at socializing, deep down he yearned for recognition. Unfortunately, in the eyes of most strong teams, Yizhiyu was likely nothing more than an average awakened individual with no standout traits. Beefball felt uneasy the moment he saw Fang Yuan considering inviting a whiteboard awakener to their team. He quickly sidled up to Fang Yuan, lowered his voice, and said, "Fang Yuan, his ability has no offensive power. Shouldn't we just save ourselves the trouble?" Hearing this, Yizhiyu's eyes flickered with a trace of helplessness as he admitted, "It's true. My ability doesn't have any offensive capabilities." Fang Yuan turned sharply at Beefball, glaring at him fiercely. "Can you shut up? If you've got a problem with me as the team leader, feel free to leave right now." Chastised, Beefball turned away sulkily and wandered among the other students, loudly advertising, "Hey everyone, check out Han Yue's team. Gorgeous and powerful, she's got it all." However, his promotional efforts didn't garner much attention. A passing student muttered, "Yeah, your team sure has it all, maximum potential and minimum standards. That pitch won't attract any real dreamers." Indeed, Fang Yuan's team didn't seem promising at first glance. One member was at the bottom of the martial arts class rankings, another was an overweight guy with no apparent skills, and now the team leader was chatting with an outcast whiteboard awakener. The whole setup seemed like a disaster waiting to happen. Ignoring the surrounding chatter, Fang Yuan continued talking to Yizhiyu. "If you close your eyes and use your ghost eye for vision, can you hit a target accurately with a gun?" Yizhiyu nodded without hesitation. "Yes, and I'm quite precise." Fang Yuan upped the challenge. "What if your ghost eye, and the target form a triangle? Can you still hit the target with your eyes closed, relying only on the ghost eye for vision?" "Yes," Yizhiyu confirmed again. "You're sure?" Fang Yuan pressed. Yizhiyu shrugged, a touch of exasperation in his tone. "I practice that at home all the time. It's the only way I can really use my ability since it doesn't have any other applications." Fang Yuan nodded thoughtfully, analyzing the potential of this ability. "How about at night? What's the visual range of your ghost eye?" "Night vision is probably the only advantage of the ghost eye," Yizhiyu explained. "Its range is almost as good as during the day, about 90 of daytime visibility." "What about in foggy conditions?" Fang Yuan continued. Yizhiyu thought for a moment before responding. "Fog does reduce visibility, but it's still much better than the human eye. I've tested it before on a foggy day when the naked eye could only see 10 meters. The ghost eye could see up to 30 meters. Fang Yuan nodded again and asked one final question. "How far can your ghost eye extend?" "Around 200 meters, Yizhiyu replied. "Sign here," Fang Yuan said decisively, handing over the team registration form. Yizhiyu hesitated for a moment, surprised. "You really want me on your team? Are you in or out?" "I'm one person short, so decide quickly," Fang Yuan urged. Without further hesitation, Yizhiyu took the form, signed his name, and handed it back. Fang Yuan took the form, copying Yizhi's ghost eye ability into his own arsenal, and then set off to find the final team member. Meanwhile, a group of girls who had already joined teams were gathered together, chatting animatedly. The conversation soon turned to Han Yue. Shinlina, recalling an incident at the old city basketball court, spoke with clear dissatisfaction. "Yue, why would you join Fang Yuan's team? His team is full of misfits. You're going to get dragged down during the assessment." Another girl chimed in. "Exactly. Why would you join his team? Did he blackmail you or something?" Han Yue sighed, a little exasperated. "No, he didn't. Can you all stop overthinking?" But the girls weren't convinced and kept pressing her. "If he's not holding something over you, then why join his team? Just look at his Lanupa bottom-ranked martial arts student, a guy who's all fat and no muscle, and that Yizhiyu guy. Someone from Class 1, tell us about him." A girl from Class 1 responded. "Yizhiyu is pretty average in everything. His martial arts grades are below average, and his ability is non-offensively useful for reconnaissance. In gamer terms, he's just a whiteboard minion. 3 misfits in one team, and who knows what kind of person he'll pick next," another girl concluded. "Yue, you should quit while you can. Once he submits the form, it'll be too late." "Yeah," someone suggested. "William Lee's super team is already full, but if you ask him, I'm sure he'd kick someone out to make room for you." Han Yue smiled helplessly. "Thanks for the concern, but I think our team is fine as it is." Though she wasn't sure how Fang Yuan was selecting his members, She knew his tactical theory grades were excellent, and his ability to analyze powers was sharper than any machine. She trusted that he wasn't picking teammates at random. While deciding to add Yi Jiayu, Fang Yuan had already set his sights on their final member. In Class 2, there was a blonde, mixed-race girl named Eve. She had striking golden hair paired with an Asian physique and often wore denim shorts while sucking on an Alpenliebe lollipop. Eve was outgoing, frequently playing basketball with the boys. Having grown up in Europe, she moved to China during middle school due to her parents' work. Despite her cheerful nature, cultural differences sometimes led her to act unconventionally. Fang Yuan wasn't interested in her heritage, but rather her ability fog weather. As long as there was water, she could create dense fog. While this ability wasn't offensive either, her star power level was LV.2, and her mental attributes were high. Unsurprisingly, several teams were already trying to recruit her. At that moment, two moderately strong teams were in the middle of negotiating with Eve. Fang Yuan strode over, interrupted them, and thrust the registration form in front of her. Sign this? The two other team leaders glared at Fang Yuan, clearly annoyed. Though Eve and Fang Yuan were classmates, they barely interacted, exchanging perhaps a few words per semester. Sitting on a desk with a lollipop in her mouth, Eve didn't seem too invested in the simulation exercise. Raising an eyebrow, she asked, "Am I really that popular now? Give me a reason to join your team, and I'll think about it." The other two team leaders immediately launched into lengthy speeches, showering her with praise. Fang Yuan, growing impatient, cut them off. "Oh, keep it simple, I need your ability. Are you in or not?" Fog weather was indeed what Fang Yuan wanted, but it wasn't irreplaceable. If worse came to worst, he could just use super mimicry to copy her ability and still achieve the same results. Eve, intrigued by Fang Yuan's bluntness, asked, "Will you play superpowered basketball with me?" "Only on weekends," Fang Yuan replied matter-of-factly. "Not on any other day." "Deal," Eve said, amused. She grabbed the form and signed her name without further ado. With the team of 5 complete, Fang Yuan submitted the registration form to Wei Hailong. Before leaving, he asked one last question. "Are we allowed to bring superpowered pets into the simulation?" Wei Hailong replied, "Yes, each person can bring one, and each team can have up to 2. The pets' levels must not exceed the highest level in the team." In the evening, when Fang Yuan returned home, Fang Xiaozhu excitedly followed him into the room, holding 2 cats in her arms. "Brother, I did it," she proudly announced. Fang Yuan, busy preparing for a mock combat test the next day, replied absent-mindedly, "Did what?" Before he could get an answer, Fang Xiaozhu placed the 2 cats on the desk and waved her hands dramatically. Suddenly, the 2 cats rolled over on the desk, spread their hind legs, and performed a perfect split. "Look!" Fang Xiaozhu boasted with a triumphant grin. Fang Yuan stared at the scene, speechless, and covered his forehead with his hand. He couldn't help but imagine the kind of training these poor cats must have endured. They were probably tormented by Fang Xiaozhu to the point of submission, and since they couldn't speak, the split seemed to be their way of showing loyalty. "Stop messing with them," Fang Yuan advised. "If you want to use your powers, you should start by channeling star energy. That's the key." Seeing his little sister's constant antics, he felt the need to guide her. Fang Xiaozhu dismissed his advice. "You should have told me earlier." "So, did today's training work? Are Fireball and Gray Machine stronger now?" She still believed that teaching the cats to do splits was quite an achievement. Fang Yuan glanced at the 2 cats and confirmed bluntly, "Nope, they're the same as before." Clearly, there was no sign of any divine evolution taking place. "Really?" Fang Xiaozhu looked slightly disappointed. "Well, I'll practice again tomorrow. For now, it's bedtime." She waved at the cats and started heading back to her room. "Wait a second," Fang Yuan called out. He picked up the increasingly chubby Gray Machine and examined it carefully. He had never tried using his super mimicry ability to replicate the powers of mutated creatures before, and this seemed like a good opportunity to experiment. First, Fang Yuan stored his Ghost Eye ability into his Star Energy Watch. Then, he gently stroked Gray Machine's fur while activating super mimicry, attempting to replicate its advanced agility enhancement. A current of star energy flowed into Gray Machine's body and then back into his own. Gray Machine shuddered uneasily. Fang Yuan checked his attribute panel and saw that advanced agility enhancement mimicry was now displayed under his star slot traits. As he had suspected, super mimicry could replicate not only the abilities of human awakeners, but also those of mutated creatures. This ability just keeps getting more incredible, he thought to himself. "There's a mock combat test at school tomorrow. I'm bringing this little guy with me," Fang Yuan explained. Although both cats were only at level 1 and had limited combat capabilities, having abilities at all was enough for his purposes. "Is it dangerous?" Fang Xiaozhu asked, a bit worried. "No," Fang Yuan reassured her. "All right then," she said, feeling relieved. "But when you come back, don't forget to buy cat food. Gray Machine likes the tomato-flavored one." She was already bargaining for benefits on behalf of the cats. "Got it. Now go to bed, you have school tomorrow," Fang Yuan urged. After his sister returned to her room, Fang Yuan retrieved the ghost eye ability from his star energy watch and formed an eyeball in his palm. He threw it out the window and closed his eyes, attempting to use the ghost eye as a visual organ to observe the outside world. The ability functioned like a flying surveillance camera, which he found quite fascinating. Through testing, he discovered that the ghost eye's controllable range was approximately 200 meters, seemingly tied to his mental attribute. With a mental stat of 20, the range was precisely 200 meters. The next morning, Fang Xiaozhu packed Gray Machine into a pet carrier, leaving its head and forelegs sticking out. She also handed Fang Yuan a small bag of cat food for Gray Machine's lunch. The siblings left the house together for school, Fang Yuan carrying Gray Machine, while Fang Xiaozhu carried her backpack. The orange cat, Fireball, lazily followed behind them. Meow. Gray Machine struggled a bit, but couldn't escape the confines of the pet carrier, resigning itself to being a decorative accessory. Fang Yuan took a detour to drop Fang Xiaozhu off at the elementary school gate. Go on in, and don't bully your classmates, he reminded her. I just got out of the hospital, I'm so fragile. How could I bully anyone? Fang Xiaozhu retorted with an eye roll. I was talking about the cat, Fang Yuan clarified, pointing at Fireball. Fireball wouldn't do that, Fang Xiaozhu defended. But just so you know, if the teacher confiscates it, I'm not going to help you get it back. After watching his sister run through the school gates, Fang Yuan turned and headed to his own school. When he entered the classroom, he noticed that several students had brought pets with them today. One of the pets, a massive husky, was so large that it stood as tall as a desk on all fours and could easily serve as a mount. Clearly, other students had also thought of bringing superpowered pets for the mock combat test. However, owning such pets was rare, as they often cost millions and were beyond the reach of most families. Including Beefball's hamster, there were 7 superpowered pets in the class, though most lacked practical combat abilities. As soon as Fang Yuan sat down, Beefball handed him his hamster, a hefty creature weighing over 10 pounds. Check it out. I brought my big eater with me. I'm taking it to the D3 training ground later, he said excitedly. The D3 training ground, located on the outskirts of Donghai City, was typically used by the Donghai military's Awakener forces for training. This time, it was being repurposed as the site for the high school's mock combat test. The team's newest member, a blonde mixed-race girl named Eve, leaned in to see what was going on. She unwrapped a lollipop and popped it into her mouth, speaking through the candy. Why are you bringing a hamster? Its ability is just rapid digestion, right? Are you planning to have a picnic at D3? My hamster is a mutated creature, Beefball replied indignantly. At that moment, Fang Yuan placed his backpack on the desk. Gray Machine, finally seeing a chance to escape, shot out like a rocket and pounced on the hamster, biting its neck. Squeak! Squeak squeak! The hamster, which was larger than Gray Machine, squealed in panic. Fang Yuan! Fang Yuan! Your cat's gone crazy. Why is it attacking my big eater? Beefball shouted. Gray Machine, looking like a victorious predator, pinned the hamster down and refused to let go. Fang Yuan quickly pried Gray Machine's jaws open and placed it back on the desk, scolding. What are you doing trying to hunt something so big? Do you even think you can eat it? He then stuffed Gray Machine back into the pet carrier, this time zipping it up tightly. Meow. Gray Machine let out a few protesting cries, but was now securely trapped. Han Yue approached with her notebook and suggested, the D3 battlefield is coming up soon. Should we discuss our strategy? Why don't we discuss where to play basketball this weekend instead? Eve chimed in, clearly uninterested in the mock combat test and more excited about weekend plans. As they chatted and joked, their homeroom teacher entered with Wei Hailong to announce the departure for the D3 training ground. The students quickly grabbed their pre-packed gear and headed out to board the buses. The entire senior year of Donghai No. 1 High School 20 classes in total was participating in this mock combat test. A convoy of 20 buses set off toward the outskirts of the city, ready to face the unknown challenges ahead. On the outskirts of Donghai City, at the D3 Tactical Training Ground, over 600 students from Donghai No. 1 High School crowded into the preparation hall. The air was thick with tension and anticipation as they gathered in small groups, whispering strategies for the upcoming practical combat assessment. Suddenly, a sharp command cut through the noise. Silence. The room immediately fell quiet, and all eyes turned to the front. A middle-aged man in a lieutenant colonel's uniform strode forward, his sharp gaze sweeping over the crowd. His voice was firm and commanding. Before you is the D3 Tactical Training Ground, part of the Donghai Military District. The military has granted you access to this facility for your practical combat assessment. The purpose is to enhance your combat skills. Next, your instructor will announce the specific rules and rewards for this assessment. Rewards? The word instantly captured the attention of every student. Instructor Wei Hailong stepped forward, saluting the lieutenant colonel before turning to address the students. His deep, powerful voice echoed in the hall. The top-performing team in this assessment will receive E-Class Star Force injection for each member. The announcement set the hall abuzz with excitement. Students murmured and exchanged animated comments. E-class star force injection? That's an incredible reward. I heard this injection can boost the awakening success rate by over 60. No wonder the geniuses in Class 1 are advancing so fast. They must have used this. Wei Hailong raised his voice again, commanding, quiet. As the chatter subsided, he continued to outline the rules. Here are the rules for the combat assessment. There are 128 tactical teams participating, with a total of 640 students. The morning will feature group matches, divided into two brackets, A and B, each with 64 teams. Teams will enter the battlefield from different directions, and the last team standing in each bracket will win. In the afternoon, the winners from brackets A and B will compete in the finals. The final winning team will receive the top reward. The students resumed their discussions, some excited, others anxious. Wei Hailong went on to explain the scoring system and the equipment purchasing process. Each team would start with 100 points, which could be used to buy training equipment. A large screen displayed the available gear, protective equipment, melee weapons, and firearms. Protective equipment included bulletproof vests, helmets, and riot shields, each costing 20 points. Melee weapons like combat knives and daggers were priced at 10 points each. The firearms drew the most attention. Handguns were 50 points, assault rifles 100 points, and sniper rifles 200 points. The high cost of firearms caused a stir among the students. One of them asked, "Instructor, a sniper rifle costs 200 points, but we only have 100 points. How can we afford it?" Wei Hailong explained, "In the group matches, you'll earn 2 points for every opponent you eliminate. Save up 100 points in addition to your starting 100, and you'll be able to buy a sniper rifle." This sparked even more debate. Some students complained that the rules were too harsh, while others saw it as an exciting challenge. Ignoring the discussions, Wei Hailong continued, "These are the rules. Next, the large screen will display the group assignments. Once you find your team's bracket, proceed to the corresponding entrance and prepare for the assessment." The screen lit up with the bracket assignments. Students noticed that the strongest teams had been evenly distributed between the two groups, seemingly to ensure the top two teams would face off in the finals. Fang Yuan glanced at the screen and saw that his team had been placed in Group B. The 5 of them headed toward the Group B entrance, discussing their equipment strategy as they walked. "What should we buy? How about 5 helmets? That'll use up all 100 points," suggested Nyo Ro-wan. Eve immediately objected. "Just helmets? No weapons? Are we planning to just stand there and get hit? Then how about we skip 1 helmet and get 2 knives instead?" Nyo Ro-wan countered with a compromise. And so, with a mix of nervousness and anticipation, the students began their journey into the practical combat assessment test that could shape their futures. Just as Fang Yuan's team of 5 was deliberating over their equipment purchases, the strongest squad from Class 2, led by Qiao Ziyu, approached. Being one of the few teams capable of challenging Li Weilian's super squad, their arrival immediately drew attention. Qiao Ziyu's gaze landed on Han Yue, his face adorned with a gentle smile. "Looks like we've been assigned to the same group. It's inevitable that we'll face each other in the match. When that happens, let's rely on our skills. No hard feelings if there's any accidental injury, all right?" "Of course," Han Yue replied with an equally calm smile. "It's a shame you didn't join our team," Qiao Ziyu said wistfully. "If you had, we could have teamed up this afternoon to take on Li Weilian's super squad. That would have been a sight to see." "Captain, we need to finalize our equipment choices and familiarize ourselves with the arena," one of his teammates interjected, reminding him of the task at hand. Walking over to the equipment room counter, Qiao Ziyu ended up standing shoulder to shoulder with Fang Yuan. "Have you decided what to get?" he asked. "Not yet. What about you?" Fang Yuan shot back. "Still thinking," Qiao Ziyu admitted, then gestured toward the protective gear. "Since the first round is a battle royale, buying armor is the most practical. Surviving until the end is what matters." "Good point." Fang Yuan gave him a thumbs up before handing the team's badge to the administrator. "2 pistols, please." With the equipment distributed, Fang Yuan led his team out. Before heading into the group tunnel, he took a quick detour around the preparation hall to load his pre-planned abilities into his Star Force watch. "Fang Yuan, why did you only buy 2 pistols?" Nyo Ruwan hurried to catch up, puzzled. "How are 5 people supposed to share? And without armor, won't we get eliminated easily? If everyone's buying armor, where's the fun in one-shot eliminations?" Fang Yuan countered, leaving Nyo Ruwan momentarily speechless. Meanwhile, Xiao Ziyu mirrored Fang Yuan's decision, telling the equipment administrator, "2 pistols for me as well." Fang Yuan's team arrived at entrance 25 of Group B, where a map of the training arena hung on the wall. Nyo Ruwan was still fretting over their equipment choices, but Fang Yuan remained confident. "I'll bet Xiao Ziyu also bought just 2 pistols," he remarked. "Why would he do that?" someone asked. "Because it's the best strategy for winning the finals this afternoon," Fang Yuan explained. As he broke down the scoring system and tactical considerations, the rest of the team began to see the logic in his approach. This wasn't just a survival game. It was a competition for points. To dominate in the finals, they needed to collect enough points in the group stage to afford better gear later. While they discussed strategies, the announcement system crackled to life. The simulated combat assessment will begin shortly. All teams, prepare yourselves. Entry points will open in 3 minutes. Once the gates open, the match officially starts. With only 3 minutes left, Fang Yuan focused on studying the battlefield map. The D3 training ground was a square arena measuring 3 kilometers on each side, spanning an area of 9 square kilometers about the size of a small town. Fang Yuan meticulously measured the map and quickly calculated. Each side was 3 kilometers long, and with 64 group teams entering simultaneously, the initial distance between teams was 187.5 meters, a delicate number. It was close enough to see one another, but beyond the effective range of a handgun. Moreover, the cover provided on the edges of the map gave teams a brief buffer to plan their tactical moves. As the assessment was about to begin, Han Yue, slightly nervous, leaned in to examine the map. Do we have a strategy? The north side is a forest, the south is a rocky desert, and there's a lake in the middle. Fang Yuan traced his finger across the map and analyzed. After entering, ignore the other teams and head straight to the central lake. Eve, use your ability to vaporize the lake water and change the battlefield's weather. Eve gave an okay gesture. And then? Beef Meatball asked, his heartbeat quickening with anticipation. Then we start racking up points, Fang Yuan answered decisively. Who gets the handgun? Beef Meatball eagerly asked, craving a weapon to feel a little safer. Fang Yuan turned and tossed a handgun to Yi Zhayu, while tucking another into his waistband. Yi Zhayu will take the lead. Yi Zhayu caught the gun, surprised. While he had expected to receive a weapon after all, he had been familiar with guns since childhood, hadn't anticipated being assigned the role of the main attacker. The group fell silent as they waited for the entrance to open. After hesitating for a moment, Han Yue softly spoke. Actually, I have a long-range attack ability. I know, Star Force Shaping, Fang Yuan replied. Then what's my role? Han Yue asked. Stay close to Eve and protect her while she vaporizes the lake water, Fang Yuan instructed. That's it. Han Yue felt a hint of disappointment. Even though she rarely flaunted her martial arts grades, her skills ranked among the top 3 in the class. In other teams, she would undoubtedly be a core member of the strategy. But in Fang Yuan's team, she was relegated to a supporting role. That's it, Fang Yuan confirmed. All right then, Han Yue said, suppressing her dissatisfaction. Fang Yuan turned his attention to his final preparations and checked his attribute panel. Attributes: Strength 26, Agility 30, Endurance 17, Spirit 20. Rage points: 1030. His high strength and agility had indirectly accelerated his endurance growth, which had now reached 17 points. His rage points had also surpassed the 1,000-point threshold. Among the participating teams, the first-tier contestants were generally at level 2, with average attributes around 23 points and a maximum of 29 points. Fang Yuan's stats were decent, but still fell short of championship-level competitors. He quickly spent 500 rage points to boost his agility to 35, then used 300 points to increase his strength to 29, leaving 230 points in reserve. 3 minutes later, the entrance gate rose. The 5-member team immediately dashed out. Fang Yuan scanned the surroundings, assessing the nearby team's strengths, before leading his team through the forest toward the central lake. Other teams remained cautious, staying in place to observe the situation. With each team spaced 180 meters apart, there was a constant risk of being caught in crossfire, so everyone stayed vigilant. As Fang Yuan's team approached 300 meters from the lake, the first gunshot rang out from the north. The chaos had begun. Superpowers erupted across the battlefield, with explosions and loud booms echoing in the distance. In this team-based competition, the strategies typically fell into 2 categories. One group preferred to hide and survive until the end, while the other, aiming for victory, actively sought out opponents to eliminate and earn points. Fang Yuan's team was a unique exception. They avoided early skirmishes and headed straight for the central lake. Covering the 1,200-meter distance from the edge of the battlefield to the lake, the 5 members sprinted at full speed while remaining alert to their surroundings to avoid ambushes. This slightly slowed their pace, but they reached the lake in 1 minute and 25 seconds. The lake was an irregular oval shape, with a diameter of roughly 800 meters. The northern side was bordered by dense forest, while the southern side opened into the rocky desert. The northern lakeshore featured mangroves and thick vegetation, ideal for concealment. Fang Yuan selected a spot with sufficient cover and issued the order. This will do. Eve began to create a mist. She unhurriedly unwrapped an alpenliebe lollipop, popped it into her mouth, and only then started channeling her star energy to activate her ability. Gradually, a layer of water vapor began to rise over the lake. Beefball stared at Eve curiously and couldn't help but ask, "Why are you always eating lollipops? You're not in kindergarten." Eve shot him a cold glance, too lazy to respond. She simply turned her head away and continued focusing on speeding up the vaporization process over the lake. Fang Yuan scanned the surroundings and quickly assigned tasks. Yi Zhiyu, release your eye and monitor the northern woods. Make sure no one approaches. Got it. Yi Zhiyu nodded in agreement. He then used his star energy to conjure a crystal-clear eyeball, which flew towards the northern woods. Seeing that Eve ignored him, Beef Ball turned to Fang Yuan and asked, "What about me? What should I do?" Without hesitation, Fang Yuan replied, "Be ready to take a bullet for Eve." What? Beef Ball bristled immediately, clearly displeased with the task. Han Yue couldn't help but chuckle as she quietly moved 10 meters to Eve's west, found cover, and began keeping watch. Still unwilling to accept his role, Beef Ball pressed further. "So I'm just here to take bullets?" Eve glanced at him sideways, her tone laced with sarcasm. "That's about all you're good for." "Why?" Beef Ball demanded indignantly. Eve gestured with her eyes toward Han Yue's position and explained, "Look at Han Yue and the captain. She's on the west side, he's on the east side." Nobody had to tell them where to stand. They just knew. "Meanwhile, you're standing next to me, yapping non-stop. What else can you do besides take bullets?" It was only then that Beef Ball noticed Fang Yuan and Han Yue's tactical positioning, along with Yi Zhiyu monitoring the northern woods. Everyone was playing their part, keeping Eve protected in the center. Feeling disgruntled, Beef Ball pointed south and said, "Fine. I'll monitor the south." "The south is a lake. Does it really need monitoring?" Eve retorted. Beef Ball refused to give up. "What if bullets come flying from the other side of the lake?" "You're overthinking it. The lake is 800 meters in diameter. A handgun's range is only 50 meters, barely a fraction of that," Eve explained. "Then what about an assault rifle?" Beef Ball pressed. "An assault rifle's effective range is 300 to 400 meters, just about half the lake," Eve replied. Beef Ball was about to argue further, but suddenly remembered that a sniper rifle cost 200 points, and no team could afford one. Left with no choice, he slumped in defeat and muttered, "Fine. I'll take the bullets." Eve covered her palm with starlight energy and slowly dipped it into the lake. 3 minutes passed, and tiny bubbles began to emerge on the surface, but there was still no sign of mist. Fang Yuan frowned and asked, "How long until the mist appears?" Focusing intently on the lake, Eve replied, "The initial misting process is slow. It takes about 5 minutes. Once the mist starts forming, the process will speed up." Fang Yuan nodded and continued to vigilantly monitor the movements to the east. Meanwhile, the situation on the battlefield was changing rapidly. Ambitious teams were racing against time to score points. They relentlessly pursued weaker teams, eliminating them without mercy. All the teams vying for the championship seemed to adopt the same strategy: prioritize eliminating weaker teams while avoiding direct confrontations with stronger ones. In this group competition, every opponent, regardless of strength, was worth 2 points. The time spent defeating a strong team could instead be used to eliminate 3 or 4 weaker ones. This approach created a peculiar dynamic. Strong teams were aggressively racking up points, while weaker teams were engaged in a desperate game of survival. Occasionally, ambushes, coordinated attacks, and last-minute point grabs added to the chaos, making the battlefield unpredictable and thrilling. In their fight for survival, the weaker teams fled toward areas with dense vegetation. The forested northern part of the battlefield became the ideal hiding spot, drawing more and more teams. Fang Yuan picked up Huiji, the gray cat, and set it on a tree. Holding up a bag of cat food, he threatened, "Stay on the tree and don't make a sound, or you'll lose your lunch." The gray cat, trembling in the unfamiliar environment, let out a pitiful meow. Fang Yuan nudged it onto a branch and resumed keeping watch over the surroundings. Meanwhile, the practical assessment in the neighboring Group A was in full swing. Li Weilian and his 4 kings, Team A Super Squad from Class 1, entered the battlefield and immediately split into 2 groups, swiftly eliminating 2 nearby teams. From that point on, they were unstoppable, advancing with ease. Some teams, upon seeing Li Weilian's arrival, didn't even muster the courage to resist. They simply knelt down, raised the ID tags around their necks, and surrendered, handing over their points. The eliminated teams left the battlefield dejected, particularly those unfortunate enough to start near Li Weilian's team. For them, the assessment ended before it had even properly begun. Eliminated teams returned to the preparation hall through a passageway, transitioning from competitors to spectators. Inside the hall, 4 large screens displayed the progress of Groups A and B. 2 screens showed the point tallies of the teams, with the names of eliminated teams marked in red. The other 2 screens broadcast aerial footage of the most exciting battles. In just 10 minutes, over 100 participants had been eliminated. They gathered in front of the screens, animatedly discussing the unfolding events. "Look, Li Weilian's score just went up again's already at 50 points, and it's only been 10 minutes, an excited girl exclaimed. Among the quickly eliminated teams, a significant number were female participants. Many of them surrendered immediately upon encountering stronger teams, leading to rapid eliminations. Unbelievable. Li Weilian's scoring pace is terrifying: 50 points in 10 minutes. That's an average of one team eliminated every 2 minutes. Another girl marveled. It seems like this year's practical assessment champion will undoubtedly be Li Xiao. A group of girls chattered enthusiastically around the screen, resembling a crowd of devoted fans. Hearing the cheers from Class 1, the students from Class 2 felt a tinge of frustration. Don't celebrate too soon. Our Class 2 team, led by Xiao Ziyu, still has a chance to compete for the championship. They already have 26 points. Huh, that's only half of Li Xiao's score. They're way behind. A group of girls sneered dismissively. The Class 2 students sighed in resignation. It's such a pity. The 5 strongest students in our class aren't on the same team. Otherwise, we would have had a real shot at the championship. Exactly. I still don't understand why Han Yue joined a bottom-tier team. If she were on Xiao Ziyu's team, would really have a chance. By the way, how's Han Yue's team doing? How many points do they have? Come on, you're really expecting Fang Yuan's team to score? They're dead last, still at 0 points. Well, that's that. Han Yue really got dragged down by joining a team that's just trying to survive. If it were a championship contending team, they'd be scrambling for points as soon as the assessment began. Even against strong opponents, they'd at least manage to score a few points. A team that's still at 0 points now can only be one Tina survival team. Survival teams don't bother competing for points. They just find a hiding spot right from the start, which is why they have no points. Class 1's girls grew even more excited. Another score. Another score. Li Xiao's team just gained more points. They're at 52 now. Hearing the cheers from across the room, the Class 2 students glanced at Xiao Ziyu's team, still stuck at 26 points, and felt even more dejected. Although Donghai High School had 20 classes, Class 1 and Class 2 were the elite classes, where most of the top talents were concentrated. Of course, the other 18 classes weren't entirely devoid of strong players. Occasionally, a few standout students emerged. One team, composed of the 5 strongest students handpicked from those 18 classes, was proving to be a formidable force. This team had already scored 20 points, trailing just behind Xiao Ziyu's team and holding a steady 3rd place. Since the 5 members of this team came from 5 different classes, they received strong support from all 5 classes, making them the team with the most enthusiastic cheers. Fang Yuan scanned the excited classmates around him, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his lips. He turned to the 2 class representatives who were arguing and said softly, "Don't get too cocky yet. Our Wang Lei team might just overtake you." As soon as he finished speaking, another student interjected, "You guys fighting over 2nd and 3rd place isn't worth it. Even combined, your points aren't as much as Li Xiao's. How about merging your teams? Maybe 10 against 5 might actually give you a chance." The topic quickly shifted to the group divisions in the competition. A boy wearing glasses analyzed, "There's no way they'd make it. Both of their teams are in Group B. If they'd been placed in Group A, they'd probably already be watching from the sidelines." "True," a girl chimed in. "Group B is like a fish pond. They can still splash around a bit there, but in Group A, they wouldn't even get the chance to struggle." Meanwhile, on the northern shore of the lake in Group B's battlefield, the atmosphere was tense. Yi Zhiyu suddenly reported in a low voice, "At 11 o'clock to the north, there's someone approaching. 3 people, 200 meters away, spread out." Fang Yuan quickly assessed the situation and deduced that these were players being chased by a stronger team and had fled into the woods to hide. He made a hand gesture, signaling his teammates to stay hidden, and then said to Eve, "Keep going." Fang Yuan chose not to engage, but instead maintained vigilance to protect Eve, who was vaporizing the lake water. Yi Zhiyu continued to update the distance. "One of them is heading toward us 100 meters, 50 meters." As the distance closed, he switched to hand signals, 30 meters, 20 meters, 10 meters. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the woods, spotting Eve by the lakeside. It was Lu Qiming, a classmate from the same class. Upon seeing someone familiar, Lu Qiming relaxed slightly and approached while greeting her. "Hiding out here? Huh? How's it going? Did they chase you hard?" Before he could finish, Lu Qiming stepped into Fang Yuan's team's trap. Surrounded by figures from all sides, he froze in place, letting out a nervous laugh and attempting to retreat. "Hi, you're all hiding here too? Someone's chasing from behind. It'll just get going now. Bye." Lu Qiming had barely taken 2 steps when Fang Yuan swiftly blocked his path. Lu Qiming stepped back warily. "What are you doing? You're not seriously going to attack a classmate, are you?" Fang Yuan's expression remained emotionless as he replied, "Every point matters in this assessment. So, I'll be taking your points." With that, he reached out and tore off the ID tag hanging around Lu Qiming's neck, eliminating him from the competition. "You." Lu Qiming glared at Fang Yuan in frustration. "What's the point of this? Once I'm eliminated, my points are nullified. What good are they to you?" Fang Yuan smiled and made a thumbs-up gesture. "They'll carry your dreams forward." This move not only earned him 2 points, but also added 10 anger points to his tally. As Lu Qiming left the battlefield, he muttered under his breath, "Humph. Let's see how long you can last." After 5 minutes of the atomization process, Bubbles on the lake's surface became increasingly dense. Each bubble burst with a puff of mist, and soon, the entire lake seemed to boil and churn. A large number of bubbles rose and burst, releasing thick fog that quickly spread across the lake and into the forest. Within just 3 minutes, half of the forest was shrouded in dense mist. The fog expanded at an astonishing speed, engulfing every corner of the battlefield. The teams locked in fierce combat suddenly noticed the dense fog drifting in from the forest. Weaker teams immediately withdrew into the mist upon seeing this. Some worried about the dangers of low visibility, but someone quickly pointed out, everyone's visibility is equally bad. The thicker the fog, the easier it is to hide. Get into the forest, quick. More and more teams poured into the forest, and the sounds of battle gradually diminished. The dense fog significantly reduced visibility. Weaker teams found it easier to avoid pursuit from stronger ones by hiding in the misty forest. As a result, encounters between teams became increasingly rare, and the battle began to die down. By the lakeside, Eve finished her lollipop and casually tossed the stick into the water. She turned and asked, "How thick should the fog be? Is this enough?" Fang Yuan replied, "Keep visibility at around 10 meters. Eve shrugged. "That should be about right. In thick fog like this, I don't have any special abilities. I can't see anything either." Fang Yuan reassured her, "It's fine. Leave the rest to us." Yi Zhiyu added, "I can only see up to 10 meters too, but my ghost eye can extend that range about 30 meters. What's the next step?" Someone asked. Fang Yuan responded concisely, "We can start scoring now. Watch my hand signals and act accordingly. Yi Zhiyu and I will move out. Eve stays here to maintain the fog, while Han Yue and Yo Daji protect her." "Got it." "Okay." The four of them replied in unison. As Fang Yuan spoke, he channeled star power into his eyes and led Yi Zhiyu into the forest. In the thick fog with extremely low visibility, Fang Yuan's unique irises once again demonstrated their remarkable advantage. While everything beyond 10 meters was a blur, his eyes could scan and detect attribute panels up to 50 meters away. Soon, Fang Yuan spotted a target. He turned and signaled to Yi Zhiyu, first pointing forward, then showing 5 fingers, followed by 3 fingers. The meaning was clear: 3 targets, 50 meters ahead. Yi Zhiyu gave an okay gesture, then closed his eyes and sent his ghost eye toward the targets. 10 seconds later, he stepped out from behind a tree, still with his eyes closed, raised his handgun, and fired into the mist. Bang! Ah! A scream pierced the air as someone was hit. Who fired that shot? Yi Zhiyu shifted 2 steps to the left, adjusted his angle, and fired again. Bang! Damn it! Came an angry curse from the fog. After firing 2 shots, Yi Zhiyu quickly retreated behind a tree, nervously signaling to Fang Yuan. "The last one is charging at us. Get out here, you coward!" roared an enraged level 2 awakened as he charged forward. Although Fang Yuan could see the attribute panel, the figure itself was obscured. Blindly firing would not only miss the target, but also reveal their position. Fang Yuan kept his eyes fixed on the moving attribute panel, staying hidden behind a tree and patiently waiting. When the level 2 awakened rushed close enough, Fang Yuan suddenly swept his leg out, tripping the opponent to the ground. He immediately pounced, pinning him down and pressing a gun to his head. While the training rounds weren't lethal, getting hit was still painful. The level 2 awakened, unwilling to suffer, quickly raised his hands in surrender. "I give up. I give up." In one swift move, they eliminated 3 enemies and earned 6 points, bringing their total score to 8 with the 2 points they had previously. Fang Yuan continued leading Yi Zhiyu through the forest, moving swiftly under the cover of the dense fog. After advancing 200 meters, they encountered another team. Fang Yuan signaled again. 50 meters ahead, 5 people. This time, the team had a complete formation, clearly not a weaker group hiding in the forest but a stronger team pursuing others. After observing with his ghost eye, Yi Zhiyu grew uneasy and pulled Fang Yuan back a few steps. In a low voice he said, "It's Wang Lei's team. They're really strong. Maybe we should skip them and find another team to target." Fang Yuan remained firm. "If we want to win the championship, we have to defeat every opponent. If we have to beat them all, it doesn't matter who they are." Yi Zhiyu still hesitated. "But it's just the 2 of it." In truth, Fang Yuan's personal strength was far beyond what met the eye. In Class 1, he was labeled as an ordinary awakener, with his 4 attributes barely maintaining the average level, and his martial arts grades were slightly below average. Facing a strong team, he did feel somewhat anxious, especially after learning that Fang Yuan intended to take on 5 opponents alone. However, there was a glimmer of confidence in Fang Yuan's eyes. He spoke calmly, "There's nothing to fear. The worst-case scenario is elimination. It's not like we're risking our lives." With that, Fang Yuan immediately began formulating a strategy. Speaking rapidly, he explained, "I'll sneak up on the enemy. Once you lose sight of me, count down from 10, then aim at the nearest target and fire. After firing, retreat immediately. They'll likely chase you. With your ghost eye ability, your field of vision is wider than theirs. Just keep running, they won't catch you. Yi Zhiyu frowned and asked, what about you? If I keep running, what will you do? Fang Yuan patted his shoulder firmly and said, just focus on running. As long as they're chasing, don't stop. Once they give up, turn back and finish them off. Leave the rest to me. As soon as he finished speaking, Fang Yuan activated the ability he had copied earlier, blending seamlessly into the thick fog. Yi Zhiyu stood stunned, watching as Fang Yuan disappeared into the mist with just a few steps, momentarily frozen in disbelief. The ability in question was the Mist Walker, which Fang Yuan had copied in the preparation hall. It was a perfect match for Eve's weather manipulation that created the fog, making it an ideal combination. Using the Mist Walker stealth effect, Fang Yuan silently closed in on Wang Lei's team. When the distance shrank to just 10 meters, Fang Yuan could clearly see the figures of Wang Lei and his 4 teammates. He quickly took cover behind a thick tree trunk, holding his breath and staying completely still. To his surprise, Wang Lei's team passed right by him during their search, completely unaware of his presence. This was no coincidence. Wang Lei's team consisted entirely of high combat awakeners, skilled in offense but lacking reconnaissance abilities. They had been relentlessly chasing other teams, but lacked a support-type awakener to enhance their perception. Fang Yuan began counting silently in his mind, from 1 to 10. The agreed-upon 10 seconds had passed, yet Yi Zhiyu's gunshot had not sounded. Fang Yuan remained motionless, continuing to wait. After roughly 3 more seconds, a crisp gunshot finally echoed from about 50 meters away. Bang! Bang! A gunshot shattered the silence of the fog-covered forest. Hong Dali, the big guy in Wang Lei's team, dropped to the ground with a pained groan. As the vanguard clearing the way, he became the first target to be hit. Wang Lei's 5-man squad reacted swiftly, scattering instantly and each finding cover. Their training showed as every member took shelter behind trees that shielded them from the direction of the gunfire. Coincidentally, the archer, Zhang Jiwen, ended up behind the same tree as Fang Yuan. With their backs almost pressed against each other, separated only by the trunk, Fang Yuan could nearly feel Zhang's breath and instinctively held his own. This close proximity gave Fang Yuan the chance to carefully observe the squad's equipment. Their arsenal was impressively balanced. Each carried a handgun, a piece of armor, and 3 types of melee weapons: a knife, a sword, and a bow, ensuring their team's versatility in combat. How bad is it, Dali? Wang Lei asked urgently. I've been shot, just up ahead. Hong Dali gritted out through clenched teeth. It's a handgun, so the shooter isn't far. Let's catch him and take him out. Before he could finish, another gunshot rang out. Bang! This time, the bullet struck a tree trunk, leaving all 5 members safely hidden behind their cover. Only one gun. The shooter doesn't dare get close, must be a weak team. Wang Lai quickly assessed. Follow me, let's take him down. Drawing his long sword, he charged forward. The other 4 members followed closely, weaving in a zigzag pattern between the trees for cover. Just as Zhang Jiwen was about to move, a hand suddenly shot out from behind the tree, clamping over his mouth and pinning him firmly against the trunk. A handgun pressed against his temple. Although training rounds weren't lethal at normal distances, a shot at this range could still cause serious injury. Zhang Jiwen froze, his movements utterly stilled. Fang Yuan swiftly tore off Zhang Jiwen's identification tag and tossed it aside before turning his gun on another squad member and firing. Bang! The target dropped to the ground with a shout. Someone's behind us. Seizing the momentary distraction, Zhang Jiwen struggled free and yelled, he's here. He can turn invisible. He lashed out with a kick, aiming at Fang Yuan through the tree trunk. Even though Zhang Jiwen had been eliminated by losing his ID tag, the chaos of the battlefield often blurred the enforcement of rules. Fang Yuan, with his level 3 military combat training, reacted instantly, dodging to the right side of the tree. Zhang's kick landed heavily on the trunk, splintering a chunk of bark. Hearing the commotion behind him, Wang Lei immediately commanded, you two, go deal with him. They'll handle the shooter. The other 2 team members obeyed, quickly moving toward Fang Yuan's position. Fang Yuan unleashed his full agility, striking Zhang Jiwen down with a single punch. But before he could catch his breath, Hong Dali charged from behind, wrapping his powerful arms around Fang Yuan's waist. Let's see if you can escape this time, he roared. As a strength-type awakened combatant, Hong Dali took pride in his physical prowess. You guys really play dirty, Fang Yuan scoffed. Shot, disarmed, and eliminated players still fighting back? I got shot, but am wearing a bulletproof vest. Hong Dali retorted loudly. He was indeed equipped with the team's only piece of armor. His earlier collapse had been from the impact, not a fatal wound. Hong Dali tightened his grip, preparing for a German suplex. Fang Yuan, however, remained calm. All right, if you want to play dirty, I'll make sure you can't get back up. With that, he grabbed Hong Dali's wrist and twisted it sharply. Hong Dali let out a pained scream, his face a mix of shock and disbelief. He couldn't fathom how anyone could break free from his hold. Taking advantage of the moment, Fang Yuan delivered a brutal strike to the back of Hong Dali's head with the butt of his gun. Just then, Wang Lei's team's shooter arrived, raising his gun and firing. Fang Yuan moved quickly, grabbing Hong Dali's shoulder and using him as a human shield. Bang! The bullet struck Hong Dali's vest, eliciting another pained groan from him. The experienced shooter immediately ducked behind a tree after firing, preparing for his next shot. Fang Yuan released Hong Dali, activating his mist walker ability to vanish into the dense fog. The shooter tensed up, scanning the area with his gun raised, searching for any sign of movement. Suddenly, a hand emerged from the mist, grabbing the shooter's weapon and twisting the barrel upward. Before he could react, the cold muzzle of another gun pressed against his forehead. The shooter froze, paralyzed by fear, not daring to make another move. Fang Yuan swiftly disarmed his opponent, removing the handgun from their grasp and slipping it into his own holster. He then tore off the opponent's ID tag and discarded it carelessly. Staring down at his fallen adversary, he asked in an even tone, "Still planning to play dead?" This was, after all, just a campus combat assessment, and Fang Yuan had no intention of being overly harsh with his classmates. But if someone insisted on playing tricks like feigning defeat, he'd have no choice but to ensure they were completely incapacitated. The defeated gunman, clearly understanding the situation, immediately raised his hands in surrender. "I give up," he said. Seeing this, Fang Yuan finally let him off. Without wasting a moment, he strode over to Hong Dali, efficiently stripped the bulletproof vest off him, and then disappeared into the thick, surrounding fog with a swift movement. Meanwhile, Yi Jiayu was sprinting desperately through the dense mist. Using the special vision granted by his phantom eye, he could clearly see a relentless pursuer behind him, someone with incredibly high agility, no doubt an awakened individual specializing in speed. Despite his advantage in visibility within the fog, the sound of his footsteps gave his pursuer enough clues to stay hot on his trail. After more than 2 minutes of frantic running, Yi's breathing grew increasingly labored. Yet the threat from behind remained palpable through his phantom eye. Suddenly, the pursuer seemed to notice the invisible eye tracking him. With a sudden leap, he used a tree trunk to propel himself and struck with precision, shattering the phantom eye. Yi's heart sank. Just as he prepared to summon a second phantom eye, a figure burst out of the fog. His opponent tackled him with a shoulder charge, sending him sprawling to the ground, then kicked his handgun away. In an instant, a blade was pressed against his chest. "Not bad at running, huh?" Wang Lai sounded irritated, clearly annoyed after the prolonged chase. As the two finally got a good look at each other, Yi's voice trembled as he blurted out the name of his pursuer. Wang Lui. Wang Lui was stunned to discover his target was Yi Jiayu. His frustration boiled over as he snapped. "What the hell are you playing at? If you're in the bottom-ranked team, you should be hiding, not shooting at us." "It wasn't my idea. It was Fang Yuan's plan," Yi Jiayu hurriedly explained. "Fang Yuan? That dead-last guy from class 2? Are you all out of your minds?" Wang Lei's anger flared even more. "Well, we had a health check at the start of the semester, so probably not," a calm voice suddenly interjected. Wang Lai froze and turned toward the source of the voice, only to see Fang Yuan casually leaning against a tree trunk, waving at him with a faint smile. Lu Yiwang glanced around, his brows furrowing slightly in suspicion. "Just the two of you?" he asked, his tone carrying a hint of disbelief. Fang Yuan leaned casually against a tree, his expression relaxed, as if he were chatting with an old classmate. "Yep, just the two of us," he replied sincerely. Lu Yiwang's lips curled into a mocking smile. "Just the two of you? And you still dared to show up in front of me?" Fang Yuan shrugged. "Why not? You're alone. There's no way you could take on the two of us." Lu Yiwang let out a light chuckle. "Forget about whether I can handle both of you on my own. I still have 4 teammates." His tone was brimming with confidence, making it clear he didn't see Fang Yuan's team as a threat. "They're gone," Fang Yuan suddenly interrupted. Lu Yiwang froze for a moment. "What do you mean gone?" "Your teammates are no longer around," Fang Yuan said calmly. Lu Yiwang frowned, unconvinced but unable to think of a reason Fang Yuan would lie. "You're not seriously claiming you took out all 4 of them, are you?" "Congratulations, you guessed right." Fang Yuan smiled as he tossed a bulletproof vest off his shoulder, revealing it to be Hong Dali's. Lu Yiwang's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the vest. "Impossible. There's no way you could have taken out all 4 of them. Unless..." His expression shifted to one of alarm. "Han Yue, you must have set an ambush." Immediately on high alert, Lu Yiwang scanned his surroundings and began to move cautiously. Suddenly, he burst forward with incredible speed, slashing horizontally at Fang Yuan with his blade. Fang Yuan swiftly slid back a meter, narrowly avoiding the strike. The blade's arc sliced cleanly through a tree trunk as thick as a man's thigh. With a loud crash, the tree toppled, shaking the ground as it hit. Lu Yiwang snorted coldly. "Even if it's just me, I can still take you both down. Fang Yuan, while examining Lu Yiwang's stats, casually remarked, star power level 2, strength 27, agility 28. Not in the Awakener elite class, yet you've managed to develop strong dual attributes. Your potential is impressive. Lu Yiwang grinned. So you can see my stats now? That's right. My goal is to become a super soldier. Even if I'm alone, I can take on all of you. As he spoke, he charged forward again, his blade gleaming with the sharp glow of star power. Wherever it struck, trees fell in its wake. Bring out Han Yue. You're not my match, Lu Yiwang said, attacking relentlessly. Fang Yuan responded earnestly. Actually, there's something you guys have always misunderstood. I'm really not as weak as you think. Honestly. His sincerity, however, seemed to go unacknowledged. Lu Yiwang's face was full of mockery. Haha, then show me. Let's see just how strong you really are. He wasn't even taking Fang Yuan seriously, his focus still on the possibility of Han Yue appearing. Fang Yuan sighed. All right. It seems changing people's perceptions will take some effort. With that, he placed 2 fingers in his mouth and whistled toward the treetops. Lu Yiwang immediately became tense, his eyes fixed on the trees. So you did have an ambush after all. Just as he braced himself for Han Yue's arrival, a startled meow came from above. Meow. A gray cat leapt down from the tree, landing on Fang Yuan's shoulder. A cat? Lu Yiwang was momentarily dumbfounded. Fang Yuan quickly stored his Mist Walker ability into his Star Power Watch and copied Gray Cat's advanced agility enhancement. Once done, he gently set the cat back onto the tree, and it darted off into the foliage. Activating the advanced agility mimicry, Fang Yuan's already impressive 35 points of agility surged by 40, skyrocketing to an astonishing 49 points. Though he hadn't made a move yet, his body's speed had reached an overwhelming level, to the point where it felt almost unbearable. Taking a deep breath, Fang Yuan smiled at Lu Yiwang. Ready? Here I come. Ready for what? Lu Yiwang barely finished his sentence before Fang Yuan's figure exploded into motion like a volcano erupting. Boom! A dull thud echoed as Fang Yuan's fist slammed into Lu Yiwang's stomach, folding him in half and sending him flying. Lu Yiwang had no time to react. All he saw was a blur before a sharp pain shot through his abdomen, and he was launched backward by a tremendous force. He tumbled across the ground for several meters before coming to a stop, clutching his stomach and curling up in pain, his face pale. As Fang Yuan approached, Lu Yiwang frantically scrambled backward, kicking at the dirt in a panic. Relax, I didn't use my full strength. You won't suffer any internal injuries, Fang Yuan reassured him. But seeing his condition, he asked with concern. Are you all right? I really held back. Do you need me to call for help? Get lost. Lu Yiwang shouted hoarsely, his voice strained. You nearly knocked my guts out, and you're telling me you held back? Get out of here. He was utterly dazed, his head spinning, and even his words came out jumbled. Seeing the 30 anger points notification, Fang Yuan's smile grew even brighter. Don't worry, I won't hit you again. Really, I promise. Just go back and rest. Don't push yourself too hard. As he spoke, he reached down, tore off Lu Yiwang's ID tag, and officially eliminated him. Work hard, my ass. Wang Lai roared internally, filled with anger and frustration. He lay on the ground, his entire body aching, as the scene of being knocked into the air replayed in his mind. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't figure out what had just happened. Fang Yuan bent down to pick up Wang Lai's long blade, his face glowing with a dazzling smile and his tone brimming with positivity. Don't feel bad. They'll carry your dreams forward and work hard for the both of us. Keep it up. Hearing this, Wang Lai only felt more despair. Struggling to lift his head, his weak voice was laced with anger. Can you just stay away from me? With that, he buried his face in the dirt again, as if trying to dig a hole with his head to escape from this maddening guy. Fang Yuan, seemingly oblivious to Wang Lai's emotions, continued smiling brightly. All right then, rest up. I won't bother you anymore. Please, just leave. Wang Lai gritted out through clenched teeth. A system notification chimed in Fang Yuan's ear. Rage points 30. Satisfied, Fang Yuan stowed away the weapons and equipment of Wang Lai's team, then turned to signal Yi Jiayu. The two of them retraced their steps, heading back to regroup with Han Yue and the others. Meanwhile, back in the preparation hall, the atmosphere was growing increasingly tense. The number of eliminated teams kept rising as 200 to 300 students crowded around the large screen, their eyes glued to the live progress of the combat assessment. The points for the top 3 teams were climbing steadily. The competition between Xiao Ziyu's team, ranked 2nd, and Wang Lai's team, ranked 3rd, was especially fierce, with the scores repeatedly overtaking one another. Class 2 students cheered fervently for Xiao Ziyu's team, while Wang Lai's classmates shouted their support for his team. Amid the waves of cheers, a sudden loud sound echoed through the hall. All eyes were drawn to the large screen. where a bright red, eliminated symbol slammed down on Wang Li's team name. The preparation hall fell silent in an instant. The cheers were abruptly cut off. For 3 seconds, there was only stunned silence, then voices erupted like a tidal wave. What just happened? What's going on with Wang Li's team? Isn't it obvious? They've been eliminated. No way. How could they lose? That's impossible. They must run into Xiao Ziyu's team. No chance. Wang Li's team is one of the top 5 powerhouses. There's no way they'd lose to Xiao Ziyu. Well, the facts speak for themselves. In Group B, the 2 strongest teams are Wang Li's and Xiao Ziyu's. If Wang Li's team got eliminated, it must have been by Xiao Ziyu's team. Unless you think they got taken out by some weakling team? As the discussions grew louder, someone suddenly raised a new question. If Wang Li's team is eliminated, who's in 3rd place now? Everyone immediately turned their attention to the 3rd place ranking, only to be struck by another wave of shock. What is this? Where did this Fang Yuan team come from? How do they already have 18 points? A flurry of questions echoed through the preparation hall as everyone stared at the screen in disbelief, trying to make sense of the sudden and unexpected change. In the classroom of Class 2, the students were animatedly discussing the results of the combat assessment. Where did Fang Yuan's team even come from? Someone asked in confusion. Isn't Han Yue on that team? They managed to score 18 points with just 4 true eyes. If only Han Yue had joined Xiao Ziyu's team, our class might have had a real shot at the championship, another student lamented. Suddenly, someone voiced a bold theory. What if Han Yue's team was the one that eliminated Wang Li and his group? Are you dreaming? A classmate immediately retorted. Just then, Lu Qiming's angry voice cut through the chatter. That bastard Fang Yuan. All his points were earned by backstabbing his own classmates. The statement immediately grabbed everyone's attention. Traditionally, during combat assessments, classmates would tacitly agree to target teams from other classes first, sometimes even forming temporary alliances. Lu Qiming began detailing how Fang Yuan had betrayed him, and soon, other eliminated students joined in to voice their grievances. How could Han Yue join such a shameless team? A few boys from Class 2 exclaimed in frustration, looking to the ceiling as if seeking answers. Forget about them, someone suggested. They won't last much longer anyway. Let's focus on cheering for Xiao Ziyu. He's our class's last hope. However, a new issue quickly became apparent. While Li Williams' team had reached 52 points, Xiao Ziyu's team was lagging behind at just 26 points. And now, with Li Williams' score climbing to 78, Xiao Ziyu's team had only managed to reach 32. The gap was widening, and their progress had noticeably slowed. Lu Qiming explained, the brute battlefield is covered in thick fog. If you watch the live feed, it's just a sea of mist. In these conditions, it's way too easy to hide. Teams are running into each other less, so the fighting has stalled. What's causing the fog? Someone asked. We have a classmate who can create foggy weather. It's that blonde girl, Eve. Lu Qiming exclaimed, suddenly realizing. Before I got eliminated, I saw her using her ability by the lake. Which team is she in? She's with Fang Yuan's team too. That troublemaker again. Are they trying to ruin the entire group assessment? The students were fuming with frustration. Meanwhile, by the lake in the brute battlefield, Fang Yuan was distributing equipment to his team. He tossed a bulletproof vest to Eve and then held up a compound bow. Who wants this? He asked. I'll take it. Han Yue volunteered, raising her hand. I used to practice with one at my grandmother's farm. Fang Yuan handed the bow to Han Yue, then distributed 2 pistols to Yi Jiayu, who was skilled with dual firearms. Beefball, though slightly dissatisfied with only receiving a long blade, accepted it with a grin. How's the fog holding up? Fang Yuan asked Eve. It's spread across the entire brute battlefield. If there's no wind, it should last 2 to 3 hours, Eve replied confidently. After confirming that the weather was calm, Fang Yuan organized their formation. Yi Jiayu and I will take the lead. Eve stays in the middle. Han Yue and Beefball will cover the rear. In the dense fog, Fang Yuan's team moved like phantoms. Yi Ziya's Ghost Eye ability, combined with his dual pistols, allowed him to swiftly take down 2 targets with each attack. Even if enemies managed to retaliate, Fang Yuan and Han Yue would effortlessly neutralize the threat. As they continued their hunt, they amassed a significant amount of gear. Beefball, tasked with collecting the spoils, even found a level 3 helmet. When Fang Yuan declined it, Beefball eagerly put it on himself. The helmet sat awkwardly on his head, making him look comically unbalanced. The D3 training ground was buzzing with noise in the preparation hall. The leaderboard on the large screen refreshed once again, and Fang Yuan's team score had suddenly jumped to 36 points. It's gone up again. That shameless team score has increased to 36 points. A student angrily shouted. You people from Class 2, why do you keep walking into his traps? Are you all idiots? The students from Class 2 exchanged awkward glances, their expressions filled with discomfort as they remained silent. Suddenly, a piercing cheer erupted from the other side of the hall. Over 100. They've broken 100 points. Li Xiao is incredible. This time, Class 1 will definitely win the championship. Li Weilian is amazing. Li Xiao, sweeping through everyone. A group of girls screamed and cheered, causing the boys nearby to scratch their heads awkwardly. On the big screen, the top 3 rankings remained unchanged. Li Weilian's team, 100 points. Xiao Ziyu's team, 42 points. Fang Yuan's team, 36 points. Below them were numerous teams with scores in the teens or 20s, and a large group of Battle Royale teams stuck at 0 points. Fang Yuan's team's score is climbing so fast it's already at 38 points, someone murmured. Could they surpass Xiao Ziyu's team? Impossible, another voice immediately retorted. With Fang Yuan's ragtag bunch, aside from Han Yue, there's no one else who can fight. They must gotten lucky and run into a streak of 0-point teams. True, with Han Yue on their team, they could easily score just by encountering 0-point teams. The discussions grew louder and livelier, until someone suddenly reminded the group. Speculating doesn't help. Xiao Ziyu's team and Fang Yuan's team are both in Group B, they'll have to face each other sooner or later. No matter how many points Fang Yuan's shameless team has stolen, they'll eventually get eliminated. You're missing the bigger picture, a calm voice interjected. The teams in Group B are limited, like a shared pool of points. The total score in the pool is fixed. The more points Fang Yuan's shameless team takes, the fewer points are left for Xiao Ziyu's team. In the end, it might hurt us, Class 2, even more. Exactly. Look at Group Ali Weilian's team is dominating, and no one even dares to challenge them. Their score has already broken 100, and by the end, they could easily reach 200 or even 300 points. Now look at Group B, forget 200 points, Xiao Ziyu will struggle to even reach 100. Every point Fang Yuan takes is a wasted point. Can't he step back for the sake of class honor and leave more points for Xiao Ziyu's team? Without enough points, how will we fight Li Weilian's team in the afternoon? He's a troublemaker on the battlefield. Can he just stop scoring already? As they spoke, the leaderboard refreshed again, showing Fang Yuan's team had reached 40 points. Damn it, their score went up again, it's 40 points now. What is that shameless team trying to do? Someone shouted angrily. Just let them run into Xiao Ziyu's team already. Don't let them ruin things any further, let Xiao Ziyu's team eliminate them. At that moment, a student who had been watching the live broadcast of Group B suddenly shouted, "Look, Xiao Ziyu's team has encountered Fang Yuan's team. Quick look." All eyes immediately turned to the big screen. The drone operator had been following Xiao Ziyu's team, which was leading in points. Now, Fang Yuan's team had appeared on the screen. They finally met. In them already, don't let them steal any more points. The more they steal, the fewer points Xiao Ziyu's team can get. Without enough points, the afternoon match will be impossible. Finally, justice is here. Xiao Ziyu, take them down. However, someone poured cold water on their excitement. Don't celebrate too early. This is a survival test. Running is always an option. In this foggy weather, if Fang Yuan's team decides to run, Xiao Ziyu's team might not be able to catch them. Damn it, if you're a man, don't run. Face each other head in with your blades. I bet they'll run. With Fang Yuan's shameless tactics, there's no way they'll go head-to-head with Xiao Ziyu's team. Meanwhile, within the battlefield of Group B, Fang Yuan's team of 5 had indeed encountered Xiao Ziyu's team. The two sides met at the edge of the lake, where the forest and rocky terrain intersected, but no immediate conflict broke out. As time passed, the fog over the rocky area had cleared slightly, increasing visibility to about 20 meters. One of Xiao Ziyu's teammates, a marksman, scrolled through his phone and whispered to Xiao Ziyu, "Captain, their team has 40 points now and is ranked 3rd. Hearing this, Xiao Ziyu raised his eyebrows slightly, a hint of surprise on his face. He hadn't expected Fang Yuan's team to score so many points. Since students in the preparation hall were watching, updates were constantly being shared in the class group chats, with some even live streaming the leaderboard. This allowed teams on the battlefield to check the rankings simply by looking at their phones. Fang Yuan's team was no different. Beefball, one of their members, would periodically check the various class group chats with a secondary account to gather information. After learning that Fang Yuan's team was ranked 3rd, Xiao Ziyu's expression grew serious. "I didn't expect you guys to have already scored 40 points. Not bad. Not bad yourself, you're already at 46 points. Fang Yuan replied with a smile. "How about we split up for now? Take out the other teams and settle things between us at the end," Xiao Ziyu suggested. Fang Yuan, however, shook his head firmly and replied decisively, "No need. Let's settle it here and now." "Why? Are you really in such a rush to leave? Wouldn't it be better to score a few more points?" Xiao Ziyu frowned slightly, his tone tinged with curiosity. Fang Yuan fixed his gaze on Xiao Ziyu, his eyes sharp and voice low but resolute. "I can't let you score any more points. Every point you earn is one less in Group B's pool. Without enough points, the afternoon match will be tough." Hearing this, a faint smile appeared on Xiao Ziyu's lips, and a glimmer of admiration flashed in his eyes. "You're thinking ahead. I was originally planning to let you all enjoy yourselves a bit longer, but if you're so eager to fight now, then let's fight. Before the words had fully left his mouth, Fang Yuan suddenly raised his hand and made a quick, concise gesture. Bang! The sound of gunfire rang out as Yi Zhiyu pulled the trigger without hesitation. A bullet whizzed through the air, heading straight for Qiao Ziyu's face. Qiao Ziyu reacted swiftly, tilting his head just in time. The bullet grazed past his left ear, missing his head by only 2 centimeters, before smashing into the rock behind him, scattering small fragments into the air. He dodged the bullet. Yi Zhiyu exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief, his voice filled with shock. At the same time, Wu Daiwei from Qiao Ziyu's team shot forward like an arrow, positioning himself at the front of their formation. He raised a riot shield, firmly protecting his teammates. After eliminating 4 or 5 teams earlier, they had acquired a significant haul of weapons and equipment. Now, Wu Daiwei was fully geared body armor, helmet, and all presenting the image of a heavily armed warrior. Yi Zhiyu's hands trembled slightly, and his voice carried a hint of unease. Fang Yuan, he can dodge bullets. Fang Yuan's calm voice replied, steadying his teammate. Don't be nervous. He's not dodging bullets. He's dodging the barrel of the gun. There's a fundamental difference. A smile of approval spread across Qiao Ziyu's face. Fang Yuan, despite what others say about your martial arts grades being at the bottom, I've never underestimated you. Your tactical theory grades have always been excellent. Personal strength can be improved through training, but tactical thinking relies on intellect, and that's much harder to develop. Thanks for the compliment, Fang Yuan replied with a faint smirk. Now, are you about to get to the but? That's right. Qiao Ziyu's gaze sharpened as he stared directly at Fang Yuan. But your team has a fatal flaw. Apart from Han Yue, the rest of your team lacks combat capability. And while Han Yue is incredibly strong, her strengths lie in agility and mental attributes, which don't suit the role of a frontline powerhouse. So, Fang Yuan listened patiently to his analysis. Qiao Ziyu's tone grew even more assured. So, your team is missing someone who can single-handedly shatter an enemy formation. A team with such an obvious weakness might get by in matches between low-level awakened, but when you face a truly strong team, you won't make it far. Ziyu Qiao's analytical prowess was truly remarkable. His sharp gaze swept over the 5 members of Fang Yuan's team, quickly picking out the key details. As their classmate, he was well aware of Eve's abilities. There was no doubt that the thick fog shrouding the battlefield was her doing. Let me guess, Ziyu said, a flicker of insight gleaming in his eyes. The 40 points you've accumulated, combined with this fog, your team must be specialized in combat under these conditions. He paused briefly before continuing his analysis. In Class 2, Han Yui's abilities are widely known and clearly unrelated to fog. Nyodaji is a defensive type, so that's out of the question. Fang Yuan, your iris data doesn't suggest any synergy with this kind of environment either. His gaze finally settled on Yi Zhiyu. That leaves only you. Although you're from Class 1, your abilities haven't been particularly noteworthy, to the point where we overlooked gathering intel on you. Fang Yuan clapped lightly, impressed by Ziyu's sharp deductions. That's a solid analysis. So, what do you think Yi Ziyu's ability is? Despite the high-stakes situation, their conversation felt oddly casual, like classmates chatting after school. Ziyu, intrigued, pressed on with his reasoning. You handed him dual pistols, so he's clearly your marksman. If his ability pairs well with the fog, then I'd wager he can see clearly in it. Yi Ziyu's expression flickered with surprise at Ziyu's accuracy. The subtle reaction didn't escape Ziyu's notice. A confident smirk tugged at the corner of his lips. Looks like I hit the mark, didn't I? He's testing you, and now he's certain, Fang Yuan said, turning to Yi Zhiyu. Sorry, Yi Zhiyu muttered apologetically. There's nothing to apologize for, Fang Yuan reassured him. Abilities like these are hard to keep completely under wraps. Analysis complete. Time to get started, Ziyu declared, clapping his hands to draw everyone's attention. Fang Yuan, given your team's setup, I'd guess you're planning to retreat into the fog for guerrilla tactics. That would maximize your strengths. That's one of our options, Fang Yuan admitted with a smile. But if we retreat into the fog, you'll likely avoid following us and wait for it to dissipate before engaging, right? Exactly, Ziyu replied candidly. A marksman who can see in the fog is too dangerous to confront heat-in. There's no need to take that risk. While we're confident we'd win, it's not worth the potential losses. We need to preserve our full strength for the finals this afternoon. That's a sound decision, Fang Yuan nodded in agreement. I'd do the same in your position, but I can't let you leave. So let's settle this with a direct confrontation. Ziyu raised an eyebrow, surprised. You're sure about that? A heat-in fight? Absolutely, Fang Yuan said firmly. My goal is also the finals, and I can't let you score more points. Ziyu studied Fang Yuan's team again, a hint of doubt in his voice. In a direct fight, I don't see how you can win. You won't know until you try, Fang Yuan replied with a calm smile. Very well then. Let's not hold back, Ziyu said, signaling his team. His 4 teammates immediately shifted into an offensive formation. Fang Yuan turned to Yi Jiayu and spoke in a low voice. When the fight starts, fall back behind the rocks. Stay out of their line of sight before taking your shots. Don't give them a chance to evade. Then, addressing the rest of the team, he added, the rest of you, protect Yi Jiayu. Understood. Han Yue and the others responded in unison. Ziyu wasted no time issuing his own orders. Lao Wu, lock down their marksman. Don't let him get a single shot off. The rest of you, look for an opening to take out Yi Jiayu. Once I finish with Fang Yuan, he'll back you up. Move. At his command, Wu Daiyue charged forward, brandishing a riot shield with a thunderous roar as he headed straight for Yi Jiayu. Yi Jiayu fired as he retreated, but his bullets were deflected by Wu's shield. Niu Daji, clad in heavy armor, also rushed forward with his own shield to intercept. The two clashed violently, but the sheer force of Wu's charge sent Niu Daji flying. He tumbled across the ground before shouting, "He's way too strong." Not really, Wu said smugly. With 29 points in strength and intermediate strength enhancement, I could knock over a bull, let alone you. As a powerhouse handpicked by Ziyu for their championship ambitions, Wu's heavy armor and raw physicality, combined with his enhanced strength, made him a formidable opponent at this stage of the competition. He used his shield to deflect the flying meatball and continued his charge toward Yi Jiayu. The shield, like an iron wall, blocked all of Yi Jiayu's shooting angles, leaving no chance for him to take out his teammates. This was textbook tactical squad format. Iona, heavily armored warrior with full body protection and a shield, nearly immune to gunfire. A single charge could completely suppress an enemy marksman's attacks. Yi Jiayu was being relentlessly hunted by Wu Daiyue, scrambling desperately for cover across the field. Against this fully equipped heavy warrior, he was utterly powerless, unable to find any opportunity to counterattack. This starkly contrasted with his earlier moments of glory, where he had picked off enemies with precision, one shot at a time. It was a vivid reminder of the importance of teamwork. Reflecting on the earlier rounds, of the 40 points the team had scored, 30 were thanks to him, making him the team's undisputed main damage dealer. Yet now, he found himself completely outmatched, with no escape from Wu Daiyue's relentless pursuit. Suddenly, Wu Daiyue closed the gap with a swift lunge. With a heavy thud, Yi Jiayu was sent flying. Seizing the moment, Wu Daiyue swung his massive blade downward without hesitation. Just as the blade was about to strike, Han Yue appeared in a flash. She quickly channeled her star power, forming a thin protective layer around her body. With a precise whip kick, she struck the edge of Wu Daiyue's blade. A sharp clang echoed, like steel colliding with steel. Blocking the lethal blow, Han Yue didn't pause for a second. She unleashed a rapid series of fierce kicks, attacking Wu Daiyue with relentless precision. At the same time, she shouted to Yi Jiayu, "Run now?" Still disoriented from the earlier blow, Yi Jiayu snapped to attention at Han Yue's words. He scrambled to his feet and bolted, desperate to avoid another encounter with Wu Daiyue. Wu Daiyue, however, paid no heed to Han Yue's attacks. Whether by using his shield to block or simply enduring the blows, he refused to retaliate. His focus remained entirely on Yi Jiayu, as he pursued him with unyielding determination. After Han Yue's relentless assault, the rest of Qiao Ziyu's squad arrived on the scene. They seamlessly worked together to fend off Han Yue's attacks, allowing Wu Daiyue to stay locked on his target and continue his chase after Yi Jiayu. The team's coordination was nothing short of flawless. The team fight erupted, and the battlefield was instantly thrown into chaos. Yi Jiayu's precise shots were blocked by Wu Daiyue's defense, the bullet sparking harmlessly against the riot shield. Han Yue fought fiercely to intercept Wu Daiyue, trying to create space for Yi Jiayu, but her efforts were largely in vain. Suddenly, the marksman in Qiao Ziyu's team raised his handgun, aiming directly at Han Yue. Fang Yuan, with sharp instincts, shouted, "Watch out for the marksman." Before his warning fully echoed, a gunshot rang out. Thanks to Fang Yuan's alert, Han Yue reacted swiftly. She rolled sideways, dodging the bullet's trajectory, and pushed off the ground with her hand, delivering a sharp rising sun kick aimed at Wu Daiyue's chin. Wu Daiyue raised his shield to block, but at the same time, the melee fighter from Qiao Ziyu's team lunged at Han Yue. Han Yue stepped on the shield for leverage and gracefully flipped backward, evading the attack. Wu Daiyue shook her off and immediately pursued Yi Jiayu without hesitation. Yi Jiayu was forced into a defensive retreat, cursing inwardly but unable to find a solution. On the other side of the battlefield, Eve and Nairuin were barely managing to hold off one of the enemy team members together. Han Yue, meanwhile, was struggling to deal with the melee fighter, while also trying to stop Wu Daiyue, clearly stretched too thin. At that moment, Qiao Ziyu's marksman raised his gun to aim again. Fang Yuan dashed across the battlefield like a gust of wind, heading straight for the marksman. Qiao Ziyu quickly moved to intercept, raising his hand to unleash his special ability, a roaring air cannon. Your opponent is me, he declared. The air cannon exploded near Fang Yuan, deafeningly loud. Fang Yuan sidestepped 2 meters with a quick maneuver, dodging the attack while maintaining his speed. Xiao Ziyu, surprised at Fang Yuan's unexpected pace, hurriedly ordered the marksman, fall back. The marksman retreated rapidly, with Fang Yuan hot on his heels. Xiao Ziyu pursued Fang Yuan, and the two clashed as they ran, the sounds of punches and kicks filling the air in a relentless exchange. Frustrated by the chase, the marksman took a deep breath and aimed his gun at Fang Yuan. Bang! Fang Yuan, eyes sharp as lightning, sidestepped half a meter just as the gun fired, causing the bullet to graze past him and almost hit Xiao Ziyu. Xiao Ziyu's expression darkened as he warned, "Be careful. He's deliberately keeping in a straight line with me to block my view. If you shoot recklessly, you might hit me." The marksman, shaken, muttered in confusion. But wasn't his combat training supposed to be terrible? This doesn't add up. After trading dozens of blows with Fang Yuan without gaining the upper hand, Xiao Ziyu couldn't help but question, "Have you been hiding your strength all along?" Dodging and countering, Fang Yuan replied, "Not at all." He knew full well that he hadn't been hiding anything. He was genuinely weak before. Xiao Ziyu wasn't convinced. With a furious shout, he gripped his right wrist with his left hand and channeled his star power, unleashing a much stronger air cannon. Although Fang Yuan dodged in time, the outer shockwave still sent him flying. He tumbled through the air before crashing to the ground. Taking advantage of the opportunity, the marksman widened the distance. Xiao Ziyu immediately commanded, "Go take out the others. I'll handle him." The marksman obeyed and shifted his focus to Fang Yuan's teammates. Fang Yuan knew he couldn't give the marksman another chance to shoot. Taking a deep breath, he concentrated star power into his right fist. Activating advanced agility enhancement, he shot forward like an arrow toward the marksman. Xiao Ziyu, matching his speed, intercepted him again, firing another air cannon. Fang Yuan abruptly changed direction, charging straight at Xiao Ziyu instead. With 36 strands of star power surging, he unleashed a devastating thunderous punch. The air cannon collided with the thunder punch, creating a massive explosion of energy. The violent shockwave threw both fighters backward. Xiao Ziyu crashed heavily to the ground, pain shooting through his wrist as cold sweat instantly covered his forehead. He feared he might have fractured a bone, so he cautiously used his left hand to check his right wrist. Once he confirmed that the bone was intact, he let out a small sigh of relief. Fang Yuan, who was also thrown by the shockwave, managed to regain his footing with a swift roll, his incredible 49-point agility allowing him to stand up smoothly. Without hesitation, he bolted after the gunman. The gunman, with only 24 points of agility slightly above an average level 2 awakener, was no match for Fang Yuan. In mere moments, Fang Yuan caught up, grabbed the man's arm, and locked it firmly. "Sorry about this," Fang Yuan muttered. Without breaking stride, he executed a clean, powerful over-thresholder throw. The gunman hit the ground with a heavy thud and lay there, too dazed to even crawl. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, Yi Zhiyu was in a desperate struggle, barely evading his relentless pursuer. "I can't shake him off. Can anyone stop this guy?" he shouted in frustration. "You can scream all you want, it won't save you." Wu Daiyue roared with laughter. "With my intermediate strength enhancement, my power is at 37.7. Not even a tank could stop me." He charged forward like a human battering ram, smashing through everything in his path, staying hot on Yi Ziya's heels. Han Yue realized the situation was spiraling out of control. Acting decisively, she used her static control ability to incapacitate one of Qiao Ze's melee fighters. Then, in a swift motion, she leaped onto a large boulder. From her back, she retrieved a compound bow, channeling her family's unique genetic ability to condense star energy into a glowing blue energy arrow. "Wu Daiyue, raise your shield," she shouted, her voice sharp and commanding as she drew her bow. Wu Daiyue instinctively turned to look, just in time to see the arrow streaking toward him. He quickly raised his riot shield, but the energy arrow tore through it like paper, splitting it cleanly in two. With his shield destroyed, Wu Daiyue could no longer pin down Yi Zhiyu. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Zhiyu darted into the mist and activated his ghost eye vision. 2 sharp gunshots echoed, and 2 of Qiao Ze's teammates fell to the ground. Finally, Yi Zhiyu emerged from the fog, his gun aimed squarely at Wu Daiyu's head. By the time Fang Yuan returned to the battlefield, the fight was already over. "I was coming back to rescue you guys, but it looks like you handled it yourselves," he remarked, a hint of surprise in his voice. "It's all thanks to Han Yue," Yi Zhiyu said sincerely, still catching his breath. That energy arrow of hers was insane. It blew Wu Daiyu's shield apart like it was nothing. Fang Yuan gave Han Yue a thumbs up. "Nicely done." Han Yue smiled modestly. "It's only because you kept Qiao Ze and their gunmen occupied. We had the numbers advantage 4 against 3. That's why we won. With their opponents defeated, the 5 teammates regrouped, weapons in hand, and approached Xiao Zhe with victorious grins. Xiao Zhe, however, didn't seem too fazed. He simply sighed and said, Fang Yuan, your stats must be fake. Punching through my air cannon with your bare hands? And you claim to be at the bottom of the martial arts class? Ridiculous. With that, he pulled off his ID tag and tossed it to the ground. In the preparation hall, the audience was stunned into silence as they watched the match unfold. It wasn't until Xiao Zhe's team name on the big screen lit up with a red eliminated marker that the crowd erupted into chatter. Xiao Zhe actually lost? That's impossible. Look at the scoreboard. Fang Yuan's team is already at 50 points. Who called them the survivor team earlier? Students from class 2 began questioning each other. Weren't we told Xiao Zhe was our class top seed? And where's Lu Qiming? Didn't he say Fang Yuan was just sabotaging his classmates? As the crowd looked around for Lu Qiming, he was nowhere to be found. Meanwhile, the competition entered its scoring phase. Li Weilian's team quickly climbed to 150 points, but what shocked everyone even more was that Fang Yuan's team, starting from 0, had surged to 130 points, demonstrating incredible momentum. Class 2's spirits lifted from despair to excitement. We still have Fang Yuan and Han Yue. Cheers filled the air as students rallied behind them. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out above the noise. Go Fang Yuan! Everyone turned to see none other than Lu Qiming, enthusiastically waving his arms and shouting encouragement. Lu Qiming? Weren't you the one claiming Fang Yuan sabotaged you, and that you hated him? Someone asked, incredulous. When did I ever say that? Lu Qiming replied with a perfectly straight face. I willingly gave my points to Fang Yuan. He promised me he'd carry my dreams forward. Go Fang Yuan. The crowd stared at him in disbelief. Could you be any more shameless? Once they entered the point farming phase, the battles became significantly easier. Fang Yuan's squad shifted their strategy, opting for the least energy-intensive approach, stalking their way to victory. Hand over your points, and I'll carry your dreams forward with me, Fang Yuan declared, sticking to his usual script. Carry my dreams? Yeah, right. If you've got the guts, just shoot me. Even if I get eliminated, I'm taking at least one of you down with me. The opponent retorted defiantly. At that moment, Niu Rowan pulled out his phone, opened the Star Martial livestream app, and activated his persuasion mode. Hello, everyone. I'm Niu Rowan, a key member of the top-ranked team in Group B. You can call me the world's best beef. Today, they'll be bringing you live coverage of our point farming extravaganza. Simultaneously, he shared the live stream link in the class and grade group chats. Back in the prep area, the students from class 2 whipped out their phones to watch the stream, showing off to those around them. Check it out. Our class has a live broadcast of Fang Yuan's team. No way. This is awesome. Ding. Open the door. I'm hopping on this train. What door? The link's in the group chat. I'm not in the group. Hey, race the QR code. Scan it. Hurry up. In no time, hundreds of viewers flooded the live stream. For Niu Rowan, who had previously struggled to attract even a single viewer to his eating broadcasts, this was a dream come true. Overwhelmed with excitement, he almost forgot about the point farming mission and began narrating the action with dramatic flair. Our captain is now deploying his ultimate verbal attack. You're wondering why we don't just shoot? Truth be told, it's not that we don't want toys that we're out of bullets. A handgun only comes with 20 rounds, and we burn through most of them during the early fights. Unless anyone willing to send me some red envelopes so I can buy more ammo? The comments section erupted. By what? Nice try. Think of a better excuse to scam us. Who's this guy with the pancake face? Move your face out of the frame. I'm here for Goddess Yue. If you aim the camera at Yue and Eve, they'll send you enough red envelopes to block the whole screen. Damn it. I'm here for the combat assessment. Could you stick to the main event? Undeterred, Niu Rowan pulled out a pack of sausages. How about I show you a trick? I can eat 10 sausages in one go. Get lost. Get lost. 1. Get lost. 2. The screen was instantly flooded with get lost comments. Reluctantly, Niu Rowan turned the camera back to Fang Yuan, who was in the middle of delivering his signature line. Hand over your points, and I'll carry your dreams forward with me. Dreams, my foot. Even if I get eliminated, I'm taking one of you down with me. The opponent shouted in defiance. The comment section began analyzing. Why is this guy so cocky? Fang Yuan's team must be exhausted. They had to fight through Qiao Ziyu's and Wang Leia's squads, and now they've racked up 150 points. They've already eliminated 15 teams. They've got no bullets, no energy. They're running on fumes. Running on fumes. Running on empty. Seizing the moment, Niu Rowan launched his mass persuasion campaign. This is Shun Xinghe from Class 18. Any of his classmates watching, come claim your teammate. Otherwise, he's about to get beaten to a pulp and carried off the field. Class 18 students flooded both the live stream and their group chat, urging Shun Xinghe to surrender. Shun Xinghe, just hand over your points to Fang Yuan. They're only 16 points away from catching up with Li Weilian's super squad. Give Fang Yuan your points. Well, all be proud of you. This isn't elimination. It's joining Fang Yuan's team via points transfer to challenge Li Weilian's dominance. Under the dual pressure of his classmates and the live stream audience, Shen Xinghe finally gave in. Fine, take them. Just leave me alone. He pulled off his ID badge and tossed it to Fang Yuan. Surprisingly, this unconventional persuasion tactic proved highly effective. Each time they encountered a new team, No Rowan would call on their classmates to claim their teammate. He gleefully continued streaming, even earning some red envelopes in the process. However, every time he tried to sneak in an eating broadcast, the comment section would shut him down mercilessly. During a break, Neo Rowan flipped the camera back to himself. Watch me eat 3 Lion Brand sausages in one go. Suddenly, the comment section exploded. Turn around. Someone's down. Turn around. 1. Wow, I'm really killing it with this eating broadcast. Neo Rowan thought smugly, until he read the comments more closely. Idiot. Can't you see your teammates are on the ground? Look at the bottom left of the screen. You moron. Eve's collapsed. Panicking, Neo Rowan finally noticed Eve lying on the ground. He rushed over to help her up and shouted toward the lake. Fang Yuan, something's wrong with Eve. Eve, what's going on? Did you get hit? Are you sick? He asked frantically. Eve weakly pointed to her backpack. Get me a lollipop. A lollipop? Are you kidding me? You need medicine. Neo Rowan fumbled through her bag, searching for the first aid kit. Fang Yuan arrived just in time and rolled his eyes. Get her the lollipop. What? Shouldn't she be taking medicine? She doesn't need medicine, it's low blood sugar. Finally understanding, Neo Rowan quickly unwrapped a lollipop and popped it into Eve's mouth. Then, as if nothing had happened, he resumed his live stream. Don't worry, everyone. Eve's fine. It's just low blood sugar. A lollipop fixed her right up. The comment section exploded again. Idiot. Eve's fine. But you're not. You're not fine. 1. Since the first successful mass persuasion, every class was fired up with excitement. Students who had previously been eliminated suddenly realized they could still play a role in this real combat assessment. Class group chats erupted in a frenzy as students sent messages to their peers in Group B, urging them to contribute their points to the Fang Yuan team to collectively surpass the Li Weilian team. 1 point from you. 1 point from me together. We'll charge toward the championship. We're not eliminated. We're not giving up. We're pooling our points to forge a sharp sword, to knock down those who think they're untouchable, and cut through their arrogance. Passionate declarations flooded the group chats, spreading like wildfire and igniting the students' enthusiasm. At that moment, the 5 members of Fang Yuan's team were resting by a small lake, waiting for Eve to recover her strength. What they didn't expect was that people started gathering by the lake, voluntarily offering their points. I'm not here to admit defeat. My points are for Eve. Low blood sugar and still working so hard, keep it up. A male student handed over his points and clenched his fist to cheer for Eve. Eve stared blankly at the overly enthusiastic boy, her face twitching slightly in disbelief. One after another, more people came to contribute their points. Take my points and defeat Li Weilian. I've been sick of that arrogant guy for ages, said another student as they handed over their contribution. More and more students joined in, leaving the Fang Yuan team utterly stunned. Meanwhile, the class group chats buzzed with inquiries. Where is Fang Yuan's team right now? My points are practically begging to be donated. West side of the lake, hurry up. Our class is already lining up. As the line of students surrendering their points grew longer, Fang Yuan's team score began to skyrocket. Finally, when Li Weilian's team reached 196 points, Fang Yuan's team surpassed them with 198 points. We did it. We overtook them. Students cheering for Fang Yuan's team erupted in celebration in the preparation hall. Those who had contributed their points felt like heroes, not failures who had been eliminated, but individuals who had united their strength to challenge the untouchable Li Weilian. We're ahead now. Han Yue is finally going head-to-head with Li Weilian. See? Li Weilian isn't invincible after all. Haha. The drama between Fang Yuan, Han Yue, and Li Weilian is about to hit its peak. Li Weilian had always been held in high regard at school, and many students sought to curry favor with him. Yet, students living in the ivory tower often have the strongest sense of justice and passion. While some aimed to please Li Weilian, far more were dissatisfied with him but lacked the courage to confront him directly. Now, with a team rising to challenge Li Weilian's arrogance, those who had long resented him found an outlet for their frustration. They eagerly contributed their points, hoping to bring Li Weilian down from his pedestal. As Fang Yuan's team overtook Li Weilian's team, some of Li Weilian's loyal supporters were outraged. Especially the girls who idolized him, they were indignant and vocal. Don't get cocky. A team like Fang Yuan's isn't even worthy of facing Li Weilian. Exactly. So what if they're ahead by 2 points? Li Weilian will catch up in no time. Right. He'll take back the lead. Go, Li Weilian. Go, Li Weilian. The preparation hall quickly divided into 2 camps, with heated arguments breaking out that were even more intense than the battles in the competition itself. Just as they were shouting, Fang Yuan's team's score increased by another 2 points, reaching 200 first. Group B supporters erupted in celebration. It's up again. 200 points we hit, 200 points first. Don't celebrate too soon. Li Weilian will catch up any moment now. But as soon as those words were spoken, Fang Yuan's score climbed again to 202 points. Haha, the gap is widening. We're 6 points ahead now. Meanwhile, Li Weilian's team remained stuck at 196 points. As the competition progressed, the number of active teams on the battlefield dwindled, leaving only the strongest. Naturally, accumulating points became increasingly difficult. Yet Fang Yuan's team defied the trend, steadily increasing their score, which soon reached 210 points. Supporters of Group A could no longer sit idly by. Some began to suggest, let's spread the word in our group chats and message classmates directly, asking them to surrender their points to Li Weilian. Good idea, let's do it. A group of girls who idolized Li Weilian sprang into action, messaging their peers in Group A one by one, urging them to concede. They tried everything: persuasion, flattery, even threats, but achieved little. The reason was simple. Those who wanted to side with Li Weilian had already done so. Anyone still holding out clearly had their own principles and wouldn't be swayed by a few messages. In fact, this approach backfired, sparking rebellious defiance. Several teams even joined forces to actively oppose Li Weilian's super team. With this back and forth, the gap between the two teams widened. Fang Yuan's score continued to climb, while Li Weilian's growth slowed significantly. The difference between their scores became like two diverging lines, growing farther and farther apart. The points for Fang Yuan's team seemed to skyrocket as if someone had pressed a fast-forward button. 214, 216, 218. The numbers kept climbing, leaving their supporters holding their breath in anticipation. Meanwhile, Li Weilian's team appeared frozen in place, stuck at 196 points for a full 5 minutes without any changes. Ha ha ha. Students supporting Fang Yuan's team couldn't help but burst into laughter. Looks like Li Weilian is done for. Fang Yuan's team is already at 220 points, and Li Weilian is still at 196. Cheers erupted one after another, and the entire training field echoed with their joy. However, Li Weilian's supporters were not ready to give up so easily. Their faces were filled with frustration and anger as they crowded around the instructor, shouting, "Instructor, Fang Yuan's team is cheating. They don't have the skills to earn those points. All their points came from other teams surrendering to them." "That's right. Fang Yuan's team is shameless," someone chimed in. "Their points are illegitimate and must be deducted." "Yeah, deduct their points." More voices joined in. "I saw it myself earlier. Several people deliberately gave their points to Fang Yuan's team." Hearing this, Fang Yuan's supporters immediately pushed back. They gathered around and launched into a heated argument. "Nonsense," one student shouted angrily. "Weren't you all in the class group chat earlier, asking others to surrender and give their points to Li Weilian? What happened? No one listened to you. So now you're resorting to accusations? How disgusting. Fang Yuan's team is a joke. They don't have the skills to rack up that many points. This is blatant cheating." Someone from the opposing side argued back defiantly. "Cheating? My foot." A Fang Yuan supporter shot back furiously. "You brainless fools worship Li Weilian like he's a god and now have the nerve to accuse others? Unbelievable." At that moment, Shunlina pushed through the crowd with a group of girls and marched straight up to Wei Hailong. They were adamant about reporting Fang Yuan's team for cheating, their voices sharp and resolute. "Instructor, Fang Yuan's points weren't earned through skill. They should all be deducted, down to 0. We're filing a joint complaint against Fang Yuan's team for cheating. If we don't get a proper resolution, we won't let this go." Wei Hailong hadn't expected the situation to escalate like this, and his face darkened considerably. He barked loudly, "Enough! Everyone, stand back." Then, he turned and walked quickly toward the officer in charge of the D3 combat training field, exchanging a few hushed words. Moments later, the training field's signal jamming equipment was activated, cutting off all electronic communication within the area. Instantly, the students realized they could no longer receive any outside signals. Messages in the class group chat were inaccessible, and even the live broadcast feed was interrupted. And so, the morning's practical group assessment carried on amidst the chaos for another 2 hours until it finally came to an end. The final results were announced. The top-scoring teams in Groups A and B finished with 256 points and 292 points, respectively. Once again, Fang Yuan supporters erupted into thunderous cheers, their voices so loud they completely drowned out the A group supporters rallying behind Li Weilian. The entire training field was electrified, and the air was filled with the overwhelming joy of victory. The group stage had concluded, and the two teams led by William Li and Fang Yuan entered the preparation hall through opposite corridors. When they met at the entrance, the air instantly grew tense. William Li noticed that Fang Yuan's team had emerged from Group B and curled his lips into a smug, disdainful smirk. Group B really is a pond full of small fish. Any team can make it to the finals. Fang Yuan responded with an impassive expression. Don't rush to conclusions. We'll see this afternoon who's really from the small fish pond. William Li cast a dismissive glance at Fang Yuan before turning to Han Yue with a gentlemanly smile. Yue, I didn't expect to meet you in the finals. This is a great opportunity. We've never competed formally before. Give it your all. No need to hold back because of our friendship. Han Yue nodded politely in response. William Li added, I'll give it my best, but I'm afraid your team might not even be worth my serious effort. A flicker of awkwardness crossed Han Yue's face, and she remained silent. Both teams approached Wei Hailong. Coach, the group stage is over. What's next? Fang Yuan asked. Wei Hailong glanced at his watch. It's 11 a.m. now. You have 3 hours to rest. The finals will start at 2 p.m. You can use the rest area in the D3 preparation hall in the meantime. After lunch, Fang Yuan's team entered the resting room. Han Yue brought in a case of energy drinks to distribute to everyone. Beef Ball, upon receiving a can of the Golden Dragon drink, exclaimed with wide eyes, this one can cost as much as my snacks for a whole year. Could I trade it for 10 bottles of blue type II? Han Yue spread her hands helplessly. This is all I have. Fine. Beef Ball sighed dramatically but wasted no time chugging the drink. Han Yue turned to Eve with concern. Have some energy drink. Is your low blood sugar any better? Eve, lounging lazily on a bench, accepted the Golden Dragon can and replied, I'm used to it. A nap would make me feel even better. Han Yue thoughtfully draped a jacket over her. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan was focused at the table, jotting down notes. Han Yue sat beside him and asked, what are you writing? Taking notes on the opponents, trying to think of strategies to counter them. Fang Yuan replied as he recalled the stats and abilities he'd observed and quickly recorded them. Any good ideas so far? Fang Yuan shook his head. Not really. Their team is strong, probably the top talents from our school. Their abilities complement each other well, and they don't seem to have any obvious weaknesses. The toughest one to deal with is the fire ability, which is a major threat to us. Han Yue offered. If it's going to be difficult, I can take on more of the pressure. You can consider me as a higher tier combatant in your strategy. Fang Yuan pondered for a moment. Right now, I'm mainly trying to figure out how to counter William Li's fire ability. I've thought of a few ideas, but none of them are perfect. Tell me about them. Maybe we can brainstorm together. Han Yue handed Fang Yuan a can of energy drink. Fang Yuan took a sip before explaining. I previously considered an oxygen isolation strategy. There's a student in class 15 with this ability, which could theoretically counter fire. Fire abilities essentially convert star power into a special fuel that requires oxygen to ignite. That's a solid idea, but wouldn't cutting off oxygen affect our breathing too? Han Yue pointed out a critical issue. Exactly, which is why it's not a perfect solution, Fang Yuan admitted. Another idea is using high temperature resistance abilities. This has no side effects, but would only benefit me individually and wouldn't significantly enhance our overall combat effectiveness. Han Yue leaned in closer and lowered her voice. Can you copy other people's abilities? Fang Yuan smiled faintly. You figured it out? I started suspecting it when you used static electricity to shock me last time. Then today, I saw you use the Mist Walker ability, and sometimes your agility spikes suddenly. That must be from an agility enhancement ability, Han Yue analyzed. In short, your abilities keep changing. So, I think you should have the ability to copy other people's powers. Fang Yuan nodded calmly. Yes, I can indeed copy other people's abilities. That's also why I've been thinking about how to counter fire-based powers. Han Yue swirled the energy drink in her hand thoughtfully. Actually, the best way to counter fire is water. Water is definitely an option, Fang Yuan said, frowning slightly. But my star power level is only LV.1, while Li Weilian is already at LV.2. If I rely solely on elemental abilities, the chances of winning are slim. He had considered water-based abilities before, but under the suppression of a higher star power level, such elemental confrontations had limited effectiveness. Han Yue pondered for a moment, then her eyes lit up. Why don't you try copying my star power condensation ability? Can that ability counter fire? Fang Yuan was unfamiliar with the function of star power condensation. It was a hereditary power unique to the Han family, with about a third of the family members awakening to it. Over generations, it had been developed to a highly advanced level. As a family secret, outsiders had little access to related information. Rather than countering, it's more about defense, Han Yue explained patiently. Star power condensation creates a thin protective layer of star power on the surface of the body, which can temporarily block fire. As long as you're not trapped in flames for an extended period, this defense should suffice. All right, let me try copying it. As Fang Yuan spoke, he quietly took her hand under the table. During the copying process, he could distinctly sense two different abilities within the feedback of her star power static control and star power condensation. Since his mimicry ability could only copy one power at a time, he decisively chose star power condensation. Moments later, the star power condensation mimicry attribute appeared in the ability section of his status panel. Han Yue's ears turned slightly red, and she asked softly, "Did it work?" The moment Fang Yuan nodded to confirm, she quickly pulled her hand back. Principal Fang Zhongxin of Donghai No. 1 High School and Wei Hailong stepped into the command room of the D3 Combat Training Arena. Situated on the top floor of the main building, the room offered a panoramic view of the entire training ground through its floor-to-ceiling windows. A tall, lean old man in a naval overcoat stood motionless before the expansive glass. Behind him, an array of 125 surveillance screens covered the wall, meticulously monitoring every corner of the training arena. A few of the screens displayed infrared thermal imaging. The 3 shining stars on the man's shoulder epaulette signified his rank as an admiral. "General, the principal has arrived," Wei Hailong announced as he entered, snapping to attention with a crisp salute. The admiral turned and gestured toward the chairs in invitation. Fang Zhongxin nodded politely and took a seat, handing over a folder he had brought with him. "This contains the profiles of the top 3 teams from the latest combat assessment." As the admiral opened the folder, Fang continued, "The 3 tactical teams are led by Li Weilian, Fang Yuan, and Xiao Ziyu. Although Xiao Ziyu's team was eliminated, they were the strongest in Group B. Their elimination might have been due to unforeseen factor. The Navy needs warriors who can win, no matter the circumstances," the admiral interrupted, his voice calm but cutting. "On the global battlefield, the enemy won't hand you a second chance. Any unexpected factors are no excuse." With that, he removed Xiao Ziyu's team's profile from the folder and set it aside. Fang Zhongxin refrained from further comment. The admiral clearly had no patience for unnecessary words. Fang signaled Wei Hailong to proceed with the briefing. Wei Hailong stood at attention and addressed Fang Zhongxin. "Principal, this combat assessment is part of the Dragon Creation Project, classified at Level A." Fang Zhongxin tensed at the mention of the project. As the principal of a highly esteemed high school in Donghai City, he had never been involved in such high-level military plans. The name Dragon Creation Project puzzled him in the surface. It seemed to imply the creation of a dragon, but that was obviously absurd. Sensing Fang's confusion, the admiral's tone lightened slightly. "Curious about what kind of dragon the Navy plans to create?" "No, I don't need to know," Fang hurriedly replied, shaking his head. "It's fine. The project codename isn't classified," the admiral said evenly. "As the name suggests, we are indeed creating a dragon." "A dragon?" Fang asked, still baffled. While the idea of the military engineering a biological war creature wasn't entirely inconceivable, such a project seemed completely unrelated to Donghai No. 1 High School. The admiral's lips curved into a faint smile as his sharp, hawk-like eyes bore into Fang. "Yes, a dragon. Red dragon." Those 2 words sparked sudden clarity in Fang Zhongxin's mind. The red dragon wasn't a literal mythical creature, but rather the title of a renowned, awakened warrior, the strongest super soldier in the Northern Hemisphere. The Dragon Creation Project's true purpose was clearly to cultivate a warrior capable of rivaling the red dragon. As for why the military was launching such an ambitious initiative, Fang dared not speculate. The reasons behind it likely involved sensitive and perilous matters, though several possibilities crossed his mind. "What role do you need me to play?" he asked cautiously. The admiral continued leafing through the profiles and gestured for Wei Hailong to answer. "This combat assessment is just one phase of the Dragon Creation Project," Wei Hailong explained. "The project encompasses 2,000 universities and 12,000 high schools nationwide. Donghai No. 1 High School, as one of the city's top schools, is a key focus. So this assessment is about selecting candidates for the program?" Fang asked. "Exactly. Over the next month, the D1 through D4 combat training arenas in the Donghai region will conduct assessments for 200 high schools in the area. From these, a short list of candidates for the Dragon Creation Project will be compiled." Fang Zhongxin found this approach unusual. While the project's significance was clear, conducting assessments across 12,000 high schools seemed like an overly broad initial screening. He couldn't help but wonder why an admiral would personally oversee such efforts. However, he refrained from directly questioning it and instead framed his thoughts diplomatically. "General, while there may be promising candidates in high schools, wouldn't it be more efficient to select from within the military? The military holds annual combat drills, and the top performers have already been added to the candidate pool," Wei Hailong replied. Fang Zhongxin exhaled slightly, feeling reassured. Searching for candidates in schools did seem like finding a needle in a haystack. The admiral glanced at Fang. "You think a dragon can't come from a high school, don't you?" "No, not at all. I just believe military-trained super soldiers have greater potential," Fang replied cautiously. "Actually, the last dragon out of the 5 individuals who made up the team only one had a military background," the admiral revealed, sharing a little-known fact. 5 individuals? Fang echoed, puzzled. The admiral's smile deepened. carrying a hint of mystery. That's right, 5. Did you think the Red Dragon's legendary status was achieved by a single person? Comprehension dawned on Fang Yuan. To the general public, the name Red Dragon conjured the image of one unparalleled warrior. But to military experts, the Red Dragon was inseparable from the elite 5-member team that supported him. Each member was indispensable. The absence of any one would have crippled the whole. The Dragon Creation Project isn't about creating one person, the Admiral said with deliberate emphasis. It's about creating a team of Fivia team that is the Dragon. Now do you understand? Fang Yuan, standing from the perspective of a principal, aimed to balance the first-level combat readiness plan issued by the war zone with the current project. Cautiously, he inquired of the senior naval officer. Won't the two conflict with each other? The senior officer, still flipping through the documents without lifting his head, replied calmly, they won't. The two can proceed simultaneously and even complement each other. Fang Yuan hesitated for a moment before asking again, there's one more thing I don't quite understand. May I ask? He carefully observed the dignified naval officer. Ask. The officer responded curtly. Even if the Dragon Creation Project is initiated, it should still be in its early stages. Your personal supervision at this point makes me feel a bit uneasy. Fang Yuan expressed his concern. The senior officer paused his reading, his gaze deep as he looked at Fang Yuan. In times of chaos, heroes emerge. Spatial rifts are indeed a calamity for humanity, but every time a rift appears near the outskirts of a city, powerful awakened individuals often rise to the occasion. His fingers lingered on a particular document as he continued. Right now, Donghai City is at a critical turning point. Perhaps the key to the Dragon Creation Project lies here. Fang Yuan nodded thoughtfully. It makes sense that when spatial rifts appear, the probability of awakening increases. Before a rift fully forms, stellar energy seeps through, causing fluctuations that heighten the chances of human awakening and biological mutations. With more awakenings, the likelihood of super soldiers appearing naturally increases. He paused, then cautiously added, still, this reasoning alone doesn't quite seem sufficient to warrant your personal involvement, does it? The senior officer's tone turned stern. Any other reasons are not for you to question. Realizing he had overstepped, Fang Yuan quickly shifted focus. What should I do then? Tell me about these 10 individuals, the officer said, continuing to review the documents. Fang Yuan began reporting on the two teams. Understood. In Group B, aside from Han Yue, the other 4 members are not very significant. The real potential lies in Group A, where all 5 members show great promise, especially Li Weilia. Not very significant, the officer interrupted him. Yes, the team led by Fang Yuan is quite mediocre, even subpar. Only Han Yue stands out, Fang Yuan explained. The senior officer seemed dissatisfied with this assessment and gave a direct order, bring in the teachers who know these 10 students best. Fang Yuan was momentarily stunned, but dared not question further. He immediately left to summon the homeroom teachers of the 2 classes. Meanwhile, in Group A's lounge on the 2nd floor, a black-suited bodyguard knocked on the door and entered, addressing Li Weilian with respect. Young master, the boss wishes to see you. Li Weilian looked slightly surprised. He's here? Yes, the boss is waiting for you in the next lounge, the bodyguard said, leading Li Weilian to the adjacent room before stepping out and closing the door. Inside the lounge, a middle-aged man in a tailored suit, exuding authority, stood by the floor-to-ceiling window. Li Weilian greeted him respectfully. Father, what brings you here? I thought this was just a minor assessment, not worth your attention. The man turned, his tone serious. I came here personally because this is no minor assessment. I need you to take first place and shine as the brightest star in this test. Li Weilian's confidence was unwavering. No need for reminders, father. I'll undoubtedly claim the top spot and outshine everyone else. Is that so? Because I hear you're already trailing behind by dozens of points. The man's voice carried a note of displeasure. Li Weilian clenched his fists, anger flickering in his eyes. That was an accident. This afternoon, I'll ensure those second-rate participants understand what it means to face a future superpower. I don't care how you do it. I only care about results. You must win this test. The man's voice was firm. I understand. I will win, Li Weilian assured. The man's tone grew even harsher. You don't understand. You don't realize the significance of this test. I need you to demonstrate overwhelming power and defeat your opponents. Sensing something unusual, Li Weilian hesitated. Father, has something happened? Is there more to this test than it seems? You don't need to know the details. All that matters is that you win, the man replied as he handed Li Weilian a box. Inside is Davis's stellar energy amplifier. Use it to secure your victory in the most spectacular way. Opening the box, Li Weilian found a ring-shaped device and frowned. Weapons are prohibited in this test. This is just a ring. I don't care how you win, as long as you do. Even without this, I can guarantee 100% victory. I don't want 100%. I want 1,000%, the man said sternly. Understood, Li Weilian conceded, placing the Davis stellar energy amplifier on his left index finger. Meanwhile, in Group B's lounge, Nero Wan and Eve were sprawled out on separate couches, sound asleep. Yi Zhiyu leaned by the window, gazing outside with a mix of excitement and nervousness. He couldn't stop replaying the morning's team assessment in his mind. It was the most fulfilling moment of his life. For the first time, he'd been a key offensive player on a team. The thrill of landing perfect shots still made his fingers itch with anticipation. What thrilled him even more was the chance to challenge Li Weilian's elite team. As a student in the same class as Li Weilian, Yi Zhiyu had always been an average performer in martial arts, never earning so much as a glance from him. But now, he was about to face Li Weilian's team in the afternoon. The mix of excitement, anxiety, and a hint of fear was almost overwhelming. Elsewhere, Fang Yuan and Han Yue were experimenting with the application of stellar energy shaping, an inherited ability unique to Han Yue's family. About 1/3 of her family members awakened this ability, and generations of effort had honed its techniques to the pinnacle. Though little was known about it outside the family, rumors suggested it ranked among the top 10 existing abilities. Considering there were over 500 million awakened individuals globally, a top 10 ranking underscored its immense power. In the ranking of supernatural abilities, Starforce Shaping is often listed as one of the top 10 most powerful abilities. However, not everyone who awakens this ability becomes a super powerful individual. These rankings are typically based on the potential upper limit of the ability, rather than the average level of those who awaken it. 30 years ago, a catastrophic event showcased the immense power of Starforce Shaping. A massive spatial rift appeared in outer space, impervious to conventional weapons. From the rift emerged cosmic star beasts, threatening 1/3 of Earth's landmass. In a moment of crisis, a superpowered individual with mastery over Starforce Shaping stepped forward. Harnessing the power of the stars, he shaped a colossal starship and rammed it into the rift, successfully destroying it. This heroic act catapulted Starforce Shaping to fame, securing its place at the forefront of many ability rankings. Unfortunately, no such remarkable feats have been recorded since. This highlights the fact that while the rankings are based on the potential of an ability, not every awakened individual can reach such heights. Han Yue patiently explained to Fang Yuan. The basic application of Starforce Shaping is to create a protective layer of Starforce on the surface of the body. This requires a significant amount of mental control. She extended her palm, demonstrating by covering it with a faint blue layer of Starforce that shimmered with a mesmerizing glow. Your first attempt might not succeed, but don't get discouraged, Han Yue added, her tone encouraging. Fang Yuan smiled and nodded before releasing his Starforce to give it a try. He began by gathering a small cluster of Starforce in his palm, then carefully flattened and spread it out until it successfully covered his entire hand. Huh, you got it right on the first try? Han Yue asked in surprise. Is your mental attribute really that high? Fang Yuan didn't answer immediately. Instead, he picked up a dagger and cautiously ran it across his palm. The sharp blade met the Starforce layer, producing a line of faint blue sparks, but it failed to penetrate or harm his skin. Standing up, Fang Yuan suddenly swung a punch at the wall. With a loud bang, a clear imprint of his fist appeared on the surface, sending bits of debris scattering to the ground. The noise startled a nearby sleeping meatball-shaped pet, which leapt up in alarm, glanced around nervously, and, seeing no danger, lazily flopped back down. Your learning speed is almost unbelievable, Han Yue marveled. Even I, as the original wielder of this ability, am a little envious. Fang Yuan mused thoughtfully. It doesn't seem like I'm mastering Starforce Shaping quickly, it's more that I have a strong grasp of my replication ability. Lately, I've copied a lot of abilities, and each one feels easier to adapt to. After a moment of contemplation, he seemed to come to a realization. I think I understand now. Superpower mimicry, while described as a replication ability, is actually a simulation ability. The abilities I copy appear on my attribute panel as Starforce Shaping Mimicry, always with the word mimicry attached. This indicates that the copied abilities are inherently different from the originals. In simple terms, the energy of Starforce Shaping Mimicry is still fundamentally superpower mimicry energy, merely simulated to produce the effects of Starforce Shaping. As my control over superpower mimicry improves, it naturally becomes easier to adapt to the energy forms of the abilities I simulate. Han Yue listened with a slightly dazed expression, eventually raising a hand to rub her temples in mild exasperation. Suddenly, Fang Yuan's eyes lit up with inspiration. I wonder if Starforce Shaping could be combined with Thunder Fist. Thunder Fist is incredibly powerful, but overusing it puts a lot of strain on my arm. If I use Starforce Shaping to create a Starforce Gauntlet to protect my arm, it might not only reduce the strain but also enhance the power of Thunder Fist. Excited by the idea, he grabbed Han Yue and led her to the nearby training room. What's going on? Han Yue asked, puzzled. Help me test something. I want to see if Starforce Shaping can work with Thunder Fist. Fang Yuan explained enthusiastically. Intrigued, Han Yue agreed. All right, how do we test it? They'll combine Star Force shaping with Thunder Fist and attack you. You defend and see if the power increases, Fang Yuan explained as he began gathering Star Force. All right, go for it. Star Force shaping has strong defensive capabilities, so don't hold back, Han Yue replied. She crossed her arms in front of her chest, channeling Star Force outward until it enveloped her entire body, forming a dazzling suit of Star Force armor. Here I come, Fang Yuan warned. Ready when you are, Han Yue nodded in response. Fang Yuan swiftly shaped a Star Force gauntlet around his fist. Then, with 18 streams of Star Force surging through him, he unleashed a powerful Thunder Fist directly at Han Yue. Han Yue raised her arms to block. With a deafening boom, the Thunder Fist struck her arms, shattering her Star Force armor and sending her flying backward. Spinning through the air, Han Yue hurtled toward the training room wall. At the last second, she planted her feet against the wall, crouched to absorb the impact, and pushed off with a graceful flip, landing steadily on the ground. She let out a slow breath. How was that punch so powerful? Han Yue asked in astonishment. She had thought her Star Force armor would be sufficient to block the attack, but she had clearly underestimated the force behind it. Fang Yuan, still processing the sensation of the strike, ran a quick mental calculation and replied, I'd estimate the power of Thunder Fist increased by about 20. But I don't think I've hit the limit yet. Not the limit? Han Yue frowned slightly, puzzled. When did you become this strong? Not too bad, right? Haha. Fang Yuan scratched the back of his head with a sheepish laugh. Then, a new idea struck him about another way to combine Star Force shaping with Thunder Fist. Fang Yuan excitedly shared his new idea with Han Yue, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. I want to combine Star Power shaping with Thunder Fist. Maybe it can make Thunder Fist even stronger, he said, unable to hide his eagerness to start experimenting. Han Yue's curiosity was piqued as she asked, What's this new idea? How do you plan to combine Star Power shaping with Star Power martial techniques? Fang Yuan, deep in thought, began explaining, Thunder Fist relies on Star Power bursting within the arm to unleash powerful explosive force. I was thinking, since Star Power shaping can control Star Power to form shapes on the bowed surface, what if we could make the Star Power burst outside the arm instead? Han Yue nodded thoughtfully. From the mechanics of Thunder Fist, that seems possible, she analyzed. The limit of Thunder Fist is 108 bursts of Star Power, and that's because the meridians in a human arm can only handle so much. At 108 bursts, the meridians are fully utilized, and it's impossible for normal humans to surpass that limit. At this point, Fang Yuan had only mastered 36 bursts of Star Power with his Thunder Fist, far from reaching its upper limit. However, Fang Yuan said excitedly, if Star Power can be shaped inside the body and then released outside, it would essentially remove the limitation on the number of Star Power bursts. Han Yue's eyes lit up. That should be doable. In fact, my family has already developed similar applications. For example, Star Power arrows forming Star Power into arrows and shooting them are incredibly powerful. After a moment of contemplation, she added, but your idea of combining this with a martial technique like Thunder Fist is something I haven't seen before. Let's give it a try. Fang Yuan hesitated. Right now? Are you sure you can block it? Han Yue responded confidently, I didn't even use my strongest defense earlier. Don't worry, I can handle it. As she spoke, she crossed her arms in front of her chest, shaping Star Power into a battle armor and forming a protective shield over her hands. All right, here I go, Fang Yuan said, raising his right fist. He began gathering Star Power on the surface of his body, constructing Star Power channels outside his arm, and then punched forward. Boom. The first attempt didn't produce much power, but Fang Yuan was thrilled. It proved his idea was feasible. He continued experimenting, adjusting the structure of the Star Power to increase the strength of his punches. By the fifth attempt, he could match the power of the original Thunder Fist. By the ninth attempt, the power had increased by 30 compared to the original. Fang Yuan didn't stop there. He kept refining the Star Power channels on his bodice surface, searching for an even more powerful configuration. He also experimented with different Star Power shapes, sometimes forming a fierce tiger that roared through the forest with his punch, and other times shaping a dragon, its energy erupting with the roar of a mighty beast. Han Yue blocked each punch, watching in amazement as the Thunder Fist evolved with every strike. She realized Fang Yuan was creating an entirely new Star Power martial technique. Suddenly, one punch hit with extraordinary force. Han Yue let out a surprised cry as the impact sent her flying backward. She flipped through the air a few times before landing, her chest rising and falling as she caught her breath. Fang Yuan snapped out of his focus, apologizing. I got too carried away and didn't consider how hard I was hitting. Are you alright? Han Yue took a deep breath to steady herself. I'm fine. Actually, watching you develop this new Star Power technique has been very enlightening for me. Fang Yuan was thrilled with the new Thunder Fist he had created. It was no longer just Thunder Fist, it was a new star power martial technique built upon its foundation. Although it was still in its early stages and needed further refinement, its power was already 30 greater than the original. The only drawback was that this new technique required star power shaping to function. Without it, the star power released outside the body would dissipate immediately. Their training continued until nearly 2 p.m., when Yi Zhiyu entered the room and announced, "The instructor just informed us, gather in the prep hall in 5 minutes. The finals of the combat assessment are about to begin." Fang Yuan and Han Yue quickly packed up their gear, finished their energy drinks, and headed downstairs to the prep hall. In the prep hall, Fang Yuan's team of 5 was already assembled, waiting for the finals to start. Meanwhile, Li Weilian's team had yet to arrive. Taking advantage of the downtime, Fang Yuan checked his attribute panel. To his surprise, his physique had increased by 1 point, reaching 18. With both strength and agility at their limits, his physique seemed to be improving more quickly. Additionally, the morning's group matches had earned him a substantial amount of rage points. He had scored 292 points, eliminating 146 opponents in total. While a few had surrendered voluntarily, most were defeated in combat. Many of them were understandably upset, especially those who had been aiming for the championship. Fang Yuan had accumulated 680 rage points during the group matches, averaging 5 points per eliminated opponent. Combined with his previous 240 rage points, his total now stood at 920. Considering that his strength and agility were already maxed out, and that his physique had struggled to handle the advanced agility boost earlier, Fang Yuan decided to focus on improving his physique. After careful consideration, he spent 300 rage points to raise his physique to 21, another 300 to increase his strength to 32, and 100 to boost his agility to 36. He kept the remaining 220 rage points for emergencies. After allocating the points, his new attributes were Strength 32, Agility 36, Physique 21, and Spirit 20. In the prep hall, students from 20 different classes gathered in small groups, chatting quietly. As the clock approached 2 p.m., Li Weilian's team finally arrived, strolling into the room. The two teams locked eyes, and the tension in the air was palpable, as if flames of battle were already igniting. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the final showdown was about to begin. The two competing teams had arrived at their designated positions, and the air was thick with tension. Wei Hailong stood at the front of the group and began announcing the rules of the final round. His voice was clear and commanding. The final match will take place on the Group A field. You may use the weapons and equipment purchased this morning, but any weapons seized during the group matches are prohibited. Remaining points can still be used to buy additional equipment. The match will follow capture the flag rules. The target flag is located in an underground cavern at the center of the battlefield. Whoever captures the flag and secures it until the end of the match will be the winner. The match duration is 45 minutes, but if one team is completely eliminated, the match will end early. Wei Hailong's expression turned serious as he continued, "A special reminder. A dangerous rift, star beast resides in the underground cavern. There is a risk of injury or worse during the final. If you find yourself in danger, prioritize your safety and wait for rescue." With Wei Hailong's command, both teams entered the battlefield through the left and right passages respectively. Fang Yuan's team of 5 tacitly chose the right passage and soon arrived in front of the equipment room. Eve got straight to the point, raising a critical question. "We still have a decent amount of points. We should buy one piece of gear for each person. The most important decision is though we get a sniper rifle?" Fang Yuan turned to Yi Zhiyu and asked, "With this model of sniper rifle, how far can you shoot?" Yi Zhiyu replied confidently, "I can hit a target at 800 meters, and within 500 meters, I can guarantee at least 9 rings. As long as it's not windy, there's no issue." Fang Yuan pressed further. "What about in heavy fog?" A glimmer of determination flashed in Yi Zhiyu's eyes. "As long as ghost I can see it, I won't miss." Fang Yuan made a quick decision. "All right, we'll get one sniper rifle first." He handed his ID card to the equipment manager, and soon, a brand new sniper rifle was placed in Yi Zhiyu's hands. With 92 points remaining, Fang Yuan looked around at his teammates for suggestions. Han Yue proposed equipping Beefball with a shield, a suggestion that was immediately accepted. Beefball took the heavy riot shield and couldn't help but grumble, "This thing is really heavy." Still, he rested his chin on the shield, his expression a mix of reluctance and reassurance. Han Yue continued, "With the remaining 70 points, how about we get 3 pieces of armor and 1 melee weapon?" "I don't need armor, just give me a bow." Fang Yuan nodded in agreement and handed her a compound bow. Beefball stared longingly at Fang Yuan's pistols and asked eagerly, "What about the 2 old pistols? Can I have one?" However, Fang Yuan handed one of the pistols to Yi Zhiyu instead. Beefball protested, "He already has a sniper rifle. Why does he need a pistol? I don't even have a weapon yet." Eve lightly smacked the back of Beefball's head and explained, "What's the point of giving it to you? In the fog, Yi Zhiyu can hit targets 50 meters away. How far can you shoot?" Still dissatisfied, Beefball continued to eye Zeus' weapons enviously. Eve sighed and said with exasperation, "Your job is to block bullets, remember? What do you need a gun for?" Fang Yuan asked provocatively, his eyes gleaming with mischief. He was deliberately trying to provoke Nairuin, hoping to squeeze out a few more anger points. However, to his surprise, Nairuin remained completely unfazed this time, showing no trace of anger. He merely responded nonchalantly. Seeing this, Eve decisively suggested, "Why don't we take a vote? Those in favor of giving the handgun to Yi Zhiyu, raise your hand." As soon as she finished speaking, Fang Yuan, Han Yue, and Eve all raised their hands high. Eve turned to Nairuin with a victorious smirk. "Even if Yi Zhiyu abstains, it's still 3-1. Do you have any objections?" Nairuin shrugged and grinned. "None at all. You're the bosses. Your word is law. I've already given up. Lead the way, masters. I'm just here for the ride." The remaining 60 points were used to purchase 3 bulletproof vests, which were handed to Yi Zhiyu, Nairuin, and Eve. With their weapons and gear ready, the 5-person team filed through the passageway and arrived at the entrance. Just like in the morning, the wall beside the entrance displayed a map of the entire battlefield. However, the terrain of the group battlefield was entirely different from that of the group. Han Yue studied the map closely, her brow furrowing. The group battlefield is a valley terrain, also a square area of 3 kilometers by 3 kilometers. There are trees, but they're not dense. A small river runs through the valley from west to east, with numerous branches spreading across most of the area. On the western side, there are several peaks, though they're more like hills. This terrain is very different from group and puts us at a disadvantage. Fang Yuan quickly analyzed the situation. That's true. However, the river's wide coverage could actually work in our favor for creating fog. His words brought some relief to the team. Just then, a broadcast echoed through the passage. "The match will begin in 3 minutes. All 4 pairs of eyes turned to Fang Yuan, waiting for his tactical plan. He began his analysis. This match's objective is to capture the flag. The flag is hidden in an underground cavern at the center of the map, guarded by a rift star beast. Knowing Li Weilian's personality, I'm certain their team will head straight for the flag." He paused briefly before continuing. "So, we'll take advantage of this. First, we'll create fog to obscure the battlefield. Once the fog sets in, we'll begin our operation." The massive gate at the battlefield entrance slowly creaked open, and a 5-person team charged into the western side of the valley like arrows loosed from a bow. Fang Yuan's eyes were sharp as a blade as he pointed north. "Stick to the plan. You head north and create a foggy environment. I'll scout the enemy's movements." Han Yue frowned slightly. "Be careful." Fang Yuan flashed an "okay" gesture before splitting off from the group, sprinting eastward. Inside the valley, towering trees stretched toward the sky, their dappled shadows dancing under the sunlight. Fang Yuan moved like a phantom through the shade of the trees, slowing his pace as he neared the central zone. He advanced cautiously, slipping between cover while his hawk-like gaze scanned the surroundings. The rules of the match were simple. The flag inside the cave was the key to victory. Fang Yuan quickly located an entrance and pressed himself against the rock wall as he slipped inside. After about 10 meters, the narrow path opened up into a vast underground cavern, 30 meters in diameter and 10 meters high. At the center stood the target of contention, the battle flag. Fang Yuan refrained from acting rashly. Wei Hailong's warning echoed in his mind. The cave was guarded by rift star beasts. These creatures were powerful enough to annihilate an army. While the test version wouldn't be as formidable, it would still require the combined efforts of a full team to defeat. Surveying the area, Fang Yuan neither saw any trace of the star beast nor detected any suspicious signs of stealth abilities. He immediately activated his star force, his sharp eyes scanning the cavern once more. This time, he caught sight of several attribute panels near the eastern entrance. Fang Yuan quickly retreated into the shadows. Moments later, Li Weilian's 5-person team swaggered into the cavern, showing no regard for the potential threat of a star beast. "Grab the flag, then crush those weaklings," Li Weilian commanded. Wu Kuei stepped forward boldly in response. Just then, a thunderous roar erupted from above. Everyone looked up to see a massive creature covered in glimmering purple crystalline scales emerge from an upper-level opening. Was none other than the crystal-armored lion-tiger beast mentioned in their textbooks. The star beast measured 3 meters in length, stood 1.5 meters tall, and its shoulder height matched that of a human when on all fours. Its entire body was encased in reflective purple crystal armor, exuding an awe-inspiring presence. Fang Yuan quickly initiated his ability to analyze its data. Species: crystal-armored lion-tiger beast. Star force level: LV.3. Attributes: strength 36, agility 37, constitution 37, spirit 30. Special ability: crystal flame claws. The sheer power of its attributes made Fang Yuan swallow hard. This star beast's strength and agility were near the peak of LV.3, and its constitution was even more impressive. To make matters worse, its impenetrable purple crystal armor rendered conventional weapons useless. Roar! The crystal-armored lion-tiger beast leaped down, roaring in defiance at Li Weilian's team. Stick to the plan and take it down, Li Weilian ordered calmly. His teammates quickly spread out into an attack formation. Wu Kuei raised his shield and stepped forward as bait. The enraged star beast swiped with its massive claw. Bang! The shield trembled violently, forcing Wu Kuei back several steps. Seizing the opportunity, the other three launched a coordinated assault. Though their attacks were fierce, the crystal-armored lion-tiger beast's defense was formidable. Such strikes were far from enough to deal a fatal blow. The battle reached a stalemate, with both sides locked in a relentless struggle, neither able to overpower the other. Captain, this is taking too long. Wu Kuei's voice was laced with exhaustion. His arm had gone numb from repeatedly fending off the attacks of the crystal-armored lion-tiger beast. Although his shield could withstand the beast's claws, every strike sent a wave of immense pressure through him. Li Weilian scanned the surroundings, quickly assessing the situation. It seems you guys can't handle this star beast on your own. Step aside. Before the words had fully left his mouth, flames ignited in Li Weilian's palm. In a flash, he launched himself toward the crystal-armored lion-tiger beast like an arrow released from a bow. With a fiery strike to the beast's abdomen, a resounding boom echoed as the flames exploded, engulfing the creature in a blazing inferno. The beast let out an ear-splitting roar of fury and immediately counterattacked. Its astonishing speed, fueled by its 37 agility points, left Li Weilian barely enough time to react. But he was ready. He swiftly retreated in Wu Kuei's direction. Wu Kuei reacted quickly, raising his shield to meet the attack. Bang! The beast's sharp claws slammed into the riot shield, leaving a deep gash. The force of the blow sent Wu Kuei flying backward. The other three team members jumped into the fray without hesitation, and the intense battle between the 5 humans and the beast erupted in the confined space. Fists clashed, claws swiped, and the tension reached a fever pitch. Fang Yuan observed from the shadows, glancing at his watch. 5 minutes had already passed. He knew Eve's fog-weather ability should be taking effect by now, and the dense mist would soon spread through the area. Li Weilian's team was locked in an all-out struggle with the crystal-armored lion-tiger beast, and Fang Yuan estimated they would need no more than another 5 minutes to finish the fight. Suddenly, he made a bold decision. Stepping out from his hiding spot, Fang Yuan walked directly toward the battle flag. Just as he was about to grab it, a sharp voice rang out. It was Yi Mingfeng from Li Weilian's team. Captain, someone's going for the flag. Yi Mingfeng's shout made everyone turn their heads. Fang Yuan smiled and waved at them. You guys keep fighting. I'll just hold on to this for you. No need to thank Maybe Bai. With that, he yanked the battle flag from the ground and sprinted toward the cave's exit. Damn it! The 5 members of Li Weilian's team were instantly furious. After all their effort battling the star beast, they could only watch helplessly as someone else casually snatched the flag. The rage they felt was beyond words. Fang Yuan could feel their anger levels skyrocketing, with notifications of 30 flashing rapidly in his mind. Initially, he had planned to grab the flag and make a swift escape, but seeing the anger points piling up, he changed his mind. He decided to stick around a little longer and harvest even more anger points. Fang Yuan pointed at the furious crystal-armored lion-tiger beast and reminded the others to stay focused. Why are you all staring at me? The star beast is charging. Hurry up and attack it. Li Weilian's expression turned cold, and a flicker of killing intent flashed in his eyes. He ordered in a chilling tone, "Take him down first." Wu Kuei's face changed drastically upon hearing this, and he spoke with a hint of panic in his voice. What about the star beast? You hold it off, Li Weilian replied dismissively. He'll deal with this piece of trash first, then come back for the beast. With that, he led Yi Mingfeng and 3 other teammates to encircle Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan, carrying the battle flag, kept a cautious distance from them. He grinned provocatively. I suggest you deal with the star beast first. Otherwise, if I team up with it, you might all get wiped out. With just you? Li Weilian sneered with disdain. At this moment, Fang Yuan quickly analyzed the situation. The crystal-armored lion-tiger beast had a strength of 36 and agility of 37, already at the limits of a level 3 awakener. Meanwhile, the star energy levels of Li Weilian's team members were only at level 2. To them, the star beast was a boss-level threat that required all 5 of them working together to defeat. Fang Yuan's stats were equally remarkable. Strength 32, agility 36, nearly on par with the star beast. If not for his star energy being only at level 1, he could have been considered a boss-level fighter himself. Fang Yuan thought to himself that if the crystal-armored lion-tiger beast could actually follow his commands, he'd gladly wipe out Li Weilian's team right here. Of course, that was just a joke. There was no way a star beast would team up with a human. Li Weilian snorted coldly and suddenly launched himself at Fang Yuan at top speed. Fang Yuan smirked. hoisted the battle flag, and took off running. With 36 points in agility, his speed was far beyond what a level 2 awakener with a maximum of 29 points could match. Seeing Fang Yuan's astonishing speed, Li Weilian's expression darkened. He immediately activated his star slot ability, Flamehawk's power, which boosted his strength, agility, and mental attributes by 10. Even so, he still couldn't catch up to Fang Yuan, and his frustration deepened. Meanwhile, Wu Kuei was struggling alone against the crystal-armored lion-tiger beast, being battered left and right. His shield was covered in deep claw marks, and he looked utterly miserable. He let out a desperate cry. If this keeps up, I won't last much longer. Li Weilian's face grew even grimmer. Pointing at Fang Yuan, he shouted, Yi Mingfeng, cut him off. Yi Mingfeng, a wind controller, raised his hand and activated his wind speed ability, dashing forward. With the help of his power, his speed gradually began to close the gap with Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan glanced back in mild surprise and checked Yi Mingfeng's stats. His agility was still 29, unchanged, but his running speed had surpassed Fang Yuan's 36 agility. After careful observation, Fang Yuan discovered the reason. Yi Mingfeng's wind-controlling ability didn't directly enhance agility but instead boosted his movement speed. A gust of wind surrounded him, propelling him forward and increasing his speed by roughly 30. Stop running. No one escapes my interception. Yi Mingfeng shouted confidently as he accelerated. Fang Yuan, now on the verge of being caught, remained completely calm. Earlier, when he had grabbed the flag and provoked the 5 opponents, he had gained 150 rage points, bringing his total to 370. He had been saving these points for a critical moment to boost his stats. Without hesitation, Fang Yuan spent 300 rage points to increase his agility to 39. This value far exceeded the limits of a level 1 awakener, and even surpassed the maximum for level 3. His speed surged dramatically. Glancing back at Yi Mingfeng, Fang Yuan gave him a mysterious smile. Want to know a secret? Yi Mingfeng stammered, caught off guard. Fang Yuan deliberately slowed down, leaned in close and whispered, when it comes to speed, you're just a rookie. Yi Mingfeng's face darkened, and he reached out to grab Fang Yuan, but Fang Yuan suddenly accelerated, leaving him far behind. Yi Mingfeng was so furious he could barely contain himself. System notification, 30 rage points. Watching his rage points steadily increase, Fang Yuan felt delighted. The two of them were moving so fast that they quickly left Li Weilian and the others far behind. Li Weilian's eyes grew cold as he barked an order to the team's sniper, Zhua Anpeng. Stop chasing. Shoot him down. Zhua Anpeng immediately knelt down, raised his rifle, loaded a round, disengaged the safety, and adjusted the scope to aim at Fang Yuan. However, in his sights, he could only see Yi Mingfeng's back. Fang Yuan was completely obscured. To make matters worse, in the few seconds it took to set up, Fang Yuan had already run 600 meters away. While the sniper rifle had a range of up to 800 meters, that was only for stationary targets. Hitting such a fast-moving target was far more difficult. I can't shoot. They'll hit Yi Mingfeng instead, Zhua Anpeng said helplessly as he lowered the rifle. At the same time, Wu Kuei's cries grew increasingly desperate. Wu Kuei's about to go down. Zhua Anpeng called out urgently. Then tell him to get out of there. What's the point of staying in the cave? The flag's already gone, so why bother with the star beast? Li Weilian roared angrily, ordering the team to continue pursuing Fang Yuan. Wu Kuei, battered and bruised, stumbled out of the underground cave. He ran over a kilometer before the crystal-armored lion-tiger beast stopped chasing him. He barely had time to catch his breath when Li Weilian led his team in close pursuit of Fang Yuan. Li Weilian's cold voice echoed through the valley. Be ready at all times. Take the shot and kill Fang Yuan the moment you get the chance. Fang Yuan weaved through the valley with ease, as if strolling in his own backyard. When the time was right, he stopped by the riverbank, turned around, and faced the 5 men. Run then. Fang Yuan taunted. Why have you stopped? The training field isn't that big. Let's see where exactly you think you can run to. Li Weilian's face twisted with anger, his muscles twitching uncontrollably. Zhua Anpeng raised his sniper rifle again, aiming directly at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan waved dismissively, a smirk on his face. Don't bother aiming. You won't hit me. Zhua Anpeng replied confidently, you must not know what my ability is. While other snipers' range is 800 meters, mine is 1,200. Hawkeye, huh? Fang Yuan sneered. So what? Before he finished speaking, a thick fog began to surge from the forest behind him, spreading like a tidal wave. Fang Yuan's figure gradually disappeared into the mist, leaving only a mocking smile. Go ahead, shoot. If you so much as graze me, I'll admit defeat. Zhua Anpeng's expression darkened as his sniper scope filled with nothing but haze. Fang Yuan's silhouette had already vanished. From within the mist, Fang Yuan's voice rang out. I've taken the flag. If you want it, come in and get it. If you don't dare, then just accept your loss. He gained 30 anger points from Zhua Anpeng. Li Welian's face turned grim. He let out a cold snort and said, "Do you really think you can just hide in this fog and not come out? They'll show you what true power looks like." He turned to Yi Mingfeng. "Are you ready?" "Always." Yi Mingfeng nodded firmly. "Fang Yuan, open your eyes and watch closely." Li Weilian shouted. He raised his hand, summoning a blazing flame that surged upward, forming a fiery cloud. Yi Mingfeng followed suit, lifting his palm and aiming at the fire cloud. With a loud cry, he unleashed his ability. In an instant, a fierce gale roared to life, sweeping the flames into a terrifying fire tornado that barreled toward the mist-covered forest. It was a flawless combination of wind and fire abilities, with devastating power. In the blink of an eye, the entire foggy forest was consumed. Towering trees ignited in an instant, and flames roared skyward. The entire forest turned into a scene of hell, engulfed by merciless tongues of fire. The final round of the practical assessment had just begun when a black Volkswagen Phaeton and a silver-gray Audi Q7 slowly drove through the gates of the D3 training ground. As the convoy came to a halt, Wang Hongjun was the first to step out of the Phaeton, a hearty smile lighting up his face. He waved toward the vehicles behind him, calling out, "Come on, old friends, get out of the car. Our former commander has come to Donghai City and said he wanted to see his old comrades. So, of course, I gathered everyone here." Moments later, a slightly portly middle-aged man climbed out of the Audi, adjusting his suit as he grumbled, "This is all so sudden. If you'd told us 2 days in advance, we could have prepared better." Wang Hongjun waved dismissively and explained, "There's nothing to prepare. The commander came on short notice and has to leave early tomorrow. It just so happens that Lao Feng's son is here for a practical assessment and has made it to the finals. I thought, why not gather everyone to watch the kid compete? Feng's boy has really made a name for himself." Several old comrades chimed in, praising Fang Xinghua. Wang Hongjun turned and opened the back door, asking with concern, "Sister-in-law, are you feeling carsick?" "I'm fine. The ride was smooth," Li Shuhua replied, shaking her head as she stepped out of the car and took a deep breath of fresh air. "How about Xiaoju?" Wang Hongjun leaned into the car to check. Fang Xiaoju hopped out energetically, looking around as she exclaimed, "I'm perfectly fine. I never get carsick. Where's my brother?" Fang Xinghua was the last to step out. He greeted the old comrades from the other vehicle warmly. Despite living in the same city, life often kept everyone busy, and it was rare for these former amphibious operation unit comrades to gather. This time, Wang Hongjun had seized the opportunity to bring everyone together in honor of Commander Luo De's visit to Donghai City. Fang Xinghua had originally planned to come alone, but when his daughter insisted on cheering for her brother and his son reached the finals, the entire family decided to join. Wei Hailong emerged briskly from the preparation hall, saluted Wang Hongjun and the others, and then led them to the top floor of the main building to meet Commander Luo De. 7 of the old comrades were in attendance. The 7 men entered the command room in single file and stood at attention, saluting the commander in unison. Though the years had left their marks on them and some had developed a fuller physique, the aura of military discipline still radiated from their upright postures. Commander Luo De stepped forward, motioning for them to relax. "Well done. After all these years, you all still carry yourselves with such vigor. No need to be so formal, take it easy." But Fang Zhengguo's heart was far from calm. Among those present, he alone carried a secret. During the mission involving the Triangular Star Corps, his old team leader had confided in him and Lao Shao about the presence of a traitor, high-ranking one. When their teams were ambushed by the Spear of God, communication with the command center aboard the rear destroyer had been inexplicably cut off. At that time, Commander Luo De had been aboard the destroyer as a mid-ranking officer, along with 2 other officers of similar rank. The traitor's identity had never been confirmed. Now, years later, Fang Zhenghua was the only one privy to that knowledge. Seeing Commander Luo De again stirred a mix of emotions. He respected the man and hoped to believe in his innocence, but for the safety of his family, he dared not jump to conclusions. "Please, have a seat," Commander Luo De invited, gesturing to the chairs. His gaze swept across the group before settling on Fang Zhenghua. He smiled and remarked, "You've raised a fine son." Fang Zhenghua quickly replied modestly, "Not at all. It's all thanks to the nation's support." "Where's my brother?" Fang Xiaoju asked, tilting her head up. "Uncle Wang said I'd see him, so I came." Commander Luo De chuckled warmly and pointed to the floor-to-ceiling windows. "He's competing over there." Fang Xiaoju immediately ran to the window and pressed her face against the glass, trying to spot her brother. Li Shuhua followed closely, worried about her daughter's behavior. "There's a fire over there. My brother isn't in it, is he?" Fang Xiaoju exclaimed, pointing toward the D3 battlefield, where a massive fire tornado was raging, consuming a large swath of forest. Li Shuhua, alarmed by the sight, asked anxiously, "Isn't this just an assessment? Why is it so intense?" Wei Hailong reassured her, Don't worry. The D3 training ground's safety measures are top-notch. When can I see my brother? Fang Xiaozhu asked again. Wei Hailong pointed to the 125 screens on the wall and explained, "You'll see him on these screens soon." The screens displayed a mix of fixed and aerial footage. Due to the mist in the forest, ordinary cameras couldn't capture much. Only drones equipped with infrared thermal imaging could detect heat signatures. However, the high temperatures from the fire tornado interfered with the images, making it difficult to identify specific individuals. Meanwhile, Li Weilian's team was outside the mist, and the screens clearly showed the 5 members of his squad. One of the old comrades recognized Li Weilian and remarked, "Isn't that the young master of Dingjian Group? I heard his family wields considerable influence." Dingjian Group? Huh? That's impressive, others agreed, nodding in acknowledgement. I heard that in Donghai City, it's one of the top technology companies, an old comrade exclaimed, his eyes shining with admiration. Wang Hongjun, upon hearing his colleague praise Li Weilian's family background, couldn't help but interject. His family started as the Asia-Pacific agent for Davis Technology. They're still somewhat lacking when it comes to actual research and development. He paused, then turned to Fang Jinghua. Fang Yuan isn't in his team, right? Does that mean they're opponents in this assessment? Hearing this, the other old comrades seemed to come to a realization. They remembered that old Fang's son was competing and felt it was only right to support their own. The conversation quickly shifted, and the group began nitpicking about Li Weilian. "Don't worry, old Fang," one of the comrades said, patting Fang Zhenghua on the shoulder. "I heard from old Wang that your son is incredibly talented at even mastered Thunder Fist, which is practically your team's signature move." Fang Zhenghua waved his hand humbly, saying, "Oh no, that kid just got lucky." Yet the pride on his face was unmistakable. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, the situation took a dramatic turn. Just as Fang Yuan disappeared into the mist, a massive fire tornado roared through, instantly turning the forest into a sea of flames. The combination of wind and fire abilities amplified the destruction to an extraordinary level. Fang Yuan's heartbeat quickened as he dashed toward the rendezvous point. Spotting Han Yue and the other 4 team members, he shouted at the top of his lungs, "Run! There's a fire!" The 5-member team sprang into action, retreating swiftly along the river to escape the flames. However, the fire had already spread uncontrollably. Even if Li Weilian stopped releasing flames, the blaze would continue to rage. Worse still, the intense heat quickly evaporated the water vapor, causing the once dense mist to vanish in an instant. Beefball, panting heavily as he lagged at the back of the group, suddenly noticed something unusual on Fang Yuan's shoulder. Curious, he asked, "Fang Yuan, why are you carrying that thing? Isn't it heavy?" Snapping out of his thoughts, Fang Yuan handed the battle flag to Beefball. "Here, you carry it." Beefball, caught off guard, rolled his eyes and asked, "Can't we just throw it away?" "Sure, you can throw it away," Fang Yuan replied with a shrug. "Whoever holds the flag wins anyway, so do whatever you like." Beefball's eyes widened in disbelief. "Wait, this flag is the objective we're fighting for?" The other 3 team members were equally shocked, all exclaiming in unison, "Captain, you got the battle flag on your own?" Fang Yuan replied nonchalantly, "Those 5 idiots were busy fighting the boss. Nobody had time to grab the flag, so I just helped them out." The 4 teammates exchanged astonished glances. Though Fang Yuan made it sound effortless, they knew it was no small feat to snatch the battle flag right under the noses of Li Weilian's elite team. Their eyes sparkled with admiration and excitement, thrilled by this unexpected victory. "How did you manage to bring the flag back?" Niu Wan asked incredulously, his eyes brimming with curiosity and astonishment. "It doesn't make sense. How could Li Weilian's team of monsters possibly let you escape?" Fang Yuan chuckled lightly, exuding an air of confidence. "Simple. Just run faster than them. That's all there is to it." Hearing this, Niu Wan gave a thumbs up, his eyes filled with admiration. "Impressive. My respect for you is as endless as the flowing Yangtze River, and as uncontrollable as the raging floods of the Yellow River." Yi Zhayu frowned slightly, his expression tinged with doubt. "Captain, as far as I know, Yi Mingfeng's ability is wind manipulation. I've seen his speed, it's insane. Are you saying you're even faster than him?" He added, "By the way, he and Li Weilian are my classmates, so I know quite a bit about Yi Mingfeng." Fang Yuan nodded, a hint of admiration in his tone. "He's pretty fast, no doubt about it. Like a gust of wind. I was genuinely impressed at the time. I didn't expect anyone could even eat my dust. Gotta give him some credit for that." He finished his sentence with a thumbs up, mimicking Niu Wan. The group couldn't help but roll their eyes at Fang Yuan's backhanded compliment. Yi Zhiyu's confusion deepened. "But as far as I know, Yi Mingfeng's agility is maxed out at LV.229 points, plus the speed boost from his wind manipulation. Captain, are you seriously faster than that?" Niu Wan immediately chimed in. "Yeah, exactly. Fang Yuan, aren't you just LV.1? How could your speed possibly surpass Yi Mingfeng's?" Fang Yuan put on a serious face. I might just be the strongest LV.1 in history. LV.1 on the surface, but LV.3 in stats. A total game breaker. Carrying the flag on his shoulder, Nyo Ro Wan shifted it to the other side and smirked. Why do I feel like you're just showing off? Yi Zhayu, who hadn't been very familiar with Fang Yuan before, was still curious. Captain, are you really that strong? Eve, who was sucking on a lollipop, chimed in lazily. This morning, the captain single-handedly took out Xiao Ziyu and their team's sharpshooter. Strong or not, don't you already know the answer? Suddenly, Nyo Ro Wan's face twisted into a look of mock despair. Oh no, this means my martial arts ranking is going to drop by 1 spot. Fang Yuan saw through his act and couldn't help but kick him lightly. Who are you trying to fool with that fake look of grief? If you were really upset, you'd be radiating some anger. Nyo Ro Wan laughed sheepishly after getting kicked. As the group bantered, the flames behind them continued to rage, consuming the dense fog in their wake. Eve looked a little disheartened. At this rate, I'm completely useless. My fog is just getting blown away by the fire tornado. Her ability to create fog had been a key reason Fang Yuan had recruited her to the team. Back then, he had simply said, I need your ability. That was all it took for her to join. She hadn't cared about making it to the finals or winning the championship, she just wanted to be useful. During the group match earlier in the day, she'd been satisfied with her performance because her ability had made a difference. But now, with her fog being dispersed by the fire tornado, she felt like she had no value to contribute. Fang Yuan, however, seemed unfazed by the dissipating fog. In fact, he looked pleased. No, your value has already been proven, but the fog's completely gone. Eve protested, still unwilling to accept it. Han Yue gently held her hand and explained patiently, you've already forced Li Weilian to use his fire tornado. That's a huge contribution. Think about it, if you hadn't forced them to use it, they'd still have it ready to attack us. Someone could have gotten hurt. Eve's mood brightened instantly. All right then, if I need to be bait or whatever, I'm fine with it. As long as we win, I don't mind sacrificing a little. The flames began to die down, and the fire stopped spreading. The fog gradually dissipated as well. Han Yue surveyed the surroundings and said, once the fog clears, they'll definitely make their move. What's the plan? Fang Yuan thought for a moment before laying out his strategy. We've got the flag, so we control the pace. No rush. Once the fight starts, our priority is to take out their sharpshooter. Yi Zhayu, be careful. Zhua Anpeng's ability is Eagle Eye, so his range is farther than yours. Yi Zhayu nodded firmly. Got it. I know him well in my class, and his stats are way higher than mine. Fang Yuan patted him on the shoulder reassuringly. Don't stress. For sharpshooters, it all comes down to 1 bullet. Stats don't matter much. Encouraged, Yi Zhayu clenched his fists. All right, they'll find a good hiding spot and get ready to snipe. Fang Yuan wagged a finger. No, they'll pick your hiding spot. He pointed to a bush near the riverbank. Hide in that bush. Yi Zhayu glanced back at the spot. It was decent, but not the best. That bush is okay, but I can find a better location. Fang Yuan shook his head. Trust me. Stay there. After you fire, you can shift positions a little, but don't stray too far. Stay near the river. Though Yi Zhayu didn't fully understand the reasoning, he trusted Fang Yuan after their earlier teamwork. All right. Next, Fang Yuan turned to Han Yue and pointed to a large rock behind the bush. You'll hide behind that rock and keep an eye on the area between Yi Zhayu and the river. Stay focused. If anyone goes after him, take them out immediately. Han Yue nodded solemnly. Got it. Fang Yuan then looked back at Yi Zhayu. The moment you spot someone, shoot. Even if you miss, just reposition slightly and avoid getting sniped by Zhua Anpeng. Understood. Yi Zhayu replied resolutely. Nyo Ro Wan and Eve asked in unison, what about us? Fang Yuan continued assigning roles. Eve, stay near Yi Zhayu for now. Once the fire dies down completely, find a safe spot and create another fog. Eve unwrapped another lollipop and popped it into her mouth, preparing for her next fog deployment. Got it. Nyo Ro Wan pressed again. What about me? Fang Yuan grinned. You're with me. Well, charge straight in. If you can soak up all their sniper bullets, you win. Nyo Ro Wan blinked. So I'm just a bullet magnet? Eve smacked the back of his head. Use your shield, dummy. Nyo Ro Wan shot back, I know. But their sharpshooter's not an idiot. He's not gonna waste all his bullets on me. At that moment, Yi Zhayu suddenly spoke up. They're coming. His ghost eye ability had been monitoring the enemy's movements, and he spotted figures approaching in the distance. Fang Yuan waved his hand decisively. Everyone, get into position as planned. The team scattered, each moving swiftly to their designated spots and hiding in wait. Fang Yuan, get out here. The fog's cleared up. Where do you think you can hide now? Hand over the flag, and I might go easy on you. Li Weilian's voice echoed across the open field, dripping with arrogance and confidence. He led his team of 4, swaggering forward as if victory was already in their grasp. Fang Yuan, calm and unhurried, stepped out carrying the battle flag. He firmly planted it into the dirt on a small hill and taunted, "The flag's right here. Come and take it if you dare." Behind the hill, Niu Wan clutched his riot shield tightly, cautiously peeking out. Fang Yuan sighed and dragged him forward, muttering under his breath, "You've got a shield. If I'm not scared, why are you?" Niu Wan ducked back behind the shield, his voice trembling. "What if this shield can't stop a sniper bullet?" Li Walian's sharp gaze locked onto Fang Yuan, and a cold smirk played on his lips. He turned slightly and gave a curt order to Zhuanpeng, "Take the shot." Zhuanpeng quickly crouched down, raised his sniper rifle and aimed. The crisp sound of the rifle being cocked broke the tense silence. He adjusted the scope, his finger tightening on the trigger. Bang! The bullet tore through the air just as Fang Yuan sidestepped a meter to the left. The bullet whizzed past where he had been standing, kicking up a small puff of dirt. This wasn't a simple dodge. Fang Yuan, leveraging his heightened senses as an awakened high-agility user, had preemptively predicted the bullet's trajectory before it even left the barrel. His eyes stayed locked on Zhuanpeng, reacting in advance. Although risky, the use of training rounds made the adrenaline rush all the more thrilling for him. Zhuanpeng lowered his sniper rifle, frustration evident in his tone. "He's watching me too closely. I can't hit him." Li Walian dismissed the comment, quickly adapting his strategy. "Zhuanpeng, find a better sniping position. Wu Kuei, Yi Mingfeng, Shen Ku, come with me, we'll push forward." Wu Kuei, holding a shield covered in claw marks, led the charge, ready to block any incoming fire. As they advanced to within 300 meters, a sharp gunshot rang out. Bang! The bullet struck Wu Kuei's shield, sparking on impact. "They've got a shooter!" Wu Kuei shouted a warning. Using his eagle eye ability, Zhuanpeng swiftly pinpointed Yi Zhiyu's location. He dropped to the ground, aimed, and fired again. Bang! The bullet hit the underbrush, sending up a small spray of dirt. "Did you hit him?" Li Walian asked urgently. "No," Zhuanpeng replied. "He must have moved, but he's still in that area." Before the words had fully left his mouth, another shot rang out from the brush. Bang! Yi Mingfeng was struck, knocked backward by the impact. He angrily plucked the bullet fragments from his vest and cursed, "That bastard dared to snipe me." Shen Ku sneered, his eyes fixed on the underbrush. "If he's hiding there, he's as good as dead." Li Walian nodded. "Go. Teach him a lesson he won't forget. The rest of you, move up with me." With that, Li Walian led Wu Kuei and Yi Mingfeng in a full sprint toward Fang Yuan. Shen Ku, meanwhile, slipped silently into the river, vanishing from sight. The trio reached the base of the hill. Li Walian raised a hand to halt his teammates. "Stay back. I'll handle this myself." His eyes were icy as flames ignited around his clenched fist. He strode toward Fang Yuan. "I'll give you the courtesy of an unknown fight. That way, you can't complain about being outnumbered when you lose." Fang Yuan grinned. "You're overthinking it. Even if all of you came at me together, you still wouldn't stand a chance. Just you? With that useless ability of yours?" Li Walian's voice was laced with scorn. According to school records, Fang Yuan's ability was iris data, seemingly harmless power that Li Walian deemed utterly worthless. Fang Yuan smirked, a playful glint in his eyes. "If you knew how game-breaking my ability really is, you wouldn't be laughing. Big talk. Let's see how many punches you can take." Li Walian scoffed, launching a flaming punch toward Fang Yuan. With ease, Fang Yuan caught Li Walian's fist midair. A faint layer of blue star energy shimmered over his palm, nullifying the heat of the flames. His grin widened. "Guess what? Han Yue taught me this herself." Fang Yuan grinned slyly, a glint of mischief flashing in his eyes. "Nonsense. Starforce materialization is Yu Wei's family ability." Li Walian was livid, his fists clenched tightly. "What a load of crap," he roared. Fang Yuan's rage points instantly shot up by 30. He replied nonchalantly, "Of course, I learned it through some indescribable means. Do I really need to spell it out for you?" Li Walian's face darkened as he launched another fiery punch, bellowing, "You're asking for it." His rage points surged by another 100. Watching Li Walian's furious outburst, Fang Yuan was secretly delighted and decided to provoke him further. "Why are you so mad? Save some of that anger for later when you lose. You'll need it then. Otherwise, you'll run out of steam." "Huh? You think you and your bunch of losers stand a chance?" Li Walian sneered coldly, a glint of malice in his eyes. "Mark my words, in 10 seconds tops, your team will lose a member." Fang Yuan raised an eyebrow. "You're not talking about Yi Zhiyu, are you?" "That's right. He's done for. My team has an ability you don't know about," Li Walian declared with confidence. "Are you sure about that?" Fang Yuan asked with a playful smirk. "Of course. This ability was acquired just 2 days ago. Aside from me, no one else on my team even knows about it." Li Weilian said decisively. Oh, you mean Shanku absorbing a star slot trait? You really think that's a big secret? Fang Yuan said mockingly. Li Weilian's eyes flickered with surprise. Narrowing them slightly, he asked, how do you know? Fang Yuan pointed to his eyes. What you think is a useless ability has already revealed everything about your team. Li Weilian snorted. Even if you have retinal data abilities, there's no way you'd know Shen Ke's star slot trait. Retinal data abilities are tied to mental attributes, and at your measly LV.1, what could you possibly see? Exactly, I can't see anything. I definitely don't know that Shen Ke's ability is called Deep Water Walker, Fang Yuan said with a sarcastic smile. Li Weilian's gaze hardened, and he retorted. So what? With Shen Ke's strength, he could take down 10 Yi Zeus. Fang Yuan's eyes sparkled with amusement. You're missing someone from your team, aren't you? I've been pretending not to notice. Are you going to pretend you didn't notice that my team is also missing someone? Li Weilian glanced around, and a sinking feeling began to form in his chest. Fang Yuan sneered. I figured you'd send Shanku after Yi Zhayu, so I deliberately had Yi Zhayu fishing by the river. I can't believe you fell for it and sent Shanku straight into a trap. You. Li Weilian's eyes burned with fury, and his rage points jumped another 100. Fang Yuan felt a surge of satisfaction. Meanwhile, 600 meters away by the river, Yi Zhayu lay hidden in the bushes, his finger resting on the trigger, ready to snipe his opponent at any moment. Suddenly, the water erupted as a figure leapt out of the river, hurtling toward Yi Zhayu with lightning speed. A combat knife gleamed in their hand, aiming straight for him. Caught off guard, panic flashed in Yi Zhayu's eyes. He tried to react, but it was too late. As a marksman, being caught at such close range by an assassin-type awakened left him almost defenseless. Just as the blade was about to strike, a Starforce arrow whistled through the air from behind a boulder, heading straight for Shanku midleap. Shun Ke's eyes narrowed as he quickly turned to block the arrow with his combat knife. Boom! The Starforce arrow exploded, sending Shanku flying. He landed heavily on the ground and struggled to get back on his feet. Han Yue emerged from behind the boulder, darting forward with precision. She delivered a spinning kick that struck Shanku squarely, knocking him back to the ground. Without hesitation, she tore off Shen Ke's ID badge, declaring his elimination. Zhu Onping peered through his sniper scope and caught the exact moment Shenku was eliminated. He couldn't help but burst out with a curse. That idiot Shenku just got taken out. Meanwhile, Li Weilian's fury boiled over. His eyes widened in rage as star energy surged through his body. With a fiery fist ablaze, he launched a roaring strike straight at Fang Yuan's face. Fang Yuan, quick as lightning, deflected the punch with a sharp outward chop. The collision of star energy and flames sent waves of searing heat rippling through the air, leaving the atmosphere thick with the acrid scent of burning. A smirk of mockery curled at the corner of Fang Yuan's lips. His tone was dripping with disdain. I had Yi Zhayu fishing over there, and was worried the hook might be too straight to catch anything. Turns out you all took the bait so easily. Guess I overestimated your intelligence. Fang Yuan's words sent Li Weilian into a blind rage. Clenching his teeth, he roared, even without Shanku, I can crush you worthless trash. With that, he unleashed the full force of his star energy. Flames erupted from his fists as he launched a relentless barrage of punches at Fang Yuan. Drawing on his level 3 military combat training, Fang Yuan engaged Li Weilian in a fierce close-quarters battle. He used his star energy to shape a defense against the blazing flames. Their punches and kicks collided with resounding thuds. Despite the protective layer of star energy shielding him, Fang Yuan could still feel the intense heat radiating from the flames. However, it caused him no real harm. The intensity of their fight escalated, but Li Weilian failed to gain the upper hand. Frustration and disbelief churned within him. At that moment, Yi Mingfeng moved to assist, but Li Weilian barked sharply, stay out of this. Take care of the others instead. Yi Mingfeng complied silently, signaling Wu Kuei and Zhu Onpeng to pursue Yi Zhayu and his team. Utilizing his eagle eye ability, Zhu Onpeng capitalized on his long-range advantage, firing relentlessly at Yi Zhayu. Bullets zipped through the air in a tense exchange, yet neither side managed to land a hit. Yi Mingfeng, meanwhile, activated his wind manipulation ability, summoning a fierce gale that swirled around him. The gusts distorted the bullets' trajectories, and his lightning-fast speed made it nearly impossible for Yi Zhayu to target him with the sniper rifle. As Yi Mingfeng closed in on Yi Zhayu, Han Yue made a snap decision and intercepted him hidden. The two clashed in a whirlwind of rapid, close-quarters combat. Both fighters remained hyper-aware of the enemy sniper's positions, dodging and countering while staying vigilant against stray bullets. Their entangled battle forced both sides' gunners to hesitate, unable to risk a misfire that could hit their own teammate. Elsewhere on the battlefield, Wu Kuei charged forward after sending Yo Ruan flying with a powerful shield bash. He raised his shield high, blocking incoming fire as he pressed toward Yi Zhayu, creating heavy suppression. Despite being down a member, Li Walian's team proved formidable. Even in a 4-on-5 scenario, they maintained the upper hand. Observing the battlefield, Yifu noted that the flames in the forest were gradually dying out. Following Fang Yuan's prearranged strategy, she slipped away from the fight to find a suitable position to cast a new veil of mist. Back in the fray, Fang Yuan and Li Walian's duel raged on. Li Walian's furious roars echoed across the battlefield, yet he remained unable to overpower Fang Yuan. With 32 points in strength and 39 in agility, Fang Yuan had the advantage, keeping Li Walian firmly under control. You've been strutting around the school like you're invincible, but in a real fight, you're not much, are you? Fang Yuan's taunt was like fuel to a fire, driving Li Walian to the brink. He was like a powder keg ready to explode. You want to die? I'll grant your wish. Li Walian snarled through gritted teeth. He spread his arms wide, activating his Firehawk ability. Flames roared to life in his palms, their heat intensifying to the point where even standing meters away, Fang Yuan could feel the scorching waves. With a thunderous shout, Li Walian clapped his hands together, merging the flames into a writhing fire serpent. The serpent hissed and snarled as it lunged toward Fang Yuan. Reacting instantly, Fang Yuan burst into motion, moving like a gale across the battlefield. The fire serpent chased after him, leaving a fiery trail in its wake. Maintaining a 15-meter gap, Fang Yuan ran in circles, keeping just ahead of the serpent's snapping jaws. Die already! Li Walian roared, pouring more star energy into the attack. The fire serpent grew larger and more ferocious, its relentless pursuit intent on consuming Fang Yuan. An rank ability, and this is all you've got? All flash, no substance. Watch this. Fang Yuan suddenly changed direction mid-sprint, charging straight at Li Walian. His hand, enveloped in a protective layer of star energy, surged with power. 36 streams of star energy converged as he threw a devastating punch. Instinctively, Li Walian crossed his arms in front of him to block. With a deafening boom, the impact sent him hurtling backward. He tumbled across the ground, rolling for several meters before coming to a stop. Without his star energy sustaining it, the fire serpent disintegrated into embers, vanishing behind Fang Yuan. Li Walian struggled to his feet, his eyes filled with rage and disbelief. He had never imagined Fang Yuan could be this strong. What he thought would be an effortless victory had turned into a humiliating defeat. Fang Yuan stood his ground, a calm smile on his face. I remember you challenging me to a duel last time, right? Remind me, were you looking for a fight, or just asking for a beating? Li Walian was at his breaking point, his fury reaching levels he hadn't thought possible. The star energy in his eyes burned so intensely it seemed to ignite into actual flames. Fang Yuan glanced at his rage points indicator, noting an increase of 30. The rate of increase slowed, suggesting Li Walian's rage had almost been fully drained. You think you've won just like that? With your skills? You're not even qualified. Li Walian snarled through gritted teeth as he slowly twisted the ring on his finger. What appeared to be an ordinary piece of jewelry was, in fact, a powerful Davis Starforce amplifier. He recalled the day his father handed it to him. Back then, Li Walian had dismissed it, believing he'd never need such a device. But now, faced with the current situation, he was grateful he'd decided to wear it. With this amplifier, Li Walian was confident he could not only deal with Fang Yuan alone, but potentially obliterate all 5 members of Fang Yuan's team in one fell swoop. As the Davis Starforce amplifier activated, the Starforce within Li Walian surged violently. His energy levels skyrocketed, and his body became engulfed in flames. In the blink of an eye, Li Walian transformed into a fiery demon, surrounded by searing tongues of fire. A low, guttural roar escaped him as a wave of flames erupted outward, spreading in all directions. His Starforce level shattered its limits, leaping instantly from LV.2 to LV.3. Fang Yuan, monitoring the data through his iris interface, caught the dramatic shift in real time and frowned. The unexpected escalation in his opponent's power caught him off guard. Huh, that's right. I was already on the brink of LV.3. Li Walian laughed maniacally. Since you've come here seeking death, you have no one to blame but yourself. Li Walian spread his arms wide, letting out a thunderous howl as the raging Starforce within him erupted. The scorching heat waves rippled outward like shockwaves, and the flames coiled around him, forming countless fiery serpents writhing in the inferno. These serpents intertwined and merged, forming an enormous fire dragon. The fire dragon let out a piercing screech and lunged ferociously toward Fang Yuan. Everything in its path, earth, grass, and trees, was reduced to ashes. The dragon's intense heat was lethal. Any contact would mean certain death or grievous injury. Fang Yuan's eyes narrowed, and he immediately burst into action, moving at an incredible speed, circling around to look for an opening, just as he had done before. However, as soon as the first fire dragon emerged, Li Walian summoned a second one. One dragon relentlessly attacked, while the other coiled protectively above him, creating an impenetrable defensive barrier. William Li unleashed an advanced technique of his flame-based superpower, summoning two fearsome fire dragons with overwhelming power at the LV.3 energy level. The fiery dragons roared ferociously, vividly captured by the aerial drone cameras, showcasing their destructive force in breathtaking detail. In the preparation hall and the main building's command room, every spectator was left in stunned silence, mouths agape at the scene before them. On the top floor of the main building, 125 screens displayed the intense battle between Fang Yuan and William Li from every possible angle in real time. Fang Jinghua and Li Shuhua, watching the terrifying fire dragons, were immediately overcome with anxiety. Li Shuhua clutched her husband's sleeve tightly, her voice trembling. Is he going to be okay? Although Fang Jinghua was equally concerned, he gently patted his wife's hand, trying to appear calm as he reassured her. Don't worry, trust our son. Meanwhile, Fang Xiaoju stared intently at the screens, her small fists clenched tightly and turning pale. She swung them up and down, whispering words of encouragement for her older brother. General Rhodes, on the other hand, observed the battle with a faint, enigmatic smile, his calm gaze suggesting he was contemplating something profound. Back in the preparation hall, a group of girls erupted into cheers. William is incredible. Summoning such powerful fire dragons, who could possibly stand against him? Of course, William is the pride of our school. How could someone like Fang Yuan even compare? Go, William. Even if it's 4 against 5, you'll absolutely crush them. Since this final match was essentially a showdown between Class 1 and Class 2, the supporters of each class were sharply divided. Students from Class 2, hearing the girls' cheers, immediately retorted in frustration. 4 against 5? Your young master was the idiot who sent Shun Ku to his doom, only for Han Yue to take him out in one move. The girls shot back at once. What do you know? That was on purpose. William didn't want Han Yue to lose too badly. Exactly. Han Yue, that shameless hussy, had the nerve to reject William's invitation to the team. She doesn't deserve any sympathy. The students from Class 2 burst out laughing at their logic. On purpose? It takes a special kind of stupidity to come up with reasoning that ridiculous. The two groups began hurling insults at each other, their heated argument almost as intense as the battle on the field. Among the students, however, there were some with sharper insight. Zhou Ziyu, who had a clear understanding of superpower classifications, turned to the martial arts instructor of Class 3 and asked, Instructor, doesn't this firepower look like it's already at LV.3? The instructor, focused on the large screen displaying the fight, nodded in agreement. Judging by the visuals, it doesn't seem like something a LV.2 could achieve. Zhou Ziyu frowned. The intel I gathered said William Li's star power level was at LV.2. How could it have reached LV.3? As someone aiming for the championship, Zhou Ziyu had been closely monitoring William Li's team. While there had been rumors of William nearing a breakthrough to LV.3, he had received solid information confirming William hadn't achieved it yet. Now, seeing William unleash flames at a LV.3 energy level left him deeply puzzled. Having a LV.3 superpower in this practical exam isn't that dangerous? This flammability is incredibly hazardous. It burns star power and can't be extinguished with water, Zhou Ziyu pointed out with concern. The instructor also realized the gravity of the situation after hearing this. That's a valid concern. I need to discuss this with the D3 battlefield supervisor. With that, he quickly left to find the person in charge. On the battlefield, Fang Yuan observed the swirling flames, sensing something suspicious about William Li's sudden surge in star power. Upon closer inspection, he noticed an unusually high energy concentration around William's left index finger and immediately understood the source of the anomaly. So, you're bringing weapons into a practical exam? Shameless. Truly invincible in the art of losing all dignity, Fang Yuan remarked with disdain. William's face darkened further, and he snapped angrily, It's just a ring. Fang Yuan smirked. I never said it was a ring, but thanks for confirming it yourself. You. William was enraged beyond words. Furious, he burned his star power with reckless abandon, doubling the size of the two fire dragons and sending them hurtling toward Fang Yuan. Die already. Fang Yuan continued to move swiftly, evading the fire dragons with agility. As he ran, he raised his right hand and said, This technique is still in development, not fully perfected yet. I wasn't planning on using it, but since you've gone all out at LV.3, it's the perfect opportunity to test it. With that, Fang Yuan clenched his right fist tightly, channeling his star power to form intricate patterns around it. Then, he suddenly turned and charged straight at William. Seeing Fang Yuan repeat what seemed to be the same tactic, William's eyes flashed with malice. He sneered. Using the same move again? How childish. Extending his right hand, he commanded the second fire dragon above him to attack. The dragon lunged forward, spewing flames in a wide arc, forming an almost impenetrable defense. Yet Fang Yuan showed no fear, charging Hedon toward the fire dragon. With 36 strands of star power surging, boosted by his extraordinary strength and agility, he unleashed a devastating dragon thunder fist. The combination of star power formation and thunderous force created an explosive impact. Boom! A thunderous explosion shattered the fire dragon into pieces. The shockwave rippled outward, sending an unprepared William Lee flying backward with tremendous force. William Lee was sent flying like a kite with a broken string, landing heavily on the ground. His body rolled across the hard surface for more than a dozen rotations, each accompanied by the sickening crunch of bones, as if he might fall apart at any moment. He struggled to get up, but after several futile attempts, he could only collapse back onto the ground, gasping for breath. The dragon fist strike not only launched William into the air but also struck like a hammer, crashing down on the hearts of the spectators in the preparation hall. The cheers of "William is amazing" and "William is unbeatable" came to an abrupt halt the moment he was sent flying. The girls who had been fangirling over him were left frozen in shock, staring wide-eyed at the big screen, their faces filled with disbelief. After a stunned silence of 3 seconds, one girl suddenly screamed, "Is the screen broken? This has to be a glitch. There's no way that's William getting knocked out." The students from Class 2, snapping out of their initial shock, erupted into cheers. "William Lee is nothing. Fang Yuan is the real deal. That's how you teach a smug jerk a lesson." "Exactly. He acts so tough, but in a fight, this is all he's got. You guys are brainless for idolizing someone like him. Honestly, it's pathetic." These sharp remarks were like daggers, enraging William's female fans. They immediately retaliated. "Shut up. There's no way William could lose to someone like Fang Yuan. He must have cheated." "That's right. Fang Yuan is a trash student, always at the bottom of the martial arts rankings. He definitely cheated. We're reporting him. Where's the instructor? We're going to report Fang Yuan for cheating." Meanwhile, in the command room at the top of the main building, Fang Xinghua and his wife clasped hands tightly, their emotions barely contained as they whispered a quiet, "Well done." In stark contrast, Fang Xiaoju made no effort to hide her excitement, jumping up and down while shouting, "My brother won! My brother won!" The others in the room broke into applause, celebrating the brilliance of the match. However, Wang Hongjun stood silently, lost in thought. He had noticed the technique Fang Yuan had just used. While it bore some resemblance to the Thunder Fist, there were distinct differences. Most notably, the dragon-shaped force emitted from the punch was clearly formed by star power. This left Wang Hongjun puzzled, as he had never taught Fang Yuan such a technique. Nor did his own Thunder Fist contain such an element. Where did this kid learn that technique? Wang Hongjun wondered to himself. Based on his understanding, it should have been impossible to condense star power into such a solid dragon-shaped force. Star power typically dissipates quickly once outside the body, making it nearly impossible to form such a concentrated punch. Fang Yuan unleashed the full force of his Dragon Thunder Fist. As his punch descended, the air seemed to crackle with electricity. After delivering the blow, he took a couple of deep breaths to steady himself, then began walking toward Li Weilian, ready to end the fight. Seeing Fang Yuan approach, Li Weilian was overcome with terror. He screamed at the top of his lungs, "Shoot him! Kill him!" Hearing this, Fang Yuan immediately employed a zigzagging footwork technique, his movements ghost-like as he evaded the sniper's aim. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Li Weilian scrambled to his feet and bolted toward the cave at the center of the valley. Fang Yuan started to give chase, but hesitated for just a split second as he turned. In that moment of pause, a gunshot rang out. Bang! The bullet whizzed past Fang Yuan's side, stirring a gust of wind. His heart tightened as he quickly somersaulted forward, taking cover behind a rock. From behind his cover, Fang Yuan rapidly assessed the situation. Li Weilian's escape route and the sniper's location were processed in an instant. He made a decisive choice. The sniper posed the greater threat and needed to be dealt with first. In a burst of speed, Fang Yuan darted out from behind the rock like an arrow loosed from a bow. His agility, amplified to an extraordinary level, made him a blur as he weaved between the cover. Zhua Anpeng, the sniper, struggled to keep his sights on Fang Yuan's rapidly moving figure, but to no avail. As Fang Yuan closed the distance to within 100 meters, Zhua Anpeng had no choice but to take a shot in desperation. Bang! The bullet missed entirely, not even grazing Fang Yuan's clothing. Realizing he was alone and vulnerable, Zhua Anpeng glanced around before turning to flee in the direction of Li Weilian. However, compared to Fang Yuan's incredible speed, Zhua Anpeng's escape was laughably slow. In less than 3 seconds, Fang Yuan caught up, firmly gripping Zhua Anpeng's shoulder. "Stop running. Just admit defeat, it'll save you a beating," Fang Yuan said calmly. Zhua Anpeng was reluctant, but the memory of Li Weilian being sent flying flashed through his mind. He knew he was no match for Fang Yuan. Resigned, he removed his ID badge and surrendered. Taking the sniper rifle from Zhua Anpeng, Fang Yuan turned toward the other battlefield. Meanwhile, a thick mist began to rise again from the western side of the valley, spreading toward the fight. Yi Jiayu, seeing the mist, was overjoyed. He deployed a ghost eye and disappeared into the fog. The haze concealed his movements, leaving Yi Mingfeng and Wu Kuei unable to track him. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and Wu Kuei collapsed, eliminated from the match. Realizing the situation had turned against him, Yi Mingfeng immediately activated his wind manipulator ability to increase his speed and vanished into the fog. When Fang Yuan returned to the battlefield, the fight was already over. Nyo Romeru raised his shield and gave Wu Kuei a light knock, scolding him, "You're out. Stop moving." Though Wu Kuei was unwilling to accept defeat, he glanced around and realized there was no hope of turning the tide. He reluctantly gave up. Nyo Romeru looked up and saw Fang Yuan. Overjoyed, he asked, "You're back? Did you win?" Fang Yuan casually tossed the sniper rifle to him and replied indifferently, "What do you think?" Nyo Romeru caught the rifle, nearly losing his balance, and plopped down to the ground, grinning as he fiddled with it. "Finally, I've got a gun." Yife returned after creating the mist and saw everyone gathered. She quickly asked, "How's it looking?" "Two got away, but we took down the other three," Nyo Romeru said, pointing to Wu Kuei and Shanku. The two sat nearby, their faces full of frustration. Just then, a gunshot shattered the brief calm. Bang! Everyone turned toward the sound and saw that the one who fired was Yi Jiayu. He urgently pointed toward a distant hill and shouted, "They're still trying to take the flag." The group followed his gaze and saw Yi Mingfeng approaching the hill where the battle flag was planted. Fang Yuan had placed the flag there earlier but hadn't had time to secure it while chasing the sniper. According to the rules, the flag was the key to determining victory. Though Li Weilian's team had already lost 3 members, as long as they could capture the flag and hold it until the match ended, they could still win. Yi Mingfeng moved swiftly, pulling the flag from the ground and turning to flee. The distance was too great, and Yi Zia's shot missed. Fang Yuan considered chasing him but realized it was too late. Yi Mingfeng's wind manipulator ability gave him incredible speed. What now? The group looked at one another, unsure. Fang Yuan checked the time and said firmly, "We've got 15 minutes left. That's enough to track those 2 down." The 5 of them set off in pursuit of Yi Mingfeng, determined to turn the tide in the final moments. Soon, the group arrived at the entrance of a cave in the middle of the valley. Nyo Rowan looked puzzled and asked in a low voice, "Why did they run in there? Isn't there still a rift star beast inside?" He recalled seeing Yi Mingfeng rushing into the cave earlier but couldn't figure out their intentions. Fang Yuan shrugged and replied calmly, "Who cares? We'll find out once we go in." With that, he took the lead and stepped into the cave. Inside, the light was dim, and the air carried a faint metallic stench. As soon as they entered, they saw Li Weilian and Yi Mingfeng locked in combat with a massive crystal-armored lion-tiger beast. Li Weilian nimbly leapt onto the beast's back, swiftly pulling out a metallic, glimmering strap and expertly fastening it around the star beast's neck. Nyo Rowan's eyes widened, and he pointed at Li Weilian in confusion. "What is he doing?" At that moment, Li Weilian noticed Fang Yuan's group entering. A sinister grin spread across his face as he mocked, "Here to throw your lives away?" Fang Yuan frowned, staring at Li Weilian, equally puzzled by his actions. Li Weilian pressed a button on the buckle of the strap, which immediately emitted a blinding glow. Countless tiny electric currents spread like a web, surging directly into the crystal-armored lion-tiger beast's brain. Han Yue, with her sharp eyes, instantly recognized the device. "That's a Davis star beast restraint. It uses electric currents to stimulate a star beast's brain, allowing its behavior to be controlled." As soon as she finished speaking, the crystal-armored lion-tiger beast's eyes flared with a violent, feral light. It opened its massive jaws and let out a deafening roar before swiping a deadly claw at Yi Mingfeng. Fortunately, Yi Mingfeng had been on guard. He quickly rolled to his right, narrowly evading the lethal strike. He glanced at Li Weilian with lingering fear, his eyes filled with questions. Li Weilian gripped the star beast restraint tightly with one hand and extended the other toward Yi Mingfeng. His voice was cold as he said, "It'll attack anyone but me now. Hand over the battle flag, and you can leave." The situation was critical, and Yi Mingfeng had no time to hesitate. He immediately tossed the battle flag to Li Weilian and retreated quickly to the edge of the cave, ready to escape at any moment. Li Weilian caught the battle flag effortlessly and slung it over his shoulder. Sitting atop the crystal-armored lion-tiger beast, he raised his head high and looked down at Fang Yuan with icy disdain. "You think you can beat me? Maybe in your next life." The crystal-armored lion-tiger beast let out a deafening roar, its eyes glowing with a menacing red light. Like a streak of golden lightning, it lunged at Fang Yuan, its razor-sharp claws slashing through the air with a chilling gleam. Fang Yuan's eyes narrowed as he instinctively leaped backward, narrowly avoiding the lethal strike. The beast's assault didn't let up, its other claw swiftly following through. However, to everyone's surprise, its target suddenly shifted toward Niu Wan. With a thunderous crash, the shield in Niu Wan's hands was swatted aside, and he was sent flying like a broken kite, tumbling several times on the ground before coming to a stop. Damn it! That almost killed me. Niu Wan groaned in pain. Fortunately, his thick-skinned defensive ability spared him from serious injury. If it had been anyone else in the team, they would have been cut in half by that blow. Fall back! Fang Yuan shouted. Hearing the command, Yi Fu and Yi Jiyu immediately began retreating toward the cave's exit. Niu Wan, who had been groaning on the ground moments ago, scrambled to his feet upon hearing the order and bolted for the exit. Fang Yuan grabbed him by the collar mid-run. Where do you think you're going? You said to run, didn't you? Niu Wan replied, bewildered, his legs still futilely attempting to sprint in place. Fang Yuan shot him a stern look. You're staying behind to hold this star beast off. Don't let it harm anyone. Boss, do I look like someone who can hold that thing back? Niu Wan asked, nearly in tears. Block the cave entrance, Fang Yuan ordered, releasing him before swiftly repositioning himself to face the crystal-armored lion-tiger beast Hedon. The beast, fully driven into madness by the star beast collar, roared and charged at its nearest target Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan nimbly sidestepped the attack, all the while mentally calculating the beast's capabilities. Strength 36, Agility 37, Constitution 37 virtually at the peak of LV.3. Thankfully, his own agility was at 39, allowing him to barely keep up. After dodging the attack, Fang Yuan countered with a heavy punch aimed at the beast's abdomen. Thud. The impact was loud, but the massive creature merely shuddered slightly before retaliating with a swipe of its claws. Yi Jiyu, having retreated to the cave's entrance, raised his rifle and fired a shot. The bullet struck the beast's back, only to embed itself uselessly in its crystal armor without even penetrating the skin. It's no use. Training rounds can't even scratch this star beast, he said grimly. Meanwhile, atop the beast's back, Li Weilian laughed maniacally. Give it up? Even if you eliminated all the weaklings in my squad, I alone can wipe you all out. As he spoke, he controlled the beast to continue its pursuit of Fang Yuan, while conjuring flames in the palm of his hand to launch an attack. Fang Yuan dodged and weaved, narrowly evading both the beast's lunges and the fire attacks. The situation grew increasingly perilous as the crystal-armored lion-tiger beast became more frenzied, relentlessly chasing him. Facing this boss-level opponent, Fang Yuan was forced to retreat repeatedly, struggling to find a way to turn the tide. Seeing the dire situation, Han Yue summoned a pale blue star energy battle armor around herself and charged forward to assist. Together, the two managed to hold back the beast's ferocious onslaught, though they still couldn't gain the upper hand. Yue, stand down, Li Weilian shouted angrily. Han Yue delivered a kick to the beast's neck, only to be repelled by its immense force, flipping twice in the air before landing gracefully. Fang Yuan is my teammate. Why would I back down? She said firmly. This is between him and me. Step aside, I want to duel him. Li Weilian roared. Fang Yuan sneered. Oh, so this is a duel between us? Funny, I thought I was fighting a star beast this whole time. Li Weilian's face darkened at the remark, while Fang Yuan turned to the crystal-armored lion-tiger beast and mockingly added, Wait, you're Li Weilian? When did you start looking like this mangy mutt? Die. Li Weilian exploded with rage, hurling a flaming serpent at Fang Yuan. His fury inadvertently added 50 points to Fang Yuan's rage meter. Fang Yuan sidestepped the fiery attack, but the crystal-armored lion-tiger beast immediately lunged at him with its jaws. He dodged with 2 quick sidesteps. Frustrated by its inability to land a hit, the beast's fury reached new heights. It suddenly turned and swiped a claw at Han Yue. Although Han Yue was the strongest in their class, her LV.2 agility of 29 paled in comparison to the beast's 37. Unable to dodge in time, she was struck by the claw, letting out a muffled groan as she was sent flying. The beast roared and prepared to pounce on her again. Seeing Han Yue in danger, Yi Fu snatched the sniper rifle from Niu Wan and kicked him in the rear. Get out there, she yelled. She then took aim and fired a shot at the beast, but the training round was as ineffective as ever, barely bothering it. Summoning all his courage, Niu Wan raised his shield and charged forward with a yell. Thud. The crystal-armored lion-tiger beast swatted him aside with a single claw, sending him flying once again. Fang Yuan dashed forward, placing himself protectively in front of Han Yue. His sharp eyes scanned the crystal-armored lion-tiger beast warily, while he turned his head slightly to check on her. Are you all right? He asked with concern. Han Yue pushed herself up from the ground, brushing the dust off her clothes. She shook her head and replied, I'm fine. My Starforce battle armor has strong defensive capabilities. Despite her attempt to stay composed, Fang Yuan could detect a trace of fear in her slightly trembling voice. Li Weilian's expression darkened, and his brows knitted together tightly. He commanded in a low, stern voice, Yue, Step back. This star beast has gone berserk. It could seriously hurt you. Han Yue ignored him and instead turned to Fang Yuan, her eyes silently seeking his guidance. Fang Yuan's mind raced as he quickly devised a plan. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Can you use static control to shock the crystal armored beast? He asked. Its weakest attribute is its spirit, only 30 points. Han Yue hesitated, frowning slightly. My spirit is only 29 points. The effect of static control might not be strong enough. Her spirit attribute had already reached the LV.2 limit, but it was still a notch below the beast's. This explained why the star beast was so difficult to handle. Even abilities like static control had minimal impact on it. All we need is a fraction of a second, Fang Yuan said resolutely. Han Yue nodded in agreement. All right, I'll shock it. After you use static control, regardless of the outcome, retreat immediately. Leave the rest to me, Fang Yuan instructed firmly. Understood. Should I start now? Han Yue asked, eager to act. Fang Yuan glanced down at his attribute panel. His strength was at 32 points, while the crystal-armored lion-tiger beast's physique was a daunting 37 points. Even with the powerful Thunder Fist, the damage he could inflict might be limited. His eyes flicked to his rage points, a total of 410 points, 310 of which he had accumulated by provoking Li Weilian earlier. An idea sparked in his mind. Without hesitation, he consumed 400 rage points, allocating them all to his strength. A warm surge spread through his body as his strength climbed from 32 to 36. Although it was still 1 point shy of the beast's physique, the added power of the dragon form Thunder Fist should be enough to break through its defenses. Now! Fang Yuan shouted, charging straight at the crystal-armored lion-tiger beast. He deliberately taunted the creature, provoking it into attacking, then swiftly sidestepped to dodge, creating an opening for Han Yue. Han Yue followed closely behind, gracefully leaning back to evade the beast's scorpion-like tail sweep. She slid along the ground, passing beneath the star beast's massive body. Pressing her hand against its underbelly, she shouted, "Static control!" In an instant, crackling electricity surged into the crystal-armored lion-tiger beast, rendering it momentarily paralyzed. Fang Yuan seized the fleeting opportunity. Starforce coursed rapidly through his arm, forming intricate energy pathways. With a thunderous roar, he unleashed a devastating dragon form Thunder Fist. Boom! His fist struck the beast's head with tremendous force, sending it hurtling through the air. The colossal creature tumbled across the ground, its limbs flailing helplessly. For a moment, it struggled in vain to get back on its feet. Panting heavily, Fang Yuan steadied himself after delivering the last punch. The double execution of the dragon form Thunder Fist had drained him. Not only did the technique demand immense punching force, but it also required the condensation of starlight energy into form. His reserves were nearly depleted. The crystalline-armored lion-tiger beast lay on the ground, struggling but unable to rise. Li Weilian staggered to his feet, fury burning in his eyes. With a snarl, he kicked the beast's back and roared, "Get up! Fight!" Fang Yuan regulated his breathing, his knuckles cracking as he clenched his fists. "It's over. Surrender now, or I won't hold back." "You think this is over?" Li Weilian sneered, contempt gleaming in his gaze. "LV.1 will always be trash. Your starlight energy's all but gone, isn't it?" Fang Yuan glanced at his status panel. He was running on fume starlight energy, 12100. A twisted grin spread across Li Weilian's face as he reached for the clasp of the Davis Starbeast harness. "Let me show you the latest tech from the Davis labs." With that, he pressed the button on the clasp. 10 electrode needles instantly pierced into the lion-tiger beast's neck, unleashing an electric surge that flooded its brain. The creature's eyes blazed with bloodlust as it let out a thunderous roar, forcing itself up despite its earlier injuries. Li Weilian retreated quickly, smirking as the beast howled in agony under the electric stimulation. Its attributes began to skyrocket wildly. "Get out of here! The star beast is out of control!" Fang Yuan shouted to Han Yue and the others. The now berserk lion-tiger beast turned its fury on anything in sight. Fang Yuan's agility allowed him to narrowly evade 2 claw swipes, but Beef Ball wasn't as fortunate. One vicious strike tore through his anti-blast shield, sending him hurtling into a wall with a sickening thud. Han Yue and Eve rushed to aid Beef Ball, while Yi Zhiyu raised his rifle, firing training rounds in an attempt to draw the beast's attention. The shots only enraged it further, and it lunged at Yi Zhiyu. In that critical moment, Fang Yuan intervened, landing a thunderous punch to the beast's head. Boosted by his 36-point strength, the blow knocked the creature midair to the ground, but the impact barely phased it. "Go! Now!" Fang Yuan shouted again. Yi Zhiyu immediately retreated toward the cave exit. Meanwhile, in the main building's preparation hall and command room, 125 screens broadcasted the heart-stopping scene in real time. Fang Xinghua, watching intently, sensed the situation spiraling out of control. He shouted for the test to be halted, but Wang Hongjun stopped him in his tracks. "General, what's the plan?" Wei Hailong asked, his tone grave as he turned to Admiral Rhodes. "Deploy a team to restrain the Star Beast," Admiral Rhodes ordered, his voice steady but commanding. Without hesitation, Wei Hailong bolted from the command room. Meanwhile, Fang Xiaozhu, watching her brother narrowly escape death on the screens, grew pale with fear. Her small hands clawed desperately at the glass wall in front of her, as if trying to break through and rush to his aid. Inside the cave of the D3 battlefield, Fang Yuan found himself in a perilous situation. He was desperately trying to shake off the rampaging crystal-armored lion-tiger beast, but the Star Beast, in its berserk state, had its strength and agility skyrocketing. Its agility had reached an astonishing 39 points. Fang Yuan's star power was completely depleted, leaving him unable to launch another attack to bring it down. However, Fang Yuan remained calm and analyzed the situation. He realized that the person in charge of the D3 battlefield would never allow such an out-of-control situation to persist. Changing his strategy decisively, he stopped attempting risky attacks and instead focused all his efforts on employing sliding steps, leaps, and dodging techniques. Using the rocky terrain of the cave to his advantage, he cleverly maneuvered to stall the crystal-armored lion-tiger beast, buying time for military reinforcements to arrive. At the cave's other exit, Li Weilian stood observing the chaos with a smug smile on his face. He had no intention of leaving the cave. Eager to witness Fang Yuan being torn apart by the crystal-armored lion-tiger beast, he watched intently, relishing the moment. Fang Yuan and the crystal-armored lion-tiger beast were locked in a heart-pounding chase. Both had an agility of 39 points, but Fang Yuan's rapid adaptation to the Star Beast's attack patterns allowed him to enter an almost instinctive state of evasion. During this intense pursuit, his sliding step skill received substantial practice and unexpectedly leveled up to LV.3 1200. Li Weilian watched as Fang Yuan scrambled to escape, delighting in his plight. Internally, he sneered, "Take your time and enjoy the suffering. This is what happens when you try to go against me." But then, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The crystal-armored lion-tiger beast suddenly halted its attacks, its entire body trembling violently as it let out a pained roar toward the sky. Its crystalline armor began to shift, burning like blazing purple flames. Sensing the anomaly, Fang Yuan immediately focused the last remnants of his star power into his eyes to examine the beast's attributes. The sight left Fang Yuan in shock. The star power level of the crystal-armored lion-tiger beast began surging, climbing from LV.3 to LV.4, then LV.5, and rapidly toward LV.6, seemingly heading straight for LV.10. Fang Yuan cursed inwardly, "Are you kidding me? Heaven, are you trying to kill me?" Just when Fang Yuan thought he was doomed, a fierce meow suddenly echoed through the cave. A gray cat leapt down from an opening above, its fur bristling like sharp needles. Surrounded by a powerful energy, the cat exuded an intimidating aura. This cat, named Huiji, confronted the crystal-armored lion-tiger beast Hedon, baring its teeth and letting out a defiant roar. Meow! As Fang Yuan frantically calculated how to survive the claws of an LV.10 crystal-armored lion-tiger beast, the situation shifted yet again. The beast's body swelled abruptly, and it let out a deafening roar. With an explosive motion, it tore off the Davis Star Beast restraint collar around its neck. Then, to Fang Yuan's surprise, it turned and charged straight toward Li Weilian. Fang Yuan heaved a sigh of relief and thought to himself, "Phew, not coming for me? Then that's fine." He immediately switched to spectator mode, ready to enjoy the show that was about to unfold. William Li's scream pierced through the silence of the cave. The scene was so gruesome it sent chills down the spine. Fang Yuan instinctively covered his eyes with his hand and turned his head away, unable to bear the harrowing sound. William Li desperately tried to escape, but his meager agility was laughable in the face of the crystal-armored lion-tiger beast. The screams went on for a full 3 minutes, growing increasingly piercing. Finally, Wei Hailong stormed into the cave with a squad of soldiers. They quickly fired a dozen grappling hooks, firmly restraining the beast and forcibly dragging it off. William Li, hot on their heels, Li Xiangjian, the chairman of Dingjian Group, arrived at the scene with a group of bodyguards. The moment his eyes fell on his son lying in a pool of blood, they turned bloodshot with rage. "Where's the medic? Where's the medic?" Li Xiangjian roared at the top of his lungs. Medical personnel from the D3 battlefield rushed forward to perform immediate first aid and quickly transported the injured William to the hospital. Li Xiangjian scanned the area, and when his gaze landed on Fang Yuan standing nearby, his fury erupted like an inferno. Fang Yuan could almost feel his rage meter skyrocketing. 30, 30, 30. Just as he pondered where this sudden surge of anger was coming from, a furious outburst snapped him back to reality. Li Xiangjian stormed up to Fang Yuan, jabbing a finger at his nose and bellowed, "You were right here. Why didn't you stop the beast? How could you let William end up like this?" Fang Yuan blinked and responded coolly, "Am not his dad. Why would it be my problem?" At that moment, a bodyguard in a black suit bent down to pick up something from the ground. It was a snapped Davis beast control strap. Fang Yuan quickly stepped on the bodyguard's hand, stopping him in his tracks. "What are you doing?" he asked sharply. "Picking something up," the bodyguard replied, his tone somewhat unnatural. "Is it yours?" Fang Yuan pressed. The bodyguard hesitated, sneaking a glance at his boss, then admitted, "No, if it's not yours, why are you picking it up?" Fang Yuan retorted, pulling out his phone and snapping pictures of the scene. Meanwhile, Wei Hailong and his team had fully subdued the crystal-armored lion tiger beast and loaded it onto a truck. He then began clearing the area, ordering everyone to leave the training ground. Back in the preparation hall, the students' expressions were a sight to behold when they saw Fang Yuan's team of 5. The team's performance had far exceeded everyone's expectations. Not only had they defeated William Lee's elite squad, but they had also managed to take down the crystal-armored lion tiger beast. It was almost unbelievable. However, the unexpected incident in the final round of the practical assessment left the outcome uncertain. Some students began asking the instructor curiously, "Instructor, what happens now? Who's the winner in the end?" By then, Wei Hailong had already gone to the command room, likely to discuss how to handle the aftermath of the event. Class 2 students swarmed around, showering Fang Yuan's team with praise. "Incredible! You actually beat William Lee's team." Beefball, now brimming with pride, stood on the steps with a smug expression and declared loudly, "Just tell me, am I awesome or what?" Awesome beyond belief. Most of the hall erupted in cheers. However, there was a group of people who looked extremely uncomfortable, those who had supported William Lee. It was understandable to back a classmate, but the girls who idolized William Lee like crazed fans looked utterly devastated. Their expressions were as if they had swallowed something foul, and among them, Shinlina and her clique looked the worst, as if they had consumed several tons of it. Fortunately, there were still some students with a more balanced perspective. Zhou Ziyu approached Fang Yuan and said sincerely, "I really underestimated your team at first. After watching this final round, I realize I lost fair and square. Your team is strong." Fang Yuan gave a simple response before picking up Huiji, the gray cat, for a closer look. Not only had the crystal-armored lion tiger beast's energy level skyrocketed, but the gray cat's star power had also surged to LV.10. This reminded Fang Yuan of an incident in the hospital last month. Although he hadn't witnessed the star power surge of 2 cats firsthand, he had seen their levels drop afterward. This ability to elevate the star power of mutated creatures seemed to be the effect of Fang Zio's divine evolution ability. But why was it appearing here? As Fang Yuan puzzled over this, a familiar, clear voice unraveled the mystery. "Brother." Fang Xiaozhu emerged from the top-floor elevator and leapt into Fang Yuan's arms like a koala. "What are you doing here?" Fang Yuan asked in surprise. "Dad's having a gathering with his comrades, and since I could also watch your match, I came along," Fang Xiaozhu replied with a cheerful grin. Seeing his sister, Fang Yuan quickly pieced things together. A unique ability like divine evolution, capable of boosting star power in mutated creatures, was unheard of before. It was likely one of a kind. Therefore, the sudden surge in the crystal-armored lion tiger beast and Hui Ji's star power must have been influenced by this ability. Fang Xiaozhu took Hui Ji into her arms, cuddling it affectionately. "Did Hui Ji help out?" she asked. "A lot," Fang Yuan replied with a smile. "I knew it. Hui Ji is amazing," Fang Xiaozhu exclaimed excitedly, lifting the gray cat over her head and swaying it side to side. The gray cat suddenly became unusually docile, letting out soft meows as it continuously burrowed into Fang Xiaozhu's arms. This strange behavior lasted for a full 10 minutes. At that moment, Wei Hailong descended from the top floor of the main building, stepping firmly onto the podium in the preparation hall. He scanned the room before announcing in a powerful voice, "Quiet. I am now going to announce the results of this final combat assessment." As soon as he finished speaking, the entire hall fell silent, and all eyes turned to him. Wei Hailong cleared his throat and continued. "The winning team of this final combat assessment is..." His gaze shifted toward the 5 members of Fang Yuan's team, and a slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Just as the tension reached its peak, a glint of determination flashed in Li Xiangjian's eyes. He signaled to the homeroom teacher of Class 1 with a subtle glance. Catching the cue, the teacher immediately stepped forward and loudly interrupted. "Wait a moment." Wei Hailong frowned and looked at him. "What is it?" he asked. The Class 1 homeroom teacher strode up to the podium, standing directly in front of Wei Hailong. With a resolute tone, he said, "Before the results are announced, I have something to say." He turned to face the crowd and raised his voice. Everyone saw it clearly on the big screen earlier. The last person to touch the battle flag was our class's Li Weilian, wasn't it? After Yi Mingfeng threw the flag to Li Weilian, it was in his possession until Wei Hailong led the D3 battlefield team to rescue him. Wei Hailong nodded in acknowledgement. "That's correct." The last person to hold the battle flag was indeed Li Weilian. The Class 1 homeroom teacher pressed on, emboldened. According to the combat assessment rules, the team holding the flag at the end wins, unless all members of one team are eliminated. Since Yi Mingfeng from our class was still in the game, the victory should be determined by the flag possession rule. Wei Hailong's expression turned conflicted, and he hesitated to respond. At that moment, Li Xiangjin stepped forward. His voice was low and commanding, carrying an unmistakable sense of authority. Our Dingjian group produces Starforce technology weapons worth tens of billions every year for the East China Sea War Zone. My son participated in this combat assessment, and he must be treated fairly. If he deserves to win, no one can take that from him. He then turned to Principal Fang Zhongxin of East China First High School, his tone icy. Principal Fang, am I wrong? Fang Zhongxin's face froze instantly, and beads of cold sweat formed on his forehead. He was acutely aware that half of the teaching buildings at East China First High School had been donated by Li Xiangjin. As the principal, it was nearly impossible for him not to lean in favor of Li Weilian. Amid this tense standoff, Fang Yuan stepped forward decisively. He pulled a broken Davis Star Beast restraint strap from his pocket and threw it forcefully to the ground. The sharp sound echoed through the silent hall. Fang Yuan locked eyes with Li Xiangjin, his voice cold and unwavering as he demanded, "Care to explain why this was found in the combat assessment?" He turned to Wei Hailong, his tone firm. "Instructor, if Dingjian Group's young master gets special privileges and is allowed to bring technological gear into the combat assessment, then this so-called championship is filthy. I don't want it." Li Xiangjin picked up the snapped piece of the Davis Star Beast harness and held it up in front of Fang Yuan. His expression carried an air of superiority, and his eyes gleamed with arrogance. "Do you know what this is?" Li Xiangjin asked with a hint of provocation in his voice. "I can tell you." He turned and displayed the broken harness to Wei Hailong, continuing, "This is a Super Beast harness, Model E3, a collaborative innovation between the East Sea Military Research Institute and Dingjian Technology. We invested 70 billion into this Star Beast research project." Li Xiangjian's tone grew increasingly proud. "This research has the potential to completely change humanity's dire situation and turn the tide against the threat of rift beasts." He turned back to Fang Yuan, his eyes filled with disdain. "In the face of this Super Beast harness, you're nothing." The room fell silent. Li Xiangjin had elevated the stakes to a level concerning the future of all humanity, implying that anyone opposing him would be a traitor to the human race. From Li Xiangjian's words, several key points emerged. First, this Super Beast harness was not an original product of Davis Technology, but rather a joint development project. Dingjian Technology had adopted Davis Technology and collaborated with domestic research institutions for further enhancement. Such collaborations were not uncommon between major powers. If this project truly had the potential Li Xiangjin claimed, it would undoubtedly be a groundbreaking technological achievement remembered in history. However, the reality was likely more complex. As a commercial entity, Davis Technology was unlikely to share its most promising core technologies. Typically, projects offered for collaboration either had limited potential or required such high investment that they were unsustainable to pursue independently. The East Sea Military Research Institute, no doubt, saw value in the project and chose to participate. This collaboration was, at its core, a high-stakes game of strategy. Judging by the crystal-armored lion-tiger beast's malfunction, the technology was clearly still immature. The East Sea Military Research Institute might have joined the project because they believed they had identified a way to overcome its technical bottlenecks. Li Xiangjin gripped the fractured piece of the beast harness tightly, glaring at Fang Yuan with piercing eyes. He demanded, "In the face of this monumental technological achievement, who do you think you are?" Fang Yuan responded calmly, "If this research truly succeeds, then yes, I'm no match for it right now." He paused, his gaze sharpening. "But, as far as I recall, this technology originated from Davis Group and is now being further developed by the East Sea Military Research Institute. And you? You're nothing but a middleman. What does this have to do with you and technology?" The word middleman landed like a heavy blow on Li Xiangjian's pride. His face darkened instantly, and a flicker of malice appeared in his eyes. Fang Yuan's anger meter seemed to spike another 30 points. Li Xiangjian let out a cold snort and, with a dramatic wave of his hand, turned away Hailong. His tone carried an overt threat. "If this combat assessment isn't judged fairly in accordance with battle flag ownership, they'll personally call Colonel Qian Wufeng from the East Sea Military Logistics Department." As a senior naval officer, Wei Hailong's rank was significantly lower than that of a colonel. Under normal circumstances, such a threat might have given him pause. However, at this moment, Wei Hailong appeared remarkably composed. He cast a calm glance at Li Xiangjin before loudly announcing, "The champion team of this combat assessment is the team of Fang Yuan, Han Yue, Niu Daji, Eve, and Yi Jiayu. Congratulations to these 5 students. The top reward will be delivered shortly." Everyone, a round of applause. The room erupted into thunderous applause. echoing through the preparation hall. Li Xiangjian's expression grew even darker. Despite personally intervening, he had failed to secure the top spot in the combat assessment, leaving him seething with rage. For the Li family, the reward of an E-type star force injection was trivial. What Li Xiangjian truly cared about was the title of champion team in the combat assessment. You? Very well. Li Xiangjian narrowed his eyes, glaring daggers at Wei Hailong with a menacing tone. Wei Hailong met his gaze fearlessly, his demeanor unshaken. He said calmly, if anyone has objections to the results of this combat assessment, they are welcome to appeal to the East Sea Military Council. You could also call the logistics department colonel or file a direct complaint against me. Do as you please. Li Xiangjian let out a derisive snort, shot a venomous glare at Fang Yuan, and stormed out of the venue with his entourage of bodyguards in tow. Shortly afterward, staff members arrived with the rewards for the combat assessment. Each member of Fang Yuan's team received an E-type star force injection. Other teams that ranked in the top 10 were also awarded corresponding prizes. Beef Ball held the box containing the E-type star force injection with both hands, his eyes brimming with excitement. He examined the military-grade injection carefully, his mind already calculating, this is worth millions. If I exchanged it all for snacks, I'd never have to worry about food for the rest of my life. At the awards ceremony, Fang Yuan glanced around and saw his parents in the crowd, clapping for him. He also spotted Wang Hongjun and several others. After the practical combat assessment officially concluded, he waved goodbye to his teammates and then got into Wang Hongjuan's car with his parents and younger sister. Inside the car, Fang Yuan couldn't shake the feeling that his sister's sudden appearance at the D3 combat training field was unusual. He couldn't help but ask, Uncle Wang, why did you all come to watch my match? I didn't hear anything about it beforehand. Oh, it was a last-minute decision, Wang Hongjun replied casually. A few old comrades wanted to catch up, and we thought we'd take the opportunity to meet an old army commander. Fang Yuan frowned slightly. You've had reunions before, but you never brought Xiaozhu along. Why this time? Well, Xiaozhu said she wanted to see your match, Wang Hongjun said, his tone a bit dismissive. Fang Yuan, sensing something, pressed further. Who's this old army commander you met? Wang Hongjuan's expression grew serious. Well, the commander is here on official business. He asked us not to disclose his schedule. Don't ask anymore, and definitely don't mention it to anyone else. Fang Yuan turned to look at his father and noticed his somber expression, which immediately made him feel that something was off. Could it be that this old commander specifically asked Xiaozhu to watch my match? Wang Hongjun hesitated for a moment, then awkwardly said, he did mention on the phone that the Fang family's kid is promising and suggested we all come take a look. The atmosphere in the car turned heavy, broken only by the occasional laughter of Fang Xiaozhu playing with Gray Machine. When they got home, Fang Yuan pulled his father into a room and got straight to the point. You didn't look right the whole way back. Does this old commander have something else going on? Fang Zhenghua was silent for a moment, his brow deeply furrowed, before finally speaking. This old commander. He was also on that destroyer back then. Upon learning that this admiral had been aboard the destroyer responsible for rear support 20 years ago, Fang Yuan's mind was instantly flooded with a series of critical clues. Narrowing his eyes, he fixed his gaze on his father, Fang Zhenghua, and asked in a heavy tone. You once said that mission was attacked by an overseas awakened organization because there was a traitor in the higher-ups. Could it be this admiral? Fang Zhenghua frowned deeply, his hands clenching and unclenching unconsciously. After a long silence, he slowly nodded. It's possible, but I don't believe it's him. Fang Yuan, sensing his father's hesitation, pressed further. Whether you believe it or not isn't the point. The whole thing is too coincidental. If it were just you meeting up with an old comrade, I wouldn't think much of it. But why did you insist on bringing Xiaozhu along? Fang Zhenghua's expression grew complicated. He took a deep breath and explained. Your Uncle Wang said that since you were competing, and the old commander was also there, we should go cheer you on. He suggested I bring Xiaozhu along, saying that the old commander likes to meet the promising children of his subordinates. It might help them in the future. I thought it made sense, so I brought her. Fang Yuan's eyes sharpened as he stared directly at his father, speaking slowly and deliberately. I have good news and bad news for you. You don't get to choose. I'm starting with the good news. He paused for a moment before continuing. The good news is, Xiaozhu has awakened an ability, and it's incredibly powerful, terrifyingly so. The bad news is, this ability might be connected to the triangular star core. And today, during training at D3, Xiaozhu used her ability. It's highly likely your old commander noticed. Fang Zhenghua's face displayed shock, and he asked urgently, Xiaozhu used her ability during the competition? Yes, I'm almost certain. Didn't you notice anything unusual? Fang Yuan countered. Fang Zhenghua shook his head, his tone uncertain. No, Xiaozhu stayed with us in the command room the entire time. Nothing out of the ordinary happened. Fang Yuan frowned, deep in thought, analyzing the situation. Based on what we know, your old commander hasn't made any moves to detain anyone yet. That leaves two possibilities. The first is that he didn't notice Ioza's ability, and asking you to watch the competition was a spuro-themant decision without ulterior motives. The second is that he deliberately had you bring Xiao Zhu to the competition, using it to provoke her into revealing her ability. Once he confirmed she had a special ability, Head moved to the next step. If it's the second scenario, things could get very bad. From now on, you need to stay vigilant around your old commander. Fang Yuan nodded thoughtfully. Though he was reluctant to believe the traitor could be the admiral, his cautious nature had always kept him from divulging sensitive information. Fang Yuan pressed on. Now tell me your old commander's identity. I need to be prepared. I have a feeling you'll be meeting him sooner rather than later. Fang Yuan responded succinctly. His name is Luoda. His current rank is admiral. 20 years ago, he was a colonel. Fang Yuan continued his inquiry. On that destroyer 20 years ago, how many potential targets could the traitor have had? There were 3 officers at the rank of colonel aboard the destroyer at the time, so the traitor is most likely one of them. However, we can't rule out the possibility that it was a lower-ranking officer, like a lieutenant, Fang Yuan replied. The next day, Fang Yuan and Wei Hailong were taken away from the school by a team of men in black trench coats. The entire process was witnessed by their classmates, and rumors about Fang Yuan and the instructor being arrested spread like wildfire across the campus. Did you hear? Fang Yuan and instructor Wei were taken away. What happened? I saw it with my own eyes. They were pushed into an MPV and driven off. That doesn't sound like an arrest. Maybe they were just invited for questioning? Invited? What kind of invitation gets you shoved into a car? Do they need handcuffs for it to count as an arrest? What could have happened? Did they offend someone? Isn't it obvious? The combat assessment just ended yesterday, and now this happens. Even instructor Wei got taken. It must be something fishy about the assessment. Conspiracy theories spread rapidly in the class. The girls who idolized Li Weilian seized the opportunity to gloat. I told you Fang Yuan must have cheated. There's no way he could beat Li Weilian otherwise. Now he's being investigated. Justice is finally being served. It may take time, but justice always prevails. In this case, it only took a day. Shenlina took the lead in criticizing Fang Yuan, her tone self-righteous. I said it yesterday, Fang Yuan definitely cheated. You didn't believe me, but now you've seen it for yourselves. Another girl chimed in. Exactly. With Fang Yuan's bottom-tier martial arts grades, how could he possibly beat young Master Li? Han Yue couldn't take it anymore. She shot up from her seat, slammed her hand on the desk, and shouted angrily, Enough! All of you, shut up! Shenlina and a few girls exchanged a knowing glance, their lips curling into mocking smiles. Their voices carried a deliberate tone of sarcasm. We never said you cheated. Why are you so defensive? Afraid of being implicated? Han Yue stood up, sweeping her gaze across the classroom. Her eyes were resolute, and her voice rang with conviction. Let me make this clear to everyone right now. During the practical assessment, our team did not commit any violations. Shenlina scoffed dismissively, her tone dripping with skepticism. No violations? Then why were you taken away? Just because you say so, we're supposed to believe you? Who would? A surge of anger rose within Han Yue. She kicked her chair aside with a loud, jarring noise. The truth is the truth, and no one can twist it, she snapped, storming out of the classroom without a backward glance, deciding to skip the rest of the class altogether. Once she left the school, Han Yue went straight home. Deep down, she was worried. She knew that Li Weilian's family had significant influence. If someone was deliberately manipulating events behind the scenes, things could spiral out of control. After all, Fang Yuan came from an ordinary family and had no resources to contend with Li Weilian's powerful background. As soon as she got home, Han Yue picked up the landline and called her grandfather, who was living in another city. When the call connected, she tried to sound cheerful. Grandpa, I came in first in yesterday's practical assessment and won an E-class Star Force injection. Her grandfather's hearty laughter came through the phone. My little Yue is so impressive, huh? I'll send you a picture of it, Han Yue said, silently relieved she had some good news to brighten her grandpa's mood. Sure, the old man replied cheerfully. To Han Yue, the Star Force injection was more of a symbol of honor than something she actually needed, as she had already used an E-class injection before. After cheering her grandfather up, Han Yue finally brought up the real reason for her call. Grandpa, I worked so hard to earn this reward, but now people are accusing me of cheating. You have to stand up for me. Her grandfather's tone carried a mix of mild reproach and underlying warmth. So, you're skipping class just because of this? Han Yue bit her lip and said in a slightly aggrieved tone, They're falsely accusing me, Grandpa. Everyone's talking about me. I don't want to go to school anymore. Are they talking about you or your teammate? Her grandfather asked perceptively. Han Yue immediately realized that her grandfather already knew the whole story. She pouted and said, I don't care. Fang Yuan and I are on the same team. If they accuse Fang Yuan of cheating, isn't that the same as accusing me? You have to help me, Grandpa. There was a brief silence on the other end of the line before her grandfather spoke slowly. This matter, Grandpa can't interfere. You need to be a good girl and go back to class. Skipping school is not something a good student should do. But Han Yue tried to argue. No buts. Go back to school, her grandfather said firmly, leaving no room for discussion. Fang Yuan and Wei Hailong sat silently in the car, heading to the Eastern Sea War Zone arbitration court. The two exchanged awkward glances, the air between them heavy with tension. Finally, Fang Yuan couldn't hold back any longer and broke the silence. Instructor, what's going on here? Wei Hailong's expression was somber as he tersely explained. Someone has disputed the results of the live combat assessment and filed an appeal with the arbitration court. He had received advance notice, so he appeared calmer than Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief. You can appeal something like this? Wei Hailong cast him a meaningful glance, but didn't answer directly. Instead, he said in a low voice, you might not understand how much influence Dingjian Group wields in the Eastern Sea. That one sentence was enough to make Fang Yuan grasp the underlying message. Although he knew little about Dingjian Group, the tone Li Xiangjin used yesterday had already revealed their deep connections to the military. A chill ran down Fang Yuan's spine as he realized that in this era of star power, ordinary people stood no chance against such powerful forces. The car fell into a brief silence as Fang Yuan's thoughts drifted to deeper questions. He turned to Wei Hailong, puzzled. Instructor, it's just the first place in a live combat assessment, right? The reward is only in a grade star power injection. Li Xiangjin shouldn't care about something so trivial, so why is he making such a fuss? Wei Hailong frowned slightly, as if he knew more than he could share. Bound by confidentiality, he could only respond vaguely. He silently reflected that only a handful of people in the Eastern Sea War Zone were aware of the Dragon Creation Project, and the schools participating in the assessment had no idea about it. The 30-minute drive passed quickly, and they arrived at the arbitration court located in the Starforge district. The two were taken to separate rooms for questioning. Fang Yuan had barely sat down in the interrogation room when a fierce-looking middle-aged man entered and began an aggressive line of questioning. You took first place in the D3 Training Grounds Live Combat Assessment, correct? The man demanded sharply. Yes, Fang Yuan replied calmly. And that victory wasn't entirely your own doing, was it? No, it wasn't. A glint of cunning flashed in the man's eyes as he pressed further. So, by your own admission, you don't deserve first place? Fang Yuan smirked slightly, seeing through the man's trap. Using such a low-level wordplay trick, don't you think that's a bit unnecessary? The man's expression hardened, realizing the young man in front of him wouldn't be so easily manipulated. He slammed his fist on the table and barked, answer me. Do you admit it or not? Fang Yuan remained composed. Stop playing these petty word games. I won't say I admit it, nor will I say I don't. What I will say is this. I followed all the rules during the live combat assessment. Whether or not I deserve the title is for others to judge. For the next half hour, the interrogator continued to lay verbal traps, trying to coax Fang Yuan into saying something incriminating. But Fang Yuan stayed sharp and navigated the exchanges skillfully, refusing to fall into any of the traps. From the questioning tactics, it was clear that the goal was to extract a confession that could be twisted to support their accusations. This made Fang Yuan realize that Li Xiangjian's influence was even more terrifying than he had imagined, and he couldn't help but feel a growing sense of unease. Half an hour later, the arbitration moved into its second phase. Fang Yuan was brought into the courtroom and seated alongside Wei Hailong at the defense table. They exchanged a glance, both wearing calm expressions. Fang Yuan leaned over and whispered, "Did they get anything out of you?" Wei Hailong shrugged nonchalantly. "Just some petty tricks. Nothing worth worrying about." At that moment, Li Xiangjin strode confidently into the courtroom, his demeanor brimming with arrogance. He took his seat at the petitioner's table, looking as though victory was already in his grasp. As the various parties settled into their places, the arbitration officially began. Li Xiangjin's representative stood up and began presenting the case, focusing on the issue of the battle flag at the conclusion of the live combat assessment. Indeed, as the assessment ended, the last person to touch the battle flag was Li Weilian. The arbitration court acknowledged this fact. According to the rules of the live combat assessment, the final victory should have gone to Li Weilian's team. However, the ultimate reward was given to another team. The arbiter said sternly, turning to Wei Hailong. Wei Hailong, you are suspected of favoritism and misconduct. Do you admit to this? No, Wei Hailong replied evenly. The arbiter pressed on. Based on evidence provided by other instructors, you made the decision regarding the winning team unilaterally, without consulting them. This is a clear violation of the rules and constitutes favoritism. The arbiter's tone clearly favored Li Xiangjian's side, as though he had already decided Wei Hailong was guilty. Everyone present could see that Fang Yuan and Wei Hailong were now tied together in this ordeal. If Wei Hailong were found guilty of misconduct, Fang Yuan would inevitably be implicated as well. Li Xiangjin sat at the petitioner's table with a smug smile, as if the entire arbitration court were under his control. It was obvious that his actions were not about the insignificant star power injection. There was something much larger at play behind the scenes. There were two reasons behind his actions. The first and foremost was the significance of securing the top spot in the combat assessment, a position he was determined to claim. The second, more personal reason, was the severe injury of Li Weilian. When he saw his son lying battered and bruised in a hospital bed, a cold and ruthless decision took root in his heart: to make everyone responsible for his son's suffering pay the price. However, he didn't resort to crude methods of direct confrontation. As a man in power, he was well-versed in wielding influence. To deal with someone insignificant and without any backing, just a small exertion of authority would suffice. He relished this game, achieving his goals while savoring the despair on his opponent's face when they realized the truth but were utterly powerless to change it. This was the rule of survival in the Starforce era. Those who commanded immense power and advanced Starforce technology held dominion over everything in this world. The atmosphere in the arbitration chamber was tense. The arbitrator scanned the room, sensing it was time to wrap up this sham trial. After all, the major players had already reached an agreement behind the scenes, and the outcome was predetermined. Wei Hailong, you violated the rules of the combat assessment and engaged in favoritism. A judgment will now be made against you. Do you have anything to say? The arbitrator asked in an official tone. Wei Hailong answered softly. The winning team in the combat assessment wasn't decided by me alone. I was acting under orders. Who? The arbitrator pressed. Name the person. If you're not the mastermind, your punishment can be reduced. That person is here, Wei Hailong replied. Who is the mastermind? Bailiff, bring them to the defendant's seat, the arbitrator ordered, scanning the dense crowd in the audience. Who is the mastermind? Step forward voluntarily, and it will be treated as a confession. Resistance will only worsen the consequences. At that moment, an elderly man in a navy overcoat slowly rose from the audience. His steps were steady as he descended the stairs and approached the defendant's seat, taking a seat next to Fang Yuan. The man clasped his fingers together on his knees and said calmly, "It's me. Proceed with the trial." The arbitrator's gaze fell on the 3 stars on the man's shoulder insignia and the array of medals on his chest. The gavel in his hand slipped from his grasp, clattering onto the table. Though he didn't know the man personally, the admiral rank displayed on his uniform made it instantly clear. His career was over. Colonel Qian Wufeng from the Eastern Sea Military Zone's Armament Department burst into the arbitration courtroom, pushing the heavy doors open with urgency. His gaze immediately fell upon Admiral Rod, seated with an air of unshakable composure in the defendant's chair. Qian snapped to attention, saluting with a hand that trembled slightly as beads of sweat formed on his brow. Admiral, there must be some kind of misunderstanding here. Please, allow me to explain. Admiral Rod remained motionless, his piercing eyes fixed ahead. His voice, steady and authoritative, cut through the tense air. I doubt there's any misunderstanding. I've reviewed the appeal documents thoroughly. The procedures are lawful, the arguments are sound. If I refuse to attend this hearing, then I'd be guilty of showing contempt for the arbitration court. Qian's anxiety deepened at those words. No, this has to be some kind of mistake. They'll investigate this matter thoroughly and ensure you're given a proper explanation, sir. Arbitration is still underway, Admiral Rod said sharply, turning his attention to the presiding arbitrator. Are we proceeding or not? I have official duties this afternoon and no time to waste on inefficiency. The courtroom staff stood stiffly in a row, their faces pale with unease. The arbitrator, visibly shaken, struggled to form a coherent response as he stammered over his words. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan sat quietly to the side, observing the admiral with keen interest. Based on intel received just the day before, Fang had confirmed that this was the very same senior officer that old Fang had mentioned in passing, an experienced commander with an iron reputation. Judging by the current situation, it was clear that Li Xiangjin had no idea the admiral had been present at the D3 training grounds yesterday. If he had, he would never have dared resort to such underhanded tactics. Admiral Rod glanced down at his watch, his tone turning even colder. I have other matters to attend to. Are we resolving this or not? Stop dragging your feet. Do you call this military discipline? This must be a mistake. The appeal should be dismissed immediately. Qian Wufeng blurted out, his voice almost pleading. Yes. The appeal is dismissed immediately, the arbitrator echoed hesitantly. Admiral Rod rose to his full height, his presence commanding. With a derisive snort, he addressed the room curtly. Since when did the arbitration court fall under the jurisdiction of the Armament Department? Colonel, prepare to write a formal self-criticism. The Armament Department clearly needs a thorough purge. Without waiting for a response, he turned on his heel and strode out of the room with measured authority. In the break room adjacent to the courtroom, Qian Wufeng's face was ashen as he rounded on Li Xiangjin, his voice a furious roar. You've completely screwed me over. What? That old man's really an admiral? How come I've never seen him before? Li Xiangjian's unease was palpable, though though a flicker of doubt lingered. Despite the mounting tension, he clung to his disbelief. He prided himself on his connections within the military's upper echelons, yet this admiral was a complete stranger to him. Do you think you're some big shot who gets to meet every commanding officer? The ones you haven't met are the ones you should fear the most. Qian barked, his anger barely contained. Still trying to defend himself, Li retorted. But I already looked into Fang Yuan's background. There's nothing there. No connections, no influence. The same goes for Wei Hailong. He's just an ordinary soldier, not even an officer. That's why I was confident in taking action. I've done this before. How do you think Ding Jian Group managed to dominate the Eastern Sea Zone's Starforce technology market? We built our empire using these methods. After a heated argument, Qian Wufeng finally made the decision to dismiss the appeal and publicly expose the fact that Li Weilian had cheated during the combat assessment. Despite Li Xiangjian's vehement protests, desperate to prevent his son from being branded with a cheating record, the tide had turned, and there was no reversing the outcome. That afternoon, on the school's main field, Wei Hailong stood before the entire student body. With a commanding presence, he formally delivered the report on the investigation, announcing the confirmed case of cheating during the combat assessment. The weight of his words carried across the crowd, leaving no room for ambiguity. The combat assessment this time revealed irregularities, as William Li's team was found to have used technological equipment in violation of the rules, constituting cheating. As a result, their eligibility for the assessment was revoked. Consequently, the winner of the final combat assessment was officially declared to be Fang Yuan's team. This announcement is hereby made. As this brief yet explosive announcement was read aloud, a formal notice in black and white was carefully posted by staff members on the school's prominent bulletin board. The notice bore the words, "Public announcement for 1 month," as if emphasizing the gravity and irrevocability of the decision. Fang Yuan, intrigued, took the time to carefully read through the announcement. His gaze lingered for a moment on a particular phrase, and he raised an eyebrow slightly. Interestingly, the report stated that William Li's team cheated, rather than William Li cheated personally. This subtle distinction left room for maneuver in how the story might develop in the future. However, for the average students of Donghai First High School, such nuanced wording held little significance. All they cared about was the outcome. William Li had lost his champion title. The news spread across the campus like wildfire. That morning, the group of girls who had been ardent supporters of William Li were still reveling in their anticipation of his comeback, eagerly discussing when he might reclaim the glory of the Combat Assessment Championship. But by the afternoon, the sudden reversal of events left them stunned and speechless. Meanwhile, a student nicknamed Meatball launched his own counterattack. With practiced ease, he used an alternate account to post provocative remarks in various class group chats. Weren't you all bragging about making a comeback this morning? Turns out it's a 360-degree comeback. Huh? You accused us of cheating, but it's your young master's team that cheated. Anyone with eyes could see that yesterday. His words immediately sparked heated arguments between supporters of both sides. Sharp and biting comments flooded the group chats, prompting the admins to kick out those involved in the bickering. Yet this did not deter Meatball. He effortlessly switched accounts and continued his battle with unabated enthusiasm. While students were still caught up in this online war of words, an even more shocking piece of news broke in the class group chat that evening. William Li had transferred to another school. Did he really transfer? That's impossible, right? The college entrance exams are just around the corner, someone questioned. It's absolutely true. Insider info: his school records have already been transferred, another voice confidently confirmed. The discussion quickly escalated, with one student analyzing, honestly, it makes sense. Being caught cheating in the combat assessment, and having it posted on the bulletin board for everyone to see who could stay after that? However, others began to sense something unusual. Something about this feels off. Fang Yuan was taken in for questioning, but it turned out William Li was the one cheating. Could there be some kind of conspiracy? Maybe Fang Yuan has some powerful connections we don't know about. The conversation eventually turned to a classmate rumored to have insider knowledge. Ziyu Qiao, do you have any updates on this? Finally, a cryptic comment from a mysterious voice left everyone in deep thought. Stop speculating. Erase all ill say William Li's family ran into a brick wall, but that wall wasn't Fang Yuan. This statement landed like a stone in still water, stirring up even more speculation and questions, casting a shroud of mystery over the entire incident. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the curtains, spilling into the classroom. Fang Yuan's team of 5 had gathered early, clutching the precious A-grade star power injection tightly in their hands. Their expressions were serious as they waited for their homeroom teacher, Wei Hailong, to arrive. Before long, Wei Hailong entered the training room with steady steps. His sharp gaze swept over the group. You haven't used the star power injection yet, have you? He asked. No, sir. We wouldn't dare use it without permission, Fang Yuan replied on behalf of the team. Wei Hailong nodded and reached out to take the injection from Fang Yuan. Carefully, he pointed to various parts of it, explaining its usage in detail. This comes with a built-in needle, and the top is vacuum sealed. When you're ready to use it, twist off the top forcefully, then press it directly onto your arm. Beefball, curious as always, asked, "Don't we need to disinfect the area with alcohol first?" "That's unnecessary," Wei Hailong explained. "The glass tip has a built-in sterilization feature. If you have any other questions, ask them now." After pondering for a moment, Fang Yuan voiced the question on everyone's mind. "How likely is it to increase our star power level after using it?" Wei Hailong patiently answered, "According to the database, there's about a 60 chance of leveling up within 3 days. The lower your current star power level, the higher the likelihood of success. Even if you don't level up immediately, the injection won't go to waste." He paused before elaborating further. "Think of it as a dose of experience points. It adds 60 points. If you need 100 points to level up and you already have 40, you'll level up immediately after using it. If you only have 30, you'll reach 90 points and will need to earn 10 more to level up." After hearing the explanation, the 5 of them simultaneously twisted open their injections and administered them into their arms. The cool liquid flowed into their bodies, bringing a subtle chill. However, after the injection, they didn't feel any noticeable changes. Fang Yuan used his abilities to check his attributes but found no differences. He asked, "How long does it take effect?" "It varies from person to person," Wei Hailong replied. "For some, it could be as quick as half an hour. For others, it might take 3 days or longer." At this moment, Wei Hailong noticed that Han Yue hadn't used her injection. "Have you used one before?" he asked. Han Yue nodded. "Yes, I used one during the summer break." Beefball, ever curious, asked, "Can't you use it twice?" Wei Hailong explained, "Using the same type within a year has minimal effect and could even cause side effects." Beefball, eyes lighting up, turned to Han Yue. "Then you could sell this one. It's worth $1 million. Don't forget to treat us to a feast when you cash in." Han Yue smiled and agreed, "Sure. I'll treat you all to a meal. I want lobster." Beefball exclaimed, pushing his luck. "Okay," Han Yue replied, to everyone's surprise. Beefball was about to continue when Fu smacked him on the back of the head. "Enough already. All you think about is food." As the two bickered, Fang Yuan seized the moment to ask a more pressing question. "How can we maximize the absorption of the star power injection? It's too expensive to waste." "Just maintain your normal star power training," Wei Hailong advised. "Ideally, engage in comprehensive, well-rounded training to make the most of its effects. Then let's start training right away," Beefball said eagerly. "Hold on, there's more to do," Wei Hailong said, glancing at his watch. "They should be here soon." Sure enough, moments later, several other teams of students began entering the training room. Xiao Ziyu and Wang Lai's team, as well as Yi Mingfeng, Zhua Anpeng, and Shan Ke's group, including Fang Yuan's team. A total of 18 students had gathered. Wei Hailong surveyed the group and announced, "Starting today, you 18 are the elite class. Over the next 2 months, you'll undergo special training to prepare for the endofterm field combat exercise." He paused, his expression growing serious. "I won't sugarcoat it. This exercise will take place in a spatial rift zone. The danger level is beyond what you can imagine, but the rewards are equally significant." "That dangerous? Can we back out?" Beefball immediately balked. "You want to quit?" Fu raised her hand, ready to smack him again. "What's wrong with snacks and video games? Why risk our lives?" Beefball retorted, utterly unashamed. Wei Hailong's tone turned stern. "You can back out anytime. I brought in this many people to have substitutes ready. Are you sure you want to quit?" The others eyed him like hawks, ready to pounce on his spot if he dropped out. But Beefball hesitated and shook his head. "I'm not sure yet." Wei Hailong continued, "In 2 months, you'll be divided into 3 tactical squads for the rift combat. The team selection rules will be the same as last time, and the team leader roles may change." He added, "One last thing, this exercise isn't just for you. Over 200 high schools from Donghai City will participate, and it will be a competitive event. Remember, the rewards for the winning team are beyond your imagination." Beefball held up his empty injection and asked, "Better than this?" "Compared to the rewards, a grade star power injection is insignificant," Wei Hailong replied. Hearing this, all 18 students felt a surge of anticipation. Wei Hailong then distributed personalized training plans to each student. When Beefball saw his eyes widened in shock. 150-kilogram bench presses, 300 reps? And that's just the first item. There's so much more after that, you might as well just kill me. Wei Hailong's tone was firm. "Nyodaji, your role in the team is a heavy armored warrior. You're responsible for blocking star beast attacks and creating opportunities for your teammates to strike. Strength training is non-negotiable. If you don't want to train, that's fine too. There's a waiting list of students from 20 other classes ready to take your place." In the training room, Nairuin was pinned to the bench press, preparing for his workout. Staring at the barbell, which weighed more than he did, he wore an expression of utter despair. "Coach, 300 reps of bench press? That's going to kill me." he complained. 10 reps per set, 1 minute rest between sets, 30 sets a day. Start now, Wei Hailong commanded sternly, his tone leaving no room for negotiation. As Nairuan continued to grumble, Wang Lai, stationed at the adjacent bench, was already hard at work. Focused and methodical, he executed his reps while occasionally glancing over at Nairuan. No dodgy, he said bluntly. To be honest, you don't deserve to be on Fang Yuan's team. Let me be clear, I'm taking your spot. Ever since Fang Yuan's squad had delivered an impressive performance during the combat assessment, competition for positions within the team had intensified. From the group stage to their victory over the Li Weilian squad, the team's potential became evident to everyone, including elite members like Xiao Ziyu and Wang Li. Though the individual members seemed average on paper, together they exhibited extraordinary synergy and combat prowess. With the Indoftrem Rift combat assessment looming, the opportunity to reshuffle teams had many students itching to prove themselves. Wang Li, leveraging his solid strength stats, aimed to secure the tank role by replacing Yo Daji. Similarly, Zhua Anpong, who had lost his team, set his sights on Yi Ziya's position as the sharpshooter. By contrast, Han Yue and Eve's spots appeared far less contested, especially Eve's, as her fog of war tactics were integral and irreplaceable for the team. Wang Lai pushed himself, completing 12 reps per set to more than required. Nearby, Eve leaned casually against the wall, a lollipop perched between her lips. She gave Nairuan a light pat on the shoulder. Looks like your spot's in jeopardy, she teased. Huh. Fang Yuan would never abandon me. Nairuan retorted indignantly. No, I would. Fang Yuan's voice interjected as he passed by, his calm correction landing like a dagger. A quick glance at his status confirmed head just gained 10 rage points from Nairuan. Wang Lei's eyes lit up with hope, but Fang Yuan dashed it just as quickly. Don't get too excited. I wouldn't pick you either. Another 10 rage points, this time from Wang Lai. As long as I'm strong enough, as long as you want to win, you'll choose me eventually. Wang Lai shouted determinedly at Fang Yuan's retreating figure. Nairuan shot Wang Lai a glare before turning his frustration into action. The two began an impromptu bench press duel, each trying to outdo the other rep for rep. Meanwhile, in a quieter training room, Fang Yuan was deeply engrossed in analyzing his attribute panel. Name, Fang Yuan. Star power level, LV.1. Attributes, Strength 36, Agility 39, Physique 21, Spirit 20. Rage points, 360. Superpower trait. Unknown trait A20392. Star slot trait. Superpower mimicry. Star power combat skill, Thunder Fist. Skills, Military combat LV.325200, Slide step LV.312200, Parkour LV.0310, Shooting LV.136100. Through careful examination, Fang Yuan identified his biggest weakness, his low star power level, which severely limited his overall energy pool. His experience during the combat assessment, where just 2 uses of Dragon Form Thunder Fist had drained his star power completely, underscored the urgency of leveling up. The jump from LV.1's 100 units to LV.2's 200 units represented a significant increase in potential. He began testing the interplay between strength, agility, and physique, discovering a critical relationship. When strength and agility combined to double his physique, his body reached its limit. With agility at 39, nearing twice his physique of 21, it was clear that boosting his physique was a priority. Fang Yuan devoted himself to physique focus training, incorporating star power injections to accelerate progress. By the end of the session, he was astonished to see his physique rise to 22, exceeding the theoretical LV.1 cap of 20. However, his star power level stubbornly remained at LV.1. To unravel this anomaly, Fang Yuan headed to the library. There, he delved into the theory of attribute marginal diminishment. The research revealed that his unusually high strength and agility had effectively raised his physique's upper limit, allowing him to surpass the conventional boundaries. This revelation confirmed that further physique improvements were achievable through continued training. Armed with this newfound understanding, Fang Yuan resolved to push his limits even further, knowing that every step forward brought him closer to unlocking his full potential. On a crisp autumn morning, the martial arts teaching building was already filled with a hint of chill. In the stairwell, Nairuan was huffing and puffing his way up, carrying a heavy box of energy drinks on each shoulder. Yeziyu followed closely behind, kindly asking, "Need me to help you with that?" Nairuan refused with a touch of pride in his tone. "No need to trouble you. Do you even know what I'm carrying? Aren't they just drinks?" Yeziyu asked, puzzled. "Drinks? These are practically 2 boxes of cash." Nairuan grinned. 20,000 in my left hand, 20,000 in my right. If I lose them, I might finally succeed in losing weight. Yeziyu paused for a moment. How does this have anything to do with losing weight? Simple. Nairuan rolled his eyes. If I lose these, I can't afford to pay for them. No money for food means I'll be forced to lose weight. As they reached the third floor and stepped onto the corridor, a series of intense thud 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 sounds came from the training room at the far end. Yeziu sighed. The captain's at it again with the punching bags. They already had to replace a few yesterday. It was brutal. Nairuin listened to the thunderous hits and couldn't help but twitch his cheeks. What's gotten into Fang Yuan? He's getting more and more intense. Suddenly, Yeziu remembered something. A mischievous grin spreading across his face. I overheard the instructor complaining to the coach yesterday about how fast the punching bags are breaking and how it's blowing the budget. They're thinking about finding someone to spar with the captain. The coach suggested you said you're tough-skinned and can take a beating. Nairuin froze in place, utterly shocked. So, you're saying the next thing they carry out of here will be me? Congratulations. Yeziu patted his shoulder with a laugh and walked into the first training room. Nairuin stood there hesitating for a long time before finally clenching his teeth and deciding to fight for his survival. He psyched himself up, marched to the training room door, set down the 2 boxes of drinks, and knocked. The knock 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 interrupted Fang Yuan's training. He walked over and opened the door. What do you want? Nairuin put on a serious face and said earnestly, Fang Yuan, I need to talk to you. Fang Yuan could tell from his expression that he was up to something. Impatiently, he replied, spit it out. I'm busy. Nairuin's demeanor shifted instantly, his face breaking into a grin as he pushed one of the boxes of energy drinks into the room. These are the school's energy drinks. This box is all yours. Drink up. No need to thank me. What's this about? Misusing school resources? Fang Yuan raised an eyebrow. It's called sharing the wealth, Nairuin explained. You trained so hard. You deserve it. Cut the nonsense. If you've got something to say, say it. If not, leave. Fang Yuan rolled his eyes. Nairuin hesitated before finally blurting out. So, I just think punching bags should be professional grade ones for training. Otherwise, you might injure your hands, and that would be bad. Oh, that? Fang Yuan smirked. The coach already decided. They're going to get you the best protective gear available. Good luck. Nairuin froze again, panicked, and bent down to grab the box of drinks. I've decided to quit the elite class. Goodbye. Fang Yuan was quicker, stepping on the box to stop him. Once you bring something in, you can't take it back out. Practicing Thunder Fist consumes a lot of star energy. With these drinks, my progress will be much faster. I'm not becoming a human punching bag. No way. Nairuin declared firmly. Fang Yuan suddenly changed his tone. Bring me your hamster. When I hit, I can avoid the face. What? You want to harm my big eater now? Nairuin asked warily. Fang Yuan explained that the hamster's unique ability, rapid digestion, was actually useful. While it seemed trivial, it could significantly boost training efficiency. For example, when consuming energy drinks during training, the ability could speed up star energy recovery, accelerating progress. Under Fang Yuan's mix of threats and persuasion, Nairuin reluctantly handed over the hamster but made sure to warn him. Let me be clear, no roasting, frying, or cooking it in any way. Can you stop being so dramatic? Fang Yuan copied the rapid digestion ability and returned the hamster. You're free to go now. I have training to continue. Nairuin clenched his fists, rallying himself. All right, I need to work harder too. Fang Yuan let out a cold laugh. I think you can save yourself the trouble. Why? Nairuin asked, confused. Because if someone as talented as I am is working this hard, what's the point of you trying? Fang Yuan said, watching Nairuin's anger level rise. Satisfied, he shut the door. Beef Ball froze for a moment, muttering to himself, damn, why does that sentence make so much sense? His eyes suddenly lit up. Yes, I'll use this line to shut others up from now on. In the training room, Fang Yuan quietly closed the door, his gaze immediately falling on the display screen to check the remaining star power. The screen flickered with numbers, 35100. The energy consumption of practicing Thunder Fist was indeed astonishing. He took a bottle of dimethyl blue energy drink out of his backpack, twisted off the cap, and drank it down in large gulps. The cold liquid slid down his throat, and he could feel a refreshing energy spreading through his body. He then activated his rapid digestion ability, focusing entirely on the speed at which the energy drink was absorbed. Watching the change in his star power total, Fang Yuan quickly calculated that his star power recovery speed had increased by about 60. This meant that the rapid digestion ability could enhance absorption speed by 3 to 4 times. However, this high efficiency came with a new problem. The effect of one bottle of dimethyl blue energy drink only lasted half an hour. Fang Yuan quickly did the math in his head. If he trained for 6 hours a day, he would need 12 bottles of energy drinks. That amounted to half a crate per day, costing as much as 10,000 yuan daily. And that was just the cheapest dimethyl blue. Over a month, it would cost 300,000 yuan. If he switched to the premium Golden Dragon brand, the price would skyrocket tenfold, reaching a staggering 3 million yuan per month. The path of martial arts really isn't something an average family can afford, Fang Yuan thought to himself, shaking his head in disbelief. This is just ridiculous. But then he remembered that the energy drinks for this elite training program were provided by the school. He let out a sigh of relief. Well, at least I don't have to feel the pinch for now. With that, Fang Yuan resumed punching the sandbag. The heavy thuds echoed through the entire teaching building. Under this intense training, it took him just a day and a half to fully absorb the E-type star power injection. By the afternoon of the second day, his star power level finally broke through from LV.1 to LV.2. Fang Yuan could distinctly feel a surge of extraordinary energy flowing through his body, as though every cell had been awakened. Eagerly, he checked his attribute panel. Star power level, LV.2. Star power capacity, 65200. Attributes, strength 37, agility 40, physique 23, spirit 21. Rage points, 390. Although his other attributes remained unchanged, the crucial force strength, agility, physique, and spirit each increased by 1 point as his star power level rose, making his body significantly tougher. What was even more exciting was that his total star power capacity had doubled, reaching 200 points. After upgrading to Star Force Level 2, Fang Yuan felt a tangible change. Not only did his total star force double, but his recovery speed also increased significantly. With the supplement of the B-Class Blue Energy drink, he was able to sustain a much more intense training regimen. In the afternoon, the martial arts classroom was bustling with excitement. After yet another leather punching bag was torn to shreds, Neuro Wan's long-awaited top-tier defensive suit finally arrived. Wei Hailong started unboxing it as the students gathered around, some even pulling out their phones to record an unboxing video. Xiao Ziyu pointed to the logo on the box and asked, "Instructor, what kind of defensive suit is this?" Wei Hailong explained, "This is the shield-grade universal combat suit, Model B3. It's crafted with nanotechnology and offers excellent defensive capabilities." He handed the suit to Neuro Wan. "Put it on." Neuro Wan hesitated as he took the suit and asked nervously, "If I put this on, does that mean it'll be used as a punching bag?" Wei Hailong nodded. Resisting impact is a key metric for heavy-armored warriors. It's also a standard training focus for the Awakener Corps. Wang Li reached out to grab the combat suit. "If you don't want to wear it, I will. I'm willing to train my resistance to hits." Neuro Wan quickly pushed Wang Li aside and hurriedly put on the suit. Wei Hailong then gave a detailed introduction of the suit, highlighting its outstanding defensive features, especially the nanotech armor plates protecting critical areas. After securing the training gear on Neuro Wan, Wei Hailong called Fang Yuan over for sparring practice. Neuro Wan muttered under his breath, "Go easy, go easy." Thud. A dull sound echoed through the room, followed by Neuro Wan's anguished scream as he was sent flying into the wall. He slid down slowly, leaving the surrounding students stunned, their faces twitching as if they could feel the impact themselves. Neuro Wan lay motionless on the ground, pretending to be dead. Fang Yuan walked over and nudged him with his foot. "Get up. Stop pretending. I know how your ability works." Wei Hailong pulled Neuro Wan to his feet and demonstrated the correct defensive posture. "Watch my movements. When your opponent attacks, step back slightly to absorb the impact." Neuro Wan tried it out and then asked, "Instructor, when we're sparring, can I dodge instead?" "You can, as long as you're fast enough to dodge," Wei Hailong replied. Neuro Wan grinned smugly. "I think I can dodge. I've leveled up, you know. I'm already at level 2, and my agility has increased by 1 point." He held up a finger proudly. Fang Yuan patted him on the shoulder and mercilessly shattered his delusion. "Don't bother. Just take the hits. Really, my agility is already at 40. Neuro Wan's smile froze, and his entire demeanor deflated. During the sparring session, Fang Yuan was responsible for throwing punches while Neuro Wan was responsible for being sent flying. Although it looked brutal, Neuro Wan wasn't actually hurt thanks to his thick skin ability and the protective shield-grade combat suit. Fang Yuan's punches were precise, targeting only the arm guards and avoiding any vital areas. By the time training ended, Fang Yuan returned home to find it was already past dinner time. Li Shuhua came out of her room, taking off her glasses. "Have you eaten yet?" "There's food left in the pot." "I've already eaten. The school provided training meals," Fang Yuan replied. Since the elite class training began, the school had been offering special meals designed to accelerate physical recovery, so he always ate before heading home. Fang Xiaozhu was curled up on the sofa, holding 2 cats while watching TV. Fang Yuan sat down on the other end of the sofa, and she immediately held out the gray cat to him. "Here, gray cat is yours. I'll even share my apple with you." The siblings each held a cat and continued watching TV. Fang Yuan rubbed gray cat's fur a few times. "Meow," gray cat protested with a displeased cry. Fang Yuan pressed its head gently and teased, "What's the matter? Am I bothering you by petting you?" He couldn't help but notice that animals seemed to be particularly fond of Fang Xiaozhu. This made him wonder if it had something to do with her divine evolution ability. He had always wanted to test the effects of her ability, but hadn't found the time due to preparations for the combat assessment. Although Fang Yuan had considered copying her divine evolution ability for the assessment, he ultimately decided against it. The secret of divine evolution needed to be kept safe. Using it during the assessment might draw unwanted attention, especially from the Spear of God organization, which could lead to trouble. However, Fang Xiao's unexpected appearance at the combat assessment site had disrupted his original plan. Now, it was likely that Admiral Rhodes was already aware of Fang Xiao's abilities. Fang Yuan made up his mind. Let's go to my room and test your ability. Fang Yuan stood up and walked into the room, followed closely by an enthusiastic Fang Xiaozhu, who was dragging along two reluctant cats. The little girl was full of curiosity about her own special ability. She had spent many days experimenting on the two poor animals, yet she had never managed to activate any powers. How do we test it? What should I do? Fang Xiaozhu asked eagerly, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Fang Yuan smiled gently. Just stand still, that's all. He pulled his sister in front of him and casually ruffled her hair, all while discreetly activating his superpower mimicry, preparing to replicate her ability. Starlight energy flowed like a gentle stream into Fang Xiaozhu's body, but within a second, it reversed course and flowed back. Fang Yuan frowned slightly, sensing something unusual in the returning energite seemed to remain in a raw, unrefined state. He quickly checked his attribute panel, only to find that the superpower mimicry section showed no changes. The replication had clearly failed. Huh? Fang Yuan murmured in surprise. This was the first time he had encountered a failure in copying an ability. How is it? Fang Xiaozhu, feeling the strange energy coursing through her body, assumed the test was underway. It didn't work. Don't move, let me try again. Fang Yuan made another attempt, this time deliberately increasing the starlight energy output. Although it still failed, the feedback was noticeably stronger, suggesting that replication might not be entirely impossible. Over the next few minutes, Fang Yuan continued experimenting, slightly increasing the starlight energy output with each attempt. As he worked, he reminded her, if you feel uncomfortable or any pain, let me know. I'm fine. I feel great, Fang Xiaozhu said cheerfully, raising her arm. Is that starlight energy running through my hand? Yes, that's starlight energy, Fang Yuan confirmed with a nod. That's amazing. When will you teach me how to use it? The little girl's eyes gleamed with anticipation. Fang Yuan gently explained, you're too young right now. It's hard to teach at your age, but as you grow older, you'll naturally learn to control it. Fang Xiaozhu pouted, a sly glint flashing in her eyes as she muttered under her breath, even if you don't teach me, I'll figure it out myself. Fang Yuan ignored his sister's mischievous thoughts and refocused on his attempts to replicate her ability. This time, he pushed the starlight energy output to its limit. The energy lingered in Fang Xiaozhu's body for a full 10 seconds before gradually flowing back. Immediately, Fang Yuan noticed a subtle change in the returning starlight energy. He quickly checked his attribute panel and was stunned to see a new entry under the starlight traits. Divine Evolution Mimicry. This ability was exceptionally difficult to replicate, clearly indicating its extraordinary power and uniqueness. The fact that his superpower mimicry had succeeded in copying such a formidable ability also highlighted its own exceptional nature and potential. Fang Yuan fell into deep thought, realizing that he might have just unlocked access to an entirely new realm of capabilities. After copying the Divine Evolution ability, Fang Yuan sprang into action. He carefully placed the two cats on the table but quickly changed his mind, recalling that the hospital explosion might have had something to do with the orange cat. He put them back on the ground instead. Raising his right hand with fingers spread, he aimed at the cats. This gesture suddenly made him realize he was unintentionally mimicking Fang Xiaozhu's energy wave motion. Shaking his head, Fang Yuan decided to proceed. He began to gather star energy and activated the Divine Evolution Mimicry. An invisible ripple of power spread through the room, immediately affecting the cats, who started meowing loudly. Their star energy level skyrocketed at an incredible rate, increasing by 1 level every 3 seconds. Within just 30 seconds, they had surged from LV.1 to LV.10. The orange cat's fur ignited like flames, lifting it into midair, while the gray cat's fur bristled like spikes, surrounded by swirling grayish-purple energy. The room's temperature soared dramatically, prompting Fang Yuan to open the windows for ventilation. At the same time, he tried to command the orange cat. Can you control your energy and stop the flames? The orange cat simply meowed loudly, showing no intention of restraining the flames. Fang Yuan turned to Fang Xiaozhu for assistance, and she attempted to calm the cat in a tone one might use to soothe a child, but it had little effect. Fang Yuan concluded that creatures affected by divine evolution seemed unable to fully control their energy and were stuck in a state of forced release. Fang Xiaozhu was thrilled by the cat's transformations, but puzzled that she couldn't use her abilities herself. Fang Yuan explained that he was the one using the ability and reminded her again to be cautious, especially since her fireball ability could easily hurt someone. Fang Yuan then began testing the effects of divine evolution. To his surprise, The star energy consumption rate was astonishingly high. 200 units of star energy could only sustain the ability for up to 5 minutes. He quickly completed the ability tests on the two cats and deactivated the divine evolution mimicry, though his star energy was nearly depleted. After the tests, Fang Yuan waited for the cat's star energy levels to drop back to LV.1 and sent Fang Xiaozhu off to bed. Although she was reluctant to stop and kept trying to fire energy waves at the cats, the day's experiments eventually came to an end. The next morning, Fang Yuan walked his sister to school along a tree-lined path. He carried her backpack while Fang Xiaozhu took charge of walking the cats. Along the way, they encountered several neighbors walking their dogs. A few large dogs showed interest in the cats but were quickly put in their place by the two superpowered cats, who sent them fleeing with their tails between their legs. At the school gate, Fang Xiaozhu suddenly remembered that her class was moving to a new classroom and needed to relocate desks. Fang Yuan volunteered to help but was stopped by the school gatekeeper. "I'm her brother," Fang Yuan explained. "I'm here to help move desks," Fang Xiaozhu added. When Fang Yuan showed the school badge of Donghai No. 1 Middle School, the security guard barely gave it a glance before letting him through. After all, Fang Xiaozhu attended the affiliated elementary school of Donghai No. 1, and that badge carried significant weight. The classroom was already buzzing with activity. Many parents were helping their children move desks and chairs. Fang Yuan noticed that some students without parents were busying themselves alone. His eyes landed on the little girl sitting next to Fang Xiaozhu. "Do you want me to help your deskmate move her desk too?" Fang Yuan asked. "No." Fang Xiaozhu refused immediately. "Why not? Are you two not getting along?" "You're my brother, not hers," Fang Xiaozhu said matter-of-factly, drawing a clear line. Fang Yuan couldn't help but poke her forehead. "Why are you so stingy? Who's going to steal your brother away?" As he spoke, he effortlessly lifted the little deskmate's desk and stacked it on top of Fang Xiaozhu's. Turning to the little girl, he said, "I'll help you move your desk. Make sure you get along well with Xiaozhu from now on." "Thank you, Xiaozhu's brother," the little girl replied sweetly. As they carried the desks from the second floor to the fourth, Fang Yuan glanced at the balcony corridor, a bit surprised. Why move to a classroom this high? Exactly. Now we have to climb to the fourth floor every day. It's exhausting, Fang Xiaozhu said with a look of despair. Just as they finished arranging the desks, a woman in her 30s walked into the classroom. "Have all the desks been moved?" "Meow." The two cats that had been sitting on a desk suddenly bristled and started hissing at the teacher. The teacher frowned. "Fang Xiaozhu, as cute as cats are, pets are not allowed at school." "I know," Fang Xiaozhu quickly responded, holding the two cats down and whispering to calm them. "Stop it, stop it." These two former stray cats occasionally displayed neurotic behavior, but their sudden reaction made Fang Yuan feel uneasy. Quietly, he channeled star energy into his eyes to examine the teacher's attribute panel, only to be met with a string of question marks. This discovery sent a chill through Fang Yuan. Question marks indicated that her attributes far exceeded the limits of his mental powers detection rank, at least a level 3 awakener. Why would someone so powerful come to an elementary school to be a teacher? This was anything but ordinary. Currently, the global human awakening rate is at 10. Once awakened, individuals gain abilities beyond those of ordinary people, instantly placing them at the top of the pyramid in the 80-20 rule. Fang Yuan keenly noticed that this female teacher was not only an awakened individual, but her power was at least LV.3 or higher, stronger than Wei Hailong. For such a powerful awakened individual to be teaching at an elementary school, there had to be something unusual going on, unless it was purely out of love and dedication. Alarm bells went off in Fang Yuan's mind. As the teacher walked away, he quickly leaned toward his younger sister, Fang Xiaozhu, and whispered, "Is this teacher new?" "No, she's been teaching us since first grade," Fang Xiaozhu replied, puzzled. "Why? Do you think Ms. Sun is a bad person too?" "It's nothing, just curious," Fang Yuan said, trying to reassure her. However, his mind was already set on investigating further. Feigning gratitude, he approached the teacher. "Miss Sun, thank you." "For what?" Miss Sun turned and asked. Fang Yuan fabricated a story. "Thank you for taking Xiaozhu to the hospital last time, and even covering the medical expenses. My dad said he'll pay you back after he gets his paycheck next week." Miss Sun waved her hand dismissively. "No rush. Your family is going through a tough time. It's only right to help." Fang Yuan lowered his head in thanks, but a glint of realization flashed in his eyes. This teacher was a fake. Fang Xiaozhu had never been taken to the hospital by a teacher, let alone had medical bills paid for by one. The moment he uncovered the truth, Fang Yuan's heart raced. He realized this person was very likely a member of the God Spear organization, here to confirm whether Fang Xiaozhu had awakened. Letting things continue like this would be too dangerous. The two cats alone wouldn't be enough to protect his sister. Fang Yuan's mind raced as he quickly formulated a plan. He made a risky decision and walked over to his sister, scooping up the two cats. "Where are you taking Fireball and Gray Machine?" Fang Xiaozhu asked, following him. "Don't make a fuss," Fang Yuan whispered. "These two cats are special. I need to take them with me. But you can only take one, Fang Xiaoju bargained. No, I need both. They'll bring them back for you to play with later, Fang Yuan insisted. The two cats started squirming, and Fang Yuan threatened. If you keep this up, you're getting turned into stew. Reluctantly, Fang Xiaoju gave in and returned to class. As Fang Yuan carried the cats downstairs, he caught a glimpse of Miss Sun leaning against the railing in the hallway, watching him. When he exited the school gates, he noticed the mysterious question mark-laden attribute panel appear at the base of the school building. Hooked, Fang Yuan thought to himself with satisfaction as he continued walking, scanning the street for someone with an ability that could enhance his mental attributes. Soon, he spotted a bespectacled girl outside Donghai High School who possessed intermediate-level mental enhancement powers. Fang Yuan deliberately bumped into her, spilling her soy milk, and used the opportunity to copy her ability. As the girl complained, he quickly apologized and compensated her before leaving. After confirming Miss Sun was still tailing him, Fang Yuan headed to an old basketball court in the city. He placed the two cats on a concrete pipe and told them to stay put. Then, mimicking Fang Zioza's signature energy blast pose, he prepared himself. Using the 100 rage points he had just earned, Fang Yuan increased his mental attribute to 25. He then activated the intermediate mental enhancement ability, boosting his mental attribute to 32.5. Finally, he could clearly see Ms. Sun's detailed attributes. Name? Star power level, LV.4. Attributes, Strength 36, Agility, Constitution 34, Mental 35. Superpower trait, Shapeshifter. Star power techniques? Skills? Fang Yuan stared at the data, realizing the situation was far more dangerous than he had anticipated. He needed to come up with a foolproof plan and fasto protect his sister while dealing with this mysterious and formidable adversary. As Fang Yuan anticipated, this teacher Sun was indeed stronger than Wei Hailong. By analyzing the iris data, he observed that her agility attribute had surpassed the visible range, likely exceeding 40 points. Even more concerning was the fact that her star force level had reached LV.4. This discovery all but confirmed that this impersonator was a member sent by the Spear of God organization. Faced with this situation, Fang Yuan knew that directly eliminating her wasn't a wise option. For one, it would only temporarily delay the threat. For another, having already taken down one member of the Spear of God, killing another would undoubtedly draw the organization's full attention. After weighing his options, he made a seemingly risky decision. Fang Yuan copied the Divine Evolution ability from his Star Force watch and directed it at two cats squatting on a concrete pipe. Stop pretending. Aren't you just interested in Xiaoju's ability? I know it too. Now bow down and hail me as your king. Despite his provocation, the two cats maintained their human-like expressions of disdain. Oh, so even Divine Evolution is picky about its users, huh? Fang Yuan activated the mimetic form of Divine Evolution. In an instant, the transformation of the two cats was astonishing. The orange tabby's stripes ignited into flames, its entire body hovering in midair as it let out resounding meows. Meanwhile, the gray cat sprouted spikes along its back, exuding a grayish-purple energy as it darted around the basketball court like a bolt of lightning. The flames spewing from the orange cat raised the surrounding temperature by several degrees, forcing Fang Yuan to take a few steps back. All of this was observed in detail by Teacher Sun, who had been hiding at the entrance of the alley. Once Fang Yuan deactivated his ability and the two cats returned to their normal state, the attribute panel vanished. Fang Yuan took a deep breath step, one of his plan was complete. He had deliberately staged this scene for Teacher Sun to witness, ensuring she would report the information back to the higher-ups in the Spear of God, thereby diverting their attention from Fang Xiaoju to himself. Next, Fang Yuan began searching for information about the shapeshifter ability, Teacher Sun's power. However, it was not listed in any standard databases. He contacted the Super Management Bureau directly, requesting to speak with Black Hawk. Through his conversation with Black Hawk, Fang Yuan not only obtained detailed information about shapeshifters, but also successfully negotiated for the Bureau to assign a LV.5 agent to monitor the impersonator. Using his own ability to see through the information of high-level awakened individuals as leverage, he managed to persuade Black Hawk. In the end, Black Hawk agreed to Fang Yuan's terms and prepared to dispatch a team to keep a close watch on the shapeshifter. For Black Hawk, assigning an additional LV.5 agent was a small price to pay, especially considering the extraordinary value of Fang Yuan's cross-level detection ability. After hanging up the phone, Fang Yuan turned to look at the two cats. To his surprise, although the flames and energy glows surrounding them had dissipated, their star force levels remained stable at LV.2, rather than dropping by one level every 3 seconds until settling at LV.1 as usual. Even after several minutes, the value remained unchanged. Puzzled, Fang Yuan carefully observed the cat's condition. Their strength, agility, physique, and mental attributes had all significantly improved, with agility reaching an impressive 23 points. This discovery prompted him to ponder. Could divine evolution be a permanent enhancement rather than a temporary effect? Could repeated use truly lead to the permanent upgrading of mutant creatures? This hypothesis would require further testing. Before heading to the Supernatural Management Bureau, Fang Yuan anticipated that Black Hawk would likely test the effects of the iris data. To prepare, he first went to his school and copied an advanced mental enhancement ability from someone there, then took a taxi to his destination. At 99, Qingba Road, Donghai City, stood the headquarters of the Supernatural Awaken Management Bureau. Upon arrival, Fang Yuan was immediately escorted to Black Hawk's office. Inside the room, besides Black Hawk himself, several agents were also present. Take a seat. Let's start by using the iris data to check these agents' attributes, Black Hawk said, getting straight to the point. Fang Yuan glanced at the people in the room and stated directly, 3 individuals, ranging from LV.2 to LV.4. No need for testing. I can give you the conclusion right now. 4 awakened individuals with a mental attribute of 42 points or below. I can see their ability details. This figure has been precisely calculated. He explained that as long as a target's mental attribute did not exceed his own by more than 20, he could view their abilities. Currently, his base mental attribute was 25 points. With the advanced mental enhancement, it was boosted by 40, reaching 35 points. This allowed him to see the abilities of targets with mental attributes of 42 points or below, though other attributes still appeared as question marks. Black Hawk immediately instructed an assistant to call in an agent with a mental attribute of exactly 42 points. Fang Yuan quickly scanned the individual and reported their details. LV.4 star force level, gecko wall climbing ability, mental attribute of 42 points. While the other attributes were obscured, it was reasonable to infer they exceeded 42 points. After confirming the accuracy of Fang Yuan's ability, Black Hawk handed him a badge with the number 20392, officially appointing him as an agent in the Bureau's investigative unit. The number matched Fang Yuan's mysterious trait designation, A20392. Now that I'm an agent, I need to request some equipment, Fang Yuan stated. This is the second condition you agreed to. Members of God's Spear will likely make a move against me soon. What did you do? Why are they targeting you? Black Hawk asked with a frown. I fed that shapeshifter some false information. They should act on it soon, Fang Yuan replied calmly. Black Hawk pondered for a moment and said, Hold on, I need to think this over. With that, he got up and left the office, his steps steady as he walked to the end of the corridor. He stopped in front of a door with no nameplate, knocked lightly, and entered. Inside, a figure was seated in a swivel chair, back turned to the door, facing a wall of bookshelves. Beside the chair leaned an aged redwood cane, exuding a sense of history. Black Hawk stood respectfully and reported, He's requesting equipment, claiming that Spear of God will be targeting him soon, though the authenticity of his claim is unclear. The person in the chair didn't turn around and responded in a voice that was slightly aged yet commanding, Give it to him. Any equipment he wants? Black Hawk asked cautiously. The elder replied succinctly, As long as it's not a weapon of mass destruction, yes. Understood. Black Hawk acknowledged and then exited the room, gently closing the door behind him. Back in the office, Black Hawk looked at Fang Yuan and asked, What kind of equipment do you need? Fang Yuan raised his left hand and pointed to the star energy watch on his wrist. I need this kind of star energy storage device, one that can store abilities. It's still in the experimental stage, but I believe you have the means to procure it. Additionally, I'd like this device to store multiple abilities, ideally divided into 10 units, with each unit storing one ability. The storage capacity for each unit doesn't need to be too large. Black Hawk nodded thoughtfully and replied, That's not particularly difficult to get. The East Sea War Zone Military Science Academy can manufacture it. However, meeting your specific requirements might require custom production, which will take some time. Fang Yuan shrugged casually and said, Make it quick, preferably before Spear of God takes me out. He spoke as though discussing something trivial. And the third request? Black Hawk pressed. I need a set of miniature trackers. You should have those in stock, right? Fang Yuan stated directly. Not long after, a set of miniature trackers was delivered to the office. Black Hawk opened the box and showed it to Fang Yuan. These are adhesive trackers, for in a set, accompanied by a tablet. You can also install the software on your phone. Fang Yuan took the box and said, The manual will do. I'll figure it out myself. With that, he picked up the equipment, bid farewell to Black Hawk, and left. After Fang Yuan left, the assistant turned to Black Hawk with a serious expression and asked, Captain, is what that guy said true? Will God's Spear really make a move on him? Black Hawk furrowed his brow slightly, pondering for a moment before replying, Most likely, yes. He has no reason to lie. Have the details on that shapeshifter come through yet? The assistant quickly opened the tablet in his hands, scrolling through the newly received intel. Yes, they've arrived. As soon as we received the information, we dispatched agents to investigate this shapeshifter. He looked up, a hint of concern flashing in his eyes. The shapeshifter's current identity is a teacher at the elementary school, and the class they teach happens to be Fang Yuan's sister's class. Black Hawk's expression grew more serious. Interesting. It seems God's spear isn't targeting him, but his sister. He stood up, walked to the window, and with his back to the assistant, gave the order, keep a close watch on that shapeshifter. Don't let them out of your sight for even a second. The assistant hesitated and said, Captain, the shapeshifter can change their appearance. They could easily slip away by just stepping into a restroom. How can we monitor them? Black Hawk turned around, his gaze sharp. Then assign a team to watch Fang Xiaoju. After giving the instructions, Black Hawk left the office and headed once again to the mysterious room at the end of the corridor. He knocked lightly on the door, and after receiving permission, he stepped inside. An elderly man sat in a swivel chair, his back to Black Hawk. Black Hawk stood at attention and reported, Fang Yuan has left, but he made a request. He wants to customize a star energy storage device. This type of equipment is still in the experimental stage and can only be made by the Military Science Institute. What are your thoughts? The elder's voice came from behind the chair, steady and firm. Grant his request. I'll inform the Military Science Institute to expedite the production and deliver it to him as soon as possible. Understood. They'll handle it shortly, Black Hawk replied. But he had another question. There's one more thing I don't quite understand. He's still just a high school student. Recruiting him into the Supernatural Bureau now, you think it's appropriate? The elder chuckled softly. If he has potential, he probably won't stay in the Bureau for long. If he doesn't, the Bureau will at least gain an agent with iris data. Either way, you don't lose. Black Hawk nodded in agreement. That's true. Although he still felt that Fang Yuan was too young for the role of an official agent, he chose not to press the matter further. That evening, Fang Yuan returned home and sat at his desk, carefully studying the instruction manual for a miniature tracker. Once he understood how to use it, he called out toward the door, Fang Xiaoju, come in. Bring the two cats with you. Hearing the urgency in his voice, Fang Xiaoju came running in eagerly, with the two cats trailing closely behind. Are you going to teach me how to use my powers? She asked, full of anticipation. No, Fang Yuan replied curtly. Fang Xiaoju pouted in disappointment, a hint of displeasure flashing in her eyes. Ignoring her reaction, Fang Yuan reached out, took the jade pendant hanging around her neck, attached a miniature tracker to it, and then carefully put it back on her. From now on, wear this at all times. Don't take it off, Fang Yuan instructed. Curious, Fang Xiaoju pulled out the pendant to inspect it. What's this? It looks weird. Fang Yuan patiently explained. With this, you'll always know where you are. He recalled the last time he had given her a GP-enabled smartwatch, only for the kidnappers to remove and discard it immediately. Attaching the tracker to the jade pendant this time should make it harder to detect. Is this one of those trackers like the ones on TV? Fang Xiaoju asked, her eyes lighting up. Something like that. Fang Yuan nodded. Then Fang Xiaoju suddenly asked, do you think Teacher Sun might be an imposter? Fang Yuan was surprised. How do you know? I think she's been acting strange too, Fang Xiaoju explained. She's been talking to me a lot lately. After you left today, she even asked me if she had ever taken me to the hospital before. Fang Yuan's pupils constricted sharply. He quickly asked, what did you say? You didn't tell her the truth, did you? He thought to himself that this shapeshifter was clearly testing Fang Xiaoju. If she had answered truthfully, today's plan would have been completely exposed. Fang Xiaoju smiled smugly. Of course not. I told her that every time I go to the hospital, I'm unconscious, so I wouldn't know. And then? Fang Yuan pressed. I also said that I think Mom mentioned the teacher taking me to the hospital once, but I don't remember it myself, Fang Xiaoju added. Fang Yuan reached out and pinched her cheek with a smile. When did you get so clever? Ow, you're going to make it swollen. Fang Xiaoju swatted his hand away, then said proudly, of course I'm clever. Even Fireball and Greyplane don't trust her. I knew she wasn't a good person. I wouldn't be fooled. Fang Yuan gave her a serious reminder. From now on, just remember this. Teacher Sun took you to the hospital before and even paid for your medical expenses. In a few days, you'll have Dad return the money to her. Fang Xiaozu's eyes widened in anger. We're giving her money? That's not the point, okay? We can get it back later double if you want, Fang Yuan said helplessly. Fine. Fang Xiaoju grumbled, reluctantly agreeing. To be cautious, Fang Yuan grabbed the two cats and attached miniature trackers to the insides of their collars as well. If the tracker on Fang Xiaozu's pendant was removed, the cats would still be reliable. After finishing, Fang Yuan took out his phone, installed the tracking app, and checked the locations of the trackers, confirming everything was working properly. Over the next 2 days, Fang Yuan personally escorted his sister to and from school and checked in with Black Hawk daily to confirm the shapeshifter's movements. Everything remained calm during those 2 days. However, Fang Yuan knew that the shapeshifter had likely already reported the emergence of divine evolution to the God Spear organization. Now, it was just a matter of waiting to see if God's Spear would take the bait. Fang Yuan stayed on high alert, knowing this plan was risky. After all, there was no telling what kind of awakened beings God's spear might send. Fang Yuan's heart was pounding with alarm. If the awakened being sent after him was truly that powerful, it could crush him with a single finger. But the danger was directed solely at him. As long as his plan succeeded, Xiao Zhu would be safe. For his sister, he was willing to take the risk. As night fell, Fang Yuan and Fang Xiaozhu each occupied one side of the sofa, idly petting their lazy cat while watching TV. Suddenly, the phone rang, shattering the peaceful atmosphere. It was Black Eagle. Get outside. We've got a job. There's a black Jetta waiting for you at the entrance of the neighborhood, Black Eagle said curtly. After hanging up, Fang Yuan turned to Fang Xinghua and said, I need to step out for a bit. Fang Xinghua responded absent-mindedly. Li Shuhua glanced at the clock and asked worriedly, It's so late. When will you be back? Not sure. You guys should lock the door and go to bed by 10. Don't worry about me, Fang Yuan reassured her. He quickly walked into his room and retrieved his KT-800 Star Energy pistol. With practiced hands, he removed the magazine, checked the bullets, loaded it, switched the safety on and off, then slid the gun back into its holster. He strapped on the holster, put on a jacket to conceal it, and hurried downstairs. At the entrance of the neighborhood, a black Jetta was waiting. Fang Yuan tapped on the window. Black Eagle, sitting in the front passenger seat, gestured for him to get in the back. Inside the car were 4 other agents from the Supernatural Administration Bureau. The car started and headed toward the bar district. Fang Yuan, puzzled, asked, What kind of job is this, so late at night? The shapeshifter slipped out of sight. Black Eagle said grimly. Fang Yuan's eyes widened in shock. And you still called me out? If you can't even keep track of it, take me back home. The shapeshifter going off the radar meant that God's spear might be making a move. While Fang Yuan had previously exposed his divine evolution ability to the shapeshifter on purpose, hoping to draw their attention to himself, it was still unclear if God's spear had taken the bait. If they hadn't and instead targeted his sister, leaving home now would only put his family in greater danger. Take it easy for now, Xiaolu. You explain, Black Hawk said calmly, his gaze shifting to the female Supernatural Bureau agent, Xiaolu, who was driving. While skillfully maneuvering the steering wheel, Xiaolu began explaining, Here's the thing. I have a particular fondness for high heels. Tonight, the shapeshifter we were tailing wore a pair I've been eyeing for ages, so I paid special attention to her shoes. Later, she went into a mall restroom. 3 minutes later, our team checked, but she was gone. However, I noticed a woman wearing the same shoes walk out of the restroom and immediately reported it to the captain. We then continued tailing that woman. Based on our assumption, this woman should be the shapeshifter, but now we need you to confirm. After listening, Fang Yuan roughly understood the situation but still asked, What if it's not her? Don't worry, Black Hawk reassured. We have a level 5 agent station just outside your neighborhood. That should put your mind at ease, right? Hearing that, Fang Yuan relaxed slightly and asked casually, Have you started working on the item I requested? Ah, I almost forgot, Black Hawk said, pulling out a black watch and handing it over. Fang Yuan took the watch, examining it closely, and was a bit surprised. Finished so quickly? This isn't some cheap knockoff, is it? 2 days, and it's done already? Black Hawk explained, Your requirements weren't too complicated. We just dismantled 10-star power storage units and installed them into a watch. The outer shell was 3D printed, which didn't take much time. Plus, someone pushed the Military Science Institute to expedite it, so it was delivered this afternoon. If there's any drawback, it's probably that it doesn't look very appealing. Fang Yuan carefully inspected the custom-made superpower watch. It truly wasn't aesthetically pleasing. It looked more like a utilitarian engineering product, with no consideration for design. Since it housed 10 storage units, it was twice the size of a regular watch. Thankfully, the Military Science Institute had taken user functionality into account and ensured it didn't hinder arm movement, avoiding the creation of a bulky monstrosity. Modern watches are often used as fashion accessories. If this unattractive watch were sold as a commercial product, it might only appeal to niche collectors. However, Fang Yuan cared about the watch's ability to store superpowers, not its appearance, so its looks didn't bother him. He strapped the watch onto his wrist and moved his arm around, finding it quite comfortable. Despite being a lab-made product, it clearly considered ergonomics, fitting snugly on his arm. Upon closer inspection, it wasn't unbearably ugly, just plain and unremarkable. With the superpower watch in hand, Fang Yuan immediately began testing it. First, he stored the advanced mental enhancement and divine evolution abilities he had copied earlier using his superpower mimicry. Then, he copied and stored the abilities of the 3 Supernatural Bureau agents in the car, including Black Hawk's. By the end, the watch contained 5 abilities: divine evolution, advanced mental enhancement, underwater breathing, wall crawling, and star glide. Fang Yuan's excitement grew. Superpower mimicry was already a powerful ability, but it had a significant limitation: it could only mimic one ability at a time, and mimicking a new one would erase the previous one. This made it impossible to freely switch abilities. Now, with this custom-made superpower watch capable of storing 10 abilities, he could retrieve any ability whenever needed. Combining superpower mimicry with the 10-unit watch was a game-changer with ultimate power. So your ability is Starglide, huh? Is it any good? Fang Yuan asked suddenly. Black Hawk's face showed a hint of surprise as he turned to look at Fang Yuan. You can see my ability? Take a guess. Fang Yuan replied with a grin. In truth, Fang Yuan couldn't see Black Hawk's attributes. Even with advanced mental enhancement, Black Hawk's stats appeared as question marks, leaving his true strength a mystery. However, superpower mimicry was a rather overpowered ability. Copying someone's power naturally revealed what it was. Xiao Lu, the agent driving, had a slightly odd expression. Captain, his iris data seems a bit excessive. He can even see your ability? Black Hawk shot her a glare and scolded. Just drive. Fang Yuan, still curious, asked, how effective is your Starglide? Could you jump off Mount Everest and glide all the way to the East Sea? You think him an airplane? Black Hawk replied, exasperated. Suppressing a laugh, Xiao Lu added, the captain's Starglide consumes a lot of star power. If the altitude is too high and the star power runs out, things could get messy. Then this ability isn't all that great, Fang Yuan commented. It's basically like a hang glider worth 30,000 bucks. And if you're not careful, you might end up as a pancake. He casually assigned Black Hawk's ability a price tag, comparing it to a hang glider. Black Hawk's already dark complexion seemed to darken further from irritation, while Fang Yuan earned himself 30 anger points. About 10 minutes later, the car pulled into the bar district. A 7-seater MPV was already parked across from a bar named Charlie's. Once the black Jetta stopped, an agent stepped out of the MPV and climbed into the Jetta. What's the situation? Black Hawk asked. The target entered the bar over 20 minutes ago. Our team is still monitoring her, and so far, nothing unusual, the agent replied. You stay here. Fang Yuan, come with me, Black Hawk said as he opened the car door and headed toward Charlie's bar. As Fang Yuan was about to enter the bar, a heavily tattooed bouncer blocked him with an outstretched hand. Are you even old enough to be here? Fang Yuan grabbed the man's arm and twisted it slowly, asking, what do you think? The bouncer's arm made cracking sounds as it twisted, and the pain brought sweat to his face. He quickly pleaded, all right, my bad. I'm sorry. Fang Yuan released his arm and walked into the bar. Inside, loud music blared. The house singer clutched a bass guitar and belted out a song in broken Cantonese. The flowers in my heart, I want to take you home. In this late-night bar, who cares if it's real or fake? Black Hawk scanned the bar briefly, spotted 2 agents who had come in to monitor the target, and walked over to join them. Where's the target? One of the agents pointed toward the dance floor at a beautiful woman swaying to the music. It had to be said, this shapeshifter's current form was leagues ahead of her previous appearance as Teacher Sunday. Her stunning looks and curvaceous figure, combined with her movements to the pulsating beats, were enough to make anyone's blood rush. Black Hawk gestured toward the dance floor and said to Fang Yuan, take a look. Is that the shapeshifter? Fang Yuan channeled his star energy into his eyes, carefully observing the woman swaying her body in the middle of the dance floor. Using his abilities, he clearly identified her powers and various attribute values, confirming, it's her, no doubt. Amid the noisy nightclub, Black Hawk looked visibly uncomfortable. How long has she been dancing? He asked one of his subordinates. About 20 minutes, an agent replied. Captain, do you think she's really just here to dance? Another agent questioned. If it's just dancing, why would she change her face? Think about it. If it were you, would you want to walk into a nightclub with a terrifying face, or would you rather look like a stunning beauty? Fair point. As they discussed, a young man in a floral shirt approached the edge of the dance floor, scanning the crowd as if searching for someone. The shapeshifter noticed his arrival and swayed her way toward him, performing a seductive dance around him. The man in the floral shirt hesitated and asked, are you the one fourth brother wants to see? The shapeshifter stopped dancing, gracefully adjusted her dress and said, lead the way. The two of them headed upstairs. Black Hawk signaled with his eyes, and an agent discreetly followed. Shortly after, the agent returned to report, room 206. Let's go, Black Hawk ordered, leading his team into the bar's storage area. The bar manager rushed over, questioning their identity. Black Hawk flashed his credentials, claiming to be conducting a sudden inspection for counterfeit alcohol on behalf of the Commerce Bureau. The manager nervously insisted that all their liquor was sourced legitimately, but under the agent's persuasion, he reluctantly cooperated. One agent took the opportunity to examine the delivery records and located the drinks ordered for room 206. Picking up one of the bottles, he secretly infused it with star energy. Using his abilities, Fang Yuan detected that this agent possessed the water echo ability. About 30 seconds later, the agent set the bottle down and signaled to Black Hawk that the task was complete. The bar manager heaved a sigh of relief, even slipping Black Hawk a red envelope. Clearly experienced in handling such inspections, With everything in place, Black Hawk withdrew his team, leaving 2 fresh agents behind to monitor room 206. Back in the surveillance van, the water echo agent closed his eyes, focusing on the star energy-infused liquor to eavesdrop on the conversation inside the room. Mimicking different voices, he relayed the dialogue as Xiaolu quickly transcribed. Fourth brother, the person is here. Did you bring the item? Of course. Why didn't they show up last time as agreed? That's not for you to ask. How much is it this time? No money. I need you to handle something for me. What is it? Be ready in the next few days. I'll notify you when it's time. Another agent brought back intel. The room was booked by one of Shuexi's men. Shuexi was a mid-level enforcer, or red pole, for a faction in the Western District. He was a level 4 awakened with a transformation type ability called Scorpion Armor. Another transformation ability, Black Hawk mused. It seems the shapeshifter is here to deliver mutation serums to Shuexi. 20 minutes later, the water echo agent opened his eyes and reported, that bottle of liquor has been emptied. We won't move in yet, Black Hawk decided. Shuexi is just a small fry. Our target is the source of the mutation serums and their distribution network. Once the shapeshifter returned to the dance floor, continuing her performance, Black Hawk chose to leave a team behind for surveillance while the rest of them withdrew. It was then he noticed, where's Fang Yuan? Fang Yuan was sitting alone in a dim corner of the bar, staring at the dance floor with a contemplative expression. He was deeply intrigued by the shapeshifter's abilities and was tempted to copy them. However, knowing that approaching her rashly might alert her, he ultimately decided against it. Black Hawk walked in, gave Fang Yuan a nudge on the arm, signaling it was time to leave. Fang Yuan was about to get up when a familiar voice of apology reached his ears. Sorry, I didn't mean to. Turning his head, he saw Yi Zhiyu dressed in a waiter's uniform, repeatedly apologizing to a bald man with a large belly. It turned out Yi Zhiyu was working part-time at this bar. In these precarious times, taking on odd jobs to make a living was nothing unusual. Fang Yuan himself was filling in at the martial arts gym, wasn't he? The incident began when Yi Zhiyu accidentally spilled drinks on the bald man's clothes. A few young women happened to witness the scene, leaving the bald man utterly humiliated. What's the point of apologizing? Why don't we just get the police involved? The bald man roared, grabbing a beer bottle and smashing it toward Yi Zhi's head. Crash. Clatter. The bottle shattered on impact, beer mixed with streaks of blood trickling down Yi Zhi's forehead. Gasps and screams erupted from the surrounding crowd. The floor manager rushed over upon hearing the commotion. Without even assessing the situation, he glanced at the bald man's clothing and shoes, then roughly shoved the bleeding Yi Zhiyu. Hurry up and apologize to the customer. Yi Zhiyu gritted his teeth against the pain and bowed his head once more. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. The bald man, now basking in his perceived dominance, bragged to the young women around him while refusing to let it go. Propping his foot up on the table, he pointed at the beer stain on his shoe and arrogantly ordered, lick it clean. Yi Zhi's expression froze. The floor manager gave him another shove. What are you waiting for? Do it. The bald man pulled out a wad of 100 yuan bills, slapping them on the table. Lick it clean, and all of this is yours. Do it. Or do you not want this job anymore? The floor manager barked harshly. At that critical moment, Fang Yuan strode purposefully toward the bar, grabbing a beer bottle on his way. Without hesitation, he approached the bald man and brought the bottle crashing down on his head. Crash. Clatter. The bald man screamed in pain, collapsing to the ground and clutching his head. Who the hell dared to hit me? The pot-bellied, bald man screamed in agony as he collapsed to the ground, clutching his head and howling like a butchered pig. Struggling to his feet, he touched the wound on his forehead, saw blood on his fingers, and glared at Fang Yuan with gritted teeth. You cracked my skull, huh? All right, try it again if you dare. Fang Yuan glanced at his rage points. That single bottle earned him 30 points. There was definitely more potential here. Try? Sure, why not? He said with a cold smirk, grabbing another bottle of liquor and smashing it down on the bald man's head. Smash! The bottle shattered on impact. Another blood-curdling scream followed, and another 30 rage points were added. The pot-bellied man was stunned, clutching his head as he pointed a trembling finger at Fang Yuan. What are you all waiting for? Are you dead? Get him. Kill him. Yi Zhiyu hurriedly stepped forward to intervene. Wait, don't fight. It was my mistake earlier, me fault. He turned back to Fang Yuan and whispered urgently, Captain, you need to leave. Now. The bald man staggered up again, roaring, Leave? Over my dead body. Get them both. Beat them to death. At his command, 2 lackeys lunged forward. Leave? Not a chance. Fang Yuan snorted and struck like lightning. Thud. Thud. 2 swift punches, and the lackeys dropped to the ground, clutching their heads and groaning in pain. Without missing a beat, Fang Yuan kicked the bald man onto a sofa, grabbed a broken bottle, and pointed its jagged edge at his face. Still feeling tough? Big brother, I was wrong. Don't do anything rash. The bald man's bravado crumbled instantly. Fang Yuan frowned, displeased. Only 60 rage points so far, and the man was already backing down. Can't you just act tougher for a little longer? He thought with annoyance. Just then, a cold, detached voice echoed from the second-floor balcony. Who's causing trouble in my place? The bald man's eyes lit up with hope. Brother Four, you've got to back me up. This guy is stirring up trouble in your bars, clearly disrespecting you. Fang Yuan turned to look and saw a menacing, muscular young man leaning on the second-floor railing, glaring down with cold, scornful eyes. This was Xue Si, a notorious enforcer of the West Side Longmen gang. This bar, Charlie's, was his territory. Xue Si glanced at Yi Jiyu and asked, "Who hired this waiter?" The floor manager immediately stepped forward, apologizing profusely. Brother Four, that was me. His father used to work here, but got fired for sneaking drinks meant for customers. They begged me for days, so I let his son fill in. Stealing drinks? That calls for cutting off a hand. Why hire his kid back? Xue Si said coldly. Yes, they'll get rid of him right away, the manager stammered. Each of them loses an arm. Then throw them out, Xue Si ordered, turning to leave. Fang Yuan chuckled mockingly. My arm? I'm afraid you can't afford it. Xue Si paused, casting a sidelong glance at Fang Yuan before waving for his men to act. Around a dozen gang members, armed with steel pipes, charged toward Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan, itching for a fight, immediately switched to his military combat stance. With 37 points in strength and 40 in agility, his movements were as fast as lightning and as powerful as thunder. Each punch left his opponents either writhing in pain or completely incapacitated. Bang, bang, bang. Within seconds, all 15 gang members were down, groaning on the floor. Fang Yuan glanced at his rage points, 180 in total from this group. Not bad. One remaining lackey, still able to move, scrambled upstairs in a panic. Brother Four, this guy's tough. Useless. You can't even handle a kid who's still wet behind the ears? Xue Si cursed, stomping down the stairs with a venomous glare fixed on Fang Yuan. You don't look like much. Which gang are you with? Yi Jiyu quickly stepped in. Brother Four, he's my classmate. He's not here to cause trouble. He'll leave right now. This is all my fault, let me take responsibility. Fang Yuan pushed him aside, giving him a sharp look. Stop trying to act tough. Does he look like someone who's going to let me walk away? You're right, Xue Si sneered. You beat up my men. If I let you go without consequences, how am I supposed to maintain my reputation in West Side? So, what's it gonna be, our leg or your arm? How about both? Fang Yuan replied casually, all the while analyzing Xue Si's stats. Name, Xue Si. Star Force level, LV.4. Attributes, Strength 42, Agility 35, Constitution 33, Spirit 24. Superpower, Scorpion Armor. Skills, Kickboxing, Muay Thai. His strength was impressive, no wonder he was a valued enforcer. However, his overall stats were subpar for a level 4 awakened. Either his Star Force level was artificially boosted by drugs, or his body had been weakened by indulgence in vices. That said, Xue Si was still a formidable opponent. Fang Yuan's 24 constitution meant a direct hit from Xue Si's 42 strength could be lethal. And with Muay Thai in his arsenal, his kicks would be especially dangerous. Looks like you won't back down until you're beaten black and blue, Xue Si snarled, cracking his neck audibly. Suddenly, he launched a straight punch at Fang Yuan's face. Fang Yuan sidestepped, narrowly dodging the punch, all the while keeping a close eye on Xue Si's lower body. As expected, the moment Fang Yuan dodged, Xue Si's right leg whipped around like a steel rod. Fang Yuan, prepared, executed a spinning leap over a sofa. Crash! Xue Si's kick smashed into the sofa, splitting it cleanly in two. Debris flew everywhere, showcasing the terrifying force behind his 42 strength. Fang Yuan knew he couldn't afford to let any of those strikes connect. Quickly assessing his options, Fang Yuan reviewed the 5 abilities stored in his watch: Divine Evolution, Advanced Mental Fortification, Underwater Breathing, Gecko Wall Climbing, and Star Force Gliding. None of them offered a significant boost in combat. Scanning the bar, he searched for an ability that could enhance his agility. While he didn't find one, he did spot a mid-level strength enhancement. That would have to do. Leaping off the wall, Fang Yuan closed the gap to his target, copied the mid-level strength enhancement, and activated it immediately. His strength surged from 37 to 48.1, completely overshadowing Xue Si's 42. Without hesitation, Fang Yuan counterattacked. Channeling 36 units of Star Force, he unleashed a devastating punch like a thunderclap. Xue Si, overconfident, didn't dodge. He met Fang Yuan's punch heat. Boom! The impact exploded like a cannon shot. Xue Si grunted in pain, his eyes bulging as his entire body, along with his arm, was sent flying like a broken kite, crashing heavily into the ground. Shuesi was sent flying by the sheer force of the punch, crashing through 4 or 5 glass tables before tumbling into a corner against the wall. His face twisted in disbelief, a thin line of blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Your punch. How can it be this powerful? He gasped. You haven't even seen my best yet. Fang Yuan's reply came sharp and swift. Before his words even faded, he propelled himself off a nearby column, launching into the air. His flying kick struck Shuesi with bone-crushing force, slamming him against the wall. Without giving his opponent a moment to recover, Fang Yuan's fist shot forward like a streak of lightning, aimed directly at Shuesi's face. Bang! In desperation, Shuesi raised his right arm to block, and the impact reverberated with a metallic clang. Fang Yuan's eyes narrowed as he noticed a hardened, chitinous layer forming over Shuesi's arm, a manifestation of his supernatural ability, the scorpion armor. Fury burned in Shuesi's eyes. As the Red Pole of the West City Longmen Gang, he controlled the most lucrative operations in the area. His name was synonymous with terror on the West City bar streets. Countless women had fallen victim to his cruelty, paralyzed by fear and unable to resist. His rise to power was built on raw strength and ruthless dominance. Those who dared to stir trouble in his establishments had all disappeared into the sewers, never to be seen again. Now, being humiliated by Fang Yuan in front of everyone, Shuesi knew his reputation within Longmen would be irreparably damaged if he didn't eliminate this upstart. The scorpion armor spread rapidly across his body as he sneered, I underestimated you. If you'd begged earlier, I might have let you off. But now? You're leaving here on a stretcher. Perfect. I like opponents who stay cocky no matter how hard they're hit, Fang Yuan retorted with a smirk. Before he could finish, Shuesi lunged forward with a brutal knee strike. It was a devastating move from Muay Thai, capable of incapacitating anyone it connected with. Fang Yuan, however, sidestepped with fluid precision, narrowly avoiding the blow. But Shuesi was relentless. His fist followed immediately, aiming to crush Fang Yuan where he stood. Fang Yuan caught the incoming punch, only to feel sharp pain shoot through his palm. Shuesi's fists were studded with jagged, hardened protrusions, their lethal edges significantly enhancing their impact. You got lucky earlier because I wasn't using my ability. Now, you're as good as dead. Shuesi snarled, his voice dripping with malice. Fang Yuan's expression hardened. No longer holding back, he unleashed his full speed, pushing his agility to an extreme 40 points. His movements blurred into a series of afterimages as he darted around Shuesi with breathtaking velocity. Combined with his enhanced strength of 48.1 points, every strike he delivered landed with the force of a sledgehammer. The relentless barrage of blows echoed through the room, leaving Shuesi staggering, barely able to defend himself. Without the scorpion armor shielding him, his body would have been shattered long ago. The onlookers could only gape in shock, their eyes struggling to follow Fang Yuan's impossibly fast movements. His fists and kicks rained down like a violent storm, leaving Shuesi no room to counter. Who the hell are you? How can you be this strong? Shuesi roared, his voice a mix of rage and disbelief. It was the first time in years he had faced such a formidable opponent, let alone a high school student. Fang Yuan's confidence grew with every exchange. Each successful hit siphoned 30 points of fury from Shuesi, fueling his energy while weakening his adversary. He could feel it clearly. Stronger opponents yielded more fury to exploit. Enraged and desperate, Shuesi let out a guttural roar. His entire body became encased in even thicker scorpion armor, the glossy, chitinous plating gleaming under the dim bar lights. He charged at Fang Yuan, determined to crush him through sheer brute force. Shuesi had realized Fang Yuan's speed was his greatest weapon and sought to neutralize it with overwhelming defense. But Fang Yuan was ready. He narrowly dodged the reckless charge, his fury meter now surging to 630 points. Without hesitation, he burned 500 fury points to boost his agility to an astonishing 45 points. His speed skyrocketed, and with his immense strength still at 48.1 points, the ferocity of his attacks reached a whole new level. His strikes came down like a hurricane, hammering Shuesi into a helpless, staggered state. The relentless assault drained Shuesi's fury reserves. What once gave Fang Yuan 30 fury per hit dwindled to 10, then 1, until there was nothing left to draw. As Shuesi slumped against the wall, battered and drained, Fang Yuan finally slowed. He took a step back, his lips curling into a faint, almost mocking smile. I think I've had my fun. Shuesi maintained his composure, a cold smirk tugging at the corner of his lips. With a raspy voice he said, Don't celebrate too soon. How much longer can you hold out? The moment your strength fails will be the moment you meet your end. This situation was nothing new to Shuesi. His dominance in the arena wasn't just due to his raw power and ferocious Muay Thai skills. The real key was his nearly impenetrable scorpion armor defense. He had faced numerous skilled opponents before, but all of them ultimately fell to his scorpion armor. Their strikes, fierce as a tiger's, barely left a scratch on him. Once his opponents were drained of energy, it was the perfect time for him to strike back. At this moment, Xuesi was patiently waiting for Fang Yuan to exhaust himself, preparing to deliver a decisive blow to finish him off. Fang Yuan, however, sneered disdainfully, a glint of mockery flashing in his eyes. "There's something I forgot to mention," he said. "The only reason you've lasted this long isn't because your defense is so strong. It's because I just felt like giving you a good beating. If I really wanted to end this, one punch would be enough." Xuesi's pupils dilated in shock, but before he could react, Fang Yuan abruptly changed his attack trajectory with lightning speed. A devastating punch landed squarely on Xuesi's abdomen, sending him flying into the wall. With a deafening bang, the impact created a web of cracks across the surface. Xuesi let out a blood-curdling scream. His body curling up like a shrimp, he gagged in agony, as if about to vomit out his internal organs. Cold sweat poured down his body, soaking him completely. He never imagined that his one and only weakness could be struck so precisely. His abdomen, his Achilles heel, was something he had always sought to strengthen. The experimental serum from Spear of God was supposed to be his salvation, a way to patch this vulnerability. But it hadn't had enough time to fully take effect. Fang Yuan's earlier barrage of seemingly chaotic attacks had, in fact, been a calculated effort to uncover Xuesi's weakness. He had already identified the opening but held back, choosing to prolong the fight to build up more momentum for a decisive strike. Xuesi slid down the wall, collapsing onto the ground in a spasmodic heap. Despite the searing pain, his eyes still burned with ferocity. "What are you waiting for?" he roared at his comrades. "Take him down." Fang Yuan was just about to deliver a finishing kick to incapacitate Xuesi completely when a cold voice suddenly rang out from behind him. "Don't move, or I'll blow his brains out." Fang Yuan spun around sharply, only to find himself staring down the barrels of over a dozen guns aimed directly at him. Worse still, a double-barreled shotgun was pressed against Yi Zhiyu's temple. In a split second, Fang Yuan drew his own pistol, yanked Xuesi up as a human shield, and pressed the muzzle of his gun against Xuesi's temple. "Come on," he shouted fiercely. "Let's see whose trigger finger is faster." A dozen of Longman's men aimed their guns at Fang Yuan, and the tension in the bar was palpable. Fang Yuan, however, showed no fear. Instead, he pressed his gun against Xuesi's temple, using him as a hostage. The air seemed to freeze, and the atmosphere was suffocatingly tense. Xuesi, despite the searing pain in his internal organs and blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, sneered defiantly, "You think your gun can pierce my scorpion armor?" Fang Yuan let out a cold laugh and moved his KT-800 Star Energy pistol closer to Xuesi's face. "Take a good look. Do you know what kind of gun this is?" Xuesi's pupils contracted sharply as he gasped. A Star Energy pistol. Being well-versed in the underworld, he knew all too well the value and devastating power of such a weapon on the black market. While his scorpion armor could withstand an ordinary firearm, a Star Energy pistol would obliterate him without question. The standoff continued, neither side daring to make a move. Not far away, Haiying and a few Supervision Bureau agents blended into the crowd, their expressions grim as they observed the situation. One agent whispered, "Captain, won't Fang Yuan's actions jeopardize our plan?" Haiying's expression remained stern, but his tone was calm. "Stay calm. No one knows Fang Yuan is one of ours. Everyone here just thinks he's fighting for a classmate. Who would suspect a Supervision Bureau agent of causing trouble in a bar?" As he spoke, Haiying silently wished he could dunk Fang Yuan's head into a barrel of cold water to cool him down. "So what's the plan now?" the agent asked. After a brief pause, Haiying instructed, "Send a message to Tang Long, tell him to keep his men in line." Tang Long was the leader of Longmen in West City and Xuesi's boss. This Charlie bar was part of his territory. Back in the bar, Xuesi slowly regained his strength, propping himself up against the wall. He licked the blood from the corner of his mouth and sneered, "Kid, you've got some skills, but today, you're not walking out of here unscathed. Either you get riddled with bullets, or you surrender, and it'll just take a hand and a foot. Your choice." Fang Yuan chuckled coldly at his arrogance. "You're still acting tough after I've beaten you to this state? That's right. What are you gonna do about it?" Xuesi retorted, his tone dripping with disdain. As he spoke, he suddenly kicked Yi Zhiyu, who was nearby. Yi Zhiyu was sent flying, crashing into a glass table that shattered under the impact. He clutched his abdomen, wincing in pain. Fury flared in Fang Yuan's eyes as his finger hovered dangerously over the trigger. The Longmen henchman immediately shouted, "Try it. Go ahead and pull the trigger." Yi Zhiyu, fearing the situation would spiral out of control, quickly called out, "Don't shoot. Please, don't shoot." Xuesi leaned back on the sofa, a smug grin on his face. "Go ahead, shoot. One life for two. Let's see who comes out worse." At that moment, the the tense atmosphere was interrupted by a round of applause. A man in his 50s, dressed like a wealthy businessman and flanked by bodyguards, entered the bar. By now, the other patrons had long fled, leaving only Longman's men behind. Upon seeing the man, Shuesi immediately straightened up and greeted him respectfully, "Big brother." The newcomer was none other than Tang Long, the leader of Longmen in West City. Tang Long took a seat on the sofa and pulled out a cigar. Shuesi hurried to cut and light it for him. "Big brother, what brings you here?" "I was just about to handle this." Tang Long flicked the ash from his cigar and asked calmly, "Handle it? You've been beaten to a pulp. How exactly do you plan to handle it?" "They'll cripple them and throw them out," Shuesi replied hastily. Tang Long let out a cold laugh. "Tomorrow, all of Donghai will hear that a Longmen enforcer couldn't win a fight and had to rely on a gun. Whose reputation do you think that ruins?" Shuesi tried to explain nervously, "This was just bad timing. Give me a few days, and this wouldn't even be an issue. This kid? I could deal with him anytime." Tang Long waved for Shuesi to step aside and sized up Fang Yuan. "Where are you from?" he asked. "Huaxia," Fang Yuan replied bluntly. "You've got skills," Tang Long said. "Join me. Swear loyalty to Longmen, and this bar is yours." "No thanks," Fang Yuan rejected without hesitation. Shuesi was stunned and was about to speak when Tang Long silenced him with a gesture. Turning back to Fang Yuan, Tang Long said, "Not many people in Donghai dare refuse me, Tang Long." Fang Yuan smirked and shot back, "That's because you've only dealt with small fries." Tang Long's expression darkened as his tone turned icy. "You might want to reconsider. Do you know what Longman's position is in Donghai?" Fang Yuan sneered. "What position? You're just a middleman for shady deals. You think that makes you important?" Tang Long's face grew grim, and he let out a cold snort. "Get out of here, before I change my mind." Anger level, 30. "Leave." Fang Yuan reached out and pulled Yi Jiyu to his feet, his sharp gaze scanning the surroundings. With a swift motion, he drew a pistol from his right hand and aimed it directly at Shuesi. His voice was icy cold as he said, "He kicked my friend and expects me to just let it slide?" Shuesi was momentarily stunned by the sudden move, but quickly recovered, letting out a mocking laugh. He taunted, "Yeah, I kicked him. What are you gonna do about it?" "What am I gonna do?" Fang Yuan's lips curled into a cold smirk. "This." Before the words had fully left his mouth, his wrist twisted, the gun barrel lowered, and he pulled the trigger without hesitation. Bang! A sharp gunshot tore through the air. A bloody hole appeared in Shuesi's right leg, and he let out a piercing scream of pain. His body collapsed to the ground involuntarily as blood rapidly soaked through his pant leg. The sudden turn of events sent the atmosphere into immediate tension. A dozen of Longman's men raised their guns, aiming them at Fang Yuan, their fingers resting on the triggers, ready to fire at any moment. Yet Fang Yuan remained utterly unfazed, his gun unwaveringly pointed at Tang Long, his gaze defiant and fearless. Tang Long narrowed his eyes, suppressing his fury as he let out a cold snort. "Kid, you've got a death wish, huh? Not afraid of dying here?" Fang Yuan grinned, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "Cut the crap. If you really had the guts to take me out, you wouldn't have let me walk in the first place. If you don't dare, then just sit tight and deal with it." Tang Long's face darkened with an ugly expression, but he gritted his teeth and held back his anger. His voice, low and seething with restraint, growled, "Get out. Now, before I change my mind." Fang Yuan glanced at the rage absorber in his hand, confirming it had done its job. Without another glance, he grabbed Yi Jiyu and quickly left the scene. Once the two had disappeared into the distance, Shuesi, still writhing in pain, struggled to hobble over to Tang Long, gritting his teeth. He protested indignantly, "Boss, why did you let them go?" Smack. Before he could finish, Tang Long slapped him across the face with a resounding crack. Seething with rage, Tang Long snarled, "Useless fool. From now on, this place is under Lao Wu's control." Without another word, Tang Long turned and left with his men, leaving Shuesi standing there, dazed and bewildered. Shuesi was still struggling to comprehend what had just happened. Normally, he strutted through the bar district without fear, and no one dared provoke Long Men. But today, not only had he been attacked and shot, but the boss himself had refused to stand up for him and had even stripped him of his authority. None of it made any sense to him. Fang Yuan, however, understood perfectly. Tang Long's unusual forbearance today was clearly due to pressure from a higher authority, most likely the Supernatural Awakening Management Bureau. For someone like Tang Long, a local kingpin with considerable influence, crossing paths with the Bureau was out of the question. After all, the Bureau, as the official governing body for awakened individuals, could easily wipe out Tang Long's entire operation if it so desired. Fang Yuan and Yi Jiyu walked out of the bar, heading down the dimly lit street toward Yi Jiyu's home. The streetlights cast fragmented shadows across their faces. Unable to hold back his curiosity, Fang Yuan asked, "Why are you working at a bar?" Yi Zhiyu glanced at him and countered, "Aren't you working at the martial arts gym?" Fang Yuan frowned. "Even if it's just a job, you don't have to work as a waiter at a bar, do you?" He knew Yi Zhiyu was an awakened one, and if he wanted to join Long Min, his future would be far brighter than being a mere server. Yi Zhiyu replied softly, "My dad used to work at the bar and knows the manager there. He got me the job to cover shifts. Plus, I can bring home some leftover liquor for him." Leftover liquor? Fang Yuan was momentarily confused. Yi Zhiyu explained, "The drinks customers don't finish. My dad lives for those few sips now." Fang Yuan's frown deepened. "Then it's even worse to let him drink that." Yi Zhiyu shook his head, his voice tinged with helplessness. "I don't have a choice. One time he mixed alcohol with water, and it nearly blinded him." Fang Yuan's heart sank as he realized the severity of Yi Zhiyu's father's alcoholism. He opened his mouth, wanting to say that a father like that wasn't worth worrying about, but the words stuck in his throat. Yi Zhiyu seemed to sense Fang Yuan's thoughts and said quietly, "He wasn't always like this. When I was a kid, he was great, even taught me to shoot. But later, during a competition, he failed a drug test." He paused for a moment, then sighed. "Forget it. Let's not talk about this. We'll just grab some rice wine and head home." With that, Yi Zhiyu stepped into a small roadside shop and bought a few ounces of rice wine, stored in a plastic bag. Fang Yuan suddenly remembered that Yi Ziya's father had once been a sharpshooter and even won medals. He couldn't help but recall the first time he invited Yi Zhiyu to join the team, finding him sitting alone in a corner. At the time, he'd thought Yi Zhiyu was just introverted, but now he understood it was a sense of inferiority born from his family situation. The two walked to a rundown street. Yi Zhiyu pointed to a dark alley and said, "I'm home. You should head back." Fang Yuan stood at the alley entrance and urged, "You should quit the bar job. Find something else. If nothing works out, come to the martial arts gym and give it a shot." Yi Zhiyu waved dismissively. "Don't worry about me. We'll figure it out." With that, he turned and walked into the alley. Fang Yuan called out to his retreating figure, "Long men shouldn't bother you, but if they do, let me know." "Thanks," Yi Zhiyu replied without turning back, waving his hand as he disappeared into the darkness. Yi Zhiyu made his way through the alley and entered an old apartment building. Feeling his way up the stairs in the dark, he pushed open the door to his home. The room was pitch black. He flipped the light switch, and the bulb flickered a few times before finally staying on. An unkempt old man leaned against a tattered sofa, motionless. Yi Zhiyu poured the rice wine into a large cup and handed it to the old man, who finally stirred. Squinting his cloudy eyes at his son, he muttered, "There's rice in the kitchen. I tested the water with my finger. This time it's fully cooked for sure." With that, he took a long swig of the rice wine. Yi Zhiyu went into the kitchen, scooped 2 bowls of rice, and sprinkled some pickled vegetables on top. He carried the bowls to the coffee table and took the wine cup from his father's hand. "Eat first," he said. The old man started shoveling rice into his mouth, mumbling through his food. "Did you practice shooting today?" "Yeah," Yi Zhiyu replied. "How many points?" 12 rounds, 561 points. Yi Zhiyu lied casually. Still too many nines." "Keep practicing," the old man said thoughtfully. Yi Zhiyu kept his head down, eating silently, ignoring his father's ramblings. This routine hadn't changed since high school. He was used to it by now. It neither saddened nor angered him. As for practicing shooting, it was nothing but an excuse. He couldn't even afford the cost of ammunition, let alone the range fees. Since starting high school, the only time Head touched a real gun was during martial arts class or in his dreams. But his father's memories were frozen in the past, back when Yi Zhiyu was in middle school, and he asked about shooting practice every day. After finishing the rice wine, the old man emptied the last half bottle they had at home. Then he picked up a wooden toy gun and began aiming it around the room, his hands shaking uncontrollably. The toy gun had been a gift Head made for Yi Zhiyu as a child, but now it was his own source of amusement. As he aimed, he muttered, "Xiaoyu. A shooter needs to be steady. Steady hands, steady breath, steady heart." Like back then, that Korean guy, what was his name? Jinzhou? He was 7 points ahead of me at first, but your old man caught up in the end. Yi Zhiyu had heard this story over 3,000 times once a day for the past 10 years. He pulled a small box from his backpack, opened it, and took out a glass vial containing a grade Star Force Inject Iona reward for ranking first in a combat assessment. While the rest of the team had used their injections immediately, had quietly stashed his away. The vial was worth a fortune, enough to change his family's life overnight. But he was still hesitating. "Xiaoyu, what are you looking at?" His father slurred, his voice thick with drunkenness. "Star Force injection?" Ye's father's voice was slurred from being half drunk, but his eyes gleamed with urgency. "What's Star Force injection?" Yi Zhiyu pulled out an exquisite little box from his pocket. Inside lay a syringe glowing faintly with a soft blue light. "I want it during the combat assessment. If I use it, my Star Force level might reach level 3. Then use it already." Ye's father urged impatiently, his body leaning forward slightly as if he were about to inject it himself. Yi Zhiyu shook his head. I could sell it for 1 million. No, no, no. Yes, father said firmly despite his drunken haze. You can't sell it. Once it's gone, it'll be hard to get back. Nothing is more important than upgrading your star force. Even though the alcohol dulled his thoughts, his deeply ingrained beliefs only became clearer. Yi Zhiyu stared into his father's cloudy eyes. Despite their hardships, he knew his father truly cared for him. That love was what had kept him going. He smiled faintly and carefully placed the Star Force injection back into the box. The next day, Fang Yuan began his superpower collection mission as soon as he arrived at school. He roamed the campus, his sharp eyes scanning for outstanding superpowered individuals. Every time he encountered a student with remarkable abilities, he unhesitatingly copied their powers into his energy storage watch. Before long, his watch was packed with all kinds of top-tier abilities. Once his collection was complete, Fang Yuan headed straight to the library. He found Han Yue reading between the bookshelves and handed her the watch-like Star Force storage device. Here, returning this to you. Han Yue took the watch, her brows furrowed slightly. You don't need it anymore? Fang Yuan shrugged, his tone casual. This thing of yours is expensive and impractical. It can only store one type of Star Force, totally useless. He stared intently into Han Yue's eyes, silently hoping. Get mad, come on, get mad. But instead of getting angry, Han Yue looked a little sad. Then I'll ask around next time to see if there's a better one for you. Seeing her reaction, Fang Yuan quickly changed his tune. Just kidding. I got a better one now. So I'm giving this back to you with my own Star Force stored in it as a keepsake. Pretty thoughtful, huh? Han Yue finally smiled at that. Curious, she glanced at the black energy storage watch on Fang Yuan's wrist. Where did you get that one? The Supernatural Administration Bureau helped me get it. 10 storage units, Fang Yuan replied nonchalantly. A flicker of surprise crossed Han Yue's face. Why would the Supernatural Administration Bureau help you with that? A 10-unit capacity that must cost a fortune. Fang Yuan brushed it off. Exactly, which is why I'm now working for them. His tone betrayed none of the gravity such a statement might imply. Is it dangerous? Han Yue asked with concern. Fang Yuan pointed to his eyes, joking, mostly just using my eyes. As long as I don't see anything too disturbing, it should be fine. Oofed. Han Yue couldn't help but laugh, covering her mouth. Fang Yuan raised an eyebrow. Your sense of humor is that low? Han Yue swiftly changed the subject. Are you heading to the martial arts gym tonight to cover for someone again? Yep. Fang Yuan winked and grinned cheekily. Why? Is the beautiful Miss Han planning to book me for the night? Han Yue's ears turned slightly red, but she maintained her composure. That's right. I'm booking you for the night. That's gonna cost you. Can I get a discount? 5% off, no more. The two bantered back and forth, teasing each other. After school, Han Yue prepared to head to the martial arts gym for some sparring practice. Fang Yuan casually invited Yi Zhiyu. Want to check out the gym tonight? For awakened individuals, martial arts gyms are actually great places to find work. I'm just taking you for a look, not asking around for you. Yi Zhiyu didn't agree immediately. Give me the address. I'll head over after dinner. Fang Yuan left him the address and went ahead to the gym. Around 8 p.m., Yi Zhiyu finally arrived. Fang Yuan had just finished a sparring session with Han Yue and used his break to show Yi Zhiyu around the gym. By 9:30, Han Yue was ready to head home. The three of them walked together down the dimly lit streets, their steps light and their spirits high. Suddenly, Fang Yuan felt a surge of danger. He tensed up instantly, using his detection ability to scan the shadowy corners of the street. At the end of the road, on the roof of a dilapidated building, he spotted a dark figure with an attribute panel entirely filled with question marks. Fang Yuan quickly grabbed Han Yue and Yi Zhiyu by their arms, pulling them into a nearby alley. Before they could ask, he spoke rapidly. Something's up. They'll run out and draw the person away. You two get in a car and go home. Don't hesitate, this could be life-threatening. Before they could respond, Fang Yuan dashed out of the alley, using the walls for cover as he sprinted away. Han Yue and Yi Zhiyu peeked out from the alley, confused. Han Yue wanted to chase after Fang Yuan for answers, but he was already far ahead. Yi Zhi's sharp eyes caught sight of a figure on the distant rooftop. He pointed in that direction. There's someone up there. Could it be a dangerous awakened individual? Han Yue glanced at the vague silhouette, her brows furrowing. Without hesitation, she took off running towards it. Yi Zhiyu followed closely behind. The three young people raced through the quiet night streets, their shadows stretching under the streetlights and shrinking in the darkness, as if locked in a desperate race against an unknown danger. Fang Yuan turned his head to see Han Yue and Yi Zhiyu following closely behind. He frowned and snapped. Why are you two here? Didn't I tell you it's dangerous and to leave immediately? Han Yue's face darkened at his words, a flash of anger in her eyes. What kind of teammate talks like that? If we're teammates, don't say such hurtful things. Her voice was laced with frustration. Fang Yuan realized his words were too harsh and silently noted that her anger level had just risen by 10 points. Yi Zhiyu also spoke in a firm tone. After what happened at the bar yesterday, do you really think I'd just walk away? His voice was resolute, making it clear he had no intention of leaving. Seeing their determination, Fang Yuan had no choice but to pull a Glock pistol from his waist and toss it to Yi Zhiyu. Take this. Yi Zhiyu caught the gun, staring at it in surprise. A Glock? This is a real gun. There's no time to explain, Fang Yuan replied quickly. He activated an advanced mental enhancement ability from his ability watch, sharpening his focus as he stared at a shadow on a distant rooftop. His gaze pierced through the darkness, revealing some crucial details. Name? Star power level, LV.4. Attributes, Strength 41, Agility, Physique 40, Spirit 42. Superpower trait, Star Power Devourer. Star Power techniques? Skills? Fang Yuan's expression grew tense. He turned to the others and said, the target is dangerous. Level 4 Star Power, with attributes around 42 points. Han Yui's face paled at his words. She had been training diligently and had even used advanced star power injections to reach level 3, thinking she was strong enough. But this opponent was far beyond her expectations. Yi Zhiyu, at level 2, felt a chill run down his spine. Facing a level 4 opponent was nothing short of suicidal. Fang Yuan continued, stay calm. This person's ability is Star Power Devourer. And there's another level 4 shapeshifter with them. We're up against 2 boss-level opponents. His gaze was serious as he looked at the two. You still have time to leave. Han Yui's expression turned grave as she asked, how did you end up provoking these kinds of awakened individuals? It's a foreign awakened organization. I can't say much, but the situation is critical. One wrong move and it's over, Fang Yuan replied curtly while quickly operating his ability watch. He dialed the Super Management Bureau and, once the call connected, said only 4 words. The target has appeared. He hung up immediately. We'll draw them out. You two, focus on staying safe, Fang Yuan instructed before activating advanced agility enhancement from his ability watch. His agility surged from 45 to 63 points, and he dashed forward like a gust of wind. Suddenly, Fang Yuan felt a slight discomfort in his body, realizing that 63 agility points were beyond his physical limit. He glanced at his rage points 370 in total and his physique, which stood at 24 points. Without hesitation, he spent 200 rage points to raise his physique to 26, instantly alleviating the strain. Like an arrow loosed from a bow, Fang Yuan raced to the street corner, but instead of encountering the Star Power Devourer as expected, he found himself face-to-face with a familiar figure Shuesi. He stood in the middle of the road, his face twisted into a sinister grin, his body now covered in a layer of hardened scorpion armor. Didn't expect to meet your end so soon, did you? Shuesi sneered. Fang Yuan's eyes narrowed as realization dawned. So, the favor that Shapeshifter asked of you yesterday was this. But you, a defeated underling, where'd you find the courage to block my way? Shuesi tore off his jacket, revealing his body encased in purple-black scorpion armor. His abdomen was covered by what looked like a championship belt made of protective gear. He grinned menacingly and said, because of this, even if you find my one weakness, what can you do? I've covered it with armor. Let's see how you'll beat me now. What truly shocked Fang Yuan, though, was the long scorpion tail extending from Shuesi's tailbone all the way to the ground. Fang Yuan's expression darkened. So, you've used a mutation serum to turn into this monstrosity and now serve the spear of God? Shuesi smirked, gripping his scorpion tail and bringing it in front of him. You think you really beat me yesterday? I just didn't want to reveal my tail in a crowded bar. This is my trump card. I thought covering my abdominal weakness was enough, but this tail? It's a gift. With this, I could make a woman scream all night long. He laughed maniacally, swinging the venomous tail, its stinger glinting coldly as it lashed toward Fang Yuan. Disgusting. You freak, just die already. Fang Yuan dodged the tail with ease and countered with a punch to Shuesi's chest. Boom. Shuesi took the punch heeding. His body quivered slightly, but he remained unscathed. He grabbed Fang Yuan's fist and sneered. I told you. You can't hurt me. A dangerous smile tugged at Fang Yuan's lips. Who said your only weakness is your abdomen? In the blink of an eye, he drew his pistol and jammed the silencer into Shuesi's mouth. Shuesi's eyes widened in terror. He tried to close his mouth, but it was too late. Bang! Fang Yuan pulled the trigger without hesitation. Shuesi's eyes bulged as he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. One down, Fang Yuan muttered as he tried to pry Shuesi's claw off his arm. Suddenly, he felt a powerful force seize him from behind. The Star Power Devourer had appeared without warning and was now choking him with an iron grip. Fang Yuan struggled, but the opponent's strength 41 points was overwhelming, holding him firmly in place. As the Star Power Devourer reached for Fang Yuan's ability watch, Fang Yuan made a quick decision and flung his pistol far away. At that moment, Han Yue and Yi Jiyu arrived. They raised their guns, aiming at the attacker. Let him go. Now, Han Yue shouted. The star power devourer turned, using Fang Yuan as a human shield. He let out a rasping laugh. Go ahead, shoot. I dare you. Fang Yuan, unable to speak, signaled with his eyes toward the opposite side of the street. Han Yue understood immediately and turned her head, just in time to see a lithe figure darting out of the shadows. The shapeshifter launched a swift kick at Yi Jiyu. Han Yue reacted quickly, yanking Yi Jiyu out of harm's way. At the same time, she raised her right hand, summoning a shield of star power to block the shapeshifter's attack. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.